The story kicks off with our heroine, Irene Amber, actually Kimmy Sue, who's got a magical knack for charming the socks off anyone. It's like she's wielding Cupid's love gun, firing heart-shaped bullets that make everyone swoon. But here's the catch, her irresistible aura only works on women. Yep, she's surrounded by ladies 24/7, with her girl magnet vibe cranked to max, pulling in adoring fangirls who cheer and swoon like she's a K-pop idol. Back in the day, Kimmy Sue was obsessed with a novel she loved since high school, through college, and even into her working life. It's a thick, red-covered book called A Blooming Flower on a Withered Branch, or Flower on a Dry Branch for short. This romantic fantasy tome, decked out with fancy European aristocratic designs from centuries past, isn't exactly literary perfection, but it's got a hypnotic pull. Once you crack open the first page, good luck sleeping until you hit the last one, it's that gripping. As a tragic romance, it left Kimmy Sue clutching the book, sobbing her eyes out, sniffling, "Claudia, if I were your sister, I'd treat you so well." She even posted a comment in the Flower on a Dry Branch fan group, "Can't imagine life without this book." Racking up 150 likes. But let's be real, she didn't actually want to get sucked into a fictional world. Poor Kimmy Sue, now Irene Amber, is crying buckets, utterly helpless. The character she's transmigrated into? Irene Amber, the eldest daughter of the Amber Viscount family, a dark, tragic figure. In the novel, Irene's the bestie of the heroine but gets tangled in drama and meets a grim, heartbreaking end. So, to survive, Irene's plan is simple: steer clear of the heroine. Ugh! Irene clutches her head, her inner voice screaming. It's just a novel, but I don't want to die. Problem is, before she can even worry about her doom, she's crushed under the weight of the Amber Viscount's mountain of debt, a financial avalanche that leaves her groaning, her body metaphorically battered and bruised from the stress. But then Claudia swooped in like a guardian angel, the radiant heroine from the original novel, glowing like a saint with arms outstretched to help a broke noble like Irene. She wiped out the Amber family's debt just because, we're friends. Her wealth practically jingling like coins spilling from a treasure chest. Irene Amber, clasping her hands like a statue of the Virgin Mary, vowed to be Claudia's loyal servant for life. Talk about devotion. The scene shifts to a bustling, noisy high society event, packed with nobles and royals. Something's up, and Irene's giving Claudia a worried, quizzical look. "Claudia, don't you think declaring you'll never marry is, like, super risky?" Claudia, all wide-eyed innocence, tilts her head. "Dangerous? How so?" Her pure, clueless vibe hits Irene like a lightning bolt, zapping her heart. "Oh, my life's on the line." Irene's face freezes in shock, but Claudia, oblivious, giggles and pinches Irene's cheeks. "Your mouth's all puckered like a triangle, you look like a squirrel." Irene groans, her inner voice screaming, "Pay attention to the chaos around us." But she lets Claudia keep pinching her cheeks. Claudia switches gears. "Oh, by the way, I saw this perfect outfit at Candy's boutique this season, it's so you, Irene." She describes a chic ensemble, a mint green dress, matching bag with a bow, a necklace, and doll-like shoes, all in the same hue. The thought overwhelms Irene. Oof. Claudia, concerned, says, "I want to gift it to you, okay? You're such a good person." She tilts her head with a gentle, earnest smile. Irene groans again, prickly with dread. "Claudia, you're supposed to pick one of those three guys. Why are you so clingy with me? Am I doomed to follow the original story and die tragically?" she laments. Claudia just giggles, while the male leads glare at Irene with murderous eyes. Yikes, scary. One of them, a blonde guy radiating Prince Charming vibes but oozing menace, sighs dramatically, making both girls jump. Noticing Claudia's still pinching Irene's cheeks, she stops, and Irene quits her whining. The guy scowls, his aura practically steaming. "You want to spend your life with that?" he sneers. Terrified, Irene darts behind Claudia for cover, trembling like a leaf. "Save me, bestie." Claudia immediately throws out an arm to shield Irene, standing like a fierce guardian. The prince steps closer, his voice dripping with menace. "I hope I misheard you, Claudia," he says, his boots clomping ominously. "Because if not, I won't be able to resist snapping the delicate little neck of your so-called fiancé." His growl is pure venom, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint, pupils dark and deep as he reaches toward Irene. A wave of murderous intent hits her, making Irene Amber panic and dodge in fear. Smack! Claudia slaps the prince's hand away, her voice ringing out. Your Highness, don't you dare touch her. Her bold move freezes both Irene and the prince in place. Irene's jaw drops, while the prince blinks, stunned. What? Claudia's fury ignites, and she raises her voice. Even if you're royalty, I won't stand by and let you do this. Another figure bursts out laughing, a shadowy noble radiating a creepy, dark aura that sends chills down spines. The Amber Girl? That's your taste, Claudia? What a surprise, ha, he mocks, raising his wine glass with a sneer. To think you'd pick a wretch who nearly became a slave to pay off her useless father's debts. How fascinating. Claudia's blood boils, and she snaps back. Are you threatening Irene, sir? Irene, trembling like a leaf, clings to Claudia's back, scared out of her wits. The noble smirks. You catch on quick. Is it the power of love? Suddenly, a chilling presence spreads, making Irene's spine tingle. She turns around, heart pounding, and is shocked to see danger looming, a knight-like figure with long white hair and piercing blue eyes, arms crossed, muttering coldly. Rumor has it he can wield divine power to kill. Oh no, Claudia, save me. Irene's mind spirals into chaos, her inner voice screaming as she mentally tears her hair out. Claudia, still fuming, steps in front of her. Don't be scared, Irene, I'll protect you. Out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the tension. Everyone, calm down. A hand lands gently on Irene's shoulder. Why is everyone staking a claim on Claudia? A scholarly young man with white hair and glasses, glowing like a field of lilies, steps in, wrapping his arms around both girls. Oh great, more drama. Irene wails internally, ready to cry. Big brother. Claudia gasps. It's Claudia's brother, who smiles and declares, Claudia belongs to no one. Please respect my sister's wishes. Let's hear what she has to say. Claudia pouts, huffing dramatically. Only you and Irene actually care about what I want, she says earnestly. I don't like any of you three. You think just saying you like me means I'll follow you? You're all terrifying, forcing your way and never considering my feelings. The three men, each from different ranks and power levels but united in their patriarchal arrogance, stand there as Claudia's rage boils over. She shouts, you're all a bunch of barbarians. The only one who'll ever have me is Irene, forever just her. Claudia's declaration is firm as she throws her arms around Irene, squeezing her tight. The sudden embrace sends Irene's soul yeeting out of her body, leaving her stunned and frozen, practically a ghost. Oh no, I'm done for. Claudia shouts, grabs Irene's hand, and bolts, leaving her brother and the three jerks behind. That night at the Chamberlain mansion, Claudia breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably. What kind of love is that? Loving without respecting the other person's wishes? They just want to own me, to win me like some trophy. Why can't they stop being so greedy and just leave me alone, she cries, her voice raw with frustration, tears streaming like a waterfall. She buries her face in her hands, utterly helpless, feeling like she's suffocating. People like that? I wouldn't love them even if I were dead. Irene, uneasy and worried, asks, you hate them that much? Claudia sniffles, ugh, I despise their attitude, like I'm wrong for rejecting them, even though they claim to love me. Irene freezes, a realization hitting her like a ton of bricks. Claudia's the heroine, and those guys are the three male leads, so she'd assumed Claudia would end up with one of them, no matter what. She knew they were cold, terrifying types, practically demonic, but still thought that's how the story went. A wave of sadness washes over Irene. I almost ruined Claudia's life just to save my own, she thinks, her heart aching. Claudia, she chokes out, tears welling up. I'm so sorry for pushing you to choose one of them. Claudia gives a bittersweet smile. Irene, you're not the type to do things without a reason. There's gotta be a cause, right? If you feel that guilty, let me hug you, she says shyly, catching Irene off guard. Irene smiles, all right, deal. Claudia instantly wraps her in a tight, emotional hug, bursting with childlike excitement. I like you so much, Irene, he. Claudia clings to her, grinning brightly, but Irene suddenly jolts. Oh no! Her face pales as she pulls back, prickly with guilt. I did something awful too, didn't I? I didn't even ask your permission, she cries. Claudia, confused, realizes Irene's talking about her public declaration of living with Irene forever. Irene laughs helplessly. It's fine, given the situation, it was okay to say that. Claudia's eyes sparkle with emotion. Irene, do you want to be my friend for life? She asks, full of affection. Irene's stunned, then chuckles, I'm in. But right after, her face falls. Oh no, I'm totally doomed now, she thinks, tears streaming down her face. Felix Chamberlain, Claudia's only brother, is the scholarly, white-haired, glasses-wearing heartthrob who saved the day at the ball. He's the eldest son of the wealthy Chamberlain noble family and the youngest vice minister of magic, wielding supreme magical power. A born genius, Felix has a massive mana pool and a natural gift for magic, a dazzling, terrifying hidden strength. Known for his honest, friendly nature and stellar leadership, he's also, like any classic heroine's brother, obsessed with his sister. Since childhood, Felix has doted on Claudia, pampering her endlessly. Frankly, he's a unicorn, too perfect to be real. But bam! One morning, Irene flings open her door, still in pajamas with a brown cloak thrown on, and races outside, wondering, what's that unicorn doing in my yard? Looking down at the garden, Irene spots Felix waiting below, gently waving a sprig of catnip at a playful black cat. His eyes catch her silhouette, and as the early breeze rustles the leaves and sunlight glints around him, Felix Chamberlain's dazzling smile lights up the scene like a spotlight. He speaks, still teasing the cat with the sprig. Sorry about this. I didn't mean to show up at your place unannounced, he says, his voice warm and apologetic. Oh, no, it's totally fine. Irene chirps, but bam, she freezes, transforming into a Lego figurine, stiff and awkward. Here we go again, she thinks, inwardly cringing. Irene's got a chronic condition. When faced with the opposite sex, her expressions and speech turn robotic. Middle school, high school, college, all girls' schools have hardwired this quirk into her DNA. Every phase of her life has produced a different version of Lego Kimmy Sue, frozen in place. Guys always ask, are you mad at me, because of her stone-faced vibe, and Felix is no exception. His handsome face looks uneasy as he asks, you're not mad, are you? No way I'd dare be mad at a heartthrob. Lego Irene remains rigid, sweating bullets like a statue in a panic. A long, awkward silence stretches, 1, 2, 3 dots, making Irene feel utterly helpless and miserable. Ugh, why am I like this? Felix suddenly bursts out laughing. Is that so? Guess I should thank my parents for making me then. His elegant grin, hand covering his mouth, radiates like sunlight piercing Irene's heart. This sibling duo really has soul-healing powers. She thinks. Snapping out of it, Irene changes the subject, stammering as she tugs her cloak tighter. By the way, it's been a while, have you been practicing your magic resistance skills? Magic resistance? Felix replies, his smile warm and curious. In the original story, Felix is set up as the sacrificial lamb for those 3 jerks at the climax. Desperate to win Claudia at all costs, they team up, turning a mansion into a blood-soaked horror show. They unleash a sealed relic infused with ancient demonic magic, a world-destroying artifact shaped like a bow with blood-red arrows, wrapped in chains that bind Claudia. Felix faces an agonizing choice, let the world burn or sacrifice himself. He suffers, holding out until the chains break. In the end, he absorbs the demon's full power, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, soulless light. Consumed by the demon, he slaughters the entire Chamberlain family in a barbaric massacre, bodies piling up in a sea of blood. Once Felix outlives his usefulness, the 3 guys kill him, then play the hero to save Claudia, leaving her with nowhere to run. Heartbroken, Claudia's fragile frame is trapped by these ruthless forces. Compared to other dramas, Irene is determined to stop this tragedy. So, she begs Felix, please, train your magic resistance skills. And don't tell anyone. Felix, surprised, looks at Irene's pleading, desperate expression. With no other choice, she lays it all out, and he cheerfully agrees. His radiant, healing smile dazzles her. Thanks for pointing out my weakness. No matter how much I've trained, there's always room for improvement, right? Looking back, my behavior at the ball was downright rude, he says. He's an absolute angel. Irene feels purified, basking in Felix's blinding glow, like some divine blessing. Irene, Felix calls, snapping her out of it. Good thing you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. Irene freezes. What did he just say? Suspicious, she goes on high alert, shouting, there's some hidden meaning in that, isn't there? Boom. She gets deadly serious. Felix just tilts his head, laughing it off, dodging the question. So, you hired a new servant recently, huh? Irene reacts with a dramatic outburst. What do you mean? Why do you keep changing the subject? Suddenly, Felix's eyes darken with a flicker of danger. That maid was bribed, he says. Irene's jaw drops. Felix raises a hand, his tone grave. Did you know you've been poisoned? A lethal dose, you're about to die. His words hit Irene like a thunderbolt, freezing her in shock. What are you talking about, Lord Wizard? Am I really dying? Her inner voice screams, her face crumpling into a distorted, speechless mess of despair. So, how long do I have left? She asks, trembling with anxiety. About half a day, Felix replies casually, making Irene's expression twist into a horrified grimace. Those psychos are already making their move. She thinks, panicking. Felix flashes a bright, reassuring smile. But hey, at least you've got half a day. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be standing here. Irene gulps, her face paling, her nerves in overdrive. Assassins too? Felix grins innocently, shrugging. Oh, I took care of them already. Don't worry. Took care of them how? Irene's mind races, bewildered by his nonchalant attitude. Who cares about his vibe? I'm about to die for real. Her inner voice wails as she clutches her head, drowning in despair, her brain spiraling. Don't stand so far away, come here so I can detoxify you, Felix says, his smile warm as he pets the black cat nuzzling his coat. Irene, flustered and still reeling, stammers, how can you detoxify me? Why'd you scare me like that? Of course I can, Felix chuckles. Irene steps closer cautiously, muttering, thank you, but, she's still wary, keeping 3 steps distance from Felix. He laughs softly. Irene, you're too far. I need to touch your hand directly to detoxify you. Oh, really? Irene forces a nervous smile, inching closer. Got it. She extends her hand, placing it in Felix's pale, flawless palm. He gives a bittersweet smile, beginning to chant a spell. A shimmering green aura of healing magic glows around them. As he focuses, he teases, Claudia's just like you, she says I'm this big, intimidating guy who's scary to look at. Irene blinks, curious. When did she say that? Her hand suddenly glows with a warm, dazzling light that leaves her in awe. This feels so warm. Felix continues, talking about Claudia, she's always been adorable, like an angel. She was kidnapped a few times as a kid. Somehow, whenever people saw her, they'd fall in love and propose. If they didn't get their way, they'd resort to force or authority. He pauses, his voice heavy. I usually handled those situations myself. After going through that for so long, Felix's story reveals a painful past, contrasting with the healing magic he's casting on Irene. His power is awe-inspiring, the wind rustling leaves around them. I told Claudia I'd take care of everything, that she didn't need to worry. But, Irene interrupts, puzzled. So, it's my fault things went wrong? Felix shakes his head. No, I shouldn't have told Claudia to bottle up her feelings. That's on me. It made her insecure. The black cat from earlier, now full and content, naps peacefully nearby. Felix smiles softly. But Claudia's changed so much, for the better. All thanks to you being by her side. Irene's taken aback. Even when the high society shunned her? Felix nods. She's happier than ever now. I haven't seen her smile like that since she was a kid. Felix's hands envelop Irene's, radiating a warm, healing glow that purges the poison from her body. All done. Doesn't hurt anymore, right? He asks, his voice gentle. Irene marvels at the strange, miraculous sensation, rubbing her hand with a mix of disbelief and gratitude. Thank you, she stammers, ever polite. Felix chuckles. Irene, you're so defenseless, it worries me. Now I get why Claudia wanted to whisk you to our house so fast. Why's that? Irene asks, curious. Felix's eyes sparkle mischievously. Because you're adorable. Crack. Irene's heart shatters, her face freezing like a Lego figurine, her inner voice screaming in helpless embarrassment. Adorable? Me? She's utterly speechless, stuck in place. Felix laughs heartily. Since we're on the topic, milady, may I have the honor of kidnapping you? He flashes a dazzling smile, waving the catnip sprig in one hand while offering the other for her to take. Before Irene can process, Claudia's voice rings out, bursting with joy. Irene! Her friend barrels into her, wrapping her in a tight, emotional hug. Claudia's face is a mix of anguish and relief as she grips Irene's shoulders. I heard what happened. I can't believe those scumbags moved so fast, daring to lay a hand on my Irene. I'll hunt them down and snap every bone in their bodies. Her voice drops, low and menacing, her fists clenched in righteous fury, radiating a terrifying aura that sends chills down Irene's spine. Oh no, Claudia, that's treason. Irene sweats buckets, her soul quaking at her friend's wrath. I should have acted sooner against those lunatics. Claudia's not done, her murderous vibe swelling like a dark witch ready to unleash apocalypse-level chaos. Irene's dizzy, thinking, this is it, I'm doomed. Felix steps in, laughing awkwardly to diffuse the tension. Claudia, maybe start by comforting Irene? She just went through something rough. He pats Irene's shoulder, who's forcing a strained, awkward smile. Snapped out of her rage, Claudia gasps. Oh, right. What's wrong with me? She turns to Irene, flustered. You must have been terrified, right? Irene takes a deep breath, gripping Claudia's hand reassuringly. I've basically become public enemy number one, so I kinda saw this coming. Just didn't expect it to happen this fast. Claudia's eyes soften with pity for her friend's plight. Don't say that, Irene, you didn't do anything wrong. Irene smirks triumphantly, crossing her arms. Of course, they're the bad guys. I'm too busy being happy every day to waste emotions on those losers. Mph, she declares with confidence. Claudia lights up, clapping her hands. Let's have fun together, Irene. She grabs Irene's hand, and before Irene can blink, Claudia's dragging her along like a whirlwind, giggling like a kid. I want to show you something, come with me. Okay. Irene replies, happily letting herself be pulled along. The two race through the mansion's halls, hand in hand, laughing and joking, their joy echoing. Felix trails behind, watching his two little sisters with a warm, doting smile. Claudia leads Irene to a grand banquet hall, where a fountain-like chocolate tower sits proudly on the table. Servants bustle around, pushing carts of beer, wine, tea, and an array of sweets. A dazzling indoor carriage, adorned with blooming flowers and white doves, adds to the extravagance. Irene's jaw drops, overwhelmed. What is all this? She stammers, gawking at the opulent scene, rose petals floating everywhere in the massive room. Claudia and Felix exchange proud, smug grins, clearly delighted. Claudia claps her hands. I prepared it all for you, Irene. Irene's eyes nearly pop out, sweat beading on her forehead. Holy heavens, this is next level. She's speechless, her mind flashing with lightning bolts of shock. Claudia, noticing her expression, fidgets nervously. You don't like it? It's not enough, is it? Felix chimes in, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It's more than enough, Irene insists, but Claudia's already spiraling. The dress room's ready too, but I didn't bring it out here, it'd be too messy. Want to see it first? Give me another chance, she pleads, sounding like she's proposing marriage. Felix, dead serious, adds, a river leading to an artificial waterfall with a floating boat would have been better, don't you think? Irene blinks. Did I hear that right? It looks nice, but, a boat? Or maybe a private railway with a mini train. Claudia counters, no, a magic-powered carriage would be even better. The siblings dive into a heated debate, leaving Irene dumbfounded. Good lord, these two are terrifyingly extra. Hold on. Irene yells, cutting through their frenzy. I'm not unhappy, okay? I'm thrilled, thank you, she exclaims, trying to keep up. But Claudia suddenly pauses, looking sad. Irene, you know what? I don't know anything about you. You always listen to me, let me lean on you, but you never talk about yourself. Her eyes well up, on the verge of tears. I want to know what you like. Irene's brain short-circuits. Screw etiquette. She explodes, her passion igniting like a wildfire. Oh. My best companion in life? Money. I love money. I've got two stomachs, one for meals, one for snacks. I love food. I love beautiful people too, staring at their faces all day never gets old. And I love having fun, hanging with friends, and dolls, cuddling something soft when I sleep is the best thing ever. Her outburst slams into the Chamberlain siblings like a storm, leaving them stunned but grateful. Irene's not done. My childhood dream, she declares, lightning crashing in her mind. To do nothing and still have everything, the ultimate lazy overlord. Realizing she's spilled everything, Irene collapses, mortified. Oh no, I've ruined it. Groveling like a servant, she wails internally, utterly defeated. But Claudia, full of compassion, laughs. Why worry? You don't have to do anything, just walk me to the door, Rin. Irene, prickly with tears, lunges forward, sobbing. Can I really just be a lazy money grubber? Lazy? Nah, Rin, just stay by my side. Plus, I'm a rich beauty, perfect for your taste, right? Claudia teases with a wink. Surprisingly, Claudia wasn't repulsed. She looked like an angel, her radiant aura generous and bright. She reached out to help Irene stand, full of gentle kindness. Irene, teary-eyed and touched, sniffled. Claudia, you really think so? Completely normal, huh, Rin? How long are you gonna keep calling me that? Claudia gently reminded her. Overwhelmed, Irene threw herself into Claudia's arms, sobbing like a child. Claudia, you're the best. Felix, witnessing the emotional scene, smiled and nodded. Truly, cute things just need to exist to have value. He watched Irene, crying her heart out. The scene shifts. A voice crackles through the phone. So, you're staying there for good? Yeah, maybe forever, Irene replied, wearing pajamas and a shawl, phone pressed to her ear. The other end grumbled, how old are you? Running away from home without a word? Irene, turning sharply, corrected them word by word. Not running away, renouncing the world, leaving it behind for good. Renouncing? You're diving deeper into the mess. The voice on the phone complained again. What are you even doing at the Chamberlain house? Actually, the voice sighed, I kinda saw this coming someday. It's because you're so lovable, Irene. Irene blinked. What? The other end faltered, then complained again. I thought you'd gotten weird, but since when did you lose your mind? Irene calmly replied, the one who lost their mind was our father. He sold our family to cover his debts. It's done now, so I'm taking this chance to cut ties with him for good. When you graduate, come here. Claudia said you can live with us. As she spoke, Irene noticed Felix's figure approaching in the distance, his steps clacking. The phone went silent. I'll think about it, the voice finally said. Irene responded, Felix says a talent like you is always welcome. Felix, unaware of who was on the call, nodded in agreement. The voice on the phone scoffed. You've got some nerve. I'll call you again next time. Irene watched Felix's nod, confused. Okay, she said, hanging up awkwardly. Turning to Felix, she asked, you're still awake? Felix, holding a book, approached. I was reading. Who was that? Oh, that was Liam, my little brother, Irene replied. Right, Liam's your brave little brother, Felix recalled. Irene nodded slowly. Yeah, he's always been bold. Is something up? Felix smiled. I wanted to talk about magic resistance skills. Don't worry, your mouth turns into a triangle when you're anxious. Irene froze, her mouth indeed forming a triangle, her body tensing as if something major was happening. Felix laughed. Straight to the point, why did you ask me to train that skill? Irene gave an awkward laugh. You'll probably find it hard to believe, but a year ago, I saw something, like a vision of the future. Felix's face grew serious. He propped his chin, thinking. That's a disturbing story, but if it were me, I'd do the same, sacrifice myself for the greater good. Irene's eyes widened. Even if no one remembers your sacrifice? Even if all your achievements, your entire life, are distorted? Felix nodded matter-of-factly. Even if my choice hurts Claudia forever? She recalled Claudia from the original novel, broken and despairing like a wilted white chrysanthemum. Felix paused, then said gravely, even if the cost is my own sacrifice, I hope Claudia can live on for me. Irene shouted, cutting him off. I knew you'd say that. That's why I told you to train that skill. She clutched her head in despair. Felix explained, even with resistance, the demon's power won't vanish. Irene's jaw dropped. It doesn't vanish. She was baffled, she'd read blossoms on a withered branch twice and didn't know this. Felix elaborated, with magic resistance, I could nullify other spells on ancient relics, but demons carve their power into them, binding tiny souls. Those relics hold unmatched destructive power. If I absorb it, even with resistance, my soul would still be consumed by the demon, like chains tightening around my neck. Terrified, Irene gripped her skirt. Then what happens? What about the demon's power? Felix revealed, all demons share one trait, uncontrollable desire. Irene's mind blanked, 3 dots and a crow. That's it? Felix smiled. Still very dangerous. Irene, hand on her chin, asked, desire? What kind exactly? Felix replied, depends on the relic, so I don't know yet. Demons are born from desire, so they can't restrain their instincts. A heavy atmosphere settled. Irene muttered, this is bad. Suddenly, she wondered if she, too, could be swayed by demons, liking beauties, money, good food. Everyone feels those, right? She stammered. Demons in black cloaks, with fangs and claws, driven by any urge, they'd kill. Their hands clutch a beating heart. Irene spoke up. You mean their desires are like the crazy stuff those 3 guys did to monopolize Claudia? Felix hesitated. Worse, maybe. They might have been consumed by demons too. Images of grotesque teeth, vines, and darkness enveloping 3 men flashed in her mind. Felix sighed. I get what you're saying. Irene interrupted, no, you don't. Felix looked puzzled. Why? Irene explained, I told you everything to prevent the tragedy where you're possessed and die alone, as foretold. I don't want you accepting sacrifice and leaving. Her eyes shone with resolve. If you become a demon, I'll drag you to hell myself. So listen to me, okay? Felix, stunned, took her hand. I think I understand why the prophecy came to you. Irene blinked. You believe me? Felix smiled. Because it's you. I don't want to hurt you more. Irene asked, why would I be hurt? Felix replied, because it's you. Demons amplify human desires. He kissed her hand. Would my desires hurt you? Her cheeks flushed. Felix continued, something like that. So if you want to leave, let me go instead. Irene gripped his hand tightly. No way. Felix yelped, ow. Irene declared, you think I'd let you go? I'll find a way for all 3 of us to be happy. Don't leave. Felix was stunned. Irene rushed on, wait, you mean you have desires to torment me? Felix chuckled. Not entirely wrong. Irene, arms crossed, tried to laugh through her trembling. Then satisfy your desires before the relic appears, and it's done, right? Felix hesitated. It's complicated. Irene pressed, why? Just do it. Felix's smile turned dangerous. Don't tempt me, you'll regret it. He softened. I'll try my best to suppress it. Irene sat down. How many times do I have to say it? Suppressing makes you sick. Felix pulled her to rest her head on his lap. Don't worry. Just relax. Irene thought, his thighs are solid, thought he was a mage. Thanks, but my neck hurts. Felix asked, too high? She replied, high and hard. Felix apologized, but Irene mused, is sitting here his way of tormenting me? Yet his gentle pats lulled her to sleep. Felix always cared for others. As she drifted off, Claudia's voice rang out. You two are awful, doing this while I'm asleep. Irene, waking startled, saw Claudia crying. Claudia, why are you crying? Claudia sobbed, I want to sleep on your lap too. Irene laughed. Anytime you want, Claudia. Felix's thighs hurt my neck. Felix chimed in, you're sore? My heart's sore, you slept so soundly. Claudia asked, why aren't you at work? Felix replied, sun's still up, work's later. You've got afternoon classes, right? Ministers can be late, no one cares. Claudia teased, abusing power? Felix smirked. Says the one who skipped class yesterday. Study properly, or Irene will be disappointed. He patted Claudia's head. See you later. Irene groaned inwardly. Why am I stuck with the consequences? Claudia grabbed her hand, teary. Rin, you know I'm not like that, right? Irene reassured her, of course. I'd never be disappointed in you. Claudia vowed, I'll study hard, so don't hate me. Irene promised, never. They held hands, calling each other's names warmly. Ahem. The sound startled both of them. Claudia asked, Father, when did you get here? Hugo replied, before you even came in. Claudia blinked. Really? Then you should have made some noise. Hugo chuckled. You speak so bluntly, just like your brother. The boy put a finger to his lips, signaling, shoo, someone might wake up. Claudia huffed, shoo? That's just annoying. She paused, then corrected herself, no, I mean, Lady Amber. Hugo nodded. Let's have a private chat. Irene's mind wandered to the conversation about the heart-stealing son and Hugo's daughter. The two sat down in a room. Irene spoke up, I'm sorry, sir. Hugo raised an eyebrow. For what? She replied, for stealing your precious daughter and for the recent unsavory rumors about Claudia. Hugo waved it off. No need to apologize, Lady Amber. I should be thanking you for making Claudia happier. He sighed wistfully. She's even thrilled to skip those dull tea parties. Irene gave an awkward laugh, ha. Hugo continued, as long as my daughter's happy, I don't care what people say. Irene thought to herself, he's absolutely smitten with his daughter. She asked, so, why did you want to speak with me privately, sir? Hugo's mind flashed to the Crown Prince issuing orders. His Highness is after Claudia, he grumbled. I've been dodging him, but I'm at my wit's end. He's abandoned all sense and acts like an idiot. Irene thought, yup, that sharp-tongued wit is definitely genetic. Hugo coughed, ahem, I mean, I can't deal with His Highness anymore. Irene replied, got it. So, we need to appease him first, right? Hugo nodded. Exactly. I'm counting on you, Lady Amber. Claudia's a simple girl, she acts before she thinks. That's why I wanted to talk to you privately. Please look after her. Irene, stunned, stammered, why yes, I'll definitely protect your daughter, sir. Hugo looked puzzled. Protect her? Ahem, I mean, can you really? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. It's too late to fix things now. Just stay by her side and keep an eye on her. If she goes too far, stop her. Irene agreed, yes, sir. Reflecting on it, staying cooped up in the mansion must have been stifling for Irene, and I didn't even notice. I had no idea Rin wanted to go out. The bustling street scene unfolded with people passing by. Claudia and Irene sat in a luxurious cafe. Claudia asked, what do you want to eat? I'll cover everything, so just say it. Irene blinked. Really? Claudia nodded. Of course. From this to that, all of it. Irene grinned. Everything? Like a dream. A vivid parade of colorful pastries flashed in her mind. Claudia laughed. Sure, let's do it. Irene's eyes sparkled. Oh, I'm so happy. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Wait, what's with these prices? Claudia, concerned, asked, too cheap, so you don't like it? Irene groaned helplessly. Too expensive, it's giving me goosebumps. Claudia beamed. No big deal, it's nothing. Order as much as you want. Irene thought, she's unreal. All right, let me brace myself, she said. Nearby, whispers floated over. Oh my, I heard she rejected those amazing suitors. The rumors must be true. Another voice hissed, is that her? She looks like a maid. To think she stole Lady Chamberlain's heart, I expected someone extraordinary. Giggles followed. Why would Lady Chamberlain fall for such a plain drama queen? A hand on the table clenched into a fist. Claudia spoke to the waiter, it's a bit noisy here. I'd like some quiet time with my friend. The waiter bowed. My apologies, I'll find another seat for you, lady. Claudia waved it off. No need. I want to reserve this entire place for today. Can I do that? The waiter faltered. Ma'am? That's only for pre-booked guests. Claudia smiled radiantly. Then I'll buy the whole cafe. Name your price. Irene grabbed her hand. Why stop me? You should do what you want. Claudia tilted her head. How about the boutique instead? Irene perked up. Ooh, fun. Should I point out what I like? Claudia laughed. Ah, so cute. Let's eat first. Irene nodded eagerly. Sure, but we just ate, so maybe that place? Claudia asked, you like that? Irene grinned. Yeah. Claudia held up 2 bunny-shaped cotton candies. Here you go. Irene took one, thanking her. As it melted in her mouth, she gasped, so good. Suddenly, a scruffy, pot-bellied man with a beard, reeking of alcohol, staggered over. Could you be a fairy? You're blinding me, darling. Irene thought, where'd this drunk creep come from? He leered closer, grinning sleazily. Even your scared face is adorable. Irene wondered if Claudia was scared, but Claudia's face turned icy. What do you want? The man smirked. Just want to see the lady's face up close, not that milk-scented kid. A flash of green appeared, a barrier. Irene jumped, stunned, thinking, what's this? A shield between me and Claudia? This feels like modern fantasy. Claudia's voice cut through. Is my face pretty for you to stare at? The man blinked, confused. The air grew heavy, a gust of wind swirling around. Claudia's expression was cold, her eyes glinting dangerously. My beauty is for one person alone to see. So take your eyes elsewhere. Irene felt like lightning struck her ears, her mouth agape, screaming internally, Claudia. The drunken man seemed unfazed by Claudia's warning. He casually said, the lady's got a sharp tongue. Claudia's face remained cold and emotionless. Do you know how repulsive your face is? She shot back. You think you're the only one who wants to see beauty? Her voice rang out on the busy street. A figure in a hooded cloak, as if sensing something, turned their head. The drunk man challenged, what's wrong with my eyes? The cloaked figure revealed a handsome face. It was the crown prince, Lucas. He froze, stunned by the scene. Ignoring the drunk's anger, Claudia continued her mockery. If Irene's a milk-scented kid, then you're a decrepit old geezer. Irene spotted the cloaked figure and gasped, Lucas? Why is he here? The drunk man, enraged, sneered, think you're pretty, so you can do anything? Seeing the situation escalate, Irene's eyes widened in panic. The man reached out to grab Claudia. Lucas flinched at the sight. A hand swiftly drew a sword, and a loud shout, laced with worry, called out, Claudia. The drunk's rough, armored hand lunged toward her. Claudia's exquisite face was icy with disdain, her elegant dress amplifying her commanding presence. Irene cried out, Claudia. Suddenly, a group of mysterious figures in black cloaks, faces hidden, appeared and surrounded the drunk. He looked around, terrified. Claudia and Irene stood outside the circle, watching the once arrogant man cower like a mouse before a cat. Trapped with no escape, his face paled, the drunken haze long gone. Speechless with fear, he flinched as one of the cloaked figures reached for him. He screamed, wait. But the black-cloaked group dragged him away. He thrashed, kicking, begging, please, spare me. Claudia and Irene watched as he was pulled into the distance, his face etched with terror, his screams echoing. A young man with blonde hair, wearing a black cloak, glanced at the scene, puzzled. That's it? His striking red eyes scanned the 2 girls with an awkward expression. Claudia and Irene noticed him. Claudia raised a delicate brow. What's that thing? The blonde man, labeled a thing, looked as if struck by lightning, disbelief on his face. Irene and Claudia stared, wide-eyed. Claudia asked, why is he here? Irene replied, no idea. A sinister smile crept onto Irene's face, her lips curling mischievously. No warm-up needed. Just as planned. The scene shifted to Irene, dressed in a green gown, hands propping up her chin, deep in thought. How do I make those guys give up on Claudia? After days of pondering, her eyes lit up, and she grinned. Got it. In her mind, a scene unfolded, the male lead appeared. I don't need you showing up. The idea crystallized, she'd make them realize they were useless. It's a solid plan. In her vision, a man removed his black cloak, revealing a strikingly handsome face with refined features, surrounded by an aura of light and roses. He called out gently, Claudia, what are you doing here? I could hardly believe my eyes when I passed by. Irene cursed inwardly. Thick-skinned jerk. Doesn't he get it? The classic handsome guy tactic wasn't working. Claudia, arms crossed, looked impatient and turned away coldly. I can't believe my eyes either, she said dryly. The handsome man approached, a dazzling glow around him, making the scene blindingly radiant. Where have you been hiding? I nearly sent a search party to every Chamberlain estate. Claudia remained aloof. I'm just enjoying some quality time with my friend. I'm not hiding. The young man froze, his thoughtful expression betraying a loss for words. Claudia continued, Your Highness can't just do this without reason. The man, revealed to be of noble royal blood, scoffed. Ha, who dares stop me? It's your fault for ignoring me every time I call. Claudia and Irene frowned, their faces clouded with irritation. Irene thought, he's got a point, but still. The man's anger erupted, his shout drawing the attention of curious passers-by who gathered around, staring at the trio. Don't you get it? I love you, Claudia. Only you. His heartfelt confession, though poetic, failed to move the crowd. They whispered and gossiped, watching the spectacle. Claudia looked at him helplessly, as if he were a madman. He pressed on, undeterred. This isn't a joke or a fleeting whim. The engagement was the fleeting whim. His words were sincere, but his scowl and barely restrained anger betrayed him. My love for you is genuine. Love isn't a crime. Claudia stayed silent, calmly observing him. Irene, embarrassed and furious, her face flushed, gritted her teeth, clutching her skirt tightly. Ugh, stop it already, she muttered. Oblivious, the man continued, this agony, how can it not be love? He glared at Claudia. You've changed. Claudia's eyes flashed a vivid red. The man shrank back, his face darkening, ominous as storm clouds. His voice growled, It's because of you, isn't it? He turned to Irene. You're why Claudia's changed so much. His face grew shadowed, his eyes glowing a terrifying red as he loomed over her. What did you do to my sweet Claudia? Claudia, tense, stepped in front of Irene. Your Highness, Rin, but Irene, composed, faced him. Since you asked, I'll answer. Her voice was gentle but firm. Claudia hasn't changed. She's just returned to her true self. The man scoffed, rubbing his forehead with a bitter laugh. Nonsense. Unfazed, Irene continued, the Claudia you know, what kind of person is she? Someone who locked her heart away because she was hurt too much. The man's eyes narrowed, half his face shrouded in darkness. What? Everyone adores and supports her. What hurt could she possibly have? The pristine streets, grand mansions, and leaves carried by the breeze seemed to herald an adventure. His noble voice softened with nostalgia. Claudia was always pure, flawless, and gentle. She never defied me before. And you say she hasn't changed? Irene's voice, gentle yet resolute, cut through. Isn't it wonderful to see someone bravely chase their own happiness? If not, then you must be in love with someone who isn't Claudia. Enraged, he pointed at Irene, shouting, You're saying I don't truly love Claudia? You dare lecture me? Irene, unflinching, met his gaze. If you love Claudia, you'd let her do what she wants. He blinked, stunned. Why should I? Irene's composure cracked, her face twisting as she thought, I want to punch him. But she said, the one who loves more always loses more. The man softened, turning away to think. After a moment, he faced Claudia with a sincere, confident expression, as if surrounded by blooming flowers. Claudia, tell me everything you want me to do. Claudia's face lit up, radiant as flowers under sunlight and rainbows. Her voice chimed melodiously, All right, there's one thing. From now on, never come looking for me again. The man froze at her words, the air around him growing heavy. His sharp, cold gaze locked onto Irene as he growled her name, Irene Amber. Irene flinched, shrinking back and covering her mouth, hiding behind Claudia. Gods, how could I speak so boldly to His Highness? She thought, panicking. Please, calm down, Your Highness. Claudia's lips tightened, her eyes wary as she stepped protectively in front of Irene. With a stern expression, she said coldly, Your Highness, you're making things difficult for Irene. She paused. If you're done with us, may we leave? The scene shifted to Irene and Claudia standing hand in hand, chatting joyfully. Cherry blossom petals gently fell around them. Claudia asked, By the way, where did those people come from? Irene grinned excitedly. I hired them. Pretty cool, right? Claudia tilted her head. Really? Irene nodded enthusiastically. It'd be better if we could protect ourselves, though. Claudia smiled softly. Then let's learn self-defense. But you don't need to, Claudia. The man, watching them talk and ignore him, looked far from pleased. The two girls turned to leave, their laughter echoing. Irene said, "So we can go out without worry. I'll bring guards next time, just in case." They left the man, Lucas, standing alone in the cold wind, abandoned. Claudia chirped, "All my problems get solved so easily." "Rin, you're a genius." Irene smirked, glancing back. "Lucas, face it, you've been dumped. Give up already." The chilly breeze swept leaves around the dejected Lucas, a stark contrast to the girls' cheerful springtime laughter under the sunlight. The scene shifted again to a calendar on a table, the number 13 circled in red. A girl's exasperated voice rang out, "Ugh, National Day's coming up." Irene, in a green dress and shoes, sat on a sofa, eyes closed, head throbbing as she thought. The Chamberlain family, granted land by the Emperor, has to attend the National Day banquet. Even the ridiculously wealthy Chamberlains can't skip the ball. A vision appeared of an elegant, opulent mansion in the Loxian Empire, where a strange law forbade building estates larger than the royal palace. The first Chamberlain patriarch, unable to resist spending, built a slew of mansions just slightly smaller than the palace. A man stood before a pile of gold and countless estates, laughing, "Can't build bigger? Fine, I'll build a ton just smaller." A grand, lavish mansion materialized, exuding majesty. Irene stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. So they can't skip it. She sighed, closing her eyes. How do we get rid of the crown prince, then? A knock sounded, knock, knock, knock. A maid's voice called, "Lady, you have a call from Lord Liam." Irene glanced over. "Oh, all right." A delicate phone sat on an exquisite, costly table. Irene's pale hand picked up the receiver, and she smiled, speaking to the other end. "Hello, Liam, what's up?" The voice on the line replied, "Sis, don't freak out, but listen carefully." Irene's smile vanished, her pupils shrinking as she struggled to speak. "What?" Her voice was incredulous. "Our family's invited to the ball too?" The voice continued, echoing in the luxurious room. "I checked because I thought it was a prank, but there's a royal seal." A finely crafted envelope appeared, containing a letter with elegant gold ink and a clear royal seal on the paper. Irene rubbed her forehead, exasperated, muttering, "What's that rejected guy planning now?" The voice on the other end asked, "Huh?" Irene brushed it off. "Nothing. I'll see you later." Lucas sat cross-legged on a chair, a smug smile spreading across his face. Irene thought, is he going all out to deal with me? Hanging up the phone, she steeled herself, her expression resolute. "Think it's easy to take me down? I'll make you give up with one blow." Under the gentle, shimmering moonlight and twinkling stars, a majestic white castle stood illuminated, its grandeur enhanced by the silver glow. Inside, a creaking door opened in the darkness. Irene, cloaked in a black hood, snuck around, scanning her surroundings. "No one's here, right?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Irene." She jumped, sweating profusely. Turning, she saw Felix, smiling gently, his face radiant. "You should sleep early to grow taller," he teased. The creak of the door echoed in the quiet night. Irene stared at him, incredulous, stammering, Inwardly, she groaned, "Is he serious? I'm past my growth spurt." Felix leaned against the door, looking down at Irene's wide-eyed expression. "Something up?" His smile bloomed like spring flowers, soft and inviting. "Irene," he called gently. Irene, dazed by his dazzling smile, blushed. Well, she nearly spilled everything but caught herself, clapping both hands over her mouth, eyeing Felix warily as he smiled enticingly. "Do you have any magic items for instant teleportation?" she asked cautiously. Felix's calm voice replied, "Teleportation magic shouldn't be infused into items." A glowing magical stone appeared in her mind. Confused, Irene asked, "Why not?" Felix, holding a ring, explained, "If coordinates aren't set carefully, users often fall mid-air." An image flashed of Irene plummeting from a cliff into a chasm. She gasped, eyes wide, mouth agape. "No way!" Felix continued, "In severe cases, some body parts don't teleport along, leaving mages alive but missing limbs." He went on, spooking her further, "Or misaligned coordinates can fuse you into a wall." Irene, eyes shut tight, waved her hands frantically. Stop, stop." With a cute gesture, she added, "I think a carriage is better." Felix grinned brightly. If there's somewhere you want to go, I can take you. Irene declined. No need, sir. That person doesn't like their location revealed. If they see me with someone, they won't meet me. Felix's eyes narrowed, his voice low and dangerous. A man? Irene froze under his gaze, her voice trembling. A woman. Felix's smile returned, radiant as ever. Is that so? He paused, rubbing his chin, puzzled. But still, Irene blinked. Is something wrong? Felix sighed, laughing. No, I just realized I was being petty. He suddenly asked, what about guards? Irene replied casually, I'll be protected there. Felix's calm, gentle expression cracked. He slumped, hand on his forehead. Irene, oblivious to his shift, continued, I'll be super careful and back soon. She held out her pinky, exasperated. I promise. But Felix remained dejected, caught in a swirl of mixed emotions. Covering his face, he laughed self-deprecatingly. I can't do anything for you. Irene fell silent. Felix reached into his pocket. Take this. He placed a shimmering crystal in her hand. What's this? She asked. Felix explained softly, if you smash it, it'll signal your location to me. Use it if you're in danger. If anything happens to you, Irene, I'd never forgive myself. Irene, touched, smiled brightly at Felix. Thank you, she said, clutching the precious stone tightly in both hands. The night enveloped the city, casting buildings into darkness. Crows perched on barren branches, their rustling leaves mingling with flocks of others soaring through the city, creating an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. In the Loxian Empire, two secret organizations existed, Chamberlain, a chaotic underworld city run by Benjamin, and Silentium, a covert group that gathered all kinds of information. Unlike the lawless Chamberlain, Silentium's domain was serene, with golden moonlight illuminating clean, quiet streets and green leaves drifting gently in the breeze. Unlike the notorious Chamberlain, known widely as a criminal hub, Silentium's existence was shrouded in strict secrecy, fueling countless speculations and conspiracy theories. But as someone who's read the novel, I know, Irene thought. Before meeting Claudia, I had to gather all sorts of information to survive. A figure in a black cloak moved silently through the night. Of course, I sold not just the novel's secrets but also the intel I collected myself. A pair of hands pushed open a door, light spilling through the crack. Leveraging her charm and strengths to the fullest, Irene's smiling face was illuminated as she stepped through. She entered a bar, where a woman with long hair and a captivating figure sat. Spotting Irene, the woman, Martina, smiled seductively. Irene! Irene pulled off her hood, beaming with joy. Martina! Martina, the most skilled operative in Silentium, beckoned her over with a charming smile. Irene laughed, rushing into Martina's arms, hugging her tightly. My dear! Looking up from Martina's embrace, Irene grinned. New lipstick color? A delicate red lipstick appeared in her mind. Martina nodded. Yeah, it's the latest shade. Irene's eyes sparkled as she flattered, it suits you perfectly. Martina, amused by Irene's adorable expression, pouted playfully and pinched her cheeks. So cute. Your cheeks have gotten chubbier since we last met. Irene replied, a lot's happened, so they ended up like this. Martina teased, more to pinch, so I'm happy. Irene's eyes welled up from the cheek pinching, but she thought, seems like a different kind of charm works here too. A glass of wine was brought over. Martina said, sit down, have a drink. Why haven't you contacted me lately? She crossed her legs, arms folded, eyeing Irene. Lately, more and more people want your head because of that beautiful flower of high society, Lady Claudia, huh? Irene rested her hands on her thighs, head bowed, looking dejected. I don't know how it happened, but somehow I've earned the affection of someone with too much influence. So much so that I almost got into a fight with the crown prince on the street. Martina leaned her head on her hand. Guess I won't make it to your funeral. Let me say my final goodbye here, then. Irene stared at her, speechless. Are you messing with me? Martina tilted her head, smiling gently. Oh, I'm serious. Sorry, but I'm not helping you this time. Irene sighed sadly. Fine, I get it. I have a conscience too. Suddenly, Martina spoke up. But I can tell you one thing. Not long ago, Duke Lambert came to me asking about you. An image flashed of a man in a sleek black suit, his handsome face carrying a cunning, dangerous glint. Blossoms on a Withered Branch was a tragic novel, filled with countless villains. Martina was one of them, a character who fell for Benjamin at first sight and devoted herself to feeding him information. Bluntly put, she was used by him to gather whatever he needed. The power of information could sometimes surpass brute force. But before Martina could fall into Benjamin's trap, I stepped in first, and I succeeded. How? Martina had an unhappy childhood, marked by deprivation and loneliness so profound it couldn't be undone. She hid her vulnerabilities, becoming utterly isolated. I simply approached her, listened, and empathized. Sincerity can reach anyone. Martina, now able to chatter happily with Irene Amber, beamed. You're the first person to listen to my story so earnestly. Sometimes, being by her side, Irene was treated with surprising sweetness. Martina genuinely seemed to adore Irene's chubby cheeks, though Irene occasionally wondered if it was how one treated a pet. What did he ask about me? Irene inquired, slightly surprised by this news. Martina replied, personal details, trivial stuff, what you like, dislike, your hobbies, random things like that. Irene's expression shifted to confusion, 3 dots forming in her mind. Did he do anything weird? Martina shrugged. He kept contacting me for no special reason. Seems like he's plotting something. It's annoying as hell. Thinking back, Martina frowned in irritation, but her mood flipped quickly. She reached out, pinching Irene's cheek. Why do you look so happy? Irene denied it. I'm not. Sometimes I see you as a lonely kid by a lake. If the woman who gave birth to you had any sense, I wonder if she'd be like me. Martina withdrew her hand. So, why are you here? Irene asked. You know I got invited to the royal ball, right? Irene's heart ached a bit. You're right, she said, calming herself. Ahem, anyway, I need information to prepare for this. She looked at Martina. What about the basic rule of negotiation, give and take? Her obedient expression made Martina unable to resist patting her head. Exactly. So, what will you give me? Irene grinned brightly. As usual, I'll provide you with information. Martina smiled, accepting the deal. The scene shifted to a boutique filled with luxurious fabrics and dresses. Irene poked her head out from behind a pile of gowns. Claudia, how long are you going to keep choosing? Hearing her, Claudia emerged from the dresses. Everything looks good on you, Rin. It's so hard to pick. Don't you think you're overdoing it choosing a dress for yourself? Irene's heart wanted to cry. Overdoing it? You pick yours in 1 second. Claudia was still engrossed in the outfits, while the shop's staff buzzed around, none of them idle. Only Irene slumped on a chair, exhausted. At this rate, we'll be here all night. Dressing up to look pretty for what? I can't keep going like this. I need to do something. In her frustration, she blurted out, I look good in anything. I'm a model, every outfit has charm on me, right? The shop assistant, humming while arranging dresses, turned to see Irene dramatically sliding down the chair like a shrimp, looking slightly alarmed. When no response came, Irene glared, inwardly screaming, say I'm right, quick. Not wanting to upset her, the assistant closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, shook her head, and nearly cried. This wage-earning lady is too much. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I know, right? Irene bolted upright. Who's that? Felix stood behind the chair, smiling at her. You look cute in anything, so Claudia can't decide. I came to see you, but I might have arrived a bit early. Irene, snapping out of her daze, saw her chance. Felix, you're here at the perfect time. Stop Claudia from picking out clothes for me. Felix nodded. All right. But instead of acting immediately, he leaned against the chair, grinning at her. Irene stared, urging him silently. Slowly, he walked to Claudia, holding up a dress. Claudia, what about this one? Claudia examined it and declared, it's peach. If we're going pink, Rin suits misty pink or coral pink. Irene groaned inwardly. So helpless. I said stop her, not join her. Their gazes shifted to the shop assistant. Felix said, Rin looks good in anything, right? The assistant blinked, confused. Huh? Before she could respond, Felix and Claudia answered themselves. Exactly. It's not that Rin isn't stunning, This dress was crafted with care. The lace on the hem looks like cherry blossoms. Claudia hesitated briefly, then the assistant piped up, I think so. Felix grinned. We'll reward you handsomely. The assistant's face lit up, her words flowing smoothly. Every color suits the lady perfectly. Irene, watching them dive into picking outfits, felt like she was ready to ascend to another plane. Stopping them is impossible. At night, the palace was breathtakingly beautiful. A carriage came to a stop, and Felix stepped out, followed by Claudia. Both turned in unison, extending their hands toward Irene and calling her name together. Irene muttered, I'm not even the main character. You two doing this just makes me more nervous. Seeing their synchronized gesture, she grumbled, it's fine. We're going together, so don't worry. She sighed, all right, I'll trust you both. Stepping out of the carriage, she gazed at the palace. Finally, the royal palace. Will I meet that person this time? The trio entered, with Felix and Claudia flanking Irene, who was nudged to the center. As they walked among the noble ladies and young lords, whispers and gossip erupted. Hearing the murmurs, Irene anxiously clutched her dress. Noticing her unease, Felix spoke up, don't listen. It's not worth it. They're the kind who find joy in others' misery. If you show discomfort, they'll be thrilled. Don't give them the satisfaction. Once you blend into their crowd, you'll become as vile as they are. Claudia chimed in, ignore them. But the words dimmed Irene's spirit. Claudia, unable to stay serious for long, grinned and pinched Irene's cheeks. I know. Claudia will never turn bad. With a thud, Irene flopped onto a bed, still fuming. Lucas, that jerk. We came together, but they put us in different parts of the palace. She picked up a pocket watch, inspecting it. Felix and Claudia gave me this magical item out of worry. Didn't expect it to be so useful. It points to their location, right? Looks like they're together. She sat up slowly. Just got here, and I'm already exhausted. A sudden knock-knock sounded. Irene opened the door, poking her head out instinctively. Who's there? Near the window, a man stood. Seeing her, his eyes sparkled. My, what a charming lady. Irene's cheeks flushed. Oh no, did this young lord get the wrong room? Knocking and then posing by the window? Outwardly polite, she thought, what a show-off. I'll leave then, she said, turning to go. The man leapt down, calling out, no, I came for you, my lady. I'm Araza Moore. Irene broke into a cold sweat. I am Irene Amber. He continued, I have something to tell you, Lady Amber. From the moment I saw your stunning golden eyes, I thought they were jewels. I chased after you, despite my rudeness. If I let you slip away, I'd regret it my whole life. His theatrics were so exaggerated he nearly dropped to one knee. He's not good with words, huh? Irene cursed inwardly, the heroine of their story holding back her retort. Araza rambled on, saying this embarrasses me, but I've fallen for you at first sight, my lady. Please, go out with me. His flowery words continued as he knelt dramatically, reaching out toward her. Really, no way with words, Irene thought. Suddenly, a familiar feeling hit her. Wait, this seems familiar. Oh no, he's giving me vibes of those people trying to recruit me into some shady cult. I don't believe you, she said suspiciously. Araza faltered. What? If you doubt my sincerity, I'm sorry, but I believe in God. I'm fully devoted to our nation's religion. Cutting off his grandiose speech, Irene interrupted, Araza, you're not recruiting me for a cult, are you? If so, I'm not buying it. Araza's face grew even more confused. What? I'm not a beggar, and I'm not selling anything. You've got the wrong idea, my lady. Irene insisted, then I'll leave. Without letting him say another word, she spun around and walked away, thinking, back in my world, I dealt with plenty of these types. The sound of clacking footsteps followed her. Araza, undeterred, hurried to block her path. I really don't have money, she protested. He shook his head. I don't know what you're misunderstanding, but I truly love you. Irene stepped back quickly. I appreciate your feelings, but I'm sorry. He grabbed her hand. Lady Amber, I know it's hard to accept, now genuinely scared, she snapped, what are you doing? Don't grab my hand. It's uncomfortable. Arasa pleaded, give me one more chance. Once you understand me, you'll change your mind. His grip tightened, his face growing uglier. Let go. It hurts. Irene struggled to break free. This lunatic. She cursed inwardly. Let me go. Without hesitation, she kicked him hard in the groin. How could it not hurt? Arasa collapsed, groaning, still calling after her, lady, wait. Irene bolted, thinking, there's always some weirdo. I was just defending myself. Running blindly, she didn't notice someone in front of her and crashed into them, falling. Sorry, she blurted instinctively. The figure's shoulders trembled. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, she gasped, Felix. He was still smiling, though she felt embarrassed. Why are you here? Turning, he offered a hand to help her up, his smile unwavering. I was worried about you, but it seems you've got things handled. His movements were gentle. Are you okay? Irene grabbed his hand. I'm fine from the fall. Felix used magic to heal her wrist. It's red. Does it hurt? She paused. Not much. Wait, you saw everything? Waving her hands frantically, she explained, I don't usually resort to violence. I tried talking first, but that jerk, young lord, Felix's smile was gentle, but a sharp aura emanated from him. I was about to make that crude hand useless, but you already handled it. Too gentle, though. Irene blinked. Too gentle? If it were you, you'd beep him, then beep, and beep? Don't say cruel things with that smile. She thought, stunned. Felix continued, Claudia's preparing for the banquet. Want to join us? There'll be cake. His smile grew brighter. Irene protested, don't tell Claudia about this. She'll worry. Felix laughed. Haha, I'll reconsider. They walked off, unaware of someone watching them, a figure with no good intentions. Since that uncomfortable day, strangely, more men approached Irene. Even a fool would notice something's up. Lucas, that schemer. Even if he started an entertainment company to send all sorts of men her way, he'd never outshine Felix and Claudia. Who'd trade the perfect Chamberlain siblings for someone like this? And who was this guy? A furious man ranting, lady, playing hard to get? Think you're all that with your arrogance? Irene snapped back, equally angry. Even if I'm nothing, can't I say I don't like someone? Inwardly, she cursed, this jerk. Get lost. He sneered, leeching off the Chamberlains and acting untouchable. Know your place. Irene smirked. Know my place? The Chamberlains taught me well about that. Even if they scold me, they say I'm beautiful and adorable. Thanks to them, you don't even catch my eye. Not knowing your place and getting in my way? As he opened his mouth to insult her further, someone called out. Both turned to see Claudia approaching, holding an umbrella and flowers, her smile radiant upon seeing Irene. Rin, I've been looking for you. The man, startled, stammered, Lady Chamberlain. I don't know if you remember me, I'm the second son of the Count. Claudia ignored him, walking to Irene and offering her flowers. Rin, take these. Irene accepted them, asking, what flowers are these? Claudia beamed. I picked them for you. So pretty, right? They're orchids, spring flowers. I got them from the palace greenhouse. Irene hesitated. Can I really take them? Claudia nodded. The prince said to take as many as I want. You really outplayed him, huh? Irene thought, why's your face so red? Claudia laughed, it's a bit hot. They stood close, Claudia saying, let's go inside. Irene glanced at the man. Claudia smiled sweetly, you're still here? I thought you'd left. It's getting hot for us Chamberlains, so we'll go. Are you done with your business? He froze. And no, we still have things to discuss, Claudia cut in, her face still gentle but with a terrifying edge. All right, but if our Rin gets heatstroke because of you, can you take responsibility? The man turned to stone on the spot. Oh gosh, I'm sweating. Claudia exclaimed. Rin, use this. She handed Irene a handkerchief. Thanks, Irene said, then added, don't mind that young lord anymore. Claudia tilted her head. I embroidered this myself. What do you think? The two walked off, ignoring the stunned man left petrified behind them. Irene glanced at the embroidery, guessing blindly. Noticing Claudia's slightly sad expression, she realized she was wrong and swallowed hard. Turning to Claudia, she saw her eyes welling up. Not again. Irene thought, panicking. I've got to guess right this time. The odd pattern had swirling lines radiating from the center in red. She gave me flowers today. Boldly, Irene guessed, flowers? Claudia's mood flipped 180 degrees. Exactly. Irene felt a secret thrill. Nailed it. Claudia's the only one who truly cares about me. It's so hot. Want to play with water? Claudia suggested. Sure. Irene agreed. You said water, so here we are. They sat by a bathtub, but Claudia pouted, disappointed. This isn't what I meant. A lake or something, not a bathroom. Irene comforted her, there are too many eyes here, unlike the mansion. Just have fun in the bath for now. We'll go all out at home. She thought, Claudia must have faced so much hardship before, yet she's kept her true self. Lucky. Claudia grinned. See? I'm not the only one who finds you adorable, Rin. Those guys were sent by His Highness. She grew serious. You sure it's all of them? Irene shook her head. You're wrong. I didn't expect to make you this jealous. I should have toned down your cuteness from the start. No demon would have noticed me otherwise. Inwardly, she screamed, that's the point. But said, I'm the best to you, right? No one compares to Claudia. Want to play with water? The tub's taking forever to fill, Claudia complained. Can you fill it, Claudia? Irene teased. What, carry buckets? Claudia huffed. No, I want to see you control spirits. Claudia's eyes widened. What? It's not hard, but I've never shown you. You really want to see? Irene nodded eagerly. How can I resist? Claudia relented, fine. If Felix was the Chamberlain's prodigy mage, Claudia was a spirit summoner with abundant mana and strong spirit affinity. She could even talk to spirits but couldn't form a contract with any, because of him. Droplets rose into the air, sparkling. Irene, sitting by the tub, gasped in awe. So cool. Claudia scratched her cheek, embarrassed. That's all I can do. Irene stood, eyes shining. What are you talking about? You're amazing. Flustered, Claudia said, it's just a low-level spirit request. Mid or high-tier spirits require a contract. Curious, Irene asked, how do you form one? Claudia explained, I send my will to the spirit world, and a spirit chooses me. A glowing magic circle appeared in her mind. Irene asked, why haven't you sent your will? You want to be a summoner, right? Claudia's face fell, recalling how her will fizzled out each time she tried. I've tried, but it always fails. The spirits help me, but when I send my will, something blocks me. The image of her shattered will flashed in her mind. Irene covered her mouth, thinking, it's him. The image of Neely's, a deceitful spirit with a black body, horns, and a star on his chest, like a demon, appeared. He's waiting for Claudia's will, so the spirits block her. Irene continued, mind spirits feed on emotions to grow stronger, creating situations to evoke what they want. If Claudia contracted with Neely's, an image of her despairing in a dark void, hair disheveled, face pale, and eyes lifeless, flashed in Irene's mind. Everything would collapse instantly. Furious, she imagined strangling the author, shouting, why make the heroine suffer so much? Seeing Irene's anger, Claudia worried, Rin, what's wrong? Calm down. Irene, tossing the author aside in her mind, said, don't you see? Spirits respond to you, but they block your will. Claudia nodded. It's odd, but I can't see or hear them, so I don't know why. She continued, at the academy, everyone said I'd be the first in the empire to summon a spirit king. A young Claudia in a uniform, being praised, appeared in her memory. But as an adult, she was abandoned. They had high hopes, but I disappointed everyone, and they left. Her voice trembled with emotion. I barely graduated. Irene reached out, hugging Claudia tightly. Claudia's eyes widened in surprise. Irene soothed, Claudia, listen. I don't care if you contract with a spirit. I just want you to be happy. Stunned, Claudia's eyes shimmered, then she hugged Irene back, beaming. Thank you. They held hands. Irene said, I feel uneasy, though. Claudia asked, about what? Irene explained, spirits in the human world love you, but they stop you from reaching their world. Maybe they're protecting you from danger. Claudia blinked. Dangerous spirits? Irene nodded. Everything has exceptions. Even angels, symbols of good, can become fallen angels. There are bad spirits too, like Neely's. Claudia asked nervously, am I cursed by a bad spirit? Irene hesitated. It's possible. She continued, I'm worried something serious might happen to you. If you got hurt, Irene's eyes welled up, her expression pitiful. Claudia, flustered, stammered, what should I do? Irene grinned slyly, thinking, got her. As you know, only low-level spirits are in nature. A bad spirit would be mid or high tier. You need to contract with a high-tier spirit, like a vision spirit. A spirit holding a glowing orb appeared in her mind. Claudia asked, how? If you're right, the bad spirit will target me the moment I reach their world. Irene smirked, high-tier spirits exist in the human world too. Claudia gasped, what? I've never heard that. Irene pointed upward. Independent spirits don't belong anywhere. They're outsiders in the spirit world, so you can contract with them here. A vision of an independent spirit flashed in her mind. Claudia, propping her chin, asked, can I really contract with one? Irene clapped excitedly. Of course. At the National Day banquet, we'll ask Felix, and the three of us will find an independent spirit. Until then, I'll make you happy every day, Claudie. Just be yourself. A bouquet of enchanting purple flowers, Thanatos, symbolizing death, sat beside a letter. You've thrown away your last chance. This is your final warning. Irene shivered, holding the letter, thinking, send 100 more, it won't matter. The smiling Chamberlain siblings appeared in her mind. No one compares to them. She thought seriously, I don't like heavy stuff, but I'd do anything for them. The scene shifted to a grand, opulent hall. A voice echoed, for the eternal glory of the great Loxian Empire. On stage, a man continued, I wish everyone a joyful National Day. Irene, looking exhausted, thought, a 2-hour speech? Isn't he tired? Beside her, Claudia was dozing off, snoring. Suddenly, a golden light streaked by. Irene looked up, stunned, as a dragon soared above, its body radiating shimmering gold. She clasped her hands to her chest, heart pounding, eyes wide, marveling, is that magic? The dragon soared higher, then vanished in a dazzling flash, lighting up the hall. Irene, overjoyed, reached out to catch the falling golden sparkles, turning to Claudia excitedly. Claudie, did you see the National Day performance? So grand. Claudia, rubbing her eyes sleepily, mumbled, What? Irene sighed, disappointed. Nothing. I was gonna say no annual event is as boring as National Day. Inwardly, she thought, one day, I'll shine like that. Felix stood, saying, nothing in life is boring. Enduring hardships makes what we love valuable. He added, if you turn away from what you love, it becomes painful. Claudia nodded absent-mindedly, muttering something. Felix asked, Claudie, you good? Her only response was a soft snore. Felix gently lifted Claudia, who was fast asleep, breathing softly. I'll take her back to her palace, he said. Irene waved goodbye. Be careful. As their figures faded into the distance, Irene glanced around, muttering to herself, all right, time to get to that task. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Found her. Before her stood Erica Deason, the sole noble daughter of House Deason, a stunning girl with fiery red hair, holding a glass of red wine, exuding elegance. But her face looked melancholic. Irene, concerned, weaved through the crowd to reach her, thinking, I need to meet her. There's something big I want to intervene in, so I have to get close. Suddenly, Irene froze, suspicion creeping in. Wait. Her gaze landed on the man who had sold her, her father. Fury surged. Why's that old creep here? She turned to slip away, but he spotted her and shouted, Irene. She fumed inwardly, don't act like you know me. You sold me, so what do you want now? Viscount Amber, her father, called sternly, Irene, I need to talk to you. Come here. Panicked, Irene stammered, I don't know you. Why are you calling me? He stepped closer. I know you're mad, but it's time to let it go. Hesitant, she asked, why would I be mad at someone I don't know? You're strange. Her father's face reddened with anger. You! He rubbed his forehead, exasperated, then glared at her. Why are you like this? Let's talk somewhere quieter. Irene crossed her arms, scowling. Why do you care about something you sold, now owned by someone else, Viscount Amber? He snapped, so you're saying you're not an Amber anymore? She shot back, I wish I weren't. He huffed, until you marry, you carry the Amber name. Legally and biologically, I'm still your father. Irene thought anxiously, he's using the same excuse as last year to torment me. She retorted, speaking of legality, who abandoned their parental duties under the law? He exploded, who raised you all these years? You've received my kindness, so show some gratitude. Whispers erupted around them. They're fighting. Wow, a father-daughter feud. Irene demanded, what do you want? Red roses with thorns framed the scene, a letter discarded beside them. Her father declared, you've been proposed to. Irene sighed. Fine, let's talk somewhere quieter. He nodded smugly. Good girl, that's better. He continued, I'm doing this for you. You'll live like a princess. Irene barely listened, her gaze drifting to Erica Deason, who held her wine glass with an icy expression. Her father droned on, you'll be amazed by how great that family is. Erica glanced at Irene, her face still cold. Back at the mansion, Claudia's furious shout echoed, what happened while I was gone? Irene, worried, said, calm down, Claudia. Claudia fumed, he dared control you and force you to marry? Humph. Felix asked, who's the suitor? Irene replied, Count Teep. Claudia scoffed, Count Teep? He's 20 years older than you. What kind of robbery is this? Her hair flared, eyes glowing with rage. Irene, flustered, said, it's fine, I'm not marrying. I'm just using it to my advantage. Claudia rubbed her chin, intrigued. Using it how? Her anger flared again. This must be that wretched prince's doing. Irene thought, how does she catch on so fast? Felix remarked, such crude language. Claudia yelled, crude? Are you siding with that jerk? Felix smiled, that's an insult to dogs. Claudia snapped, then trash. Felix countered, trash can be useful sometimes. Claudia shouted, non-recyclable, non-combustible trash. Her force nearly blew Felix and Irene away. Panting, she said, brother, how are you so calm? Felix explained, Count Teep is an honorable noble from the kingdom of Croa. A map of Croa, on another continent accessible only by ship, appeared. Leaving the continent means extraterritorial jurisdiction, a country can enforce its laws in another if treaties allow. He grinned ominously. But on the open sea, even my magic wouldn't be detected. If someone's dealt with at sea, no one would know. His smile turned gentle. Just saying. Irene thought, that felt too real. Claudia's eyes lit up. Oh. Why not adopt Irene into our family? Felix firmly said. No, Claudia protested, so we just let the prince toy with Ren? Felix crossed his arms. Viscount Amber was likely bought off. Let's offer double. Irene raised her hand, interrupting, calm down, you two. Don't act like you're planning a crime. She added, I have a better idea. Both looked at her curiously. The scene shifted to the next evening. A gentle breeze rustled the trees. Below stood Lady Erica Deason. Irene approached, bowing. Pardon me, Lady Deason, for not meeting you yesterday. Erica nodded, brushing her hair aside, and said, this isn't our first meeting, but it's the first time you've greeted me, isn't it, Lady Amber? Irene, surprised, asked, you know me? Erica pursed her lips and replied, you're famous for being the one who won the eternal love of Lady Chamberlain. She even picked flowers from the royal greenhouse for you. Erica continued, gesturing to a rose, there are roses in there. Now that I see you, you're quite like one. Her expression turned melancholic. I often hear that. They're beautiful, but their scent is faint, like grass. Staring at the rose bush, she added, not the most fragrant, but if you had to pick a luxurious flower, it'd be this one. Irene asked, is that really what the flower means? Erica replied, flowers don't need a will. Being beautiful is enough. She continued, I heard yesterday you've been arranged to marry. That's good, isn't it? The Chamberlains can't take care of you forever. Irene countered, if it's not my will, is it really good? Erica's voice turned cold. Flowers don't need a will, and neither do you, lady. Irene said, living a single life without a will sounds truly sad, doesn't it? Erica froze, slightly stunned. Erica smiled faintly. Did you use that tactic to steal Lady Chamberlain's heart? Irene blinked, surprised. Huh? Erica's red hair fluttered in the breeze as she asked, what do you want, lady? Irene stepped closer, saying, I don't want to follow my father's greed. I want to follow my own will. Erica hesitated, stepping back. Your choice is worthless and will only bring pain. Irene challenged, is that so? The truly worthless and painful thing is not knowing yourself. If you don't acknowledge what you want, you'll only find unhappiness. Erica, shocked by Irene's words, stared at her. Irene smiled. If you help me, I'll show you what a flower's will is. Erica, the sole daughter of House Deason, was the Crown Prince's fiancée and the story's most wicked villainess. In the original plot, she relentlessly tormented Claudia, tampering with her saddle to make her fall, bribing maids to push her into a lake, spreading malicious rumors in high society, and more. Lucas knew Erica was behind it all but pretended otherwise, as her actions made Claudia dependent on him. He reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. But when Erica attempted to assassinate Claudia, he decided to eliminate her. In some ways, Erica's role mirrored Martina's, both were pawns used until their demise. But now, since Claudia had rejected all the male leads and stayed in her family's mansion, Erica had no reason to target her. Was Erica's jealousy and cruelty toward Claudia truly driven by love for Lucas? That question remained unanswered. What was certain, though, was her burning desire for the title of Empress. Was her goal power? No, it was her family who craved power. Erica was merely a beautiful puppet manipulated for their glory, shaped by her upbringing. Irene said cheerfully to Erica, if you help me, I'll show you what a flower's will is. She was confident her words were enough to spark Erica's curiosity. Erica didn't respond, but Irene knew her offer was intriguing enough to stir her interest. At the long conference table, the Duke sat with their prince. Erica's father, Duke Deason, spoke first. Your Highness, I hear you've hastened the engagement between Count Teep of Crua and the Amber Girl. The prince raised an eyebrow. Duke Deason, do you have any objections? The Duke met his gaze. No matter how small Crua is, they've built friendly relations with our empire over time. He continued, at the very least, we should choose a lady from a count's family to match their rank. If this marriage is a gesture of goodwill, why not select someone with exceptional beauty? He added with a smirk, surely Count Teep wouldn't want a gift that's hard to handle. The prince frowned. Another duke chimed in, indeed, Duke Deason has a point. The room grew noisy as others joined in. Sending an imperial noble as a concubine isn't wise either. I don't think your highness should unilaterally decide matters concerning the nobility. The prince's scowl deepened, his anger rising. How dare you bring up such a trivial issue at a noble council, attended only by the empire's elite? He thought. If Duke Deason is involved, then who's pulling the strings? His gaze shifted suspiciously to Duke Lambert, who shrugged innocently, as if clueless. I'm innocent, Lambert seemed to say. The prince growled, Duke Lambert, do you have something to say? Lambert replied calmly, it seems no one agrees with this decision. Why not let Count Teep choose the one he likes best? The prince's anger flared, and he let out a cold huff. If that's the consensus, I'll comply. After the meeting adjourned, only the prince and Duke Lambert remained. The prince slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang, grabbing Lambert's collar. His eyes blazed with fury, teeth gritted. Lambert, unfazed, asked, Your Highness, didn't I warn you to think carefully before acting? The prince roared, Shut up. This is all your fault, ruining everything. Lambert raised an eyebrow. My fault? Where's the evidence? The prince, livid, snapped, If not you, then who's manipulating Deason? He continued, Your hobby is sabotaging things at the perfect moment, isn't it? Lambert sighed softly. Thank you for the high praise, but why would I waste effort on something so dull? Caught off guard, the prince faltered, What? His grip loosened. Lambert adjusted his collar and continued, I thought, at most, she'd become the Chamberlain's adopted daughter. The prince's fist clenched, trembling with rage. Why would the Chamberlains adopt that freeloader? Lambert replied coolly, that family would rip out their hearts and livers for Claudia if she wanted it. The prince, unconvinced, snapped, no matter how much they spoil their daughter, they wouldn't adopt her. Duke Lambert gestured for the prince to sit in a nearby chair. The count's been running around like a fool. If Claudia said she wanted to marry Lady Amber, he'd probably dig up a nation that allows same-sex marriage, he teased. The prince, unamused, snapped, "Your jokes are awful." Lambert grinned slyly. "You think I'd jest about this, Your Highness?" The prince sat, brows furrowed tightly. That would ruin the Chamberlain family's reputation and make them a laughingstock for life. Lambert leaned in, whispering, "I heard he'd endure that just to make his daughter happy." The prince scoffed, incredulous. "Is that Irene girl a witch or something?" Lambert replied casually, "No, just an ordinary viscount's daughter." The prince snorted, glaring. "Claudia's changed so much because of her, she doesn't even realize it." Lambert glanced at him. "You must have guessed why Duke Deason's interfering." The prince's eyes widened. "Maybe because of the crown princess position?" Lambert stepped closer. "Did you know Lady Deason's involved too?" The prince shook his head. "Impossible. Claudia would never get tangled up unless the Duke ordered her." Lambert took a drag from his cigarette. "Nothing's impossible, Your Highness. You must consider every possibility. Some people are born with talent." The prince sneered, "Talent? For flattering and leeching off others?" Lambert sat back, explaining, "The ability to embrace failure, discouragement, and still inspire trust is a formidable talent. One word can touch a heart and spark action." The prince, now calmer, looked at him. "Stirring emotions makes people easier to manipulate." "Sounds like you." Lambert smirked, thinking of Irene. "The difference between me and Lady Amber is that she's always sincere." "That's what you'd call a gem, right?" The prince scoffed, "You seem thrilled." Lambert laughed. "Of course. When I find a gem, I want to polish it to my liking, then crush it before it falls into another's hands." The prince recoiled. "What kind of hobby is that?" Lambert grinned. "Please, respect my tastes, as I do yours." The prince bristled. "Who are you to tell the crown prince to respect you?" Lambert shrugged nonchalantly. "I know you can't indulge your hobbies, but you should clear out what annoys you." He leaned in. "I've thought of an interesting plan. Want to hear it?" Seeing the prince's silence, he pressed, "Have you given up on Claudia? If not, we both have a problem with Lady Amber, right?" The mention of Claudia piqued the prince's interest. "What's the plan?" Lambert, sensing his curiosity, began outlining a scheme to shatter emotions with a single touch. In the opulent palace, with its grand architecture and gleaming gold accents, not a speck of dust marred the pristine halls. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a lavish corridor. Claudia stomped through it, pouting and muttering. Irene trailed behind, apologizing, "I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand, Claudia." Still upset, Claudia huffed, "I didn't expect you two to know each other. Tell me next time, okay? I was so worried." Her cheeks puffed out adorably, and Irene, helpless, nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Felix followed, chuckling at their banter, while the head of the household led the way. Claudia, still uneasy, turned to Irene. "Is she closer to you than I am?" Irene panicked, stammering, "No way." "Claudia, she struggled, voice softening, "my dearest person." Claudia's cheeks flushed, staring at Irene. "Really?" Felix, not wanting to be left out, interjected, "What about me?" Irene blinked, caught off guard, then burst out enthusiastically, "Of course, Felix is my dearest too." Both Claudia and Felix grinned ear to ear, their eyes sparkling. The trio's cheerful chatter filled the air, more lively than a bustling market, leaving the household head feeling like an outsider in the pink-tinted atmosphere they created. Claudia called out, "Rin, kiss me." Irene, slightly embarrassed, stammered, "Huh? Kiss?" Claudia continued, beaming, "You're so adorable, Rin. You're the only one I'd ever ask this of." Irene sighed, giving in. "Fine, I can't say no." The two chatted lively, while the head of the household, face cold as ice, was shocked by his children's antics. Turning away indifferently, he muttered, "Guess calling her darling fits, huh?" Felix and Claudia barely noticed their father, too busy fawning over Irene and pinching her cheeks. Felix asked again, "Is that okay to call her?" Claudia, kneading Irene's cheeks like mochi, chimed in, "Try it, father. She's so cute." Both siblings burst into laughter. The household head, indulging his children, tried to speak but only managed a stuttering "ah," before trailing off, his face flushing with embarrassment. Like a faceless spirit, he turned and fled. "Let's go, the banquet's starting," he shouted. Irene pleaded, "Claudie, let me go." Felix, seeing his father's reaction, chuckled. The head yelled back at the kids, and Irene, beaming happily despite her red, pinched cheeks, replied, "Yes, sir." At the banquet, Lady Erica shone in a red gown adorned with intricate leaf and floral patterns, exuding elegance and nobility. A matching red fan completed her look, making her the center of attention. She approached Irene, greeting her, "Lady Amber." With a seductive tone, she offered, "Would you like to stay by my side?" Irene, stunned, gasped, "What?" Before she could finish, Claudia swooped in, shielding Irene with a fierce glare at Erica. "Absolutely not. She's not going anywhere with you." The hall buzzed with whispers as the trio drew attention. Erica, undeterred, expressed her sincerity. "Such a pity. I wanted to keep her close to hear more about the Will of Flowers." Irene's jaw dropped, speechless, while Claudia stood protectively in front of her. The crowd's murmurs spread through the banquet. Erica delivered a pointed question, "If a flower isn't beautiful, does it have value?" Irene stepped aside to face her, replying, "It doesn't matter if it's not beautiful." Claudia raised her hands, guarding Irene cautiously. Erica fanned herself, smiling. "As expected, that answer makes me want you even more." Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, as if she'd found a treasure in Irene. Her cheeks flushed, making her a radiant rose. Irene, captivated by the stunning sight, couldn't control her fangirl instincts and got a nosebleed. "Oh gods, Erica's smiling at me." Claudia, panicking, scolded, "Rin, keep your dignity." Erica, ever graceful, asked, "Pardon my rudeness, but may I call you Irene?" Before Irene could respond, Claudia snapped, "No way. Why are you two talking like you're so close and calling each other by name?" Her adorable pout and furrowed brows clashed with Erica as they bickered. Suddenly, Irene had a realization. "Wait, something's off. Is this turning into a villainous bullying the heroine to claim me?" Her jaw dropped at the thought of Erica tormenting a frail Claudia in some alternate dimension. But then she reconsidered, "No, no." The Claudia now would flex her muscles and turn the tables on Erica. Back in reality, Erica and Claudia were still verbally sparring. Erica said, "Irene's staying at the Chamberlain estate, right? May I visit sometime?" Claudia, fuming, retorted, "Don't come, or I'll chase you out." Despite her serious tone, Erica maintained a friendly smile. Claudia staked her claim by hugging Irene tightly. Erica didn't back down, teasing, "I'm interested in Irene." Claudia shouted, "I'm her host." Irene, caught in the embrace, mumbled, "Can't breathe." Erica pressed further, "Even if you don't let her go, there are plenty of ways to take Irene." Claudia, provoked, yelled, "What?" Irene, gasping, pleaded, "Stop, please." The scene shifted to a bright morning at a noble tea party in dessert area, sunlight streaming in. A vibrant carousel with colorful horses spun nearby. Irene, slouched on a toy horse, looked exhausted, resting her head as it moved in circles. Reflecting on the banquet, she thought, "Nothing's happened since then, except me nearly suffocating." Claudia crouched nearby, urging, "Rin, wake up." Irene's gaze drifted to two maids staring at her intently. "Why's everyone in this house looking at me like that?" She forced a smile and waved, charming them instantly. They squealed, eyes sparkling. Irene, unnerved, thought, "Why aren't they annoyed? They seem thrilled." She imagined herself as a pampered pet dog in the Chamberlain estate, fed well, dressed nicely, sleeping on a toy horse. "I'm basically their pet." Felix appeared suddenly, greeting her cheerfully, "Irene, I'm back." Irene, half jokingly, replied, "Welcome home, master." Felix, just returned and clueless, blinked. "Huh?" Instead of explaining, Irene asked, "We're so alike, so why'd you rush here? You haven't even taken off your cloak." Felix hesitated, then said, "Well, Duke Lambert asked to meet you privately." Irene shivered, picturing the Duke's sinister smile. "The Duke wants to meet me?" Felix added, "I declined, but I thought I should tell you." His eyes darted away, avoiding hers. Claudia mentioned Lambert rules Kalen, the chaotic city. A vision of Kalen's desolate streets, shrouded in dark purple skies with crows circling, flashed in her mind, a place that felt abandoned and eerie. Felix approached, saying, I know you have no connection, but has the Duke ever approached you about your family's debts? His cloak fluttered with each step. Irene, still on the carousel horse, pondered and replied, not yet, but I'm sure he's plotting something. At the banquet, he kept watching me closely. Felix matched the horse's pace, his gaze fixed on her. That's suspicious. Irene turned to him decisively. I'll meet the Duke once. Felix, shocked, asked, are you sure? Irene nodded. I'm cornered anyway. Felix, ever the protective brother, raised his hands. Then I'll go with you. Irene stepped off the horse. All right, let's plan the details. Suddenly, she froze, as if realizing something. Wait. Felix spoke up, Claudia keeps bragging to me that you hugged her. I hug Claudia all the time, so why not me? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, arms ready for an embrace. Beaming, Felix said, come on, hug me too. His radiant smile captivated Irene, her cheeks flushing pink. Taking a deep breath, she launched herself off the carousel horse toward Felix, who stood waiting. He caught her, wrapping his arms around her waist in a romantic moment. Irene's thoughts raced. Cheater. That hug was too smooth. Felix, grinning, said, got you. Both blushed, perfectly matched in their charm. Irene gripped his shoulders, wondering if this was the start of a budding romance or a tragic tale. Felix lifted her into his arms, saying, Irene, even if someone offers you food, don't just listen to them. Blushing furiously, Irene covered her face, flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? Felix chuckled, so you've noticed it already. His eyes crinkled with joy as she blinked, confused. Noticed what? He laughed, nothing. His gaze softened, still radiant. How about a kiss, then? Irene, thrown off, stammered, what? Embarrassed, she squirmed, trying to break free as the wind tousled her hair, revealing her stunned expression. Enough. If you keep teasing me, let me down. Felix, still holding her, teased, too late to complain now. His tone shifted, serious. But it's very likely Duke Lambert is behind the poisoning and assassination attempts on you. His voice echoed through the intricate architecture of the mansion. As expected, you've already suspected something. The Duke's intuition is razor-sharp. Though others laugh it off as a joke, he believes Claudia's words are true. Felix continued, it seems he wants to deal with you as quickly as possible. His method is to crush or tame a problem before it grows. The hallway they passed through was dim and silent. In other words, you're facing someone who might have already tried to kill you. Irene nodded, understanding. Exactly. Felix agreed, then asked, shall we go in together? Irene replied, yes. The door swung open, revealing a figure in a black cloak, holding a staff as smoke filled the room, creating an eerie, indescribable atmosphere. The figure turned, smiling. You're here? Earlier than I expected. His face, with narrowed eyes and dark purple hair, exuded danger. The grand room, from curtains to cabinets, was shrouded in thick white smoke. Irene, irritated, covered her face. Why so much smoke? Her eyes squinted, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, his hand moved in front of her, and the air seemed to clear, leaving Irene stunned. The air, she thought, glancing at him. Felix's face darkened, his gaze furious as he looked at the figure, Duke Lambert. Stop smoking, he said sharply. Irene was surprised to see Felix use magic. Felix used magic? The Duke retorted, oh my. A small flame sparked from his ring, igniting the tip of the staff, which flared brightly. He chuckled, holding a freshly lit cigarette. What can I do? It's already lit, and there's nowhere to put it. Smoke curled around him, and Felix, visibly annoyed, raised his hand. Magic gathered, his eyes blazing with anger at the Duke's words. A green aura enveloped the room, dispelling the smoke completely, spreading to every corner like a breeze. Is this better? Felix asked, his face stern, still channeling magic. The Duke tossed the cigarette aside, his satisfied smile unwavering. Quite a temper. Be careful, there are many herbs with all sorts of effects in this world. The room, now cleared by Felix's magic, returned to its original brightness. Shall we sit and talk? The Duke said. I heard you wanted to meet me. What's this about? Irene asked, surprised. He waved it off casually. Nothing major. Smiling brightly, he added, I called you here to bond. Irene, exasperated and skeptical, asked, do you even know what bonding means, Your Grace? He grinned. Of course. Irene covered her mouth. If you're serious, please stop spreading that weird scent. The Duke rubbed his chin, his expression darkening. Really? Other ladies seem to like it. Irene lowered her head, seemingly helpless. At first, I thought you were charming, but, she looked up, her face tinged with disdain. Your breath stinks. Her words stunned the room into silence. Felix, covering his mouth, struggled to suppress a laugh, his body trembling with the effort. Irene noticed, sweating slightly. The Duke froze, speechless, his mouth agape. Then he chuckled, amused. Such crude words, lady. His smile lingered, but his eyes narrowed sharply, glinting with a cold edge. If you're trying to provoke me, there's no need to be so wary. I won't do anything. His gaze carried a hint of warning, yet he asked amiably, so, what should I do to please you, lady? Irene, startled yet cautious, stayed silent, her eyes wary. After a moment of thought, she said, if I may speak frankly. She eyed him suspiciously, but the Duke, relaxed, said, speak freely. Irene continued, could you stay at least 10 meters away from me? I'd be grateful if you sat way over there. Her words didn't sit well with him. His gaze turned icy, but hearing someone laugh, he glanced over. Felix, covering his mouth, nodded in agreement, clearly amused. The Duke said, apologies for making you uncomfortable, but I do care for you in my own way. Irene grimaced, skeptical. Care how? By sending me to the afterlife? He replied lightly, catching her off guard. I thought you should get used to the smell of smoke. Irene blinked, confused. What do you mean? He shrugged. Who knows? His vague response infuriated her. This sly jerk. Her resolve flared. Fine, let's cut to the chase. I came here for a reason. Shifting the topic, she said directly, please give up on Claudia. She spoke clearly, diving into the heart of the matter. You boldly confessed and got boldly rejected. At least you still have a chance to see her again. The Duke responded nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Heh, I don't need your advice. Irene, frustrated, snapped, trust me, it's effective. Inwardly, she cursed, this jerk. You don't need to lecture me, but remember this, you suggested a deal, and I'm not interested. The Duke, Benjamin, flatly refused. I didn't come here for that. I came to share my opinion and give you a chance. Irene retorted, a chance to prevent your relationship with Claudia from hitting rock bottom. His words caught him off guard, and he covered his mouth, thoughtful. Seems we have different ideas of rock bottom. He glanced at her. The worst you're talking about is never winning Claudia's heart, right? Irene nodded, partly agreeing but not fully committing. He continued, it'd be nice to have her, but I've decided not to demand too much. In his mind, an image of a platinum-haired girl appeared. I just don't want the worst outcome. The image shattered, darkness enveloping the scene as black leaves fell. Irene asked, what's the worst outcome to you? Benjamin replied calmly, losing Claudia forever. She pressed, so you'd settle for her body at least? His smile turned arrogant, his gaze and thoughts darkening, his tone eerie. You get me. If I have her body, I'll eventually have her heart. Felix, unable to hold back, darkened with rage. That's disgusting. You speak like it's normal, but it's unforgivable. His sharp gaze retained an elegant composure. I won't forgive anyone who forces her, no matter who they are. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Felix stood. If there's nothing more to say, we're leaving. The Duke, still smiling, taunted, did I upset you that much? Felix glared. Was that all you wanted to talk about? Don't ever summon us again. Benjamin smirked mockingly. I don't recall inviting you. The tension between them crackled. Felix said, I hope you never call for Irene again. Let's go. He offered his hand to help her up. Irene quickly agreed, yes. As she reached for Felix's hand, Benjamin's words stopped her. If I'd realized your value sooner, things could have been different. I never even noticed your presence before. Irene froze, caught off guard. He really wants to be friends? Benjamin continued, I don't have much time, so I called someone like you here. Sensing something off, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled slyly. What do I mean by someone like you? Irene, cautious, asked, what? Her eyes flicked to Felix, filled with suspicion. Benjamin grinned. A gem shining so brightly, how fascinating it'd be depending on how it's polished. His chuckle carried a sinister edge. I like to gamble my way, but I won't bet on something with no chance of winning. I called you here, knowing it's unlikely, out of curiosity and reluctance to let go. His words made Irene wary yet attentive. This is both a warning and my final advice, your last chance, lady. He laughed harder, staring at her. Why didn't I notice you before? I don't usually remember worthless things, but once I see something, it's hard to forget. His tone grew colder, his words tinged with menace. You looked at me with sad eyes before, didn't you? Even when I lit my cigarette. Irene shrank back, sweating, her eyes wide with fear. He continued, his smile chilling. You've changed, like you're a different person. His eyes widened, his arrogant tone terrifying. Benjamin rubbed his chin, intrigued. Or have your tastes changed, lady? Irene immediately denied it. You're mistaken, your grace. Benjamin didn't let up, continuing with a sly tone. Those eyes that see through my desires were quite accurate before, but now I only see hatred and murderous intent. A chilling thought crossed his mind. I'd love to gouge them out. Irene flinched, startled. Suddenly, a flash of light shot toward Benjamin, but he tilted his head, dodging it. The attack struck the chair behind him, tearing the fabric with a sharp rip. Benjamin glanced at the gash near his face, smirking mockingly. Felix stepped forward, his face icy, and said, Duke, I said we're leaving. Ignoring Felix, Benjamin called out, Lady Amber, stubbornly insisting she acknowledge his twisted assumptions. Those eyes of yours, they're the eyes of a hypocrite hiding your true desires. Deep down, you're a monster like me. Felix's brows furrowed, his expression cold but composed. Benjamin pressed on, live how you want, everyone does, don't they? That's how I've always lived. Unlike Felix, Irene didn't react angrily to his nonsense. She sighed and admitted frankly, of course I have my own desires. Who doesn't? Benjamin seized on it. I've heard about that. You're clearly greedy for money, but being honest about it is good. His words implied Irene was money-hungry, tarnishing her reputation. She felt a pang of unease but stayed silent. Benjamin, taking advantage, stood and approached her, leaning in. No matter how rich the Chamberlains are, they're just decent at best. What do you think of me, Lady Amber? Contrary to his expectations, Irene wasn't the type to abandon everything for money. She replied, money might be a big reason, but even if the Chamberlains went bankrupt, I'd stick with them. Felix, standing nearby, felt warmed by her words. Benjamin scoffed, you'll regret that. Irene shot back confidently, never. Her response surprised him, and he burst out laughing, convinced she was pretending. Sneering, he declared, I'll personally tear off that noble mask of yours, hypocrite. Irene, unfazed, challenged, go ahead and try. I've already decided to face anything. After the tense exchange, Irene and Felix left together. On the way back, Irene suddenly turned, anxious. Felix, walking behind, flashed a radiant smile that outshone the sun. I'm here. She asked, you're not mad? He stepped closer, patting her head. Not at all. You did great, keep it up. Still uneasy, Irene asked, would it have been better if I'd gone along with him and compromised? Felix smiled, his gaze sincere. I'd rather turn into a demon than let you bow to him. The next day, the Chamberlain siblings burst in to see Irene, carrying dozens of gift bags, followed by a swarm of servants laden with more. Irene was stunned, the pile of gifts enough to bury her. Taking them, she turned to Claudia. What's all this? Before she could finish, they shouted in unison, Happy birthday! A massive birthday cake appeared before her. Irene, realizing it was her birthday, broke into a bright smile. Thank you both. Claudia, seeing her reaction, squealed, Irene, you're too cute. They began unwrapping gifts, Claudia excitedly saying, these shoes would look perfect on you, Rin. And this hat, this handbag, and this dress, they're a set. I screamed when I saw them, they were made for you. I even hired the designer to work exclusively for you. Like them? Irene held the dress, glancing at Claudia, thinking, she's more excited than I am, so adorable. Smiling, she said, of course I do. but her eyes caught the price tag, and she broke into a cold sweat. Claudia, bubbling with enthusiasm, said, "I want to start a brand just for you, Rin. I've even picked a name, Rin." Irene instantly realized it came from her name, thinking helplessly, anyone could tell it's from my name. So embarrassing. We'll deal with that later. I've already gotten so many gifts. More importantly, look at this. She held up a large scroll, unfurling it to reveal a map of a place called Camel. Claudia examined it. Camel? First I've heard of it. Irene explained, it's an island in GRA, south of the Empire. The marked spots are where I suspect independent spirits live. She turned to Felix. Have you heard of this island? Felix thought for a moment. Vaguely. 1,000 years ago, it was a passage to the demon realm, filled with dark energy. Claudia added, I heard it's got immunity from interference, a special privilege exempt from national control. Irene nodded. Exactly. But now, no one comes or goes from Camel. She analyzed, if people live there, merchants would trade goods, but no one visits anymore. It's a barren land, so self-sufficiency is impossible. Claudia, alarmed, asked, so everyone on the island is dead? Irene continued, Camel is managed by the Fenno Merchant Guild. One day, they banned outsiders from entering. There's also a rumor that the once barren land suddenly became fertile, with lush vegetation. All three realized something. That means there's a 100% chance an independent spirit is there, Irene concluded. And based on that phenomenon, it's likely no ordinary spirit. Irene's excitement deflated as she realized the challenge, how to enter an island where access was forbidden. But for the Chamberlain siblings, this was no big deal. They looked at Irene casually and said, just by the island. Stunned by their nonchalant solution, Irene froze. Claudia flashed a radiant smile. I was thinking your birthday gift was missing something. Adding Camel Island would be perfect. It's summer, great for a trip there. Irene forced an awkward smile, inwardly marveling, that's the logic of people born with diamond spoons. That's definitely the surest way, she said, but wait, if we're going on a trip, what about the spirit? Claudia grinned. We'll handle the spirit while we're at it. Irene sighed at Claudia's carefree attitude, then returned to the main issue. Right, Camel's pretty far. How far can magic take us? Felix intervened, if we want to go secretly, we shouldn't use magic. Irene, surprised, asked, why not? Felix explained, his tone heavy as he touched his shoulder, all magic cast by mages from the magic ministry is recorded. Irene guessed, to prevent abuse of magic? Felix nodded. Exactly. The ministry trains talented individuals, so everyone's exceptional. They implant devices with detection and explosive magic into our hands. Irene gasped, horrified. Implant? Felix clarified, it's to track exactly what magic a mage uses. Irene asked, and the explosive part? Felix replied, for emergencies, it can detonate like a bomb. Irene shuddered, chilled by the thought. Implanted in their hands? Felix continued, without hands, a mage can't cast magic anymore. Even simple spells like instant teleportation are tracked, with coordinates sent straight to His Highness. Claudia, sitting nearby, stayed silent, her face gloomy. She clenched her fists, worried for her brother. Felix smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, even with tracking, I have ways to bypass it. With a flick of his finger, he cast magic on a statue behind him. It split in two with a loud crash. He explained, the spell I used mimics basic cooling magic. It doesn't generate enough energy to be flagged, so it's recorded as just that, cooling magic. Irene and Claudia, clinging to each other, trembled at the display. Irene stammered, then why implant magical devices at all? Felix's expression turned serious, even menacing. Not everyone can do what I just did. His words sent a chill through both girls, the weight of his ability sinking in. Irene and Claudia instinctively stepped back, eyeing Felix as if he were a dangerous threat. Irene then asked, is there a way to remove that thing? Felix thought for a moment before replying, there is one way. On another day, under the scorching sun, Claudia and Irene were at the pool. Irene suddenly asked, Claudia, how do you talk to guys? Claudia paused, slightly caught off guard, then answered, just talk. There's only one way to chat with guys, open your mouth. Irene, lounging on a float, pressed, so how do you usually start conversations with them? Claudia, sitting on the pool's edge, replied, "They always come to me and start talking." Irene suddenly remembered this fact and felt embarrassed. Claudia, noticing, teased, "You talk to my brother so easily, don't you?" Then, realizing something, she gasped and shouted, "Rin, do you like someone?" Irene quickly denied it. "No, it's not like that. There's just this guy I think is nice." Her words only deepened Claudia's shock. "Nice? Who is he? Which young lord?" Claudia demanded, nearly falling into the pool in her excitement. Irene stammered, "It's not like that. I just want to get to know him because I have a good impression." Her explanation only fueled Claudia's misunderstanding, making her even more agitated. Just then, someone called Claudia's name, interrupting. Annoyed, she glanced over, muttering, "Who's that at a time like this?" It was Felix. He approached, saying, "Mother's calling you." Claudia, a bit disappointed, stood but sternly told Irene, "We'll talk about this later, okay?" Irene gave a helpless smile. "Sure." As Claudia hurried off, Irene called out, "Felix, welcome back." He turned, flashing a warm smile. "Thanks, Irene. I'm home." As Felix approached, Irene's curiosity sparked. "By the way, about the Fenno Merchant Guild, did you set up the fake guild to buy the island?" The previous day, Felix's fake guild had boldly met with Fenno, and the deal went smoothly. Irene sighed. "Was it that easy? They just wanted money." She added, "We went through all that trouble, hiring people, setting up a fake guild, to avoid the royal family's eyes. I couldn't eat or sleep, worrying Fenno wouldn't sell, or worse, if this reached the prince's ears, we'd be done for." Felix reassured her, "The fake guild wasn't just for buying camel. It has other purposes." Irene grinned. "Really?" Felix suddenly called, "Irene." He reached for her float, asking, "So, who's this guy?" Irene, confused at first, asked, "Who?" Felix stayed silent, just smiling at her. Realizing his meaning, she answered, "The second prince, your highness." Felix's expression shifted. He pulled her float closer, staring directly into her eyes. "So you want to get close to the second prince?" His intense, almost chilling gaze made Irene falter. Avoiding his eyes, she stammered, "I just want to pull him to our side." Felix's dark, brooding expression flipped 180 degrees to his usual bright demeanor. Smiling, he said, "Is that so?" He patted her head, warning gently, "I won't stop you, but don't do anything reckless. It's dangerous." He added, "By the way, after you're done getting ready, spare some time for me, okay?" Irene nodded, yes, still rattled by his earlier intensity. Later, Felix and Irene went to meet their father in his office. While waiting for him to review his ledger, Irene whispered to Felix, "What's going on here?" Felix leaned in, smiling as usual, and replied, "I'm guessing you already have a plan. So let's work together and share information instead of keeping it to yourself. That's better, right?" Irene, thrilled, nodded eagerly. "Absolutely." At that moment, Felix's father finished reading the ledger. He closed it and called out, "Irene." He asked, "Are you ready?" "I've heard about the future plans from Felix. For now, I want to keep this from Claudia. She'd be heartbroken if she knew." Irene, surprised, responded, "But wouldn't hiding it hurt her even more?" Felix's father replied, "Possibly. But you know how carefree Claudia is. If she gets too emotional, she'll blurt out things she shouldn't and only reflect later. So, if we tell her, we need to choose our words carefully." He placed the ledger back on the table, shooting Felix a stern glance. "And I still don't know everything that's going on." Felix gave a sheepish smile. "From now on, I'll tell you everything, father. Don't be mad." He turned to Irene. "Irene, should I fill father in?" She nodded, yes. After Felix explained, his father exploded with rage, cursing, "Those damned fools." He rubbed his forehead in frustration. They've finally given up on being human. Irene, shocked by his reaction, asked, "You believe me, sir?" He sighed, frowning. Their recent actions have been too strange to ignore. He continued, "Since they couldn't get to Claudia, the prince has been acting like a lunatic. But lately, he's gone quiet, very suspicious." Irene, startled by his casual tone and lack of honorifics when mentioning the crown prince, asked, "Since when?" He replied, "Since the National Day celebration." Irene let out an "oh," initially amused but then grimacing, thinking, those bastards must have teamed up. Felix's father muttered, I don't know if this is lucky, but I can still predict their range of actions. So, just because a girl rejected them, they're planning to plunge the world into chaos and nightmares? I've never seen such idiotic leaders in my life. Irene interjected, let me add something. I heard about a holy relic shaped like a bow, said to be the most powerful and dangerous artifact in the world, stored in the Grand Temple. Its name is engraved with the power of an archdemon, Lear. Felix, sitting beside her, choked, coughing violently. Irene asked, you know that archdemon? Felix, awkwardly, said, yeah. His father explained, if it's Lear, it's the archdemon of struggle and victory. Felix paused, then smiled at his father. Everything will be fine. Fine, his father growled, his face darkening with anger. Are you saying you'll sacrifice yourself to bear that power? He slammed the table, standing. Enough nonsense. You're saying you'll take on the archdemon's power? Are you out of your mind? Unlike his father's agitation, Felix remained calm, as if prepared for this dangerous path long ago. It's the only way, he said. His father, unwilling to let his son take such a risk, stared at him. No. Even if you're not consumed and stay safe, you'll face trial at the Holy Court. Whether the archdemon devours you or not, worshipping one or heresy is as grave as treason. Not just you, our entire family would be implicated. Find a better way so we can discuss it. But Felix was resolute. No. We can't let them know we've been forewarned by prophecy. His father pressed, then what's your plan? Felix replied, they don't know I've trained to resist magic. His father, skeptical, asked, and then what? Felix said, I'll do it. In the Chamberlain garden, cheerful laughter filled the air. Irene hesitantly opened the gate, calling, Claudie? She spotted Claudia's mother, Lady Olivia Chamberlain, who greeted her warmly. Irene, is that you? Irene smiled brightly. Hello, Lady Olivia. Having a good day? Lady Olivia, the Countess of the Chamberlain family, was often bedridden due to illness, rarely leaving her room. In the novel, she was only mentioned as a sickly mother, but in reality, Irene found her lively and cheerful. Olivia pouted, it was dull without you, but now that you're here, my day's brighter. Irene, surprised, gasped, really? Olivia's eyes twinkled as she laughed. Irene turned to Claudia, noticing her exhaustion. You okay? Claudia forced a smile. Yeah. How's my brother? Irene hesitated, sensing Claudia's unease. Well, he's getting chewed out. Not sure if that's an exaggeration. Claudia and Olivia gasped. Claudia, worried, said, Father's never hit him before. Olivia, furious, leapt from her wheelchair, exclaiming, that man. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Irene, laughing awkwardly, said, please don't be too harsh. That evening, Irene returned to the office, rubbing Felix's face. Gods, this handsome face, she sighed, why'd you say that? Felix, inexplicably, smiled, making Irene huff. She pinched his cheek, scolding, you're still smiling? Felix touched his face, asking, are you mad? Irene shouted, of course. Her voice broke with pain. How could you say you'd die? Tears welled up as she turned away, wiping her eyes, trying to seem fine. Ugh, so frustrating. Felix, still smiling, said, I didn't say I'd actually die. Irene, on the verge of tears, froze as her tears seemed to retreat. Felix clarified, what I meant was dying in name. Irene snapped, what's the difference? He explained, it means giving up my status, reputation, and honor. I haven't done anything wrong, but I'd have to live in hiding, like a criminal. Irene, furious at his calm demeanor, wanted to punch him. Felix chuckled, if that makes you feel better, go ahead. He reassured her, you don't need to worry so much. Status, reputation, and honor mean nothing to me. Everyone pursues different values and lifestyles. I don't see this as a sacrifice. I'd never strive for something I don't value. Patting her head, he grinned. I'm more rational and selfish than I seem. Irene tilted her head. What's the value you pursue? Felix didn't answer directly, only saying, you know, don't you? After a thoughtful silence, Irene sighed, you're impossible. She continued, let's find another way. Felix asked, like what? Irene pulled out a headscarf, putting on her most menacing expression. A preemptive strike, assassinate them before they act. Her dramatic pose left Felix speechless. Embarrassed, Irene yanked off the scarf. I know it's over the top, so don't give me that look. Changing the subject, she pulled out a box of ointment. Let me apply this for you. As she reached out, she paused. Wait, can't you heal yourself? Why let yourself get beaten up like this? Felix smiled. I hoped letting father vent would calm him. Irene, exasperated, retracted her hand. Then heal yourself. Felix, not wanting to miss the chance, leaned closer. But you could heal me. His sudden proximity startled her, her cheeks flushing and heart racing. Seeing her flustered, Felix laughed. What's with that triangle mouth? Nervous? Irene, embarrassed, looked away, muttering, so noisy. She poked his bruised cheek, scolding, you can apply it yourself. As she treated him, she gasped, Gods, this perfect face. Noticing Felix hunched over, she said, isn't that uncomfortable? Sit up straight. I'm fine, Felix replied. When she didn't respond, he called, Irene. Still silent, she continued applying the ointment. Understanding her reaction, Felix said, I'll be okay. I told you, I'm good at controlling myself. Irene retorted, you don't need to hold back. Felix smiled, just this once, let it slide. I'm sorry. Irene, eyeing his expression, scolded, don't smile like that. Her words made Felix laugh again. Our Irene's always so tough. That night, while sleeping, Claudia woke up thirsty. She grabbed a flickering torch and went to find water. Suddenly, the torchlight illuminated a gruesome scene, blood and bodies strewn across the hallway. Terrified, Claudia screamed, is anyone there? Father, mother, brother? Her parents lay dead in pools of blood. When she found Felix, she froze, unable to believe her eyes. Her brother held a severed head, his face unrecognizable, splattered with blood. His once beautiful green eyes now glowed a chilling red. He muttered, I'll kill everyone in this family, sparing no one. Turning to Claudia, he locked eyes with her. Frozen in place, tears streaming down, Claudia stammered in horror, who are you? A piercing scream jolted Irene awake, gasping for breath. It was just a nightmare, not reality. Relieved, she exhaled, her hand resting on her forehead as she wondered, why did I dream that? As she regained her composure, the morning light filtered in. A knock came at the door, followed by a maid's voice. Lady Amber, if you're awake, breakfast is ready. All right, I'm coming, Irene called back, slipping out of bed and throwing on a robe. As she reached for the doorknob, she froze, hesitating. Standing there in silence, a flicker of frustration and bitterness crossed her face. At the dining room, Claudia spotted Irene and greeted her with a bright smile. Morning, Rin. Sleep well? Yeah, Irene replied, then asked, you? Slept like a baby, Claudia chirped. As Irene pulled out a chair to sit beside her, she asked, where's Felix and the others? Claudia answered, Father left early, so did Felix. Mother's still sleeping. She perked up. Oh, right. Let's buy a yacht. We can sail around the world with the family. Imagine us visiting an island together, wouldn't that be amazing? Normally, Irene would play along or at least respond enthusiastically, but today she fell silent, her stillness catching Claudia's attention. Concerned, Claudia called out, Irene? What's wrong? Irene, initially startled by the question, hesitated. After a moment, she spoke cautiously. Claudia, it's early, and I didn't want to bring this up, but, please don't freak out. Just listen carefully, okay? Claudia's face lit up with curiosity, sensing Irene's seriousness.
On a stormy night, the relentless sound of rain pounding down filled the air. Inside the Chamberlain estate, Felix picked up a piece of paper, read it and frowned. The moment has finally come, he said. Irene, alarmed, stepped closer and asked, Are you really going? Felix patted her head reassuringly. I'll be fine, don't worry too much. But how could Irene not worry? She had dreaded this moment ever since entering this story. She looked up, about to say something, but Felix had already donned the temple's cloak, smiling at her. I'm off then, he said. Somewhere else, jagged lightning tore through the dark night sky. Felix, covered in wounds, was pinned down by a figure pressing a foot hard against his injury. causing him to wince in pain. The figure taunted, "Ouch, that hurts, doesn't it? Why keep enduring? It's breaking my heart to watch. You'll be consumed anyway, so resisting is pointless." A demonic bow's arrow was lodged deep in Felix's shoulder, his once pristine shirt now torn and stained with blood. Felix glared at his tormentor, but a sudden, excruciating pain ripped through him, making him cry out in agony. The one torturing Felix was none other than Benjamin, one of the three fanatical villains, alongside Claudia's tormentors. Smirking at Felix's pain, Benjamin said, "You're quite talented." Felix, racked by unbearable agony, collapsed, coughing up blood. Lucas, another of the trio, called out, "Benjamin, stop wasting time on this nonsense." Benjamin glanced at him, retorting, "Don't ruin my only fun, Your Highness." Lucas sighed, "I'm heading back. Rein in that bad habit of yours." Benjamin teased, "Run along, before you see Claudia." As the two villains bickered, Felix, despite his pain, unleashed a burst of magic, striking Benjamin's ankle. Benjamin buckled, grimacing in pain. Meeting Felix's fierce glare, he laughed. "You're fiercer than I thought, using magic like that." Turning, he called out, "Lord Constantine, my leg's practically falling off. Can you heal it?" Constantine, leaning against a wall, didn't even glance at him. "Don't feel like it," he replied coldly. Benjamin grumbled, "No sense of unity in this alliance. It's falling apart." The two continued their banter, ignoring Felix's struggle. Constantine scoffed. "Now I realize how absurd this was from the start," he declared. "This is the first and last time I'll get involved in something like this." Benjamin chuckled. "I, on the other hand, have no intention of stopping until I have Claudia. If you want to quit here, go ahead. I won't stop you." Constantine, catching the mocking undertone in Benjamin's words that insulted his integrity, frowned in anger. "Thanks to you, Duke, my faith has completely crumbled today. You truly have no shame." Benjamin shook his head, exasperated. "With that attitude, why did you agree to join?" He reached into his pocket, fumbling for a cigarette case, took a drag, and blew smoke into Felix's face. Benjamin lifted Felix's chin, sneering, "I'll forgive you for breaking my ankle." Felix, revolted by Benjamin's vile actions, summoned magic again, aiming to shove the filthy hand off him. Benjamin, caught off guard, stepped back to dodge. But Felix, after casting the spell, coughed up more blood. Benjamin taunted, "Calm down. Use magic again and you'll burn yourself out. I know how to ease that pain." He approached, lifted Felix's face again, and forced the cigarette into his mouth. Felix inhaled, choking violently. Benjamin said, "Breathing in the smoke will dull the pain for a while. It won't last long, though. Better use this time to leave some last words for your dear family, and that special someone." Felix's expression darkened at the mention of his family. Benjamin continued, "You've probably guessed. If you die by your own hand, the demon will fully consume you. So a final chat and a peaceful departure would be better." He placed an entire pack of cigarettes on Felix's body, smirking. "You'll get used to smoking, but you'll die before you do. I didn't think that far ahead. My bad." Slipping on the ring he'd used to light Felix's cigarette, Benjamin mused, "I'd love to see that scene. I wonder if that lady would say the same thing to you as she did to me. What was it? Your breath stinks." He stood, turning to leave. "Well, I'm off. Hope we meet again if you make it. Lord Constantine, let's go." Constantine left the scene as well, but before fully turning away, he glanced back at Felix, his eyes lingering briefly without a word. After the three villains had completely departed, Felix allowed the demon to merge with his body. As it awakened, it immediately set ablaze the place where Felix and the trio had been. The demon let out a laugh, raising a blood-stained hand, reveling in a twisted sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, at the Chamberlain estate, Irene was sleeping peacefully in her bed. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared beside her, startling her awake. She bolted upright, rubbing her eyes, and asked, "Who's there?" As her vision cleared, she saw Felix standing before her, his body splattered with blood. He was no longer the Felix she knew. His hand reached out, not in comfort but as if to seize her tightly. Looming over her, his face dark and his eyes glinting with a red glow, he growled, "Why are you still hesitating? I know all your desires." As his hands neared her, Irene called out, "Felix!" Instantly, he paused, his expression softening. He patted her head gently, smiling. "I'm back, Irene." She pinched her cheek, disbelieving, then released it. "This isn't a dream, right? It's really you." After a moment, she snapped back to reality. But her relief turned to horror as she noticed the blood covering him. "Wait, what happened?" "You're bleeding." Panicked, she frantically checked him, asking repeatedly, "Are you okay?" Felix called her name softly. "Irene." Frowning and sweating, he said, "I'm fine, so stop groping me." Irene hesitated. "Sorry, but we need to get you treated. Can you move? Let me help you." At that moment, a voice echoed in Felix's mind. "You could make that girl writhe in hellish pleasure." "Fool." Felix mentally snapped. "I'd appreciate it if you'd shut up." A deafening boom echoed through the sky as purple lightning streaked across it. The previous night, after Felix was struck by an arrow in the chest, blood poured from the wound, and he collapsed against a cabinet. Suddenly, a flash of light sparked, and a voice rang out, incredulous. "Impossible! You've only lived about 20 years. Felix's hands clenched unconsciously. "You still have magic left?" Reeling, Felix clutched his head as the voice continued. "A grand mage, huh? Not bad for a human." A fiery glow flared from the ring on his finger. The voice pressed, "Hey, you listening?" Felix, unfazed, gripped the arrow and yanked it out, blood splattering across the floor. Ignoring the voice's relentless chatter, he remained silent. It persisted. "Give me half your body and soul. A mere mortal like you could wield unimaginable power." Quite the tempting offer, right? Felix stood, ignoring it. "Don't ignore me," the voice snapped. He removed his glasses, and with a crack, they shattered in his hand. The voice taunted, "Feel my power now? That's not all. Can you sense it? Answer me." Felix continued to disregard it, sitting up as the voice grew furious. "Ignoring me again?" Outside, a massive sound roared through the storm. Felix walked forward, and the voice called after him, "Hey, Grand Mage! All you've trained for is magic resistance." Rain and wind raged outside the window. Felix, still composed, listened as the voice bargained. "Fine. Half's too much, right? How about a third?" It kept negotiating. "2/3? Felix sighed, exasperated. "Stop yammering. My head hurts." The voice, thrilled, exclaimed, "Aha! Finally a response, Lair." Felix muttered to himself. "So it's really you," the voice chirped. "Since you know who I am, this'll be quick. I can give you everything, glory, victory." Felix, disgusted, snapped, "I just want you to shut up and stay dormant inside me." Lares retorted, "That's a weird answer. You're willingly accepting me." Felix confirmed, "Yes." Infuriated, Lares cursed. "How the hell did I end up with this lunatic?" Felix rummaged around, then tossed out a figurine. "Since you're inside me, stop spewing vulgar nonsense," he said sharply. The figure was thrown into a pool of blood. Listen carefully. Right after the great mage, there was a humming sound, and a black smoke rose. Another Felix was sitting there, his shoulder covered in blood. The blood spoke. "Do you know about the spell carved on the arrow? That spell keeps brainwashing you. Before you can chase me down, you must know this." Felix's face stiffened as he listened. It continued, "This happened because you went to save a child who isn't even part of your family. Don't you feel that's unfair?" Felix recalled the past, as if 1,000 thorns were wrapping around him. He replied, "I only acted according to my beliefs." It went on, "You were kind enough to erase that child's memories, like an angel. Even your appearance is angelic. Do you have anything to change into?" Felix asked, annoyed. "What the hell? Of course I do." He cursed. "Useless talk." There was a sound, and blood spurted from his body again. It asked in shock, "What did you do?" Felix calmly said, "I'm doing it again, so don't be surprised." Blood splattered everywhere. Irene, in disbelief, said, "You're truly insane. Don't you want revenge?" 2 holy relics were pulled out of his body. Lares asked, "Revenge? Against those who made you like this?" Felix looked at the light from his ring and said, "I'll take my own revenge, so I don't need to borrow Amma's power." The light from the ring grew brighter, like a flame. "If you can't even use magic, How will you take revenge? It asked. The light, like a fire, burned the demon. Either way, you won't get what you want, it said. Felix, after finishing everything, smiled, feeling refreshed. Lares angrily cursed. You lunatic! The story ends here. After Irene carefully bandaged him, Felix smiled and recounted everything. He said, That's the gist of it. Irene's anger flared, and she shouted, You're the one in trouble, so why are you so calm? Felix could only give an awkward smile, apologizing and thinking to himself, that was really dangerous. Irene softly called his name, worried, and asked, Are you okay? He was still lost in his thoughts, about the demon of victory and struggle, but also the demon of love and pleasure. Its voice echoed, Can't handle it, huh? You want those eyes to only see you. Felix instinctively moved closer to her, his hands gripping Irene's shoulders tightly. That voice, like a hypnosis, said, You want her. Tears streamed down her face as she begged him. His eyes had changed drastically. Irene, confused, stared at him with wide eyes. Felix's hand nearly crushed her shoulder. He looked at her and said, Irene, leave the room. I'm dangerous right now. Her eyes widened in shock. Is it because of the demon's holy relic? He turned away, saying nothing. Irene called out, Felix! She grabbed his hand. I don't care how much you've changed because of that demon relic. Irene smiled gently and said, Felix is Felix. I told you I'd follow you to hell itself. I'm so glad you came back safely. He looked at her, his eyes slightly red. I'm fine. His hand trembled. No, I can't. He pulled away from her. She frowned and asked, Why do you keep avoiding me? Felix called her name. Irene, you must be tired. I'm sorry for waking you. Go back to sleep. He thought to himself, too dangerous. She pressed, How can I sleep with things like this? Felix turned away. Thanks for bandaging me. Let's talk tomorrow. Irene hesitated, then said, You're so badly hurt. At least let me stay and take care of you. His voice grew low. Irene, please go. Her large, golden eyes welled up, but she relented. All right, we'll talk tomorrow. She walked to the door, then added, I'll call the house physician for you. The door closed, leaving Felix alone. He collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. The voice spoke again. You're not human, are you? He replied, What, you think I'm a beast now? It said, I've lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time I've seen a human like you. You can resist a demon's temptation, even though I'm not a perfect demon. He calmly said, That's obvious. Trying to drag me into disgusting things. Lares asked, Are you a virgin? Yeah, I'm tired. Shut up, Felix replied. He lay in the room until sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the flower pots. Lares called out, Hey human, wake up. I've got a great idea. Felix, irritated, turned over and grumbled. What do you want so early in the morning? Lares continued. You still haven't given up on that girl. You should conquer her. Felix rubbed his aching shoulder. Again with this? The demon pressed. I don't care if you're a virgin or not. With me, Lares, the demon of love and pleasure, I'll give you the power. Felix didn't understand a thing. He replied, No need for it. But it hadn't given up. Listen carefully, you insolent human. This body may only be a few thousand years old, but the art of that has been passed down from my original form for hundreds of billions of years. Felix slipped on his sandals, stepped forward, and ignored it completely. Get used to it from the start. If the other person doesn't consent, you don't touch them. I don't know why I even have to discuss this with you. Felix got out of bed and walked to the mirror. Lares kept talking. You think I'll give up? Use that pretty face of yours to seduce her. Make her fall into your arms. It's seductive, you know? Felix felt utterly annoyed. If you're the demon of love and pleasure, where's the love part? He questioned. Lares, reflected in the mirror, looked at him and said, True love stems from physical connection. Hearing this, Felix shivered, his face wrinkling in disgust. The demon continued, Sorry about that. As Felix removed the bandages, he remarked, Why does my body feel so much lighter? The demon replied, Haha, that's the power of a demon. Once all the bandages are off, your body is fully restored. Pretty impressive, right? It asked. Felix examined himself in the mirror. No wounds remained. Lares continued, The more you suppress me, the more your body will be affected and gradually merge with me. Let's see how long you can hold out. Felix picked up a flannel shirt. You're getting annoying. You must be bored out of your mind, he said. The demon shot back. Isn't it your fault, you lunatic? You're the one keeping me trapped. Felix threw the shirt aside. Too noisy. He put the shirt on properly, not forgetting to warn. I'm going out. Don't say a word. The demon replied. Got it. The door opened, and Felix was surprised to see Irene leaning against it, eyes closed, breathing evenly. She was asleep. He approached her. Larry stirred, and Irene woke with a start. Oh, she mumbled sleepily. Felix crouched down, smiled, and asked, Why are you sleeping here? Go back to your room. Then, involuntarily, from Felix's mouth came, Lock the door carefully. Okay? Irene hesitated. I'm fine. I'm awake now. She looked at Felix, thinking to herself, the atmosphere around him has changed a lot since yesterday. She studied his face closely, wondering, is it because he's not wearing glasses? His features are so sharp. He's even smiling less and avoiding me. More importantly, as she noticed the firm chest beneath his shirt and his sharp, slightly cold but strikingly handsome face, there was a sensual allure to him. She immediately scolded herself, hitting her head. He's injured, and I'm thinking like this? Felix, clueless, stood there as she, as usual, started touching him all over. How's your body? You look fine now. She was still skeptical. Did I imagine it? Felix, exasperated, said. It seems the demon's power healed me, but please, stop touching me. Irene realized her mistake and said, I was just surprised. I'm sorry. As she stepped back, her ankle twisted, and she fell backward with a yelp. Ah! Fortunately, Felix quickly grabbed her wrist, gripping it tightly. Irene cried out in pain. Ouch! Startled, Felix let go immediately and asked, Are you okay? Irene rubbed her wrist, hesitating before replying, I'm fine. She glanced at the purple bruise forming on her wrist and asked, Is this because of the demon's power too? Felix lowered his voice. Yeah. Irene gave a nervous laugh, quickly reassuring him. Don't worry. It just stings a little. Felix hurriedly put distance between them. Irene called out, Don't stay so far away. Felix responded, All right. She didn't want him to act like this at all, so she said firmly, Even a tiny hamster can be kept as a pet. As long as you don't step on it and just pet it gently, it's fine, right? Felix, flustered, replied, First, we need to get you treated. You might have a sprained ankle. Let me call the physician. Irene hid her wrist behind her back and said, Thanks, Felix. He continued, And I'll never let anyone hurt you again. Irene smiled brightly, raising her aching arms. Ouch, I'm fine. This is nothing. The physician will fix it in no time. Felix said, That habit of saying I'm fine is a bad one, you know? Irene pouted. You're one to talk. Felix clarified. That's not what I mean. He leaned down. Don't let me think you're always okay, Irene. Then he added, One day, I might hurt you badly. One day, I might really hurt you. His words left Irene stunned for a long moment, unsure of what to say. She crossed her arms and huffed. That's not something someone who got stabbed in the shoulder should say. But she added, This has nothing to do with me. Felix replied, Irene, you're the same. You're a victim who didn't do anything wrong. Even when I'm the one hurt, I don't want you to be. Irene closed her eyes and smiled. Exactly. Her light brown hair cascaded down, strands framing her small, brightly smiling face. But if it's you, Felix, you can do whatever you want to me. That moment struck Felix deeply. His eyes reddened. He covered his face in distress and said, If you knew what I was thinking, you'd never say something like that. Irene, blushing, watched him as he continued, still covering his face. Even now, I'm trying so hard to hold myself back. Irene's face showed confusion and defiance. She thought, what kind of desire is so hard to talk about? Does he want to kill me or something? Right after, she froze when she saw Felix vomiting. He collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Irene called out, Felix! Felix! After coughing, he answered, I'm fine. It's just a reaction to the holy relic. She looked at him, clearly suffering, and asked, Isn't that dangerous? He kept coughing, telling her, Don't come near me. He wiped the corner of his mouth, then stood up quickly, startling Irene. before swiftly walking away. The door slammed shut, leaving Irene bewildered. Not long after, the door swung open again. Felix, now clean, stood before her, holding a beautiful silver sword. He instructed, "If I do anything despicable, stab me with this." Irene, taking the heavy sword in her hands, asked with wide eyes, "What? Stab you, Felix?" He explained, "If you do, I might snap out of it." Then he asked, "Shall we go meet my family now?" Irene, still processing, replied, Okay." She quickly grabbed a cloak, held the sword, and followed him. At that moment, the demon's voice echoed again. "Hey, I thought it was just you with those carnal desires, but it seems that girl likes you too." Felix stayed silent, not responding. The demon pressed on. "Are you sure she doesn't have feelings for you? Or are you just too dense to notice? I can sense it, especially when her face flushes every time she's close to you." The demon's instincts, it claimed, were never wrong. Felix snapped, his anger boiling over as he shouted at the demon, "Enough! My patience has its limits." Irene, thinking he was talking to her, stepped back, her eyes welling up. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked. Felix, exasperated, quickly clarified, "No, not you." His face showed clear irritation from the demon's incessant chatter buzzing in his ear. He glared, threatening, "If that demon keeps talking so crudely, it's going to regret it." The demon conceded, "All right, I get it." Meanwhile, Irene was still utterly confused. As they walked, Irene said, "Felix, since you faked your death, we can feel a bit more at ease, but we should still be careful. Those three might take this chance to spread rumors." Then, excitedly, she added, "But the good news is, with the holy relic no longer stuck in your shoulder, you shouldn't be restricted from using magic anymore." However, Felix's response made her freeze. "Actually, Irene, I can't use magic anymore." Her jaw dropped, her face darkening as she stammered, Felix looked at his hands and explained, "Whenever I try to use mana, Lares interferes." Irene asked, "What does that mean?" Felix thought for a moment, then smiled brightly and said, "Imagine my life force being nibbled away. Picture a mysterious creature biting into my head. Little by little." She replied, "I get it. Everyone has mana. The only difference is the amount. If the average person's mana is like a teacup, yours is like a mansion. So when Lares entered, it tried to take a huge chunk of your mana. But you survived. If it were an ordinary person, they'd have died from mana depletion before they could resist. Mana is constantly consumed and regenerated. But right now, it's like my mana regeneration is blocked, as if chains are wrapped around me, or a massive shield is stopping my mana from flowing." He explained calmly, then added optimistically, "But I probably won't die." Seeing Irene's panicked expression, he reassured her, "I definitely won't die. Not using magic is fine." Still, something seemed to weigh on him. Felix fell into deep thought, staring at his hands. "If I use magic, it feels like part of my soul is being devoured by the demon, like thousands of thorns wrapping around me, refusing to let go." Before long, they reached the main door. Felix said, "I'm trying so hard to control my instincts." He touched the door handle, sighing softly. "But if I lose control, just stab me." He asked, "Shall we go in?" Irene, still worried, looked at him and nodded. "Yes." The door opened, and there stood three people: his father, mother, and younger sister. When Claudia heard the door open, she turned and saw her brother. Startled, she called out, "Big brother." Felix smiled and called her name, "Claudia." Claudia lifted her skirt and ran to her brother, throwing herself into his arms. Her eyes, filled with emotion, gazed at the face before her. Felix smiled back at his little sister. The moment would have been deeply touching if not for what happened next. Claudia coldly slapped him across the face. Irene, standing nearby, was shocked and confused. Their parents behind them were equally stunned, wondering why Claudia would suddenly deliver such a merciless slap to her brother. Time seemed to freeze in the moment of that stinging slap, with everyone standing still. Irene was the first to react, calling out, "Claudia!" Felix looked at his sister as she spoke. "Rumors are spreading everywhere that you're dead. They're even preparing a funeral for you. Because of your good reputation, people are willingly holding memorial services in your honor." Claudia's eyes welled up with tears as she angrily said, "I should be congratulating you, shouldn't I?" hiding my face and crying. I know things are far worse than this. And this was the best way to handle it. Still, she said without remorse. But seeing you in this state now, I'm so angry at myself I could die. Felix looked at his sister with heartache. Claudia, it's not your fault. Claudia collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. I know, but the truth is I couldn't help at all. Felix helped her up. Irene, flustered, watched the scene unfold but then exclaimed, That's why I'm preparing something. Everyone turned to stare at her, making her pause and imagine a cool, scenic island. Irene suggested, Let's all go on a vacation to an island. In Claudia's account, a flower was placed on the coffin lid during the funeral, which was actually taking place. Everyone wore mournful expressions and black funeral attire. Irene thought to herself, we can't let those three find out Felix is still alive. One's a fool, another's cunning, and I don't know about the third. Pondering what to do, she turned to Claudia and suggested, Can you fake cry? Claudia looked at her and whispered, That's tough. Let me try. She attempted to cry, but her innocent face and sparkling eyes didn't suit the role at all. Hoo, big brother. Irene gave an awkward smile. Forget it. Fake crying looks too obvious. It's 100% going to get found out. So she said, Instead of crying, get angry. Be mad at Felix for bearing everything alone and sacrificing himself. But also be angry at yourself for being powerless and not knowing anything until he resolved it like this. Claudia asked, If my brother really died, could I act like that? Who says you can only show sadness? Irene replied, Show me the Claudia who'd react if Felix was truly gone, if you'd never see him again. If the person in the memorial portrait, smiling with fresh flowers, was really dead. Claudia thought deeply, then smiled. Thank you. I think I know what to do now. Irene said, That's great. Claudia added, I wish Big Brother could see this. The path from the palace to the mansion, the funeral home, and even the cemetery is filled with flowers from those honoring him. I wonder if he can see it. A grand funeral adorned with flowers. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing the attention of both girls. He'll definitely see it from heaven. The figure who appeared, dressed in formal black attire, was none other than His Highness, the Crown Prince. Following him was Benjamin, the Count, who chimed in. So many people came to mourn him. The path to the afterlife won't be too lonely. He was loved and cherished by all, and he lived fully. God will have mercy on him. The Crown Prince shot him an irritated glance, annoyed that Benjamin dared to interrupt. The Count, in turn, glanced at the other side and asked, Isn't that right, Lord Constantine? Constantine's face darkened, displeased. I hope your grace refrains from such remarks. The Crown Prince, frustrated by the tense atmosphere, said, Why are you all following me? I have matters to discuss with Claudia, so get lost. Of course, they didn't back off. Benjamin smirked. Don't like being around me? Irene thought to herself, he's like a clown. So easy to provoke. Benjamin continued, I know what you're thinking, so you can't just ditch me. The Crown Prince snapped, pushing him away. Get your hands off. Stop meddling all the time and go play somewhere else. You're annoying. Yet Benjamin kept jabbering. You're the one making moves behind people's backs. You're quite the sly one. The Crown Prince frowned. What are you implying? Benjamin grinned mischievously. I'll just observe today then. The Crown Prince, still furious, kept a wary eye on him. Lucas ordered, Constantine, you step back too. To everyone's surprise, Constantine replied, I don't want to. Lucas was so enraged he nearly exploded, shouting, You fools never listen to me. Irene thought, what a clown. But I didn't expect this. She observed the trio, noting they acted no different from usual. These lunatics are dressed so formally for a fake funeral. Even Benjamin isn't smoking like he usually does. But what was truly terrifying was that these were the ones who caused his death. Suddenly, Claudia stepped forward. Irene noticed, and no one could have predicted what happened next. Claudia lunged forward, raising her fist. Irene, shocked, thought, no way. But then, bam! Claudia landed a punch square on Crown Prince Lucas's face, so hard that he spat out a bit of blood. The crowd around them was stunned, shouting, Your Highness! Claudia's parents were utterly shocked, exclaiming, Our daughter is rebelling. Oh heavens! Lucas collapsed to the ground, still dazed, as the royal guards rushed over, asking, Are you all right, Your Highness? We'll fetch a physician immediately. But he calmly replied, No need stand down. Claudia, seething with rage, clenched her fists and shouted. How dare you show your shameless face in front of me? The crown prince wiped the blood from his nose, calling her name, Claudia. Then, with a twisted smile, he looked up at her. Now you're finally willing to face me. He laughed like a madman. That's why I said we should meet privately. You've given me an excuse, Claudia. If I threw you in a dungeon now, no one would dare say a thing. Claudia glared at him, furious. You think I don't know who killed my brother? Lucas looked at her and asked. Oh, really? Claudia declared. Since you've said that, I'll take it as you accepting all my contempt and rage. Her face was more terrifying than ever as she said, I will never forgive you. The crown prince smirked, still looking at her. I'm ready to accept that. His expression darkened. I don't care if you forgive me or not. Just remember this day. You know who's next. Those words made Irene uneasy. She looked at him, his eyes now terrifying. He added, so be careful. The atmosphere grew heavy, with all attention focused on Claudia. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Claudia, growing anxious, thought, I'm definitely the next target. But it wasn't just one person's gaze. Suddenly, Constantine stared intensely at Irene, making her break out in a cold sweat. She glanced back at him, thinking, this guy's the shadiest. It's creepy how he just stares without saying anything, like he's been doing since before. While Claudia felt exhilarated from venting her anger, Irene inwardly panicked, whispering to her, You acted so well, but you went too far. Why'd you start throwing punches at them? It feels like you meant it, not just acting. She thought, sobbing internally. Thanks to you, these lunatics might start plotting something else now. The three men gradually approached. In the previous chapter, Claudia, crying, had said, I wish my brother could see this. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. He'll definitely see it from heaven. Irene startled. That voice. It was the trio, the superhero brothers. The three main male characters, the trio of destruction with their striking looks. Wow. Benjamin, the shady one, always up to no good, grinned like a fool, looking utterly unserious. He had said, so many people came to light incense for him. The path to the afterlife won't be too lonely. Then there was Constantine, the blasphemous holy knight who used demonic relics, sighing, I hope your grace refrains from such remarks. And Lucas, the utterly hopeless crown prince, second only to none in idiocy, dressed flamboyantly for a funeral, his face beaming like it was a festival. Upon arriving, he had called out, My dear Claudia, still as kind as ever. But no one could have predicted what followed. Claudia charging forward and kicking Lucas, making him spit blood. The bam echoed to the skies. You shameless scoundrel! How dare you show your face here? Claudia's furious iron fist landed. Note: the image may slightly differ from reality. The situation grew increasingly tense between Claudia, Irene, and the three madmen. The crowd began to buzz as the three men approached. Lucas smirked. Finally, you're looking at me. Irene thought to herself, this guy's truly insane. The commotion grew louder, and she wondered, why has this jerk been staring at me this whole time with that damned cold expression? Irene asked, Do you have something to say, Your Highness? Constantine turned away. No, I was just thinking. Killing you would be as easy as snapping a child's neck. But I'd rather not engage in meaningless slaughter. His blue eyes swept over her coldly as he spoke. Irene was shaken, a chill running down her spine. Why does this guy always announce he wants to kill me every time we meet? This was the result of the choices she'd made. Irene silently stared at Constantine, saying nothing more. ... Benjamin spoke up. The true nature of Felix inside is a monster, just like him. He laughed. Ha ha. Too bad I can't show you his true nature directly. Unbeknownst to him, Lucas was glaring at him. She said she'd accept anything. So let me tell you this. I don't know much about Felix Chamberlain, but there's one thing he couldn't hide from me. Benjamin spoke with a mysterious tone. He had carnal desires for you. Irene looked at him, stunned. Benjamin continued. Lust is a fleeting urge, a craving for the physical body of the opposite sex. Irene seemed bound by his words. She retorted. Does slandering the dead amuse you, Duke Limburg? She added. Not every word that comes from a human's mouth is humane. His face hardened. Benjamin shrugged. Still as rude as ever. What? Does it sound like I'm making this up? She shot back. You'd need to say something actually reasonable for anyone to understand. He sneered. Now I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Benjamin laughed again. He was pretty good to make me feel this way. He looked at the coffin and said, "What a pity. He passed away before he could confess his feelings. Even if he had, you wouldn't have understood. The man's gone, so there's no way to verify it now." Claudia, growing increasingly irritated, couldn't hold back anymore. She said to Irene, "Can you take care of Duke Limburg too?" Both felt deep contempt. Claudia clenched her fists tightly. Irene asked, "Should I do it?" Claudia, though visibly upset, replied, "Just kidding." Unable to bear it any longer, Claudia decided to leave. She said, "Please, you three, behave appropriately. The funeral is about to start. Let's go meet my parents." Lucas, unrelenting, called out to Claudia, "I truly came to offer my condolences." Irene looked at Lucas, thinking only 3 words. Utterly shameless. Claudia turned and walked away, leaving Lucas's calls behind. Furious, Lucas lashed out, shouting, "Damn it, that's why I told you all to back off. Duke Limburg, you've ruined everything." Benjamin started walking away. Lucas asked, "What? Where are you going? What are you up to?" Neither understood where he was headed. Benjamin touched the coffin's lid. "I heard the young master was burned so badly he was unrecognizable, all to save a boy serving as a mage." He smiled. "How tragic, poor Felix." Chamberlain, Lucas, and Constantine looked at Benjamin with confusion. Then Benjamin spoke. "Today, I will wholeheartedly express my condolences for him. Whoever exalts themselves will be humbled, and whoever humbles themselves will be exalted." Felix Chamberlain was likened to someone brighter than water, warmer than sunlight, fresher than the breeze, and gentler than the autumn sky. Everyone stood there to bid him a final farewell. But now, a shadowy figure had spoken to him with eyes darker than the night itself, saying he would use every means and trick, that he hadn't entirely let go of what he cherished. Felix, with a cold smile, said, "There will come a day when I trample over morals and beliefs. But that's fine, because that's why I sacrificed." Irene, standing with Claudia and his father, recalled his words. After this death, he would be reborn. What he would do next, she didn't know. The atmosphere suddenly grew noisy with words of mourning. "Oh, the young lord, so young and already gone. I thought he'd live a long life. But it seems God loved him so much that he took him early." People murmured. Irene glanced around and spotted him, second Prince Cedric. He was at the funeral, with sorrowful eyes and striking blonde hair. She thought to herself, "Can I pull this off? He's a guy. No, even if he's a guy, I need to treat him like a girl and make my move." Irene struggled with her thoughts. She reached out, reminding herself, "I can do this. I'm a master at flirting." She gently tugged at the sleeve of his jacket and said softly, "Can we talk for a bit, Your Highness? Perhaps somewhere private." Cedric turned to look at her, startled, then gave a slightly mocking smile. How unexpected. The two of them walked out of the funeral parlor, with Cedric leading the way. He said, "This is the first time I've experienced something like this at a funeral." He looked up and added, "I'm not one for keeping up appearances, but this is a bit much." Cedric leaned against the wall, looking completely at ease. Irene was utterly confused. Then Cedric looked at her, smiled and said, "And yet, you're sneaking off with me on a day like this?" Irene was speechless. She stared at Cedric, wondering, what is this guy talking about? He casually continued, "Sneaking off on a day like this? You're quite naughty, aren't you?" Irene was stunned. Cedric went on, "Please allow me to offer my condolences. Though I wasn't close with young Master Felix, I've heard a lot about him. It's truly heartbreaking that someone like him has left this world." He stared at her and asked, "How did he die, anyway?" "Thousands of people are mourning his death." Irene stood silently in her black attire, which fluttered in the wind, listening to him speak. "Look around," he said. "It's just a bunch of insects wasting air, crawling back and forth." Cedric lowered his face, his dark eyes glinting as he muttered, "Now that I think about it, I remember he once set free an insect I was about to kill." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, sinking into a deep gloom. Irene looked at Cedric, wanting to curse him. "So, you're moping because some melancholic bug bit you?" She recalled something and said, "Even a tiny insect has a reason to live." Cedric was taken aback, then smiled brightly. "We can't possibly know what an insect's life is like." She continued nonchalantly, "Felix's death is indeed a loss, but he acted according to his beliefs, and this is the result. It's just that simple. Cedric kept staring at her, but Irene quickly realized this wasn't what she intended to talk about when she approached him. She sighed, "Old habits." Cedric suddenly said, "Your ability to charm people is no joke." He looked at her and smiled. "What you said was good. You don't need to be so long-winded. I'd accept it anyway." Cedric lifted the veil covering Irene's face and said, "I'll indulge your wishes." Irene, irritated, swatted his hand away. "Do you even know what I want?" Cedric grabbed her hand, his gaze intense. "It's obvious. You want to be loved by me." He continued, "It may not be genuine, but I can make you feel truly loved." His hand touched her cheek. "Your face is quite cute." Irene was flustered as his fingers moved to her lips, brushing them lightly. "I like these small lips. Biting them would be delightful." He leaned closer. Irene's eyes widened, and she quickly pushed him away, shouting angrily, "Back off! Don't touch me like that. I didn't call you out here for this." Cedric looked at her, wide-eyed and confused. "Oh, really?" Irene said, "I need you for something else." Cedric, surprised, asked, "What? Why?" Irene explained, "I see potential in you." Cedric raised an eyebrow. "Potential?" She elaborated. "You act like a moth drawn to a flame, but you won't dive into the fire because your death would be meaningless, right?" He gritted his teeth, annoyed. "Don't talk nonsense." Irene proposed, "I can give you a life with meaning. I really need you." He asked, "You want to use me?" She clarified, "I'm asking you to let me make your reckless life worthwhile." But he replied, "You're shocking me. Has anyone ever fallen for your words?" Irene smiled, waving a piece of paper in her hand. "Of course, once you're hooked, there's no escape." She held up the paper and said, "If you're interested, come here." Cedric seemed gradually persuaded by her words but remained hesitant, unsure of what to do. Finally, he looked at the paper, took it and said, "I'll take it for now." Irene smiled. "You made the right choice, second Prince Cedric." Cedric sat on a throne surrounded by roses, his face tinged with melancholy. According to Irene's account, Cedric was merely a supporting character in blossoms on withered branches. Unable to bear watching the female lead, Claudia, be imprisoned and waste away under the male lead's control, he helped her escape the empire. But the outcome was tragic. While fleeing, Cedric was caught. Lucas, looking at Claudia with lifeless eyes, asked, "You entrusted your fate to this lowly thing?" Lucas drew his sword and stabbed Cedric on the spot. Claudia could only see blood before her eyes. Lucas killed Cedric and then tore out his heart right in front of her. A jaded, unremarkable figure like Cedric didn't save Claudia out of love. He was always searching for a reason to live, yearning to one day live passionately. Claudia merely gave him that chance. Cedric needed a spark to ignite his will to live, and that's why, in that moment, he took the paper. That's why Cedric would never refuse her offer. Irene thought to herself, then suddenly panicked. "I'm late." She rushed off, but someone called out, "Miss, you're the daughter of Viscount Amber, right?" Irene, startled, responded, "Huh? Yes, that's me." Before her stood Duke de Appon, his stern gaze fixed on her. "You've been busy running around, haven't you?" he said. Irene bowed respectfully, her voice softening. "I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting due to my busyness." The Duke replied, "Erica made a request to me." Irene, surprised, asked, "Lady Erica?" The Duke placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. For the first time in her life, that girl wants something. "What did you do to Erica?" Irene thought for a moment, recalling their recent conversation. "I only gave Lady Erica a different perspective on the world," she said. The Duke glared at her. "You mean debauchery?" Irene, unfazed by his intimidating aura, calmly explained, "More accurately, freedom. Even if it leads to regret, everyone has the right to choose freely." The Duke retorted, "Her choices are mine to make, and there will be no regrets. You have no right to interfere, young lady." Irene nodded. "That's true. But even so, Lady Erica still caused a stir, didn't she?" The Duke responded, "I think Lady Erica has the right to choose her own life. If it were me, I'd fight to the end, even if it meant failure or death." The Duke frowned, exasperated, and closed his eyes. "Sowing false hopes in my daughter is a shameful act, but I'll let it slide this time." He turned to her and added, I hope you stay with the Chamberlain family for a long time. With that, he walked away, leaving Irene standing there, feeling adrift and unsure of what to do next. Irene sighed and slumped down. Someone called out, "Rin!" She looked up toward the voice. It was Claudia. Claudia smiled cheerfully, reaching out her hand. "I've been looking for you. Where have you been? Are you tired?" Irene, surprised, widened her eyes and grabbed Claudia's hand, smiling. "Sorry for worrying you. There were some weirdos today that really wore me out." Irene grinned brightly and added, "But seeing you, Claudia, I'm instantly recharged." Claudia laughed. "Really? Then let's go eat something delicious." Irene, delighted, replied, "Sounds great." Holding the camel map marked with symbols, Irene let out a thoughtful hum. She thought to herself, by now, those people from the guild should have contacted me. Why no news? Something smells dangerous. Her hand instinctively tightened, crumpling the map. She sighed in frustration. What do I do now? Claudia, approaching from behind, spoke up. Staring at it won't solve anything, will it? Irene turned around, surprised, and placed the map on the table, replying, Not at all. Claudia said, Then stop looking at it. Come help me pack. Irene, excited, responded, Sure, but she added, In the end, it's just the three of us going. The Duke has to stay behind for family duties, and Lady Olivia's health isn't great. Claudia replied, But I'm still thrilled. It's an excuse to slip away quietly. Claudia beamed. It's the first time the three of us are traveling together. I'm so excited. In her mind, she pictured the three of them laughing and having fun in a meadow. Claudia's face lit up with a happy smile. Irene said, It's not just for fun, you know? Claudia, still cheerful, replied, Still excited as always. Irene laughed. True, it's exciting. In another room, Irene said, Bring spare clothes, magic items for protection, and some medicine. In front of her was a neatly packed suitcase. Exhausted, she picked up a bottle of medicine, intending to put it in the suitcase. Since we have to keep changing appearances to avoid being exposed, we need to prepare a lot, she said. Holding the bottle close to her face, she examined it carefully. Inside was a shimmering purple liquid. From what I know, there are many types of potions, she continued. Let's try it once and see. The scene shifts to the secret Chamberlain mansion. Irene's voice echoed through the halls. Don't you feel lonely here, Felix? Felix replied, It's quite comfortable. This place is quiet and peaceful, perfect for focusing. Irene said, At the very least, you should have a servant. Like me, for example. Felix laughed. Haha, joking again? She responded, I'm not joking. Felix smiled. Telling me that is enough. Irene happily picked up a wooden box and said, Oh, I came to give you this. Felix took the box and opened it, asking curiously, What's this? Inside were several vials of purple liquid. Irene explained, Your face draws too much attention, so I thought it'd be better to disguise yourself. Felix picked up a vial, saying, Well, many people already think I'm dead. He uncorked the vial, sniffed it, and drank it without hesitation. Irene, sitting across from him, watched nervously, thinking, This feels like being tested by a teacher. Felix's face darkened as he spoke. Who made this, Irene? Terrified, she thought, Oh no, I messed up. Bowing her head, she stammered, Did I do that badly, Felix? Sniff. Felix quickly said, For your first try, this is already impressive. Still looking down, she mumbled, That was the result of 10 failed attempts. Felix, surprised, said, Only 10 tries, and you got this? That's still really good. Irene perked up. Really? Felix smiled. This stuff could have serious side effects, so don't ever drink it, Irene. He closed the box. Irene thought, just say it's bad if it's bad, short pain is better than long pain. Felix asked, But why did you suddenly start making potions? She replied, It just came to me yesterday, so I tried. I wanted to contribute something. Felix asked, So you perfected this in just one day? You've never studied this, right? She nodded. Yeah. There's nowhere to learn alchemy outside the academy, and I've never studied there, so of course not. Felix covered his mouth, saying, I spoke out of turn. Irene laughed. Haha, I'm not interested in that stuff, so it's fine. In her mind, she thought, I went through elementary to high school on government loans, then university. I'm done with studying. Smiling, she continued, I've lived my life to the fullest, so I have no regrets. Felix smiled. Yeah, I know. The path you've chosen is always right. He added, I don't often give praise, but Irene, you're truly talented. Flustered, Irene waved her hands. No, you don't have to say that. Felix looked at her seriously. I'm not just saying it. To achieve this through self-study alone, you're genuinely talented. Blushing, she scratched her neck. Then I'll make more. Okay? Felix replied, if you want. When I have time, I'll give you some feedback. Embarrassed, she said, no need, really. You must be busy. He chuckled. I'm busy finding ways to help. Don't take that joy away from me. Irene shyly said, you must be tired. Thank you so much. Playing with her hair, she thought, Felix's attractiveness seems to keep increasing. Her gaze drifted to his chiseled chest straining against his shirt. Is that because of the demon's power too? Even his clothes looked tight. An image of her friend Martina popped into her head, giggling shyly. If I could date a guy with a body like that, I want to stroke it like playing a guitar every day. Irene, embarrassed, covered her face, her mind erupting like a volcano. She screamed internally, ugh! Felix, concerned, asked, what's wrong all of a sudden? She stammered, maybe I'm the one possessed by a demon. Felix, puzzled, said, huh. Soon, evening arrived. In a room on a bed, a pair of legs peeked out from under a blanket. A soft and ha came from the figure. Felix, tossing and turning, his face flushed, sweat beading on his forehead. He muttered, hot. Placing a hand on his forehead, he thought, even though I recover quickly, my body's been exhausted these past few days. My mind feels strained. Lying on the bed, his clothes disheveled, he thought, my body feels so heavy, like someone sitting on me. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Irene sitting on top of him. His half-open eyes, hazy with fatigue, let out an ah. Trembling, he reached out and caressed Irene's cheek. Or so he thought, but he was merely stroking the air. His face flushed. He laughed. Ha. In his eyes, Irene was leaning down, her face close to his. He thought, it's like a dream. In the dim room, Felix's flushed face glistened with sweat. Nice illusion, he said, touching her chin lightly. But stop here, Lares. You think this trick will work? Annoyed, he added, get lost. Irene, silent, placed her hand on his chest, stroking it, startling Felix. Still atop him, she smiled brightly, calling, Felix, Felix. The illusion struck a deep emotion within him. Furious, he pinned Irene down, growling, I said stop. Are you listening? The demon rambled in his head. Why so harsh? You want this, holding her and loving her every day. Wouldn't that be nice? Felix's sweat-drenched face hardened. Seems my words mean nothing to you. Shall I stab my heart with the holy sword to satisfy you? He proposed, imagining a single thrust to his heart, ending them both. The illusory Irene laughed. Hypocrite, you want to be alone with her, pretending to be innocent and kind, but your heart is filthy. Felix snapped. What, Lares? The demon continued. Even after she left, you lingered, inhaling her scent, blushing. Lares mocked. How can your heart and facade be so different? Worse than a demon. Felix's hands, gripping the shoulders of the illusory Irene, trembled. Lares asked, know why I'm doing this? Because Irene is right here. Felix snapped out of it, calming down. He looked around. No one was there, only the sound of rain. Just a dream, he thought, sighing in relief. Suddenly, something draped over Felix, blocking his view. He turned and saw Irene. I noticed earlier, she said, sitting beside the bed with a wet cloth and a basin of water. Felix, did you have a nightmare? You don't look good at all. Felix's cheeks were slightly flushed, sweat dripping down. He replied, I'm fine. He could sense a sweet fragrance. Irene said, you have a high fever. As Felix reached out, he asked, Irene, do you still have that sword? She replied, why? Suddenly, Felix pulled her close. I warned you carefully, he said. The atmosphere grew tense, his heart pounding, their lips drawing closer. Irene, startled, bumped her forehead against his and asked, Felix, Do you want me to check your temperature? Outside, the rain continued to fall, leaving just the two of them alone. After checking his temperature, she stood up and said, "Your forehead's burning like fire. You're quite sick. You should lie down and rest." She added, "I knew this might happen, so I prepared a wet cloth for you." Her thoughtfulness left Felix speechless, at a loss for words. He lay back down, closed his eyes, and sighed. Irene looked at him, thinking, he's like a prince trapped in an ice castle. Then Felix suddenly asked, "If I died, would you be sad?" Irene, who was wringing out the cloth, panicked at his words. She exclaimed, "Why would you say that out of nowhere? You survived that dangerous incident, and now if you die, I won't forgive you." She placed the cloth on his forehead. Felix said, "I feel like I might die right now, but I don't want you to be sad." Irene's eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at him and called, "Felix!" Holding a stack of papers, she asked, "What are these?" Not only were there papers in her hands, but piles of notebooks surrounded her. Felix answered, "Those are research notes from when I was young." Irene said, "Wow, thank you so much." Touching his forehead, he said, "If I left them here, they'd just gather dust." Seeing his exhausted face and dark circles under his eyes, she asked, "Have you slept?" Felix replied, "Yes, I slept well." He looked at her and said, "I'm sorry to say this, even though I'm the one who suggested it, but I don't think I can teach you directly." Irene peeked out from behind the stack of papers, her eyes wide with surprise. "What happened?" Felix covered his face, avoiding her gaze, and said softly, "I'm sorry. If possible, I'd like us to spend less time alone together. Please listen to me." Irene clutched the papers tightly and replied, "Okay." The scene shifts to a train, gleaming under the sunlight, exuding an air of opulence from its wheels to its body. Looking at it head-on, Irene exclaimed in awe, "This is the first time I've seen it in person. It's even more amazing than I imagined." Renting it for the day was the right call. Claudia smiled and suggested, "Should I just buy it outright?" Irene winked, "Rein it in, Miss Moneybags." Claudia, still thrilled, said, "But I love it so much." Irene cautioned, "You're getting too excited." Meanwhile, Felix, surrounded by piles of luggage, watched the two playful girls. Irene explained, "You don't even use it often, so there's no need to buy it. Wasting money isn't good." After her lecture, Claudia could only say, "Fine." The train's smoke rose, its engine chugging as it began to move. Claudia, sitting in the compartment, was brimming with excitement. "It feels like we're going on an adventure." She smiled, gazing at the scenery outside. No hotels, no tour companies, no famous destinations or local specialties, not even convenient transportation. Irene smiled, "It's inconvenient, but you still look so happy." Claudia replied, "Of course. This is my first time going to such a remote place not advertised in travel brochures." Irene, delighted, said, "If you're happy, I'm happy too." Claudia laughed, "Haha, if Rin's happy, I'm even happier." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she added, "But first, I'm going to catch up on sleep from the past few days." Irene smiled, "Sleep well." After Claudia left, only Irene and Felix remained. Felix called out, "Irene." She responded, "Yes." Felix covered his face with his bag and asked, "Did you eat something? Like candy?" Sitting on the opposite seat, she replied, "No, I didn't. Is there a sweet smell, Felix?" He turned away abruptly, saying, "It's nothing. I'll go sit in another carriage." Irene, surprised, looked at him. "Why so sudden?" She watched him, feeling reluctant, and impulsively grabbed his sleeve. Felix saw Irene looking at him with sparkling eyes and a sincere expression. She asked, "Don't go, please." His heart skipped a beat. "Don't go, please." Those words made Felix blush furiously from embarrassment. He looked at her, thinking, too close, covering his face. He glanced at her and said, "Irene, listen to me." As Irene looked at Felix, her mind wandered. She recalled Benjamin's mocking chuckle when he said Felix had carnal desires for her. She thought, does Felix really feel that way about me? If it's true, would I hate it? Imagining Felix kissing her, she pictured a vibrant, colorful scene. Felix gently touching her cheek, the two of them slowly drawing closer, their eyes closing, their lips brushing together. The thought made her face flush red. She realized, maybe I don't hate it, While she was lost in thought, Felix let go of her hand. He said, "Why don't you ever listen to me?" Turning away, he added, "Don't make me threaten you with force." His footsteps faded as he walked away. Without thinking, Irene rushed after him, her mind fixed on one thought: don't go. As his hand reached for the door handle, she grabbed it. "Why won't you take responsibility?" she demanded. He looked at her, confused. "What are you talking about?" Irene held his hand firmly, resolute. "You tamed me, so you have to take responsibility for me." She grasped his trembling hand and said, "Stroke me like you always do." Placing his hand on her hair, she added, "Just touching like this won't break me." Felix's hand shook as he called her name. "Irene." She replied, "Yes." Something flashed by, and she yelped, "Ouch!" A loud roar followed as the glass door cracked from Felix's punch. With an angry expression, he said, "If you don't want to see me lose it, stop this now." The glass creaked with a crack, crack. Terrified, Irene said, "This carriage is so soundproof that even with the state of the train, no one would come. Whatever you do here, no one would know." The glass door shattered completely. She swallowed hard. "So, can you go easy, please?" Hesitantly, she asked, "Is Felix's desire to kill me?" Felix lowered his head, dejected. "How could it be?" she pressed. "Then is it the kind of desire to break my limbs, gouge out my eyes, pull out my nails, butcher me, rip out my heart or hang me?" Felix, bewildered, froze. How could I dare do such things? Irene's smile was brighter than ever, radiant like the morning sun. "Then what's the problem?" Felix hesitated. "I might end up destroying you, Irene." She laughed, "Ha-ha," raising her hand confidently. "Don't worry, I'm tough. I won't break that easily." Felix was at a loss for words. "You see the state of the train, and you can still say that?" Irene stepped closer, grabbing the hem of his shirt. "My body may be softer than the train, but even if Felix crushes me with all his strength, I won't break." She smiled again. "You know that, Felix." Then she hugged him tightly, closing her eyes and leaning into him. "So, stroke me." Felix's hands hesitated, but finally, he gently ran his fingers through her hair. His face flushed completely red. Irene asked, "How does it feel?" He softly replied, "Warmer than intoxication." Twirling her soft locks in his hands, he added, "And sweeter than death." Deep within, the demon spoke, "This girl's got more guts than I thought. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before you experience complete pleasure." But the demon was countered by another voice, "I'm a part of you, yet you don't know what love is. If love were just the joy humans feel, there'd be no need for a demon like me to exist." The demon retorted, "No existence is greater than a demon." The other voice replied, "A demon can't exist without humans." It asked, "So, what is human love? Tell me." The other laughed, "It's a demon, a paradise, and a hell. It's pleasure, rage, happiness, pain, and sorrow. No matter what words you use, they're never enough to fully describe it. Most love leaves behind profound regret, and that's when I appear to become a complete demon. Go to the human world if you want. I can even grant you freedom after this long, endless war ends." The demon smiled faintly. "Humans are flawed, imperfect creations, and love is just something to fill those voids, be it in body or mind. Sooner or later, I'll be free. I'll devour you and become a truly great demon." The target of the demon's fixation was none other than Felix, bound by the chains it created. But why did this thing of mine keep feeling sharp stabs of pain? It was a beautiful sunny day at sea, with a large, sturdy ship cutting through the waves. At that moment, a voice rang out, "We can't sail the ship out there." It was Irene Amber's voice. Behind her stood a group of people, and she was shocked by this news. The captain asked, "You folks said you wanted to go to Camel Island, right?" She replied, "Yes, that's right." The captain sighed, taking a puff of his cigarette. "It's not exactly difficult to get to the island. It's that we can't get close to it. If you don't want to die, you'd better—" His words trailed off. "Die?" Irene asked in disbelief. "Even when there's no storm and the sea is completely calm?" The sunlight reflected off the water, creating a breathtaking, shimmering scene. The captain explained, addressing their confusion. "Even I find this phenomenon strange. If you get close to the island, the ship will suddenly sink, as if something is pulling it down. Everyone on board would perish in the sea. It's like the place is cursed. Felix spoke up, puzzled. Why haven't you requested help from the central authorities? The captain replied, Camel Island has long been private land. We didn't know about this for years. The Fenno Merchant Guild even claimed that part of the sea as their territory, forbidding anyone from approaching. So what could we do? But about a month ago, they suddenly sold the island and left. Only then did we learn the truth. We haven't had time to report it to the central authorities, but we suspect they did something. That's why strong men have been hurriedly moving wooden crates, contents unknown, ever since they left. It's not just 1 or 2 people who've died passing by Camel Island. Now, the island seems to radiate a dark aura, bringing misfortune and death to anyone who approaches. They must have angered some divine spirit. The scene shifted to the picturesque coastline, with clear blue waters, a gentle breeze, and birds chirping melodiously. The heroine sat with Claudia, deeply shaken after her conversation with the captain. He said people died. Did all the guild members die? She asked, though it wasn't directly related to her. Suddenly, a grumble sound came from Irene's stomach. She felt ashamed, thinking, in a moment like this, am I even human? Claudia, however, just smiled and stuffed a sandwich into Irene's mouth. Still, Irene blamed herself. I don't deserve to eat. Claudia, calm and cheerful, replied, why not? If you're hungry, just eat. Irene asked dejectedly, what do we do now? Claudia replied, just buy a boat, and we're good. She continued, you look beautiful, like blooming roses, radiant and pure. She added, we also have the people Rin hired. Irene perked up a bit. Right, I was referred to them. I heard they're very reliable. They even promised to erase their memories after the mission is over. Even so, she was still deeply worried and said glumly, but I'm still anxious. Though, I'm really happy because it's been a while since I've traveled so far. Claudia smiled brightly. I used to feel uneasy because people kept staring at me, but now, thanks to the disguise magic, I feel so much more comfortable. Big Brother must feel relaxed too, enjoying the fresh air after so long. In the distance, Felix was cheerfully chatting and eating with the others. Irene zoned out for a moment, but she quickly smiled, feeling somewhat comforted. Your words really cheer me up, she said. A clack sound rang out as a pesky bird with fierce eyes swooped down, snatching her sandwich in a flash. Caught off guard, Irene could only cry out, my sandwich! Her anger flared up like a blazing fire, and she immediately chased after the wretched bird to reclaim her food. Where did you come from, you filthy thief? Seeing this, Claudia jumped up in a panic, accidentally knocking over a box of snacks. Irene ran a long distance but couldn't catch up with the bird. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the sand, out of breath. Give me back my sandwich, she shouted helplessly, lying on the beach, writhing and crying. She stopped crying abruptly when she looked into the distance and saw a boy in a brown sailor outfit lying on the sand, waves crashing around him. Who's that? She rushed over to him. Are you still alive? The boy's face was pale, lifeless. She shook him vigorously. He coughed up water, turned to the side, and hacked violently. Flustered, Irene didn't know how to handle the situation. Can I ask, are you okay? Finally, the boy stopped coughing and sat up, looking utterly miserable. It's been a while, he said. At this moment, our heroine was utterly flustered, unsure of who this person was. She could only pretend to recognize him. Yeah, long time no see. You're Andrew, right? The boy looked at her helplessly and corrected. It's Anthony. Embarrassed, Irene said, you're still alive. He sighed, dejected. I thought I was really done for. Irene's eyes welled up as she picked seaweed off his hair. Don't die, he replied. Well, then I'd have to take twice the risk. I can't die because of this injustice. From behind, a familiar voice spoke up. A friend of yours, Irene? It was Felix approaching them. You suddenly ran off, so I followed you. He glanced at the unfamiliar boy, noticing his dry, cracked lips from dehydration. Felix handed him a bottle of water. Drink this. The boy didn't refuse, gratefully accepting it. Thanks, he said, unscrewing the cap and chugging the entire bottle. Irene and Felix watched, marveling. That thirsty, huh? Poor guy. Suddenly, Irene remembered to introduce him. Right? Felix, this is Andrew. Her words made Antony choke on the water, coughing dryly. He corrected her again, exasperated. It's Antony. Why do you keep calling me by a weird name? Irene's eyes widened. It sounded similar. Trying to recover, she asked, Can you stand up in this condition? Felix chimed in. Looks like he can only sit and breathe for now. Resigned, Felix said, Oh well, and bent down to carry the boy on his back. Just lean on me comfortably. The gesture made Antony feel a bit awkward but deeply touched. What's this? Are you an angel? Seeing he was alone, Irene asked, Where are the others? Mentioning this made Antony feel deeply uneasy. The others might still be alive. We have to save them before it's too late. Irene felt a vague sense of dread at his words. Save them? Felix's face darkened as he said, I hear something coming from the island. It sounds like screams. All three turned their eyes toward the island, where dark, ominous wisps of black mist emanated, creating a terrifying, deathly atmosphere. Feeling scared, Irene instinctively moved closer, grabbing Felix's arm, which made him flinch in embarrassment. Antony, helpless, thought to himself, in front of someone who's practically dying, you two are still being lovey-dovey? That day was a beautiful one, with waves gently lapping, dazzling sunlight, clear skies, and a favorable breeze. A large ship set sail toward Camel Island. On board was Antony, along with other companions. At this speed, we'll reach Camel Island in no time, someone said. This job's dangerous, but you're still so excited? Huh, Antony? He grinned, full of enthusiasm. Of course. How could I not be? This gig's gonna make us a fortune. At that moment, everyone felt something strange. The wind stopped blowing. Everything around them grew eerily quiet. What's that? Why'd the wind stop? Antony picked up a compass to check, only to be stunned as the needle spun wildly, refusing to settle. He immediately realized something was wrong. Something's off, he said. The sea began to churn violently, and the surroundings grew darker. Back to the present. Antony, ravenous, was devouring food while recounting the entire story to the heroine. When I woke up, I found myself in a castle, he said, eating heartily. The heroine flinched slightly. That's quite a twist. She poured a glass of water and handed it to him. He continued, I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember being swept into the sea, but my clothes were soaked, so I must have fallen in. During that time, I kept feeling dizzy, like something had possessed me. Then, suddenly, I passed out in the forest. Curious, Irene pressed on. What happened next? Antony lifted the glass of water to drink, his face showing worry. The people there didn't seem sane. They were alive, but it was like they'd lost their minds. Something terrifying was going on. I had a feeling I shouldn't eat the food there. After a few days, I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to die and jumped into the sea. He slammed the glass down on the table. I remember there were 2 people, so I was saved. As for the others, I don't know. With that, he continued to eat ravenously. In short, that place is bizarre and frightening. Both Irene and Felix fell into a heavy silence. She whispered to him, It sounds like it's really the work of spirits, not some prank, right? Felix replied, Maybe. Let me go talk to the others traveling with us. Irene, utterly dejected and listless, slumped onto the table, thinking, Either we hit the mark or miss entirely. This doesn't seem any better than Neely's. Isn't there a chance the spirits could be life-giving or healing? Both Felix and Antony were taken aback by her reaction. Antony spoke up, Don't slump your face on the table like that. Irene lifted her head wearily and said, Why is this place full of lunatics? Am I going crazy too? Antony immediately shot back. I think you probably are. Infuriated, she retorted, You hopeless little brat. He shouted, What? I'm eating here, so why are you yapping at me? The scene shifts. Irene, despondent, said to Claudia, So, it feels too dangerous. Maybe we should pull back. Claudia remained silent for a moment, her demeanor like thorny purple roses, cold and proud. She countered, If we back off now, when will we try again? We need to find the spirit before those 3 make a move. Besides, we can't be sure the next spirit we find won't be dangerous too. Claudia continued, I'd rather fight my whole life than live in despair, achieving nothing. The heroine was deeply surprised by her response, thinking to herself, Claudia is so determined. She smiled brightly, like blooming flowers, and replied, All right, then let's prepare thoroughly and set out. If it's with you, Claudia, I'm sure we'll be fine. Today, the ship began its journey out to sea. It was another beautiful sunny day, with gentle waves and favorable winds. The helmsman raised his index finger to test the wind. Someone spoke up, are you okay with this? The helmsman turned, glanced back, then looked away and replied, Humph, about life and death? I've heard that question too many times from passengers before. Every client asks the same thing. We're mercenaries. If we kept worrying, how could we get any work done? The heroine and Claudia turned toward the source of the voice. From another spot, someone added, even memory-erasing magic, if mishandled even slightly, can cause serious consequences. We're always prepared to die. If things get dangerous, feel free to abandon us. The helmsman interrupted, sorry to cut into the conversation, but the buildings on the island are starting to come into view. Everyone's eyes turned toward the island. As they drew closer, they saw large, white buildings, old and crumbling. Felix observed the surroundings. That architectural style isn't used in modern times anymore. The patterns on the rooftops are symbols of a folk religion that once had many followers in the past. He added, so it's not nature reclaiming the land. The heroine, utterly confused, asked, does that mean time has reversed? Is that even possible? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, shaking everything around and startling the heroine so much that she lost her balance and stumbled. Fortunately, Felix was quick to catch her. Are you okay? He asked. The image of the two embracing was incredibly romantic, as if 100 flowers were blooming around them. Blushing, she stammered, why yes. At that moment, Felix realized he was holding the heroine and, utterly embarrassed, quickly let go. Both felt awkward and instinctively kept their distance. Sorry, he said. It's okay, she replied, quickly regaining her composure. But what just happened? Was it the power of a spirit? She cautiously scanned her surroundings. A woman was holding a ball containing trembling spirits. The spirits are all shaking. This must be a powerful one, she observed. People around began to murmur. Is it an illusion? Someone asked. It's not magic, so I don't know how it works. But it's definitely not an illusion, another replied. Felix spoke up. I'll try to enter using instant teleportation. But he was stopped. You can't get in. That space is distorted by an invisible force, making a chasm. No one can enter. Someone asked, distorted space? How do you explain that? Felix replied, it's hard to describe, but think of it as another dimension. A young man with a quiver of arrows on his back decided, I'll try shooting an arrow. He knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and fired. However, a wall suddenly appeared, and the arrow shattered into pieces upon impact. Everyone was shocked and buzzing with questions. One person, frightened, asked, how did you know about this? Who are you? Felix, with a wry expression, answered, I'm just someone who thinks too much. Irene turned around, about to say, what should we do now? But her words were cut short by a gasp of panic. She saw Claudia standing on the ship's railing. Claudia! Irene reached out, trying to pull her back, shouting, what are you doing up there? Her heart pounded loudly, and her blood felt like it froze. Time seemed to stop, the world around her darkening. She stared in shock as a loud splash echoed. Claudia had jumped into the sea without hesitation, right before her eyes. On the sandy shore, waves crashed, carried by the blowing wind. Our heroine, dazed, woke up, groaning in discomfort. Ugh! She didn't know what had happened. What's going on? It felt like she had fallen into an undefined void, surrounded by darkness, bound by something like chains. Her body couldn't move, as if restrained, not by objects, but by flesh. She sensed her surroundings more clearly. A pair of arms was holding her. Instinctively, she fumbled around with her eyes still closed. Startled, she snapped awake, overwhelmed with panic, repeating, no way, no way. Looking ahead, she could now see everything clearly. Before her was Felix, eyes closed, radiant like blooming roses, sparkling in the light. It was Felix. She gazed, captivated and entranced, at his handsome face, a flawless beauty with no bad angles. Now's not the time to swoon. She squirmed, trying to break free from his embrace, but no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. He held her too tightly. Despite using all her strength, she couldn't escape. Giving up, she sighed. How is he so strong? Deciding to change tactics, she started calling out to him, poking his face to wake him. Finally, He groaned in annoyance, ugh, and slowly opened his eyes, dazed. He caught a sweet fragrance, followed by a girl's voice. Felix, can you hear me? Do you remember what happened? Still not fully awake, Felix blinked groggily and responded instinctively. What? What's that? He sat up, holding her close, gazing at her intently. Are we talking about last night? He let out a soft sigh, resting his head on her shoulder, his hand running through her soft brown hair. He kept nuzzling against her, making Irene incredibly embarrassed. Her face turned bright red, and she was utterly flustered, thinking, we haven't even kissed yet. She called out, Felix. He snapped out of it, flustered himself, and gently helped her down. It's real. I'm sorry, he said, covering his face in embarrassment, repeating, I'm really sorry, though a bit shaken. Irene replied, it's okay. Thinking to herself, something like this happened on the train, and it's driving me crazy. She asked, but why did you hold me like that? Felix, sheepish, answered, probably because I was afraid you'd get hurt before I passed out, so I held you. Honestly, it was unconscious, so I'm not sure why either. Irene checked herself and found no injuries. Thank you. Because of you, I'm completely fine, she said. Felix stood up and extended his hand to her. Shall we go explore the surroundings together? Yes, she replied, reaching out to take his hand. A grand white building loomed before them. This is the building we saw from outside the island, isn't it? Irene said. It seems the path to this place is the sea. Exactly, Felix replied. The two stood at the forest's edge, gazing at the building. The surrounding scenery and temperature felt different from the outside. It was like spring here. Irene shivered. It's so cold. Well, you're soaked, so no wonder you're freezing, Felix noted. In the distance, children's laughter echoed. Both turned toward the sound, spotting two children playing. Their clothing. It's from about 4,000 years ago, Irene remarked, surprised. She turned to Felix. How do you know that? He answered, Larry's soul fragment told me. It's a shard with a mix of dark purple and pink. Incredibly mystical. Irene was astonished. No way. You can talk to it? Felix sighed. Its mouth never stops, so it's exhausting. A sudden shout startled them. Outsiders! Outsiders! One of the children, holding a basket of golden, fragrant bread and a bottle of wine, approached with fresh clothes, smiling. Curious, Irene asked, Why are you giving us these? The children replied, Eat and put them on. Thank you. Irene hesitated. Can I change first? Instantly, the children's eyes turned cold and menacing. No, they said. You must eat first. We need to be sure you've eaten. Felix knelt gently before one child, saying softly, Thanks to you, we'll escape the cold and hunger. You're so kind. His warm, flower-like smile made the children blush slightly. They glanced aside, stammering, Well, it's just our job. Felix continued, Have you kids eaten yet? Both children flinched. No, we don't need to eat, they replied. Felix cut them off gently. Don't say that. You need to eat well to grow tall like me. I don't need this food. I'm grown already. With that, he picked up the warm, fragrant bread from the basket. Here you eat. Fresh, delicious bread right in front of you. The children looked uneasy, unsure what to do, exchanging glances and swallowing hard. How did you think to offer us food? One asked. Felix explained. When the city lord invites outsiders in, you always offer them food and clothes. Why invite them in? As the children nibbled on the bread, they answered, Because Elifia likes it that way. Irene, puzzled, asked, Elifia? The children responded as if it were obvious. Everyone knows Elifia. You don't? He's the spirit of life. He loves festivals. So every day is a festival. Irene's eyes lit up. The spirit of life? Then Claudia can finally form a contract with the spirit. The four parted ways, the children running off, shouting, We're going. See you again. Felix and Irene waved back. Be careful. Irene then asked, Are those kids still alive? Felix's expression grew somber. They died 4,000 years ago. No matter how far you turn back time, the dead can't come back. Irene pressed, But you said it's not an illusion. Felix replied, It's not, but they're still just hollow shadows, empty shells without souls. Someone's trying to hold onto those shadows. As he spoke, a gust of wind carrying leaves swept through, and the surroundings darkened around Claudia Chamberlain. She didn't know where she was, helplessly calling out, "Rin, big brother." No one answered. Was she truly alone? Suddenly, someone called her name, Claudia. She spun around and saw none other than Duke Limburg. Why was he here? And why did he say she had walked into hell herself? While Claudia was still reeling from confusion, Duke Limburg relentlessly berated her. With cruel indifference, he said she only knew how to rely on Lady Amber, and that her stubbornness would drive everyone around her away. Claudia was about to retort when she received devastating news. Felix was dead. She collapsed, unable to believe it was true. A voice whispered in her ear, "You're always so kind, so I don't need to try too hard." Prince Lucas appeared, mocking her as a weak, helpless, and pitiful girl. Stunned, Claudia couldn't find words to counter him. The Duke continued, urging her to stop resisting and join them. Tears welled in Claudia's eyes, but her small lips uttered a firm no, clenching her fists unconsciously. She resolved to change, to stop depending on others and become stronger and more resolute. The Duke laughed at her words, intrigued, curious to see how she would fare on her own. Prince Lucas, however, scoffed, insisting that no matter what she did, her weak nature would never change. With that, both the Duke and the Prince vanished, leaving Claudia in what felt like hell. Just when she thought she'd escaped their cruel taunts, a voice echoed in the eerie, silent darkness of the place. "You can't protect anyone anymore. You're just a pretty doll, useless. No one needs you to try." Claudia, numb, responded, "You again." The voice didn't reply, but she continued, "Because of you, everyone will die. Why do you even need to live?" The voice delivered its final blow. "The only one who should die is you, Claudia. Why haven't you died yet?" Speechless and hollow, Claudia trudged forward, her footsteps echoing with a faint clop-clop, breaking the silence of the hellish place. Scene shift to Lady Irene. Lady Irene stood in a beautiful forest, worried about Claudia, unsure where she was or if she was safe. A rustling in the foliage snapped her out of her thoughts. Felix appeared, his handsome face adorned with a radiant smile that seemed to light up the entire scene, captivating everyone around. Even Lady Amber, witnessing it, felt her cheeks flush, her eyes sparkling strangely. In her mind, she thought, "Oh, holy gods, is this what the sun spirit would look like?" Still dazed by Felix's charm, she didn't notice him approach until he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Snapping back to reality, Amber quickly assured him she was fine, trying to hide her flustered state. To change the subject, she suggested they go meet the city lord. Felix agreed without objection but proposed they eat something first. He pulled out a bag of pastries he'd prepared earlier. Surprised, Amber asked when he'd gotten them. Felix explained, "Before we boarded the ship, I stored them in my magic bag." He handed her a pastry. Amber took a small bite, expecting sweetness, but it was surprisingly salty. After a few more bites, she found it wasn't bad at all. Felix burst out laughing at Amber's adorable reaction. She suddenly remembered she had brought some items for the journey. After rummaging for a while, she pulled out no less than 10 magical rings, filling both her hands. Seeing Felix's stunned expression, she quickly defended herself, saying, "Small but mighty, you know." Then she asked if he wanted to take one. Felix paused to think, but then gently reached for Amber's hand, taking a magical ring from her index finger. He smiled and said, "I'll take this one, all right?" and slipped the ring onto his ring finger. Amber's heart was already racing from Felix's sun-god-like handsomeness earlier, and now it threatened to stop entirely at the sight of him taking her ring and putting it on his ring finger. To make matters worse, he looked at her and smiled again, making her want to sue him for constantly giving her heart palpitations. Amid the open, refreshing scenery of the forest, with its lush greenery and occasional cool breezes, Amber felt a sense of ease in her new outfit, which was incredibly comfortable. However, she was also a bit embarrassed because it revealed quite a bit of skin. Noticing her discomfort, Felix teased, "Is it because the outfit's a bit revealing that you keep looking away?" Flustered, she stammered that it wasn't the case. But Felix didn't know the real reason she was acting this way was because of his otherworldly charm. After walking a bit further, a magnificent white castle appeared before them. Seeing the grandiose structure, Felix knew they had arrived at the right place. "Time to meet the lord of the city," he said. Inside the castle, There were many people, men and women alike, dancing joyfully, playing music, and mingling without restraint. Felix and Amber were astonished by how much more open and lively everyone was compared to what they had expected. While they hesitated, unsure of how to approach or greet anyone, someone noticed their presence. "Oh, look! New faces!" Startled, Amber instinctively stepped behind Felix. He, in turn, raised his arm to shield and protect her. A young woman with light brown skin and neatly tied-up hair approached them with a warm smile. "Welcome to Alioth City," she said cheerfully, carrying a tray with 2 glasses of water to offer Felix and Amber. They accepted the glasses, and Amber thanked her, noting that the woman didn't seem malicious. Felix spoke up, asking, "How can we meet the lord of this city?" Amber was caught off guard by his directness, so much so that she accidentally dropped the glass of water she had just received, shattering it. The young woman seemed equally surprised by Felix's blunt question and responded, "What do you mean?" Felix flashed his divinely handsome smile, instantly becoming radiant and drawing the attention of everyone around. Amber stared at him, thinking to herself, "I'm freaking out because this place feels so suspicious, and yet you're drawing even more attention to us." While Amber was lost in her thoughts, a man approached Felix and said, "You haven't eaten anything yet, have you? Why not? Food, drinks, even plays, everything's free here," he went on, as if enticing them. "You don't need to work here, just have fun." Seeing Felix remain silent, Amber stepped in to respond, "Who in the world would refuse free stuff? We're just so grateful for the city lord's kindness that we want to meet and thank him in person." As soon as she finished speaking, Amber felt every pair of eyes in the room turn toward her, making her feel awkward and uneasy. To ease the tension, Felix reached out, pulled her close to his chest and said, "We've already enjoyed your food and drinks. We're just wondering why the city lord, who's created such joy for us, isn't here with us. We'd love to share a drink with him." Before Felix could finish speaking, the man from earlier interrupted, "This is what happens when we let outsiders in." Amber, hearing this, pouted and retorted, "What's wrong with just having a drink?" The man continued, "Even if you offer wine, the city lord might not even notice a lady like you." Realizing she was being misunderstood, Amber snapped back angrily, "That's not what I meant." Suddenly, a voice rang out, sounding displeased. "Why is it so noisy?" All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A man with deep green hair, dressed distinctly unlike anyone else in the city, appeared with an imposing aura. He muttered, "Notice what?" Then his gaze fell on Felix, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" He stormed toward Felix, his face tinged with anger, causing everyone in the city to shrink back in fear. Seeing the man's approach, Felix stepped in front of Amber to protect her. In the man's eyes, he saw something unsettling. Deep within Felix was the presence of a demonic soul with red eyes, smirking defiantly. The man shouted, "You damned demon! How dare you set foot in here, you filthy fiend!" Felix was taken aback. He had used magic to conceal his presence, so how had this man detected him, let alone noticed the demon within? As if reading Felix's thoughts, the man sneered, "The stench of that vile demon reeks so strongly I could smell it from a mile away. If you've come to my domain to die, I'll gladly grant your wish. Arista will be pleased." Felix, puzzled, thought to himself, "Isn't he the city lord? Or maybe he's not the city lord at all." He responded, "You seem to really hate demons. So do I." Hearing Felix claim to hate demons, the man found it laughable and scoffed, "Hating yourself, are you?" At the same time, he tightened his grip, as if ready to strike. To prove he wasn't a demon, Felix cast a spell. He spoke, "Can a demon use magic like this?" The man retorted, "It depends on who's wielding it." He then added, "Let's see what you're capable of." He began to stretch and flex, preparing for a fight with Felix. "If you've got the guts, run. I'll hunt you down and finish you." With that, he flashed a grin, revealing sharp, menacing teeth, his demeanor turning ferocious and terrifying. A sudden burst of thunder and lightning erupted, creating a deafening roar and a blinding flash that illuminated the entire castle hall. The scene shifts to the hellish realm where Claudia was trapped. After walking for what felt like an eternity, exhausted and drained, she collapsed onto the cold, dark ground. The mysterious voice echoed again, urging her to give up. "See, you've barely walked in this darkness, and you've already fallen. Stop trying to get up." Though her body was weak and devoid of strength, the voice continued to taunt her. Why waste your energy? Just pray and wait for someone to save you. Pushed to her limit and unable to endure any longer, Claudia snapped. Shut up! While you're watching me, I'm watching you too. You want me to be nothing but a parasite staying still forever? Even if you drag me down, it won't do you any good. There will be days when I'm helpless and fall, but I'll still climb to heights beyond your imagination. And you? Do you even dare to go anywhere? She shouted in anger, finally unleashing the frustration she had been holding back. Breathing a sigh of relief, she felt lighter. I can't see ahead. Can you lend me some light? She said aloud. I can clearly hear the sound of water. Are you there? Nix? I feel a fresh breeze around me. Sylphid? Earthworm, if you can hear even a little, can you guide me? If anyone's here, please answer me. No one responded. Claudia, resigned, muttered to herself. Of course, in an illusion like this, there wouldn't be any spirits. Just as she was wallowing in despair, the area around her suddenly lit up, banishing the oppressive darkness. The light revealed the surroundings clearly, and Claudia rejoiced, knowing a spirit had answered her plea. Salamander, so you're here, she exclaimed. But then she hesitated, sensing something off. Wait, is Salamander really this powerful? As she pondered, a rhythmic clopping sound caught her attention. Who's there? She called out. Suddenly, the graceful figure of a woman appeared, her entire being cloaked in a mysterious shade of purple. Her long, flowing hair and even her clothing radiating that enigmatic hue. She approached Claudia and answered her question. I came because I heard your voice, little girl. Claudia felt that the woman's voice sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. She responded, Was it you who called me here? The woman confirmed, Yes, it was I who called you. Still curious, Claudia pressed on. Have you been watching me this whole time? The woman replied, I wanted to wait until you asked for help, but I still hoped you could overcome it on your own. Claudia asked, Why do that? The woman answered, So that when you face difficulties you can't escape from, I can reach out to you like this to help you move forward. With that, she extended her hand and helped Claudia to her feet. You've done very well. The struggles and the hope you've felt will one day become your foundation. Claudia paused for a moment, perhaps because she finally felt someone acknowledging her efforts. It brought her some comfort. She asked, Are you an independent spirit? Instead of answering directly, the woman turned the question back on her. What if I am? Claudia eagerly grabbed both of the woman's hands and pleaded loudly. Then please, form a contract with me. If you agree, I'll do my very best to ensure you never suffer. The woman hesitated, unsure how to respond to Claudia. But Claudia pressed on, trying to convince the spirit. Even if I don't know your situation, you need me, don't you? If you form a contract with me, I'll do anything you want. The spirit replied. A human child wouldn't say something like that. She let out a soft laugh. Hearing this, Claudia quickly continued. I'm sorry, was I too rude? But I'm serious. Isn't someone with my ability to attract spirits worthy of being chosen? Claudia's voice grew somber. No spirit has ever agreed to form a contract with me, which is why I'm here. The woman asked, So you came all this way with a purpose? Claudia nodded. Yes, I'm out of options. Impressed by Claudia's determination, the spirit exclaimed, That's truly remarkable. I don't mean to disturb you spirits. If you form a contract with me, I'll leave on my own, Claudia said earnestly. Why are you so determined to form a contract? The spirit asked, curious about what drove Claudia to pursue this despite the hardships. Claudia answered, There's someone I want to protect. And more importantly, I want to stand on my own. Moved by Claudia's conviction, the spirit told her, Follow me, and turned to walk forward. Forming a contract with a spirit isn't about standing alone. It's about becoming companions who walk together. You may not know this, but spirits can be as fragile as humans. I wanted to see what kind of person you are. If it's you, perhaps you can fulfill my request. You were testing me? Claudia asked. The spirit replied, It's been a long time since I've seen a child with your ability to attract spirits. If you feel upset, I apologize. There's a child I can no longer reach. I want him to overcome his struggles on his own. As she finished speaking, a radiant exit appeared before them, leading to a magnificent scene. The woman removed a necklace from around her neck. Its pendant was a sparkling sapphire stone, shimmering with a mix of grayish blue and purple light, both beautiful and mysterious. Claudia stared in awe at her actions. The woman looked at Claudia with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with trust, as if placing all her faith in her. "Reach out to that child for me, will you? He'll help you in return." At Felix and Irene's location, the two were struggling against the terrifying attacks from that man. The chaotic battle created massive explosions, reducing the fortress to rubble. From within the smoke and dust of the blast, the man shot out like an arrow, closing in on Felix and Irene in an instant. Fortunately, Felix was quick to cast a magic spell, successfully striking the man and injuring him, temporarily weakening his assault. At this moment, Irene, still in Felix's arms, spoke up. "You hit him," Felix replied. Practicing magic again like back at the old mansion was worth the effort. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, likely from overusing magic, causing his body to collapse from the backlash. Yet he still worried for Irene. "I'm fine, but I might fall," he muttered weakly, gripping her tightly. Irene confirmed, "His recovery speed is insane. I don't know if his real body is on the island. We have to find it." Hearing Felix and Irene mention him, the man spoke up, getting bored now. He used magic to make the surrounding trees grow uncontrollably, their branches multiplying and lunging to seize the two. "The game of chase ends here," he shouted, dashing toward them. In that critical moment, Felix shielded Amber, but he couldn't evade in time. The man's strike landed, critically injuring him, sending his body crashing to the ground. Seeing Felix seemingly defeated, the man dispelled his magic and approached. "Though a demon, you still have some magic power. So you're the one who made a contract with the demon?" The man mused. "If so, he's just a pure magic user. Doesn't matter." He glanced at Felix's fallen form, and Irene immediately stepped in front of him. The man glared at her. "Move aside, human girl." Despite being intimidated by his oppressive aura, Amber stood firm. "I won't move." Her defiance angered him. "Do you want me to kill you first?" he threatened. "I can guess why you hate demons," Irene said. "This island was used as a gateway to the demon realm, taking everything from you, right?" His rage flared further. "If you know, then step aside." But Irene refused. Felix sealed the demon away to prevent such tragedies from repeating. "He's a hero who saved countless lives." The man scoffed. "Then he should die along with the demon inside him. Once dead, he'll be revered as a true hero. Humans are clear about this. If he keeps the demon, they'll see him as a monster, not a savior. Killing him would make everyone happy." He smirked, satisfied with his reasoning. Irene persisted, looking him in the eye. "Is that what happened to you? Or someone you loved? Were they sacrificed like you said?" His expression remained cold. "That's none of your concern." He summoned thorny vines that slithered toward Irene and Felix. Desperate, Irene tried to sway him. "There are people responsible for Felix becoming like this. If I tell you where they are, will you go kill them instead?" Her words seemed meaningless to him. The vines kept advancing. "Why should I?" he retorted. "Then why kill Felix?" she shot back. "Because killing him destroys the demon inside," he answered flatly. "But why kill him and ignore those who caused this? That's no different from the people 4,000 years ago who failed to stop the demons." Irene challenged, unafraid of provoking him. His patience snapped. A branch shot out, wrapping around her throat and lifting her off the ground while other vines coiled around Felix. "Enough talk," he growled. "Any last words?" Struggling against the choking grip, Irene gasped, "I'll headbutt you." Her defiance enraged him further. The branch tightened. "Then die." Just as Irene was struggling to breathe, on the verge of death in this forest, Felix suddenly lunged forward, shattering the branches that had been constricting them both. He barely managed to save her from the Reaper's scythe at the last possible moment. Cradling her in his arms, he gently set her down in a safe spot. "Irene, thank you," she whispered. But then she caught a strange glint in his eyes, nothing like Felix's usual gentle gaze. A chilling realization struck her. This isn't Felix. The man seemed to have noticed long ago. "Damn demon," he roared, "finally showing your true face." Felix ignored his words, coldly conjuring a bow with magic. He took aim and loosed an arrow with such force that it tore through the air, streaking toward the man. Though he dodged, the arrow still grazed him, severing his arm clean off before exploding in the distance with unimaginable force. The sheer devastation made it clear. Had the arrow struck true, the man would have been obliterated. Before he could even process the shock, Felix was already in front of him, bow drawn and ready to fire a second shot. The man barely had time to curse, "You bastard!" before the next arrow was released. This time it hit its mark. Trees exploded into splinters, dust and debris filling the air in a scene of utter ruin. Irene stood frozen, speechless. Only then did the demon within Felix turn its attention to her. Its cold gaze flicked down, sizing her up. Irene, trembling, could only whisper, "Felix!" Smoke and dust swirled around them, obscuring everything. Kneeling on the ground, she stared up at him with fearful eyes. Felix? But the figure standing before her wasn't him. Laraj. The moment she saw those shadowed eyes locked onto her, she knew. Laraj reached out, his voice dark and mocking. "So we finally meet properly, Irene Amber." He leaned down, bracing a hand on his hip, his towering frame blocking out the light. "Because of you," he murmured. "My heart aches." Irene, confused, lifted a hand toward him. "Huh." He seized her wrist, yanking her up before pulling her flush against him. One hand held hers aloft while the other gripped her waist possessively. Irene stumbled forward, crashing into his chest. She instinctively braced her hands against him as Laraj growled, "Stop hurting me." Before she could react, she looked up in shock, only to find him scowling down at her. "Quit smiling so much," he grumbled. "Better yet, stop smiling altogether." With Felix's face but those unfamiliar eyes, Laraj stared at Irene, who now blinked up at him in utter confusion. "What are you even saying?" she asked. His cheeks flushed slightly at her expression. Then, abruptly, he shoved her away, taking a step back himself. His hands gripped her shoulders as he barked, "Why the hell would I want some brat like you?" Irene could only gape at him, stunned. Laraj exhaled sharply, closing his eyes in resignation. "Forget it. Just drop it." But Irene, irritated by his cryptic words and rough handling, frowned and snapped, "What do you mean, drop it? Finish what you were saying." His hands still rested on her shoulders before he finally released her with a mocking chuckle. "Heh." He pressed a palm to his own chest, smirking. "Not a brat, huh? More like a squeaky little mouse." Irene bristled. "What the hell is wrong with you? Just spit it out." Irene rushed forward, grabbing at his body in panic. "Wait, Felix. Don't tell me you've completely devoured his soul." Laraj flinched, his face flushing red as he awkwardly stumbled back. Then, with a sharp motion, he shoved her hands away and wrapped his arms around Felix's body, his expression a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "Don't touch me," he snapped. "He's just temporarily out of commission." Irene froze, clenching her fists as she stood before him, eyes burning with suspicion. "You've never fully taken over before. What's different this time?" Laraj averted his gaze, his voice dropping to a mutter. "It's nothing serious. We just made a little agreement." Before he could finish, Irene lunged forward, grabbing his collar and shaking him violently. "An agreement? What kind of agreement?" Laraj grimaced, trying to pry her off. "Why's your attitude with me so different from how you act with him?" "Night and day, I swear." When he didn't answer properly, Irene's fury exploded. "You shameless bastard. You only get to walk around safely because of Felix's body." She tightened her grip, yelling directly in his face. "Spit it out. What did you agree to?" Cornered, Laraj squeezed his eyes shut and blurted out, "It's a confidential, unconditional pact with the demon. Happy now?" Irene released him, her face paling. Her voice trembled. "Then, what happened to Felix?" Laraj pressed a hand to his chest, wincing. "Tchow. Hey, quit making that face. My heart hurts." Irene stared at him, cold and detached. "That's called guilt biting you." "Guilt?" Laraj roared, his face twisting in outrage. "Since when do demons have guilt? What even is that?" Irene flinched at his outburst, covering her ears. "Why are you so mad all of a sudden?" Laraj dragged a hand down his face, exhaling sharply. Then, peering through his fingers with icy, murderous eyes, he hissed, "Listen here, you brat. You're way too bold for your own good." His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper as he raised a hand toward her. "A weakling like you? I could erase you with a flick of my finger." Irene stood frozen in fear as Laraj raised his hand toward her. Her body refused to move. But then, to her complete shock, he gently wiped away her tears instead. Before she could react, Laraj clenched his fist and muttered, "Damn this troublesome body." Still dazed, Irene thought for a moment she'd seen the real Felix. Laraj tilted his head back, resting a hand casually behind his neck. "Relax, I just took a little nibble of his soul. No big deal." Irene stepped closer, eyes narrowing. "How much is a little?" Dropping his hand, he met her gaze and answered quietly, "A quarter." Irene's world shattered. The image of her kind Felix bleeding internally from the demon's bite overwhelmed her. A choked sob escaped before she burst into uncontrollable tears. Laraj looked genuinely startled. "That amount won't kill him. Stop crying already, Dash. Rin, big bro." Both turned to see Claudia running toward them, waving excitedly with one hand while clutching a small chest in the other. "You're both safe," she cheered. Irene immediately rushed into her arms, sobbing incoherently. "Claw, you're okay." Claudia laughed and spun her around. "I missed you too, Rin." Then she paused, noticing Irene's outfit. "Why are you dressed so weirdly?" Still sniffling, Irene tried to explain, only to recall the recent horrors. Fresh tears welled up. Claudia's smile faded. "Everything shook violently on my way here. Was that related?" Irene nodded rapidly between sobs. "Yes, it was all fake. This is the island's true form." As Laraj watched silently from Felix's body, Irene recounted everything to Claudia. "So," Claudia finally said, "everything we saw before was an illusion. This is the island's true image." Claudia held the small chest in her hands, her face lighting up with understanding. "Ah, I think I get it now," she said cheerfully, pointing forward. "Let's go make a contract with the spirit." Irene blinked in confusion. "The spirit?" she asked hesitantly. Claudia nodded firmly. "Yeah." Laraj stood silently observing their exchange, choosing not to interrupt. Then Irene pointed at him nervously, stammering, But we just defeated him." Laraj looked equally bewildered as he turned to Claudia. She tilted her head in confusion. "Huh? No way." Still clutching the small chest, she raised it up with a confident smile. "The spirit's heart is right here." Irene scratched her cheek, perplexed. "Wait, really? The spirit has a physical form?" Laraj folded his arms, listening intently as Claudia explained. "To leave the spirit's realm, it needs a physical vessel." I didn't know that," Irene admitted hesitantly, eyeing the small chest wrapped in thorny vines. Claudia continued her explanation. "You could say the price of freedom is obtaining a flesh and blood body." At this point, Laraj suddenly raised his hand with a sly grin. "Hey, if we threaten to stab its heart, the spirit will have to show itself, right?" Only now did Claudia seem to truly notice Laraj. She fixed him with an intense stare while still holding the chest, making Laraj return her gaze with equal confusion. Then she frowned and demanded bluntly, "Who are you?" She opened the small chest, revealing a red crystal heart that pulsed rhythmically inside. As Claudia closed the lid, a haunting voice echoed in her mind. "You who seek to contract with the spirit, are you the one who reduced your brother to this wretched state?" The accusatory tone made Claudia's expression darken. The voice continued its mocking tone. "You've finally lost your mind, Claudia. In your single-minded pursuit of a spirit contract, you've destroyed your only brother." The words coiled around her consciousness like grasping vines. "You swore to protect him, didn't you?" In the darkness, a beam of light shone upon the person, her. He remarked coldly, "So you've finally gone mad." Claudia slowly opened her eyes, He was manipulating her again, all because of her obsession with forming a spirit contract. You've already destroyed your only brother, the voice echoed relentlessly in her mind. You, who swore to protect him. Claudia gritted her teeth, fury boiling inside her. What the hell is wrong with you? She screamed, jerking her head up. Then, she paused, remembering Irene's smile and her brother's face. Muttering under her breath, Claudia seethed at what that spirit had done to Irene and her brother. It makes me furious. The world around her flickered with faint light. She recalled the beautiful woman Arista and the necklace she had given her. Then her thoughts turned to Elifia. But that spirit must have his own reasons. So, I'll go meet him to confirm. With resolve, Claudia's body radiated a divine glow, brilliant and resolute. I will choose the spirit I contract with. In her hand, she tightly clutched a small chest. Somewhere near a grave, Elifia sat curled up when suddenly, a voice made him jolt. What are you doing here? He spun around, eyes widening. Why you? You look like that damn demon I met earlier. Claudia smiled gently, tilting her head. Around her, thorned purple roses bloomed. A silent warning. Watch your mouth. Because of you, my brother lost part of his soul to that demon. Elifia glared, voice sharp. So, did you come for revenge? Behind her back, Claudia still held the small chest. She lifted it slowly, her tone soft but firm. You know what this is, don't you? You lost it. At the sight of it, Elifia panicked. Give it back. He lunged, but Claudia swiftly pulled it away. No. Wondering how I got it. She smirked. Only you and this city's lord knew its location. His expression darkened. Don't you dare speak of her. Vines surged behind him, reaching for Claudia. Then he froze. His eyes locked onto the necklace around her neck. Wait, how do you have that? Calmly, Claudia pointed at herself. Let's make this official. I'm your new master. She lowered her hand, gaze steady. Elifia, you will form a contract with me. We're leaving this island. He scoffed. Why would I? Then, Claudia uttered two words. Finello Merchant Guild. His pupils shrank. Rage twisted his face. You're furious they got close to the grave, aren't you? She pressed. That anger's been building for a while. Pausing, she offered the deal. I'll help you get revenge. Elifia stared at her in bewilderment as she declared, I could have done all this myself. She pressed further. You've lived on this island your whole life, so you know nothing of the outside world, do you? Her words struck him like a gust of wind, rustling the leaves around them. Elifia's face twisted as he listened. I'll hand that merchant guild over to you, she offered. He turned away, muttering under his breath. If I leave, this island will sink. Claudia paused. Sink? I've barely kept it afloat, he admitted bitterly. It should have drowned 4,000 years ago. The Emerald Island floated serenely on the sea's surface. Claudia studied it, then asked softly, Did you do this? For Arista? Her gaze drifted to the wildflowers placed atop a grave. Elifia's voice wavered. I used my power to craft her a body. So real, so delicate. But then, she vanished. His hand reached out, trembling, as if to touch a memory. Her face flushed with warmth, her back turned as she walked away. He had stretched out his hand, desperate to stop her. Claudia's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you really not know why she never appeared before you again? She answered for him, gentle but firm. She wanted you to leave this place, without regrets. Elifia froze. The image of Arista walking away, heartbroken, unresolved, flashed before him. Claudia continued, Death is what makes life precious. Fake flowers may mimic real ones, but they'll never bear fruit. People say lost things are the most beautiful. You're a spirit, so you don't understand human lives. But you know nature's laws, don't you? Around them, vibrant blossoms bloomed endlessly, spun from his own hands. He knew she was right. Elifia bowed his head, silent. Claudia smiled. Even if all that remains is dust, You must let go. Protect her memory, but move forward. In his eyes, Arisa's shadow flickered as he looked at Claudia, still holding the small chest. Then, Claudia reached out, offering her hand. She knew it was time to disappear, and you, the one left behind, must learn to bury the past. Tears fell freely from Alifia's eyes. As grief racked him, Claudia brushed his hair aside and whispered, "That is the way of humans." His tears fell as if merging with the ocean beyond the island. The sea churned violently. Thunderous roars split the sky as the island began to sink. Water erupted in chaotic sprays before, with a final "OM." It vanished entirely. The impact sent massive waves surging upward, a towering column of water crashing back into the abyss. Laraj, standing beside Claudia, eyed her sharply. "Where's that spirit?" She answered plainly, "I doubt he'd want to watch this." Ilifia was curled in a corner of the ship, face hidden. Claudia glanced at him and sighed. "Didn't I say to cover your head once the spell lifted?" Laraj's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me? You're just a human. Don't order me around." Claudia's smile turned icy. "Oh? Then a demon like you shouldn't spew human-like nonsense either." She scoffed. "Ignorant fool." Laraj, for once, obediently pulled his hood up and shut his mouth. Amused, Claudia patted his shoulder. With a grumble, he spun away. "This is unbearable. I'm retiring to my room. Next time we meet," she called after him, "I'd like to see my brother restored." In the ship's cabin, Laraj yanked the door open, only for Irene to barrel into him like an overexcited puppy. Squealing, "Felix!" Laraj recoiled. "Not her." His face twisted in disgust. "Fuck. Disappointing." Irene blinked, then deadpanned. "Obviously. Who else would it be?" Felix, now fully visible, raised an eyebrow. "Ever heard of Janus, the two-faced god? You're his living embodiment." Irene's eyes welled up. Clutching her chest, she wailed, "Give me back my angel. Without him, I'll die." Felix stiffened. "Aren't you afraid your angel will remember this conversation?" Irene froze. Sweat drenched her. Her mouth opened and closed like a stranded fish. Laraj smirked, savoring her panic. "Heh, relax. He won't recall a thing." Irene shot him a furious glare. "You think this is funny?" she snapped, her voice dripping with disdain. He continued to taunt her, smirking. "Oh? And you're not two-faced yourself." With a huff, Irene yanked her hood up and turned to leave. "Ugh, whatever. I don't care about some demon." Laraj stiffened, caught off guard by her abrupt dismissal. "Wait!" He lunged forward, grabbing her hood and yanking her back with enough force to make her yelp. "Oof!" Irene stumbled backward, nearly falling, only to go completely limp, letting herself be dragged like a rag doll. Laraj blinked in shock. Hey, why aren't you resisting?" he stammered. "No wonder Felix said you're like this." Holding her up by the hood, he swung her slightly in midair. Irene, dangling like a caught fish, merely huffed. "What? Should I let my clothes tear instead?" Twisting to glare at him upside down, she demanded, "Well, why'd you stop me, huh?" Her face, so close, so unfairly angelic, left him flustered. His lips pressed into a thin line, cheeks burning. For a long moment he just stared, utterly speechless. Then, with a strangled noise, he abruptly dropped her. "Your angel will wake up soon. Just sit tight." "Ow!" Irene rubbed her sore backside but quickly perked up, eyes sparkling. "Wait, so you're not really him, right?" Laraj crossed his arms, looking down his nose. "Humph. I was split from Felix, but I'm still me." Irene rolled her eyes. "That's like saying shed hair is still you." She plucked a strand, mimicking Claudia's cheerful tone. "This is Jean's hair, so it's also Irene." He scowled. "Fine. Call me a fragment of Laraj." Then, brushing sand off her clothes, Irene wrinkled her nose. "Too long. How about Lares?" She grinned, patting his head. "La Lares." His ears turned red. That's weird. Huh? What did you say? He turned away, gripping his coat. Maybe it's because I swallowed a quarter of his soul, he muttered. Dark energy flickered around him as his blush deepened. She seems to like this body. Maybe I just wait it out. His heart pounded strangely loud. Why do I feel so irritated? Unable to process it, he spun on his heel and stormed off, leaving a baffled Irene behind. Felix awakens. Nearby, Felix's eyelids fluttered open. Irene, perched on a chair beside his bed, gasped. Felix, but his gaze remained fixed on the ceiling. Rin wanted to see the ocean, he murmured. Then softly he turned to her. Let's go together. His words carried the clarity of the ocean tide, the rhythmic crash of waves against shore sending sprays of salt water glittering through the air. Irene walked barefoot along the damp sand, each step leaving fleeting impressions that the incoming tide quickly erased. Though everything had ultimately worked out, she couldn't muster any joy. The waves before her burned with the dying embers of sunset, their crimson hues bleeding into the darkening horizon, much like the turmoil swirling in Irene's thoughts. The island she'd painstakingly purchased now rested beneath the waves. The mercenaries she'd hired had proven useless when it mattered most. Her fingers absently traced her throat, remembering the crushing grip that had nearly ended her life. A silent scream echoed through her mind. She'd almost lost Felix forever. The memory of that demon gleefully examining Felix's stolen body still made her stomach churn. Standing bathed in the sunset's fading light, Irene watched the playful dance of waves and thought bitterly, I underestimated blossoms on withered branches. Who knew forming a spirit contract would be this difficult? But as the first stars began to appear, a small comfort emerged. At least no one had died. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore echoed restlessly. She kept gazing at the sunset when a voice suddenly called her name. Irene. Out of instinct, she turned toward the voice. Felix, smiling gently like an angel, asked softly, What are you thinking about, standing so absent-mindedly? He stepped closer to where she stood by the sea and continued, The ocean is truly beautiful, isn't it? Irene quietly watched his every move. The waves kept rolling against the shore. She turned back and asked, Do you know? They say the northern sea of this place is called the Mermaid's Tears. The sea breeze tousled her hair as he smiled, casting a glance at her platinum hair, which shone brilliantly under the sunlight. I know, he replied. That's why it's so beautiful, isn't it? He murmured in awe. Seeing his face, Irene felt flustered. She brushed her hair back and spoke softly. So many things have happened in such a short time. She thought of Claudia, who now had a spirit standing behind her in support, and added, But in the end, we finally found a spirit for Claudia to form a contract with. Her shoes were dampened by the waves washing up on the shore. Then she said, Actually, I went to ask the spirit of life if he had the power to purify demonic energy. He said it was impossible, unless it were an angel or a deity. The waves receded, leaving a long trail on the sand at her feet. After a moment of silence, Irene suddenly spoke up again. By the way, the demon sealed inside you, Felix? It feels a little unusual. He tilted his head and asked, Unusual? Under the glow of the sunset, the two of them continued their conversation. Irene raised her hand, gently biting her little finger as she explained, Well, he's certainly a demon, cunning as one would expect. But sometimes, I feel like he's strangely human. Felix stood silently by her side, listening to her words. Then he gave a bitter, self-mocking smile and said, In time, he and I will gradually become one. Irene froze at his words. Become one? She wondered if that meant what was different would eventually merge together and become the same. Her thoughts went to Felix being completely consumed by that demon. But she quickly reminded herself, no matter what, Felix and the demon were two different beings. She recalled the angelic radiance on his face whenever he smiled at her, proof that their very natures were worlds apart. Shaking off her thoughts, she suddenly spoke with conviction, startling Felix. Ha! He looked at her in confusion. With determined eyes, brows furrowed and hands clasped tightly against her chest, Irene declared, "Felix and that demon are as different as heaven and earth. That's undeniable." The sunlight shone down on her, making her seem even more radiant. Seeing this, Felix fell silent, unable to respond. After a pause, he asked softly, "Do you want to step into the sea?" Irene blinked, puzzled. "Eh? Why all of a sudden? I don't even know how to swim." "Don't worry," he reassured her. "We won't go too deep." Still confused, Irene thought to herself, why does he suddenly want to go into the water? Before she could ask further, Felix suddenly lifted her up into his arms. "Hold on tight, Irene," he said. Caught off guard, she gasped, "Wait!" But he carried her straight into the waves. Facing the setting sun, Felix whispered regretfully, "Offering my soul to a demon. Truly the worst choice I've ever made." Irene looked up at him, her voice gentle. "Why would you say that? Back then, you had no other choice." Hearing her words, Felix lowered his gaze, dejection in his eyes. "If I simply die because of this, at least I won't hurt you, Irene." She clasped her hands tightly to her chest, hesitating to reply. Then, as the sun sank into the horizon, she finally spoke. "I believe in you, Felix. And even if the worst were to happen, even if he had to leave her, she would still hold on to that belief." Felix held her close, their feet half submerged in the shimmering water, the last rays of the sunset bathing them in light. Irene reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice trembling. "Would you truly go down to hell?" Felix's answer came low and steady. She clasped her hands tightly behind his neck, whispering, "If that's the case, then I'll take responsibility." But Felix shook his head, his voice heavy with bitterness. "That right was stripped from me long ago." Startled, Irene clung even closer, lifting herself up to face him directly. Her eyes burned with determination as she cried out, "I won't let you go anywhere, Felix." He looked at her wide-eyed in surprise. Then, surrendering to the moment, he leaned closer, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You're bold, braver than I thought." Before Irene could react, his lips brushed against hers in a fleeting kiss. "I told you, I have no right," he murmured against her mouth. Held in his arms, Irene was too shocked to respond. Her face flushed crimson as she stared at him in disbelief. But Felix's eyes softened, and as they slowly closed, he pressed his lips against hers again, deeper this time, his warmth enveloping her, drawing her into a kiss that seemed to burn brighter than the setting sun. She trembled, but did not resist. Their faces were aflame, their breaths mingling as the world blurred around them. Her voice quivered as she whispered his name, "Felix," just before he kissed her once more, pulling her down with him into the waves. Water splashed around them as he shielded her with his body, one arm supporting her head while the other held him steady. The two of them sank into the heat of that kiss, the glow of the sun turning the horizon into a burning canvas of desire and despair. At last, breathless, Irene pulled back slightly, her lips trembling as she tried to speak. But Felix's gaze, dark, fierce, and longing, made her heart pound harder. He leaned close, his voice ragged. "Are you afraid? Or do you hurt?" Her wet hair clung to her cheeks as drops of seawater ran down her face. She shook her head faintly. "No, it isn't that." Felix froze, then stood abruptly, water crashing around him. His expression was unreadable as he looked away. "Because you acted so recklessly, I thought you weren't afraid at all." Irene stared at him in silence. He turned his back, his voice low, almost warning, "Don't hold on to me." But when he glanced back, his eyes burned with sorrow and unspoken fire. His wet hair dripped as he muttered, "If you keep reaching for me, I'll believe you want to follow me into the very depths." Irene, soaked and trembling in the sea, could only gaze at him in stunned silence. If it comes to that, Felix thought grimly, Then we will both be swallowed by the most primal of desires. With clenched fists, he turned toward the sinking sun, each step heavy with resolve. By the time Irene snapped out of her daze, he was already moving away. She stretched out her hand toward him, tears brimming in her eyes. Wait, at least give me the chance to say it. But only the fading glow of twilight remained before her. Her hand hung in the air, trembling, her whole body wrapped in sea and sunset. Felix, are you truly leaving me behind? She whispered, her voice breaking. She rose slowly, step by step toward the vanishing sun, her heart aching with a single question. Felix, have you truly gone? In the dark of night, Felix slowly opened his eyes. Around him stretched an endless void, scattered with faint white clouds drifting within the boundless black space. He wondered to himself, when was the first time I met Irene? Felix recalled the moment she had stood before him, both hands clenched tightly, earnestly advising, please, practice your resistance against demonic energy. And, don't tell anyone about this. Her words had left him frozen, staring at her, unsure how to respond. A book lay open in his hands, but soon he closed it, musing. How long has it been since I last heard the words demonic energy? Irene had looked at him nervously. Felix, in turn, found himself staring at her, thinking, this must be the first time I've ever really looked closely at this girl. She lifted her gaze toward him, restless and uneasy. He thought to himself, am I truly that frightening? Or is it because I'm more serious than usual that she's so wary? His eyes lingered on her lips. He noticed how, when she pressed them tightly together, they formed a little triangle as she looked up at him. Then his attention shifted to her eyes, and he thought, she really looks like a cat. And in his mind, he pictured a small black and white cat. A stray cat, much like myself. At that thought, Felix froze, startled by his own imagination. What am I even thinking? Pulling himself out of his reverie, he looked toward her and called, Lady Amber. Irene, still clenching her hands tightly, flinched and quickly lifted her gaze to him. Yes, she answered. Felix reminded himself inwardly not to frighten her. With a bright smile, he said, thank you for pointing out my weakness. No matter how much I train, there will always be flaws, won't there? Felix reminded himself that he must always appear kind. He recalled another day, outside the tea room, when he had been sitting on a chair with a book in hand. With his eyes closed, he lazily flipped through the pages and then called out, Lady Amber. Startled, Irene, who had been peeking timidly from behind the door, nearly jumped. Without looking up from his book, Felix informed her, Claudia went out today for some business. I truly apologize. It must be troublesome for you to have come all the way here on a weekend. At his words, Irene, still standing nervously by the door, stammered, No, not at all. Felix glanced in her direction. Embarrassed, Irene released her grip on the door and murmured, It's my fault for not informing you beforehand. I'll be leaving now. As she turned away, Felix noticed a faint bruise on her hand. He smiled lightly and called after her, The sweets are ready as well. Since you've already come, why not join me for tea before you go? Closing the book in his hand, he waited. The moment she heard the word sweets, Irene's throat tightened, and she swallowed hard. No, really, it's fine. She tried to refuse, but her eyes betrayed her longing. Amused, Felix laughed softly. Ahaha, what a shame. Eating them all alone would be rather boring. But if we share the tea together, I won't feel so lonely. His warm invitation made Irene hesitate. She swallowed again and finally murmured, Then, just for a little while. Her hand still clung nervously to the doorframe. Soon after, a tray of beautiful pastries was brought in. Irene picked one up and lifted it to her mouth. Watching her, Felix couldn't help but compare her to a little stray cat. He asked gently, Does it suit your taste? Caught off guard, Irene froze mid-bite, her mouth forming a little triangle as she replied, Yes, it's delicious. Felix took a sip of tea, thinking with relief, Good thing I bought these in advance. As Irene lowered her head and continued nibbling at the sweets, he mused, I first thought of her as a kitten, but seeing her eat like this, she's more like a squirrel. He pictured a squirrel nibbling on a chestnut, its cheeks puffed full. Irene, her mouth adorably stuffed with cake, sipped her tea, But when she met Felix's gaze, she nearly choked. The cup trembled in her hands, tea splashing as she coughed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked between coughs, cheeks burning. Felix hesitated, then admitted with a faint smile, "It's just, the way you eat is quite amusing." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Irene." Both of them turned toward the sound. Irene's face brightened instantly. "Claudia!" she called back joyfully. Claudia rushed toward her, exclaiming, "I came as soon as I heard. Did you wait long?" Irene shook her head with excitement. "No, not at all. Your brother even kept me company and treated me to tea while I waited." Claudia blinked in surprise. "My brother?" Felix only glanced at them silently, his thoughts to himself. Claudia leaned closer to Irene and whispered with suspicion, "Did he say anything strange to you?" Their hands pressed together in reassurance. Irene quickly shook her head. "No, not at all." But in Felix's eyes, Irene now had ears and a tail wagging happily behind her. Not a cat, not a squirrel, but a little puppy, he concluded. Felix's eyes lingered on Irene, who was chatting happily. "He treated me so well, really thoughtful," she said, then stole a glance at him. Felix wondered to himself, or was it just me? The air suddenly grew colder. Claudia frowned at her brother, the tension sharp enough that even Irene felt it and straightened awkwardly. Is she only like this when it comes to me? Felix wondered. Sensing something wrong, Claudia growled. He must have said something, didn't he? Irene flustered, waved her hands, and replied quickly, No, really, it was nothing at all. Felix studied her carefully, certain once more, a little cat. But then he froze when he caught the faint sparkle in her eyes. My own little cat? The thought flashed across his mind, startling him. What am I thinking about Claudia's friend, of all people? Clearing his throat, Felix averted his gaze and muttered under his breath. Claudia's friend. That night, while Claudia was yawning lazily on her bed, she covered her mouth and asked, So Irene, huh? What about her? I know everything there is to know. Felix folded his arms and listened silently as his sister went on confidently. When I tell her my worries, she never looks annoyed. She just quietly listens. She nodded to herself, playing with a strand of her hair as she continued. And she always tells me I'm not in the wrong. Those are the words I've wanted to hear for so long. Her voice softened, tinged with affection. That's why I always want to see her. Felix sighed softly, then smiled. Congratulations. You found yourself a good friend, Claudia. Inwardly, he reflected on Irene. She seems to be someone who truly cares about others, despite the materialistic impression she gives on the surface. He admitted to himself with a quiet admiration. She can do what neither our parents nor I could ever manage. With that, he turned and opened the door to leave, offering her a gentle smile. Thank you for talking with me tonight, even though it's late. Sleep well, Claudia. Good night, you too. She waved back cheerfully. As the door closed, a voice called out, Young master. Felix glanced over. The servant bowed slightly and reported, You have a guest. Irene. She didn't say a word at first, only stood there in silence, her face bruised, wet strands of hair dripping with rain. Lowering her head, trembling, she whispered, I'm sorry for coming so late at night. Felix answered gently, It's fine. I was still working. I haven't gone to bed yet. She accepted the hot tea he offered, murmuring a soft ah, as the warmth spread through her hands. Felix watched her quietly, then said, It's raining heavily outside. There are plenty of empty rooms here, so you should stay the night. Irene still kept her head bowed, her voice faint. Thank you. Her face was bruised, lips trembling as she whispered, I've disturbed you. Please, go on with your work. Felix frowned at the sight of her wounds, his voice low and shadowed. It's nothing. I was just about to take a break anyway. He gave her a small smile, sipping his tea in silence. The quiet between them stretched, making her uneasy. Still clutching the warm cup, she suddenly let out a startled, Ah! Then, as if remembering something, she quickly turned her face away. This bruise, it's from falling down the stairs, she explained hastily, touching her cheek. Ouch! She gasped, wincing from the pain. Felix calmly lifted his teacup, balancing the saucer in his other hand. It seems you fall downstairs quite often, he remarked. Irene stammered, It's just that I'm so clumsy. She covered her bruise with her hand, laughing awkwardly to brush it off. Felix then offered, "Let me heal you." She froze, eyes wide with surprise, clutching her cup of water as if to shield herself. "There's no need. Medicine should be enough." But Felix gently pressed, "Magic will be more effective." Irene lowered her gaze, fingers nervously twirling a lock of hair to cover her face, hesitant and silent. Then Felix extended his hand toward her, his smile radiant and reassuring. "To see Lady Amber wounded like this truly pains me. Please allow me to heal Claudia's friend. Won't you?" Before that angelic smile, Irene's eyes lit up, unable to look away. She quickly averted her gaze, her hands dropping into her lap as she stammered, "Then, I'll trouble you." The moment she consented, Felix rose and stepped closer, kneeling before her. "Thank you, my lady, for granting me permission," he said warmly, making Irene fluster under his gaze. He reached toward her swollen cheek. Startled, Irene squeezed her eyes shut, blurting, "It should be me thanking, ah." The instant his hand touched her skin, a flash of magic burst forth. Her hair fluttered wildly from the surge of energy. Irene opened her eyes in shock to see Felix before her, calm and composed. Withdrawing his hand, he said softly, "It's done." She blinked, startled, as his hand brushed lightly against her hair. "Does it still hurt?" he asked, touching her cheek. Irene shook her head. "No, not at all. In fact, my whole body feels lighter." Her eyes curved into a joyful smile. "You're so kind to me. Thank you." Felix stared at her, caught off guard, heart hammering in his chest. No, it's fine. As long as you're well," he stammered. The Felix of the present reflected. From that day on, why was it that my face flushed, my heart raced, and I thought, she smiled at me too? Through memory he questioned himself, or was it always like this from the beginning? In that recollection, Felix clutched at his chest, his heartbeat spiraling out of control. Every word she said, so beautiful, so unbearably sweet, it drives me mad. His heart thudded relentlessly, never slowing. And then another memory surged forth. Claudia adjusting her clothes, pointing at herself with determined eyes as she declared, "I will announce it. I want to live with him for the rest of my life." One maid adjusted her dress while another brushed her hair. Claudia's words made Felix pause. He turned to her, confused. "Claudia?" he asked. She flailed her arms, making the maids quickly retreat, and shouted, "If not, Rin will have to keep living in his house." How hateful! She stomped her foot for emphasis. Felix, hearing this, raised his hand to his chin and spoke seriously. "You're right." Then he lowered his head, chuckling wryly, fingers brushing his chin as he mused. "It may sound strange, but it's not such a bad idea." His mind wandered to Lucas, Constantine, Benjamin, the crazed fools utterly obsessed with Claudia. If they ever caught wind of such a thing, all their hands would reach for innocent Irene. He recalled the day she came to him, drenched from the rain, and thought carefully. Her household has no brothers to protect her. Considering the situation now, and what may happen in the future, his memory flashed back to that moment when he knelt before her, healing her wound. He made a firm decision then. It would be best to keep her close. That way no one can harm her, and she'll be able to keep smiling like that. Felix remembered Irene's radiant, adorable smile at the Chamberlain estate. He recalled when she first came to stay there how much he realized during that time. They talked together. She sat on the chair, while he stood behind her, hand resting lightly on the chair's back, smiling down at her. If I can make her feel more comfortable when she's with me, he thought. He remembered her cheerful delight as she ate her pastries, how she preferred grapefruit tarts over macarons, how she disliked candies among desserts. She sang happily while eating strawberries from her plate, and the Felix of the present thought, just watching her is enough to make every day joyful. He watched her from behind, smiling softly. Then he reaffirmed to himself, truly, it makes me so happy. But suddenly, his expression darkened, awkward and stiff. The Felix of the present thought of Irene's words again. That time, as she sat astride the wooden horse, she looked toward him and waved in greeting. Why did that feel so confusing? Her every word, every gesture. So graceful, so unbearably sweet. He looked back further still, recalling her fierce gaze as she clenched her fists and declared, "Even if you turn into a demon, I will follow you down to hell. Back then, Felix had stared at her, stunned, his heartbeat spiking out of control. Now, looking back, he admitted to himself, those words, they made me so happy. It hurt. Irene's cheerful smile lit up at him, and Felix couldn't help but think, she truly is the sweetest thing. Nothing in this world could ever compare. He remembered the moment their eyes had accidentally met. When I catch her gaze, he thought as Irene blushed, smiling back at him. Felix, what are you doing over there? Come here, she called. He realized then just how greedy he had become. Simply watching her from afar no longer satisfied him. He reached out toward her, thinking he had only felt the drizzle soaking into his collar. But when he came back to himself, he had pushed Irene beneath the waves. The sea crashed against him like desperate kisses, pressing him down upon her, driving him past his own control. I've been tamed, Felix admitted to himself, as their eyes locked, both trembling under the pull of each other. Before he could tame the little cat, it had already shaken his heart. From the clear droplets of water, he thought, I've done my utmost to protect her. Yet those droplets darkened, and the hell inside him only roared hotter. When the light finally turned them into pitch black, Felix confessed inwardly. At that moment, I could only reluctantly accept him. When Felix slipped free of the dream of his past, he found himself lying in a dim halo of light, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. He asked himself, did I pass out? Where is this place? My subconscious? Determination hardened in his eyes. No, this isn't the time to falter. He frowned. If it were the old me, I would never accept this. His mind conjured up the image of the demon, Elifia, grinning hideously. Felix scowled. All because of... Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. A formless figure floated before him, speaking aloud what Felix himself had been thinking. If not for that wretched demon, you'd have finished this already, wouldn't you? Felix stared in confusion. His body lay on the ground, immobile, eyes rising toward the figure. So this is your form? He asked. Lares tilted his head, resting a hand against his chin as he looked down at Felix. Humph. Dissatisfied with my appearance, are you? He sneered. Then he added, pull yourself together. You're unconscious. You don't even realize what's happening. The one you love is about to die. The words struck deep. Felix shut his eyes, clicking his tongue. No way to wake me up, then? The demon lifted his hand upward, laughing slyly. Heh! So you finally understand your situation. Do you want me to wake you completely? Felix stayed silent, staring at him as if waiting for the terms. Lares smirked. Then give me 1/5 of your soul. Felix scoffed, ready to spit an insult, but the demon cut him off. Felix's expression darkened. What else? He demanded. The demon's grin widened. What do you think will change if you wake up? Haven't you realized? You've already lost. His hand flared with magic as he jeered. Face it, you'll never defeat him. You can't even wield high-grade spells anymore. A pool of blood spread beneath Felix. Even if you're strong, Lares pressed on, you're still not enough to match him. You can't even draw upon demonic power. Can you? Frustrated, Felix snapped. Then get to the point. I don't have time for this. The demon burst out laughing, power surging around him. Sharp, aren't you? Fine. Lend me your body. Just for a little while. I'll deal with everything. I'll save the girl you love. Completely unharmed. I promise. But of course, he added, not for free. To protect what's precious to you, I'll need 1/4 of your soul. Felix lowered his gaze, a growl rumbling in his throat. His fists clenched as he lifted his head, eyes blazing. Damn it, I understand. The demon pressed again. So, do you accept? At last, Felix roared. Fine, I agree. Lares' lips curled in triumph. Good. No need to beg me. I'll do it. A surge of dark mana erupted, forming a vast magic circle beneath them. Felix lying within, Lares standing tall. Excellent. Let's begin the exchange. The demon announced. Hands on his hips, he smirked. It'll hurt a bit, you know? Felix ignored him, staring upward into the oppressive stillness. His thoughts churned. It feels like more than just my soul is being torn away. Something else is leaving me too. The magic constricted around him, dragging his consciousness toward oblivion. Why must I go this far? Then he remembered Lucas, Constantine, Benjamin. That's right. It's their fault. A cruel fire lit in his mind. Letting them die peacefully would be too merciful. As his soul began to unravel, drawn from his fingertips by the razor edge of magic, Felix made his grim vow. I'll make them taste a ray of heaven's light within the hell I create. Then he added, until they sighed in relief, he would throw them into the fire, repeating it countless times. Blades of magic that cut through the soul endlessly pierced and wrapped around him. Felix realized, yes, human morality, the dignity of life, even faith itself, all gradually vanished. His heart pounded madly in pain. His eyes slowly blurred and closed. His body was bound by countless threads of magic that held the blades cutting into his soul, stabbing through him, making him lose all sense of his body. Black and white overlapped in confusion. He wondered, what is it that I want to protect? A question flashed in his mind. What is it that makes me smile when I see it? He asked himself again. What is it that makes me cry? These questions circled endlessly in his head. As the magic gradually withdrew, he wondered once more. What is it that makes me angry? He could no longer remember. What do I still have left in this present existence? His mind grew hazy, confused by the blank spaces of memory. Then, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, carrying petals and light. He remembered. He remembered Irene's radiant smile that shone so brightly. He realized that was love and desire. Felix regretted it then. I should never have given my soul to him. His body was enveloped in dark power, and something inside him slowly slipped away, perhaps fragments of his soul being torn apart. Felix blamed himself. I said I would protect Irene, yet now I'm about to hurt her instead. Then, standing on the boundary between black waters and white, he told himself, if so, then before I hurt Irene. He embraced her and pressed a passionate kiss onto her lips. She sank into the last traces of the blue water, and she too wrapped her arms around his neck. Felix decided he must leave. Under that twilight sky, he turned and walked away, his mind urging him forward, forcing himself to go. Tears streamed down his eyes. With each step, he swore to himself once more. I must protect Irene no matter what. The scene of memory slowly shattered, leaving only endless darkness. At dusk, in a small town, Claudia was standing by the dining table near the window, gazing at the sunset. Suddenly, the door slowly creaked open. Joyfully, she turned her head toward it. Irene, where have you been for so long? She asked, then added, my brother also went to the sea. Did you see? But when she saw Irene clearly, she froze in shock. Irene stepped in, completely drenched from head to toe. You fell into the water? Claudia asked in surprise. Irene did not answer. She lowered her head, water dripping from her hair, her face, her clothes. Claudia frowned in worry, silent for a moment, then quickly grabbed a cloak nearby and rushed to her side. Are you okay? Claudia asked seriously, her voice filled with concern. Careful, you'll catch a cold. Put this on first. She quickly draped the cloak over Irene's shoulders. Then anger flared up as she shouted, Wait! Was it that bastard? Before she could finish, the sound of water dripping onto the floor filled the silence. Claudia froze, her hands trembling. Rin? She called softly. But Irene didn't respond. The room fell still. Are you crying? Claudia asked again. But Irene remained silent, expression unreadable, wet hair hanging down heavily. Then, slowly, she lifted her head and hesitantly called out, Claudia! Hearing her name, Claudia immediately responded, full of worry, Irene, I'm here. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Irene's face as she whispered in despair. Felix is gone, she added softly. Hearing those words, Claudia was utterly stunned, wide-eyed and speechless. Irene hesitated, then continued, her voice trembling. He will never come back again. Silence stretched between them. Claudia's hand, which had been resting gently on Irene's shoulder, slipped down. Outside, the sun was still sinking into the sea. She brushed her bangs back quietly, saying nothing. The air in the room grew heavy. Claudia pulled Irene into her arms. The two of them embraced, wordless, in the stillness. The 32nd emperor of the L'Occident Empire, Benicia IV, had passed away after a long battle with illness. His face was covered with a white cloth, and soon after, Lucas Dan Ranloxon ascended the throne as the 33rd emperor. Inside the imperial palace, the new emperor lounged on the throne, one arm propped up, legs crossed casually. The imperial crown sat beside him. Someone asked, "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" Lucas narrowed his eyes arrogantly, looking down with his blazing crimson crystal eyes. Resting his cheek on one hand, he observed as the man before him bowed deeply in respect. The emperor smirked. "Humph. Didn't expect you to know how to show respect." His words dripped with mockery. Benjamin raised his head, grinning, not an ounce of fear in his expression. Only ridicule. "Haha, but of course. I sincerely congratulate your Majesty on your ascension." His tone was light, almost careless. Lucas exhaled softly, amusement flickering across his face. He leaned back, no longer resting on his hand. "Well, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Nothing remarkable about it," the emperor said flatly. Then he added, "Wouldn't it be strange if I weren't the one in this position?" Benjamin closed his eyes with pride. "Your words are true, Majesty." Then his violet eyes shifted toward someone else in the chamber. Lucas followed the glance, his own red eyes narrowing with hostility. "If the one in this seat were not me," Lucas muttered darkly, "then I would kill the man sitting over there." Cedric, lounging lazily on a long couch, felt their gazes and glanced up in mild surprise. Meeting their stares, he smirked and answered in a carefree tone, "Oh my, your Majesty's words sound frightening. What must I do to erase your suspicions?" He spoke softly, harmlessly. Then he added, "I have no interest in that throne." "Ha!" Lucas clicked his tongue, dropping his arm and leaning against the throne's armrest. "Sit properly, Cedric." Cedric laughed lightly, stretching before sitting up straight. "As you command, your Majesty." Lucas shot him a look of disdain. "I know you love your own life. That's the only reason you say you have no interest in this coveted seat." Cedric raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "Well, you're not wrong." After sitting upright, he covered his mouth with a hand, yawning. "But more than interest, I simply hate unnecessary trouble." At those words, Lucas scowled, brows furrowing in irritation. Cedric merely glanced back at him, a teasing smile on his lips. With a long sigh, Lucas withdrew his gaze. "Humph, that simple-mindedness of yours. It's both your strength and your weakness." But before he could finish his remark, the doors of the palace burst open. 2 guards rushed in, panicked, urging restraint. All eyes turned toward the man who stumbled in, breathing heavily, face twisted with unease. "Your Majesty!" he cried. Lucas's eyes narrowed sharply, anger flashing as he glared at him. "Constantine," he growled, spitting each word with venom. "And what is this disrespect supposed to mean? Is this how you congratulate me on my ascension?" His tone dripped with scorn. Constantine steadied his breathing and finally spoke. "Forgive me, your Majesty. That matter is not important right now." Benjamin leaned in, curious to hear more. But Constantine hesitated before continuing. "Claudia has returned." At those words, Benjamin's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh ho!" he muttered. Lucas, still lounging on the throne, reacted differently. His expression lit up with uncontrollable excitement, and he nearly leapt from his seat. "She's finally abandoned that brat Amber and come back to me?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with wild delight, twisting the meaning as he pleased. But Constantine quickly shattered that illusion. "No, she returned together with Irene Amber. That girl is of greater importance." Before he could finish, Lucas interrupted, unable to contain himself. His hands clenched the armrests of the throne, his heartbeat pounding as his lips curved into a feverish smile. "No matter. If Claudia is willing to return to me, then raising a mere Amber along the way is of no consequence." Benjamin, unimpressed by the emperor's frenzy, looked up with a sigh and spoke dryly. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should let Lord Constantine finish his report." Lucas covered his flushed face with one hand, suppressing his grin. With full confidence, he declared, "I cannot imagine any reason for her return other than me. I'll overlook your earlier insolence, Constantine. Now tell me, where is she?" Constantine exhaled heavily, helpless before such a ruler, then continued. "It seems Claudia and Irene Amber gained entry to the island by means of some strange merchant caravan. More importantly," Benjamin raised his brows in interest as Constantine's tone grew weighty. "They returned accompanied by a great spirit. At the town outside the castle, Claudia, Irene, and Elifia are on their way back together. Lucas straightened, eyes narrowing sharply. A great spirit? You mean, Elifia? Constantine nodded. Yes, his power is nearly comparable to that of a spirit king. Perhaps even beyond. He cannot be measured by ordinary means. The room fell deathly silent. Scarlet light seemed to shimmer in the emperor's crimson gaze as shock robbed him of words. Benjamin broke the silence, recalling past conversations. Claudia once said she was incapable of forming a contract with a spirit. And yet, Lucas cut him a sidelong glare, but Benjamin met it calmly, smirking as he added, she must have used some trick to bind one. Look at her now, returning with a great spirit. Quite the spectacle, wouldn't you say? Irene Amber, how magnificent! His mocking praise rang through the chamber, filling the tension with a sharp edge of irony. Benjamin leaned back, speaking casually as if in idle conversation. Sooner or later, Claudia will be revered by the people. Her name will be etched into history. Lucas sat in silence, but his hands gripped the throne until they trembled, veins bulging across his skin. His eyes grew sharp as blades, his voice a low growl laced with menace. It may not be as I predicted, but the day will come when Claudia belongs to me, completely. He exhaled harshly, then continued, his arrogance boiling over. I still have plenty of time. If not now, then later. That day will come, when I rise even higher. Both Benjamin and Cedric turned their eyes on him, listening to the emperor's boastful vow. Lucas extended his hand, voice resolute, like the bloom of a black rose heralding war. I will spark the conquest to come. Lounging arrogantly, one leg crossed over the other upon the throne, the emperor laughed with unshakable pride. 3.5 years had passed, since the day Felix disappeared into the horizon, walking toward the sea beneath the fading sunset. Now, a cabinet filled with glass vials and stacks of books sat in a quiet room. Someone was writing furiously, but suddenly paused. It was Irene. She looked up, her lips curving into a bright smile at the figure who had just entered. Ah, Claudia. Long time no see. Claudia's hand lingered anxiously on the doorknob. Rin, are you still staying up all night studying again? She scolded softly, before quickly crossing the room. Placing a hand on Irene's shoulder, she smiled with a hint of threat. Irene scratched the back of her neck sheepishly, laughing it off. Well, you also come home late from work, don't you? But in her heart, Irene sighed. At this rate, guzzling stimulants like this, I'll probably die young. Still, she pushed the thought aside with a faint grin. Claudia, choosing to change the subject, leaned on the back of a chair and smiled. Show me what you're working on. Of course, Irene answered gladly. Soon, the clinking of glassware echoed through the room. She picked up 2 small vials of herbs, pouring their contents into an empty container. Can you believe it's already been 3.5 years since Felix left? Yes, Claudia replied gently, watching her. Irene stayed focused on her mixture, eyes fixed on the liquid as she spoke. So much has changed. Claudia's voice lowered. When Lucas took the throne, Benjamin and Constantine quickly became his most trusted aides. Together, the 3 of them, emperor and his 2 right arms, stood at the pinnacle. From their arrogant gaze, it was clear. The 3 factions, nobility, royalty, and the church, have finally allied. And besides, she added, remembering, Elifia and I have also risen to higher standing. And you, Irene, you're capable of brewing divine elixirs now. Swirls of potion blended on the desk, glowing faintly. Claudia suddenly pointed upward, remarking playfully, and I think you might even have some talent in the arts too. Irene's hands trembled, clutching her vials as she stammered, That's not my strength. Denying it quickly, Claudia rested her arm lazily on the chair behind her, speaking with quiet gravity. We've dragged this conflict out so long, no one's willing to yield. In the end, someone will have to die before this war can truly end. Her words hung heavy in the air, but Irene kept mixing. Then, suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement. Holding up a new vial, she declared, Ah, just one more ingredient, and it'll be done. Claudia leaned in, hands clasped behind her back, watching curiously. Really? Ooh, let me see. Irene tilted the flask, pouring the final liquid. At once, smoke hissed out as the mixture flared. But instead of settling, the potion boiled violently, morphing into a viscous black-purple sludge. Irene froze, horrified, jaw slack. What? Claudia blinked, still curious, though she knew immediately something had gone wrong. Dark fumes spread through the room, choking the air. Claudia, quick! Irene cried, reaching out, but too late. The vial exploded. Shards of glass and clouds of acrid smoke filled the room with a deafening blast. When the haze finally cleared, both girls stood covered in soot, hair wild and faces blackened, staring blankly into space. Claudia was the first to break the silence, forcing a wry smile. That's enough for today, Rin. Let's stop here and let you rest. Irene let out a puff of smoke and sighed. Fine. Not long after, she received a letter. The messenger handed it to her with a brief instruction. Please attend this. Blinking in surprise, Irene accepted the envelope, unfolded it, and frowned. What is this? And why did it just come out of nowhere? The messenger answered calmly. It's an invitation to the victory banquet. Her confusion deepened. Tilting her head, letter still in hand, she muttered, why should I attend a celebration for an invasion? Leaning casually with one hand on his hip, Cedric replied with his usual handsome grin. Don't be so blunt. The truth is, there's someone I've got my eye on. Irene arched a brow. Who? After the banquet, he'll be granted the title of Count of the Roxetant Empire and Duke of the small kingdom of Rixa, Cedric explained smoothly. He's a war hero. That only made Irene's frown deepen. A war hero? Still smiling, Cedric elaborated. His record is spotless. No family ties, no suspicious connections. Every battle he's fought, he went in alone. And every time he returned with victory. Irene rested her chin on her hand, a thought sparking in her mind. I suppose? But still, I'm not so sure. Her expression turned hesitant, Constantine's cold, piercing gaze flashing across her memory. Noticing her unease, Cedric cut in lightly, brushing away her hesitation. Don't be too wary. He might be exactly the person we need. Irene looked up, unconvinced. And if we're wrong? What if we choose badly? Cedric shrugged. Didn't you once say you felt like our plan was missing a final piece? Like a puzzle with a gap. He gave a meaningful smile. I believe he is that missing piece. Slowly, Irene's lips curved into a smile. That does make sense. But before she could finish speaking, Cedric interrupted with a playful jab. Which is why you'll be the one to lure him in. Her worldview shattered on the spot. What? Irene stared at him, wide-eyed in disbelief. Cedric folded his arms proudly, grinning from ear to ear. After all, you've got quite the talent for persuasion and seduction. Her face went pale. Hold on. This war hero? He isn't a woman, is he? Hands on his hips again. Cedric pointed at her like a teacher scolding a student. You still haven't fixed that habit, have you? You talk sweet as honey when it's to me. That's irrelevant. Irene protested, sweating bullets. Cedric only laughed, far too optimistic. Hey, you managed to lure me in once, didn't you? The first time's tough, but after that it gets easier. Though his words were meant to reassure, Irene groaned, sinking deeper into her chair, utterly distressed. Still, Cedric extended a hand to her. Of course, I wouldn't just throw you at anyone. You've got a good eye, Rin. Take a look at him, then judge for yourself. Resigned, Irene lowered her head with a long sigh. Ugh, fine. I'll do it. Somewhere, a voice rose. A war hero? Amid fire and smoke, a lone warrior stood upon a mound of corpses, twin blades in hand. When I saw that man, wielding two swords as he tore through the battlefield, I thanked the heavens he was not my enemy. Those were no ordinary blades. The demon's sword, killing without pause, one edge slick with fresh blood. His strikes did not merely pierce through armor, but cleaved through flesh and bone as though they were nothing. Wherever he passed, bodies piled up, as though blasted apart by explosives. A man who fought with twin swords, eyes gleaming with a cold blue light, flames curling around him. People said he was like the very incarnation of a god of war and victory, descended to the mortal realm. Surely such a god would take his likeness. In the imperial study, Lucas sat at his desk, poring over reports about the so-called war hero. His brow furrowed in disbelief. What is this? Did someone hire a novelist to write these reports? At his side, Benjamin, wrapped in a half-fastened cloak, chuckled. You'll be even more surprised once you read further. It's all described in flowery, exalted prose. The emperor's red eyes lifted from the page to fix on him. Are you certain these reports are reliable? Granted, if he truly takes the field, victory would be assured. But still, Lucas hesitated. Benjamin smiled, eyes narrowing with delight as he raised a hand. Your Majesty need only look at the facts. 100 battles, 100 victories, with nothing but 2 swords. He is special, remarkable beyond measure. Then his gaze deepened, glittering with hungry amusement. Such a jewel is far too dazzling to be wasted as a mere hound. That would be a shame. Lucas dropped the papers with a sigh, exasperated by Benjamin's barely contained excitement. Yet, after a pause, he smirked in agreement. You're not wrong. Still, try not to let that grotesque expression of yours slip out so openly. He leaned back, voice lowering with sly anticipation. Besides, if I extend a touch of mercy to someone so insignificant, Claudia herself might just throw herself into my hands. The emperor's face lit up with dark delight, a laugh spilling out as his cheeks flushed. His blood-red eyes gleamed with eager, feverish anticipation. At a certain tavern, a voice called out, "One drink, please." The bartender slid a glass across the counter and added with a smile, "This one's on the house." When Irene saw the drink, her eyes widened. Whoa! The color's so pretty. What's it called? The bartender smiled politely. It's called Hair of the Dog. The name left Irene blinking in surprise. Hair of a dog? In her mind's eye, an image of a little puppy barking woof, woof popped up. The bartender, at a loss, rubbed the back of his neck and explained awkwardly. It's named after an old saying, that if a dog bites you, rubbing its fur on the wound eases the pain. In other words, the best cure for a hangover is another drink. Oh, I see. Irene nodded, finally understanding. The bartender leaned a little closer, speaking with quiet sincerity. Personally, I think it can also mean that sometimes only people can heal the wounds left by other people. The golden drink glowed in the glass. It suits you, milady, he added softly. Me? Irene blinked, surprised, tilting the glass in her hand. What? Don't tell me you're... She leaned forward teasingly. The bartender's face darkened, irritation flickering beneath a strained smile. Ha! Don't misunderstand. It's just a drink. But then he quickly added, though, if you could, please visit often. Martina could use some encouragement. Irene tilted her head, eyes narrowing curiously at his expression. As he polished another glass, cheeks faintly red, he murmured, She's been hurt many times. I only hope someone will give her the warmth she deserves. Seeing his earnest face, Irene grinned mischievously. Ah, so she's the one, huh? The bartender's jaw tightened. He forced another brittle smile. Ha ha. There's no need for you to get the wrong idea. Irene burst out laughing. Ah ha ha. Don't worry. I'll be right behind you, cheering on your beautiful love story. His face flushed crimson. He slammed the counter and shouted in embarrassment. It's not like that. Just then, the doorbell jingled. The bartender froze, quickly straightened up, and bowed toward the entrance. Welcome. Irene turned to see the newcomer, her eyes widening in surprise. It's been a while, the woman said. Martina. Irene stammered. Martina's lips curved in a calm smile. A year and a half, at least. I've been waiting for you, Irene. I was even thinking of coming to find you myself. She stepped forward in a dazzling gown, an attendant removing her cloak with practiced hands. Irene, flustered, brushed her hair back and looked away. I'm sorry. The truth is, I've lost all of my powers now. Inwardly, she thought grimly to herself, this book story has already veered far from the original. I have no idea what's going to happen next. She told herself she had no right to face Martina without bringing her any news. But Martina cut into her thoughts with a warm smile. Do you still dwell on what I said before? It doesn't matter. Whatever it is you want, you can come to me. Irene blinked at her words, caught off guard. Really? Martina rested one hand on her hip, the other beckoning playfully. Ask me anything, and I'll answer. Still flustered, Irene hesitated. Then, at that inviting wave, she walked closer. Then, pardon me, Martina. I'm really grateful. Martina's hand lingered atop her head as Irene tried to gather her thoughts. It took her a while before she finally spoke. I'm not sure if this information will be useful, but I think it might be of value to you. Martina chuckled, stroking Irene's hair. Even a scrap of information is fine. Thanks to you, I've made quite a fortune already. I should reward you, don't you think? Her words brought to mind a chilling description. The Walter of war and victory, the mercenary of judgment and ruin, the murderer who slaughters all before him. A man standing amidst a mountain of corpses, twin swords in hand, eyes glowing like a demon's. Green fire in the dawn light. So many titles, all for one bloodstained mercenary. Irene flipped through the documents, brow furrowed. Not even a priest, yet wielding judgment? What in the world is he doing on a battlefield? She muttered to herself, recalling the original story. From the descriptions, his swordsmanship's practically at grandmaster level. So after the main plot ends, a superhuman like this just pops up? Seriously. With a weary sigh, she stretched her arms and legs before turning another page. One note caught her eye. A mercenary. Orphan. No birth records. No sign of visiting brothels despite months on campaign. Countless scraps of unverified information. Irene tapped the paper, whispering, "Just looking at this is enough to smell danger." Dropping the file back onto the desk, she exhaled. They call it defeating the enemy. But in truth, it's just slaughter. Pushing the papers aside, she stood and resolved. Enough for now. First, I should prepare for the victory banquet. She went to her wardrobe, rifling through dresses. Need to make a good impression. Best wear something striking. Her hands paused when she touched a familiar gown. A soft pink dress. She realized with a start, spring has already come. Later, at the Imperial Palace in the late afternoon, a voice called out, "Sis!" Irene turned, startled by the familiar tone. Dressed in a peach blossom dress, her makeup done to perfection. She spun and asked in surprise, "Liam? Is that you?" The young man looked a little awkward but nodded. "Who else calls you sis? If not me?" "Fair point." Irene tilted her head, still suspicious. But then her eyes widened as she noticed his stature. "Wait, when did you get so tall? What happened to you?" Liam rubbed his ear sheepishly, smiling. "Like I said, I just grew taller. That's all." This was Liam Amber, Irene's younger brother. Honest and harmless. "You've shot up so much. And my height? Did you borrow it or something?" She teased, reaching out casually. "Huh." Liam blinked in confusion. "Just kidding." Irene waved it off with a grin. Then, noticing his dark under eyes, she frowned. "Hold on. What's with your eyes?" Liam scratched his cheek, laughing awkwardly. That. I stayed up late last night." Guilt tugged at Irene. She lowered her gaze. "I shouldn't have asked you to come. I'm sorry." As they walked together, Liam shook his head gently. "No, it's my fault for overworking. Not yours." Then he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, why'd you ask me to escort you? Where's Lady Chamberlain?" "Claudia's busy." Irene smiled faintly. "Besides, you've seemed exhausted lately. I thought maybe this could be a chance for you to relax a little." Her tone softened, eyes warm. "And honestly, I'm touched that you came even though you're tired." Before she could finish, Liam jumped in brightly. "Being here with you is the best way to relax. Though, I'm really curious. Who exactly is this warrior everyone's talking about?" He grew even more excited, grabbing her hand eagerly. "I love the bloodshed and the victories. There are so many rumors about him. I've been curious for ages." He added with sparkling eyes, "I can't wait to finally see him in the flesh." Irene stared at him, utterly speechless, her lips stammering. Yeah. You're so hyped you even got your face covered by speech bubbles." "Huh? What are you talking about, sis?" Liam tilted his head. "Nothing. Forget it." Irene brushed it off and changed the subject. "Come on, let's go inside." "Yes, ma'am." Liam answered obediently. Inside the dazzling palace, glittering and luxurious, people dressed in extravagant clothes mingled, talking and dancing. Irene and Liam blended into the lively, noisy crowd, but Irene already felt drained. She slouched, sighing, "Ugh," in front of the throng. Liam, holding a glass of wine, glanced at her. When suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh my, Lady Irene." Her face instantly brightened with a smile as she turned toward the voice. "Lady Dellen Erica." Placing a hand on her chest, Erica greeted her. "Such a surprise to see you here, my lady. Did you come for something? I never thought I'd run into you in a place like this." Behind her stood several other noble ladies. Irene quickly stepped forward, explaining, "It's because Liam said he wanted to see the warrior in all those rumors." She used Liam as a shield, making the poor boy flush crimson from embarrassment. "I see." Erica laughed, and the ladies behind her giggled along. Used as the scapegoat, Liam could only glare at Irene, red-faced, torn between shame and frustration. Irene, however, paid him no mind. "Actually, I wanted to see him with my own eyes too," Erica continued, touching her cheek and tilting her head dreamily, as if picturing the man's face. "I heard his beauty surpasses the limits of human comprehension." "Wow!" Irene exclaimed, watching Erica's enraptured expression. Erica touched her chin, adding with a playful smile, It's just a pity he's supposedly a little bloodthirsty." "Just a little? Isn't that the most important problem of all?" Irene screamed inwardly. She quickly snapped back to herself, covering her mouth and lowering her head. But he's running late." Behind her, Liam stood curiously, while Erica and the other young ladies remained in front. One of them suddenly peeked out and spoke with a graceful laugh. "Perhaps he's staying behind the banquet, preparing for the next battle." All three turned their attention to her words. "But would a murderer really care for parties?" Another lady mused aloud. "Maybe he knows he's just a commoner and doesn't dare step foot here," yet another suggested. Irene forced a nervous laugh. "Ha," but didn't reply, thinking to herself, these noble ladies always saying whatever comes to mind. Just then, clack, the great hall's doors swung open. "Warrior Wanter has arrived," the herald announced loudly. A man strode forward at once. Every noble lady's gaze darted toward him, eyes sparkling, cheeks flushed with admiration, and Irene froze where she stood. A man with jet-black hair and scars all over his body appeared. Irene froze, staring at him in shock. From Walter's body, thick waves of dark violet miasma spread, chilling the air around him. He strode forward with unshaken steps, his face and eyes betraying no emotion. Irene stood rooted in place, unable to speak, her mind sinking into silence, until suddenly, with a start, hope flared within her. She called out, trembling, "Felix!" The name made Walter falter for just a moment. His cold, emotionless sapphire eyes flicked in her direction. He said nothing, yet the world around them seemed to fall unnaturally quiet. In that instant, it felt as though only the two of them existed, locked in each other's gaze. Later, after the banquet, Irene collapsed onto her bed, while Liam sat on the one beside it. He blinked at her, confused. "Sis." Irene lay face down, cheek pressed against the sheets, eyes rolling upward without answering. Seeing no response, Liam shouted, "Sis!" She jolted up suddenly, bracing herself on her arms, dazed. What?" Her mind drifted back to Walter's retreating figure. "Do you know that warrior?" Liam asked innocently, tilting his head. "I mean, you didn't even talk to each other, so I thought you weren't acquainted. But after seeing him, you got so weird." Noticing her strangeness, he squinted suspiciously. Irene flopped back onto the bed, burying her face again. "I don't know him." "Then what is it?" Liam pressed. But Irene didn't even seem to hear him, lying motionless. Liam sighed. "Geez, sis, your soul's completely gone." With nothing else to do, he stood up. "If you're this out of it, I'll just head back to my room." Still no reply. Irene remained sprawled, lifeless. At the door, Liam hesitated, then turned back. "If anything happens, call me. Okay? I'm really going now." No answer. Guess I've lost her signal completely. He shook his head and left, closing the door behind him. The ticking of the clock echoed in the silence. Irene remained unmoving, face buried in the bed, until slowly, she rolled onto her back, frowning deeply in thought. Her hand drifted to her stomach. Felix. She remembered the icy glance he had given her just moments ago. How could someone change so much in only 3.5 years? Was that magic? Or the power of the demon inside him? Images flashed in her mind. Felix as he once was, standing in the garden, cherishing life more than anyone else. Could such a man really kill so mercilessly? No, impossible. She shook her head, denying the thought. She recalled his gentle smile, his pure white hair. The Felix she knew, who valued life, could never be that blood-soaked warrior. And yet, In her mind's eye, the image of his current self overlapped. Black hair, sharp gaze, his whole being tainted with blood. A white rose, pure and flawless. A red rose, blooming with sharp thorns. Two sides utterly opposed. Irene thought back to the moment their eyes met earlier. Among all her swirling doubts, one thing stood out with crystal clarity. Those eyes, those blue eyes. They could only belong to Felix. Returning to the present, Irene pressed her hand against her stomach, lying still. In the silence, she whispered his name. Felix. Her thoughts drifted to that sunset by the sea, when he had walked toward the light, leaving them behind, sacrificing himself to protect them. And now, perhaps it was that same reason, the same vow to protect, that had brought him back in another form. Felix and Walter. Two names, two figures, overlapping in her mind. One, a pure and radiant strength. The other, a dark and abyssal power. The night before, beneath the dazzling starlit sky, inside the splendid palace, a rumor spread. The victory banquet would be held in 3 days. Within the grand halls, Walter knelt solemnly. After the banquet, he was to receive a title, a manor, and land from the emperor himself. Then, he would once again march to the front lines, carrying the empire's banner onto the blood-soaked battlefield. And this time, this final campaign, the banner in his hands would be drenched in blood to its very end. Walter served under Lucas in the royal court. He bowed low before the emperor, who sat leisurely upon his golden throne, one hand extended in acknowledgement. On the second night of the banquet, Irene held a glass of wine from the tray. She smiled faintly, staring into the crimson liquid. There's no proof, she thought. Then she paused, biting her lip, before continuing her train of thought. But with the way he has returned, and with that aura of his, even if I think it over 10,000 times, I still believe Walter is Felix. She tipped back the glass, gulping down the wine in heavy swallows until it spilled past her lips, dripping messily down her chin. The wine servant froze, pale with alarm, while Liam panicked, rushing to her side. "Sis, please, stop drinking," he cried, trying to take the glass from her. Irene laughed foolishly, draping her arm heavily around his neck. "Sit down," she slurred, swaying. "Just how many glasses have you had already?" Liam asked nervously as he tried to steady her. At that, Irene spun around, giggling. She raised 2 fingers, but her mouth said, 3. Liam grimaced. "If you're going to lie, at least try to be convincing." Irene only grinned wider, her laugh soft and silly. "Ah, hi. Resigned?" Liam sighed, propping her up. "You can't even handle alcohol, and yet you drink like this?" He muttered helplessly, carrying the dead weight of his drunken sister. But suddenly, a fire lit up in Irene's eyes. She glared at him with unexpected determination, her voice rising in a defiant shout. "I'm an adult now. I'm not the same Irene as before." Her gaze blazed like sparks as she stared him down, radiating fierce energy. Liam puffed his cheeks, scowling in frustration. But Irene only smirked smugly, chuckling to herself. With a huff, Liam scooped her up in his arms. "All right, sis. Enough. Time for bed." Irene thrashed about in protest. "What are you saying? I can still drink more," she insisted stubbornly. Liam sighed, muttering softly, "That's not what I meant." The next night, in the chamber assigned to them, Liam dropped Irene face first onto the bed. Her cheeks flushed scarlet from wine. She giggled foolishly, burying her face into the mattress. "So soft. Is this heaven?" she murmured dreamily. Cold sweat trickled down Liam's face as he stared at her in exasperation. Then, red with anger, sweat glistening on his brow, he snapped. "Heaven, my ass. This is hell. Did you call me here just to deal with this mess?" His fists clenched tight, suspicion clouding his gaze. "And why is it that, ever since yesterday, you've been acting like this?" But Irene was already sound asleep, snoring faintly, giving him no answer. Liam could only let out a long sigh. He glared at her, brows furrowed in frustration, then slowly calmed himself. "Fine. You must have your own burdens." He straightened, whispering softly as he headed to the door. "Rest well. I'll see you tomorrow." The door shut quietly behind him. Left alone in the room, Irene mumbled into the sheets, half asleep. Ha." Another groan escaped her lips. She tossed and turned, face pressed against the bed, until at last she shot upright on her knees, clutching her chest and screaming. "It hurts!" Her hand tore violently at the necklace around her throat. With a sharp snap, she pulled it free, panting heavily as though a blade had been driven straight through her heart. The jewel on the pendant glimmered faintly, a scratch now marring its surface. Irene stared down at it, eyes filled with despair. Then, memory returned. Felix's voice, warm and steady. "If you ever break this, I'll know where you are." He had placed it in her hands with care, explaining softly, "Use it only if you're in danger. If anything were to happen to you, Irene, I could never forgive myself." Back in the present, Irene lifted the stone toward the light. It shimmered faintly, igniting the smallest spark of hope in her eyes. "Does this thing still work?" she wondered. To test it, she clenched the stone tightly, then let it slip from her fingers. Clatter! It struck the ground and shattered into pieces. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Irene stared blankly at the fragments scattered across the floor. She waited for something. Yet nothing happened. Her shoulders slumped. She let out a hollow laugh. "Ha ha, of course, nothing at all." Suddenly, the curtains billowed wildly in the wind. A boot stepped firmly upon the window ledge. Irene's eyes widened in disbelief. Felix was there, standing against the open window, one hand gripping the frame as he pulled himself inside. She froze on the edge of the bed, staring. Felix's face was drenched in sweat, his expression tense. His gaze locked onto her with urgency. For a moment, neither spoke. The window yawned open behind him, curtains whipping in the draft. Irene, stunned and uncertain, slowly reached out a trembling hand toward him, desperate to confirm this was real. Felix's eyes flicked down to her hand, startled, but he didn't move in time. She lunged forward, throwing her arms around him. Caught off guard, Felix staggered back. The window swung wider, and the two of them nearly toppled out. "I've got you!" Irene cried joyfully, tilting her face upward to meet his. Felix's cheeks flushed crimson as he glanced down at her. His arms moved instinctively, closing around her in return. But the force of her leap carried them both backward. Thud! They crashed onto the ground outside, leaves scattering in the night air. Above them, the star-strewn sky blazed brilliantly. Beyond, a still lake shimmered faintly in the distance. Held tightly in Felix's arms, Irene lifted her head with a triumphant smile. "After you left, I did everything I could to chase after you, and now, I finally caught up." Felix knelt in the grass, one knee bent, the other braced against the earth as he supported her body. One hand cupped the back of her neck, the other steadied her arm. His lips pressed together in silence. His wide eyes betrayed his shock. But Irene, breathless and overflowing with emotion, continued. "When I grew too tired, I had to stop and rest. Sometimes I even lost my way." Her voice wavered, thick with exhaustion. Felix's hand slipped away from her neck. Overwhelmed with joy, Irene closed her eyes, tears spilling down her cheeks. "If we cannot be together, then I'll come to you," she cried, her voice trembling but resolute. Yet in response, Felix's face only hardened. His silence was cold, shadowed, unreadable. Still, Irene pressed on, her plea filled with hope. "You're my angel. Since you've come all this way, then please, don't leave me again." But against her fervor, Felix turned his head aside, eyes sliding away from hers. His voice was low, heavy, distant. "Go back inside." Suddenly, Irene's hand brushed against Felix's face. He froze, startled, his pupils contracting sharply as he turned to her. "I used to think it was only the eyes," she whispered through her tears. "But even your voice, it's the same." Her trembling hands cupped both sides of his face, her expression brightening with excitement. "Your voice. It hasn't changed at all." Felix, wide-eyed, could only stare at her in stunned silence as her tears streamed down and she leaned closer. But just as she was about to cling tighter, Felix jerked his head aside, swatting her hands away. His eyes shut tight as he muttered, low and cold, "Don't call me that." Irene gasped, stumbling back. His icy tone cut into her, and panic seized her chest. You despise me now?" she cried. Felix stood in silence before answering with chilling finality. "Yes." Her sobs came harder, uncontrollable. She could not speak. Instead, she clutched at his collar with both fists, dragging him toward her in desperation. He flinched, caught off guard. "You're lying!" she shouted, her tear-streaked face breaking into a desperate smile. "I won't let you go. Not until the day I fall." Both of them knelt in the grass now, their bodies trembling under the weight of their emotions. "Don't be like this," Irene begged through her tears, forcing a smile. If you keep this up, it will tear me apart. Do you really mean to hurt me again? Felix clenched his jaw, listening in silence. Then, with a sudden force, he pushed her from his arms. Ah! Irene cried out as she tumbled to the ground, catching herself with trembling arms. Felix rose to his feet, silhouetted against the night sky, and looked down at her. His voice cut like a blade. I do not lie, Irene. But Irene's voice rang out, trembling yet unyielding. You do love me. Felix froze mid-step. His shoulders stiffened as her words echoed in the night. Yes, you love me, she insisted, her gaze locked onto him. Slowly, his head bowed. His voice, quiet and heavy, drifted back to her. I have long since forgotten that feeling. But Irene was already reaching for him. She stumbled to her feet, then ran forward and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Pressing her flushed cheek and nose against his back, she whispered with a breaking smile. Then, that means you did love me once. Felix's hand lifted, as if to pry her away. But Irene's voice struck first. If you push me away again, I'll kiss you. His hand froze in midair. He let it fall. She clung to him tighter. He remained still, allowing her to hold him, though his voice was low and firm. Enough. I do not love you anymore. Go back. But Irene only tilted her head back, eyes shut tight, her tears wetting his shoulder. Not loving me anymore. That must mean you want Walter to love me instead. Isn't that right? Felix stiffened, his head turning slightly at her words. Only me, she whispered, her voice raw with desperation. Love only me. Her tears threatened to fall again as she pressed herself closer. I'll do better. I'll give you everything, my soul, my all. So please, stay with me. But suddenly, ha 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 ha. The sound of mocking laughter split the night, echoing through the silence. Both of them froze, turning sharply toward the voice. Irene's eyes widened in shock. Wait! Someone's watching us! She gasped, unable to tear her gaze from the shadowed figure in the distance. Suddenly, Felix lunged toward her, and the two of them tumbled down onto the grass with a heavy thud. Voices drifted nearby, men walking together, laughing and chatting. From their bearing, they looked to be nobles. The one in white raised his hand, fingers spread wide, and said, There's nothing to be afraid of, is there? The man in brown simply chuckled in agreement. The one in white went on, Something that inhuman. It can't possibly be human at all. Their judgment rang cold in the night. The man in brown finally stopped laughing and added, Exactly. He's not someone easy to approach. From the thicket near them came the rustle of leaves as branches brushed against each other. Felix's arm shot up, clamping firmly over Irene's mouth, shielding half her face. Her eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at him. The nobles continued their gossip. I don't even know if someone like that, a murderer, should be allowed in the palace at all, one of them said. Felix's eyes darkened as he listened in silence. Who knows when he might lose control and go mad? The one in white chuckled. Besides, someone who kills so easily probably doesn't value human life anyway. Hidden in the bushes, Felix held Irene tightly in his arms, one hand still covering her mouth, as they both listened. Another sneered. I can't fathom what His Majesty was thinking, allowing him into the palace. Felix remained wordless, his expression unreadable. Irene, though muffled by his hand, still cast a glance at the men. They walked away laughing, their mocking voices trailing behind. And he was even granted a title, as if this country had no talents of its own. Felix's gaze followed them until they vanished from sight. Slowly, he lowered his hand from Irene's lips. To his surprise, Irene leaned forward and gave his hand a small, playful lick. He froze, startled. His hand drew back instinctively, his brows furrowing as he stared at the spot. For an instant, his mind flickered with disjointed images. Stars scattered across the sky, and a tiny tongue sticking out mischievously. Irene only giggled, harmlessly, her expression light. Felix was still stunned when she reached out with both hands and cupped his cheeks gently. Don't worry, she whispered softly. I'm here. His eyes lifted to hers, conflicted, searching. Irene leaned her forehead against his, closing her eyes as her voice grew tender. People only ever care about the results. Felix remained silent, listening. His hand rose, clasping her wrist. She continued, her voice steady and warm. But no matter what you've done, Felix, you're still a wonderful, lovable person. You've always protected everyone in your own quiet way. Her smile wavered as her eyes opened, gazing straight into his. I want to whisper it to you every day, that you are loved and cherished just as you are. Her hands still cradled his face, their foreheads pressed together, as she murmured, so please, tell me you won't leave me anymore. Felix stayed silent, saying nothing. Seeing that he only kept his gaze fixed on her, Irene let out a soft sigh. Ha! I suppose you're so quiet, Felix, that I'll have to use a little force before you finally open your mouth, she teased. Her lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she added, all right then. If you don't answer in 10 seconds, I'll kiss you. Her hands still framed his face as she began the countdown, her voice light and playful. 10, 9, 8. Just as Felix parted his lips to speak, Irene leaned closer, closing the gap while continuing, Sev. But before she could even finish, Felix abruptly shut his eyes and pressed his lips against hers. The sudden kiss left Irene wide-eyed, caught off guard, unable to react at first. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, pulling her closer. Her hands slipped away from his face as their kiss deepened, until at last they parted, breathless. Irene found herself straddling him, sitting atop his lap. Felix, flustered, pushed her back slightly, his hands gripping her shoulders to create distance. With his head bowed, he murmured hoarsely, why are you doing this? His voice trembled with confusion. Irene frowned, then whispered softly, almost pleadingly, Benjamin. The name made Felix's brows knit in pain. His throat tightened as he forced out, How did you know? Her response was silence at first. Then she chuckled gently, tilting her head in playful defiance. If I hadn't met you face to face, maybe I wouldn't have realized. But even if you just brushed past me in a crowd. She reached out her hand toward him, her smile blooming bright and full of joy. How could I possibly not recognize you? Felix swallowed hard, his throat audibly clicking as he stared at her radiant face. His resolve broke. He reached forward, gathering her into his arms, burying his face against the hollow of her neck. His voice was muffled, choked, as he whispered, Then how could I ever forget you? He tightened his hold, clinging to her desperately. Irene's eyes softened as she closed them, returning his embrace with tender arms that soothed and comforted. You don't have to forget anymore, she murmured gently. His gaze grew hazy, his weight slumping against her. His voice came faintly, It's too late. Then Felix closed his eyes, his body leaning heavily against her shoulder as if overcome by exhaustion. A bell tolled in the distance. Dong dong. Its sound carrying through the quiet garden. The two remained locked in their embrace, motionless beneath the night sky. But slowly, Felix's body grew limp in her arms. His entire weight collapsed against her. Alarmed, Irene tightened her hold, whispering, Felix! There was no response. Then, to her shock, his eyes flickered open again, except this time, his expression was different. He groaned faintly, lifting his head from her shoulder. Ugh, what's going on? Irene froze, stunned. Lurie? She called in disbelief. The man blinked at her in confusion, quickly pulling away as if realizing something was wrong. Huh? Irene? Why are you here? Her breath hitched. What do you mean, why am I here? Her voice rose with panic. Where's Felix? Why did you suddenly appear? Caught off guard, Lurie fumbled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. You were crying, weren't you? Irene hastily wiped her cheeks, sniffled, and denied it. Who's crying? Stop dodging and answer me. Lurie, cornered. Lurie scratched his cheek nervously, then finally stretched out a hand toward her. His voice was low, hesitant. It's because it was time to switch. Her eyes widened. Switch? He nodded, pointing to a small, glowing sigil-like mark that shimmered faintly. We've merged together more deeply than you realize. Every 12 hours, we must exchange control. Night, it's me, Lurie. By day, it's Felix. Irene blinked in confusion for a moment, her mind wandering as she compared the situation to Cinderella. She imagined Walter in a ball gown, stumbling down the grand staircase and losing a glass slipper along the way. But just as the whimsical thought flickered, her expression hardened. A sharp aura of fury radiated from her, her arms crossing as she rose to her feet, her voice cutting through the night like a blade. You owe me more than one explanation, don't you? Her sudden wrath made Lurie freeze in place, trembling, his words stumbling out. I will explain, just please calm down first. Beneath the canopy of the night sky, he spoke haltingly, offering his explanations. When at last his voice faltered, Irene narrowed her eyes and repeated back what she had pieced together. So, Felix has lost his emotions. His current state, it's just like the shadow form of Lore's. The only things that keep him moving now are the feelings he holds for me and his hatred toward those three bastards. Her mind spun with the connections, Walter's form, Lore's form, and now Felix. She envisioned the triangle linking the three fates of the men entangled with hers. Lurie raised a thumb and muttered, "Exactly." Her anger flared hot. Irene grabbed his collar, shaking him violently. "And you think that's not enough? You pig." Terrified, Lurie squeezed his eyes shut, recoiling as he shouted, "It's because he wanted it this way. I swear it's the truth." She shoved him away, pressing a hand against her forehead with a groan. "God's above my head." Sweat trickled down Lurie's face as he watched her, shaken. Irene ignored his state and pressed further, her tone sharp. "Fine. Then tell me. There's no way for Felix to return to how he was before." Lurie hesitated, pointing toward his own lips nervously. "You want me to say that with my mouth?" Irene's gaze hardened. "Stop stalling. Speak." Lurie, caught in her intensity, he stammered, "I told you before. I can't lie to you." He fumbled for words, panicked, until at last he sighed in resignation. If I die, if I disappear without a trace, then he will return. Back to his angelic form, the way he was before." Irene's voice sharpened. "And that's it." "Yes," Lurie admitted quietly. The night wind stirred, lifting Irene's hair as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. Her voice was solemn, her words like a verdict. "Then answer me this, Lurie. If I wanted you dead, could you die?" Her question startled him into silence. But then she frowned. Something unexpected caught her eye. "Why are you crying in Felix's body?" Lurie blinked, dumbfounded. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. "What? Why is this happening to me?" He rubbed furiously at his eyes, bewildered. "These are feelings I've never known before." Intrigued, Irene studied him. "Do you remember? Long ago, when you told me not to smile?" He looked up, dazed. "Huh?" His tears only fell faster. "And then," Irene continued with a faint smile, tilting her head, "you told me you were satisfied with the name Lurie, the name I gave you." He froze, silent, stunned as the words sank in. Slowly, obediently, he nodded, though his hands still wiped at his tears. Her smile lingered, but her voice grew heavier. "For a moment, I almost regretted it. But then I realized, a name ensures a trace of existence remains in this world." Lurie's eyes widened, trembling, because, Irene whispered, her words carrying the chill of death, "You can't kill something that never existed." His tears flowed harder, panic overtaking him. "Stop, enough." His voice cracked in desperation. But Irene's voice only pressed on, merciless and unyielding. "I will have to kill you one day, so until then, keep on living." Lurie's breath hitched. In a faint murmur, he admitted, "I want to live too." "Good," Irene said, nodding firmly. "Then live." But the moment was fleeting. His composure snapped again. "Enough. Please, stop." By now, he was completely shaken, his voice breaking in near sobs, begging her to end her relentless words. But Irene only smiled brilliantly, radiant even in the darkness. "A star shines brightest just before it disappears. So I hope, when your time comes, you'll shine brighter than anyone else." She pressed on, unstoppable. "And when you die, you'll leave behind." "Stop!" Lurie roared, his voice ragged. In a frenzy, he lunged, shoving her down onto the grass. His hands trembled violently as they clutched at her hair, at the earth itself, his whole body shaking in turmoil. Irene looked up calmly, her eyes falling on his trembling hands. She reached out, her fingers gently brushing his shoulder. He was weeping uncontrollably, unable to hold it back anymore. "Felix," she whispered softly, her hand caressing his face. A tender smile spread across her lips as she vowed, "I will save you." Then her voice hardened again, carrying the weight of her resolve. So prepare yourself, Lurie, to die. Pinned beneath him, Irene could feel the weight of his despair as his tears fell freely, soaking into her skin. Not far away, she and Lares, now cloaked and cautious, kept their eyes sharp, scanning their surroundings. Irene's mind was already planning the next step. First, get him out of the Imperial Palace. Her hand still lingered on him as Lares rubbed his eyes, his expression muddled and restless. Then something struck her memory. Her lips puckered unconsciously into the shape of a triangle as she recalled the moment she had leapt from a window with Felix in her arms. Ah, she muttered. I forgot to tell Liam. Too caught up with Felix. Ah well, I'll apologize later. The sun rose brilliantly over the Empire's castle, gilding its towers with radiant light. In the corner of a chamber, stuffed bears were piled into a soft mountain, and within it, Lares sat buried, sulking, his arms wrapped around the plush toys. Irene looked at him and chuckled. Stay curled up in that mountain of bears, and no one will ever think to look for you. Lares glared at her, his pride wounded, but he stayed put obediently, grumbling. Do you think a demon has no dignity? Her smile widened, but before she could tease further, a faint scent rose from the stuffed bears and brushed Lares' nose. His cheeks flushed crimson as he muttered, embarrassed, This scent? It's yours. Irene leaned back lazily against the pile of bears, replying without shame. Of course, they sleep with me. His blush deepened. All of them? But then Irene's expression darkened in an instant. Though her body remained relaxed against the stuffed animals, her voice dropped into sharp warning. Not another word. If you're discovered here, the price you'll pay is your life. Lares stiffened, her warning sinking deep. He darted his gaze nervously about before sighing. That high a price? He muttered, almost in awe. Still, he obeyed and nestled further into the stuffed mound. Even your breathing, Irene reminded. Keep it quiet. Obedient as a scolded child, he settled into silence. Irene flopped onto her bed, propping her chin in her hand as she turned toward him, her eyes glinting with mischief. Say, thief of emotions, she asked lightly. Is there a way to kill you without harming Felix? From within the sea of bears, Lares scoffed, lips curling with arrogance. No matter how sweet your voice, I won't tell you that. Irene sighed dramatically. Pity. Then at least, can you give back his emotions? She shut her eyes in mock despair, still resting her chin on her palm. TCH. Lares' voice was petulant. Impossible. We've already fused. There's no separating us now. Besides, his voice softened, touched with something uneasy. This is the first time I've nested inside a human for so long. Her eyes opened, brows arching. Oh, haven't you possessed plenty of humans before? Lares shifted uncomfortably in the bears, then admitted with unusual honesty. Yes, but this is the first time I've sunk this deep. So deep, I'm absorbing even his emotions. He went on, trying to explain in clumsy metaphors. Think of a soul as water. Clear water turns murky when stained with impurities. Felix's soul. It's vast, pure, transparent. I poured my own water into his again and again, but no matter how much I added, I could never stain it completely. And now, the result is what you see. Black and white colliding into one swirling chaos. Irene studied him carefully, then her voice cut in sharp with curiosity. Tell me, Lares, do you feel things like human morals, beliefs, or do you simply trample over emotions as you always have? Lares' reply was cool, almost dismissive. Fusion doesn't mean the demon's nature changes. The same applies to Felix as well. The memory of Lares' former demonic form flickered in both their minds. Then Irene spoke suddenly, her eyes narrowing as if she had pierced through the truth. Because you are the demon of love and desire, that's why you react so violently to feelings of love, isn't it? Her words struck him silent. For once, Lares faltered, wide-eyed and unable to refute. So, he whispered at last, stunned, his voice small and hesitant as he sank deeper into her bears. You knew? Irene propped her chin in her hand, face downcast, and answered sadly, I don't know. Then her expression shifted, anger flaring as she lifted her head and accused, It's because of you that my pure Felix has been polluted. Couldn't you at least corrupt him less? Lares tried to argue back. You think I could control that? Irene stubbornly pressed. But you can't possibly devour all of him. Go on then, try if you can. Larace turned his face aside, sulking childishly. Humph, I don't work for free. He closed his eyes, his cheeks faintly flushed. Irene dropped her hand from her chin, staring straight at him without a word. Then she touched her own lips with a teasing, seductive smile. Then how about I give you a kiss? Buried in the pile of plush bears. Lurie's face flushed bright red. He trembled and stammered. What did you just say? Irene cut the joke off with a smirk. As if I'd ever do that. She hugged a teddy bear close, closed her eyes and sighed. In the end, I really don't understand what's going through your head. Always like this. Her face darkened as she spoke seriously, rebuking him. Even if it's about survival, if you don't touch the soul, you can still live. I thought I could endure it. Even though I hate the idea of having to kill you. At those words, Lurie, still hidden among the bears, blushed and averted his gaze. Then the dawn at the Chamberlain estate. Ilifia stood before the wide window watching the sunrise. Below, pigeons dotted the front courtyard. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Irene peeked inside. He glanced at her gloomily. What's with that face? First thing in the morning? Startled. Irene let out a little ah. She scratched her head awkwardly. Lend me a little of your power, won't you? Ilifia replied gruffly. No. Irene clenched her fists in anger, trembling. Couldn't you at least think about it for 1 second? He averted his eyes, replying in a low, brooding voice. No, I don't want to. Then Irene suddenly drew a dagger from somewhere, holding it up. I didn't want to have to go this far. She grinned wickedly like lightning striking, pointing the tip toward the chest he held. Even when I beg you so earnestly like this? Ilifia gave her a sidelong glance. Why do you even have that with you? Irene answered quickly. Claudia gave it to me, to make you more useful. Ilifia turned away, voice soft. Ah, I see. Then more flatly. Sorry. Threats like that don't work on me anymore. His words hit Irene like a thunderclap. Slowly, she lowered the blade, stunned. Why would you say that? I'm sick of you waving that thing around to threaten me, he muttered. She realized he was right, leaving her unable to argue. Silence fell. Then suddenly, Irene's eyes lit with an idea. Ilifia, not interested. He cut her off coldly, still staring at the window. No, not that. Irene pressed on. At least look at me once, won't you? Annoyed, Ilifia furrowed his brows and finally glanced her way, snapping. Stop bothering me or... But his words froze when he noticed Irene's sly, mischievous eyes, the chest held in her hands as she smiled wickedly at him. He frowned at the box. What are you planning? Irene winked, pointing at it. With this, Amber guarantees 108 ways to capture Claudia's heart. Look, you can do it too. She struck a pose, transforming into a mock teacher, pointer in hand, scolding an image of Claudia while holding a book. Ilifia stayed silent for a long moment, then sighed. Fine. What exactly do you need my help with? Later, Ilifia buried his face in a mountain of plush bears, only to flinch in shock when a human face appeared among them. Lurie gazed calmly at him from within. Sweating, Ilifia leaned closer, only to realize someone was staring straight back at him from inside the pile. With a yelp, he jumped out, clutching his head in despair. My eyes! What on earth did I just see? Standing beside him, Irene scolded. Isn't that reaction a bit too much? You should respect other people's tastes. Ilifia glared at her darkly, swallowing hard. You're the one who shoved him in there, and now you say that? Irene gave in with a sigh, stepping forward to remove the stuffed animals. All right, I'm sorry. But Ilifia was still staring blankly at the pile. Irene tilted her head and asked, Anyway, could you make a doll that looks like that man? Lurie poked his head out from the pile of bears and waved a hand at Irene, as if to add, Make it look natural, so when I'm on the battlefield, no one will notice. When Ilifia finally saw Lurie clearly, his expression darkened. Not to be rude, but, this thing, are we talking 100% human here? Irene raised her hand toward him, smiling as she explained, half demon. Lurie hugged a plush bear to his chest and peered out, watching Ilifia, who was sitting on the bed. Ilifia frowned. It's difficult to perfectly reproduce the presence of a demon. I can create an imitation, but people nearby may notice the difference. I can't guarantee anything. There's no one else around anyway, so don't worry, Irene reassured, then tilted her head. You're not angry, are you? Lurie sat obediently on the bed among the stuffed bears, while Elifia looked away with a sigh. Those days are long past. Lurie then stood, a teddy bear still stuck on his head. Irene pointed toward him dramatically, as if inviting applause. Our Elifia has grown up a lot. Then, I'll trouble you, don't worry too much about personality. Just do what you can. If his aura lies outside my reach, it'll take a month, Elifia replied. Irene blinked in surprise. Since this man is a notorious executioner, Shen Wanlu, even a month should be enough. Both turned to look at Elifia. He raised his hand as if bargaining. Half a month. Elifia nodded. That works. Then he asked, any specific conditions I need to remember? Victory in battle and return safely, Irene answered, holding up 2 fingers. Elifia extended his hand. Understood. He reached up and plucked the bear from Lurie's head, startling him, then turned to Irene. By the way, you should introduce him now. Who is he? Without hesitation, she replied, Claudia's older brother. Elifia froze, the bear still in his hand. He glanced down at Lurie in disbelief, then turned sharply back to Irene. Then this has to be kept secret, doesn't it? Lowering his hand, still holding the plush bear, he added, if that's the case, I'll keep silent until Claudia returns. After that, it's your problem to deal with. Her lips pressed together. Irene fell into thought. It doesn't have to be a deep secret, just a temporary silence. This isn't something I can decide on my own. We'll need Felix's approval too. She rubbed her chin, while Elifia raised his hand, weaving a spell. Vines twisted into his palm, glowing faintly. I know. I'll overlook this only until Claudia comes back. He squeezed the roots, light sparking from them as he continued. After that, it's yours to resolve. You're the one who can shield Claudia from the worst of the pain. From the mass of vines, a figure resembling Walter slowly took shape. If it were me, Elifia muttered, I'd tell Claudia sooner, so she won't be crushed when the truth comes. He placed his hand atop the forming doll's head, while Lurie stood nearby, staring at it intently. The vines wound tighter, slowly knitting flesh over the Walter-shaped puppet. Then Lurie lifted his pinky, signaling to Irene in secret. Don't forget your promise about that book, 100 Methods. Even as he kept his hand on the doll's head, Elifia didn't let go. Irene could only sigh helplessly and reply, Fine, I promise. Elifia then announced, the double has been created. What remains are only the finer details. I can handle that myself. Irene and Lurie exchanged a glance. It'll take no more than a day, Elifia assured, as light flickered down the hall. Lurie followed behind Irene, carrying a small box in his hands. As they walked, he asked, Where are we going? I want to talk to Felix, Irene answered briskly. He tilted his head, suspicious. And you need all that stuff just to talk? She smiled without turning back, her steps light with excitement. You don't need to know. As long as he's asleep, I'll be able to talk with him as much as I want. Her eyes curved with joy, and she even hummed under her breath. Lurie stared blankly at her, but a sense of dread welled up in his chest. Later, sprawled on the bed, surrounded by rose petals, he muttered miserably, Rose petals? Don't tell me. You plan to sleep with him? He bolted upright, eyes wide, catching her in the act. Irene flinched, flustered. What? No. I just wanted to create the right atmosphere for conversation. Conversation? Lurie shouted. Who in their right mind thinks this is for conversation? Anyone can tell this is about the body. He planted his elbows on the bed, glaring at the petals while Irene, holding a candle by the bedside, declared firmly, If Felix agrees, then we proceed. Proceed? He choked, panic flickering across his face. But you're still innocent. How do you plan to withstand a demon's desire? Her expression hardened under the candlelight, her beauty made sharper by the seriousness in her eyes. You've forgotten, haven't you? You're the one who awakened Felix's long-buried desires. You pushed him so far he had no choice but to leave. You have no right to lecture me. She set the candle on the table, adding with a faint sneer, Besides, aren't you the one who enjoys watching Felix consumed by lust? Lurie instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, stammering, That's not important anymore. I've already eaten half his soul. Irene turned her back, closed her eyes and reached out, her voice calm. Then good. That only helps me. She gripped his shoulders suddenly, startling him. Now, be quiet, and lie down obediently. Her face leaned close as she whispered, we have plenty to discuss. Felix's plans, our own strategies. This isn't only about desire. Still, Lurie only pouted, confused. Shouldn't you be telling his family first? Before she could answer, he slapped her hand away. Irene winced, rubbing her wrist, and asked quietly, what is it? Lurie's lips trembled, as though trying to form words, before blurting with horror. It's dangerous, Irene. Truly dangerous. She fell silent, listening. His gaze clouded as memories of Felix's burning desire clawed at him. Panic widened his eyes, his hands clutching his chest. I mean it. It's dangerous. More dangerous than you realize. But Irene only placed her hands on her hips, scolding. And you dare say that? Have you looked at yourself lately? He lowered his head, sweating profusely. I'm not joking. She shot back with blazing eyes. And when has danger ever been fake? I already said. I'm willing. No, you'll never withstand it. Lurie shouted, voice cracking with desperation. Her anger snapped. Better that than being burned forever in hellfire. And who are you to care? She seized one of his wings, making him gasp. You should understand. You've no right to interfere. She pressed his hand to his own chest. Don't touch, he cried. But Irene cut him off, voice sharp. You should have placed your hand over your own heart from the start. Her smile was unsettlingly gentle as she whispered, tell me, what does your conscience say? She guided his hand against his chest, forcing the question, her tone suddenly fierce. Who made Felix's desire so dangerous? Who pushed him to this point? Lurie froze, trembling. At last, in a broken voice, he admitted, me. And what about you? Irene pressed. He clutched his shirt, collapsing under the weight of it. Sweat drenched his body, his face twisted in despair. Yes, it's my fault. He curled into himself, shuddering. Why did I? Irene crouched beside him, watching with distant eyes. Assimilation doesn't change a demon's nature, she thought. He still can't truly repent. Then she rose, closing her eyes as if to dismiss him. Why should I even care? This is about love, not sin. Irene, Lurie croaked. She opened her eyes slowly and glanced at him. What is it? My chest. It hurts. Feels like it's about to burst. Like hellfire is burning me alive. He gripped his chest tighter, fear shaking him. What is this feeling? Their eyes met, his filled with panic, hers with something calmer. At last, Irene spoke softly. People usually call that jealousy. Jealousy? He echoed, stunned. Then laughter, wild, unsteady, spilled from him. Ha, ha, ha. The sickening urge. I want to steal you away, run off with you, even devour the other half of his soul. And you're telling me that's jealousy? His hand slipped away from his chest, but Irene still looked at him seriously and said, if you dare to do that, I'll make sure you feel pain worse than death. She threatened him coldly, then added, it's time for you to take responsibility for your own choices. Lurie sank into thought, his expression shifting rapidly. He muttered about her, amazed at how quickly she changed. With her hands clasped behind her back, Irene continued, when Felix left, I couldn't catch up to him, and because of that, he was ruined. That's why, even if Felix hurts me, I'll accept it and endure it. He leaned back, staring at her in confusion. Why? He began, but Irene cut him off, answering before he could finish. Because I love him. Her eyes sharpened as she glared at him. And you've stolen Felix, the man I love, completely. So you'll endure it too, whether it's pain or pleasure. Lurie stared at her, struggling to speak. Why must I? His words faltered when he saw Irene smile. She stepped closer, leaned down, one hand hidden behind her back, the other lifting his chin gently. Because you love me. The words stunned him. She let go of his face, drawing back, leaving him awkward and flushed with confusion. Her eyes sparkled as she turned toward a pillow, stepping lightly onto it. She glanced back at him with a smile. So, are you ready to take responsibility? Seeing her like that, Lurie froze, at a loss for words. Then he hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself and turned away. Irene simply stood beside him, her hands behind her back, watching as he lay down, covering himself up to the neck. She asked softly, "How do you feel right now?" "Like I'm in hell," he whispered without looking at her, curling into himself under the blanket, trembling. "It's unbearable." On the bed nearby, Walter's body still slept soundly. Irene stood watching, slipping off her nightgown and holding it in her hand as she gazed at the boy lying there. Her face flushed red as her thoughts swirled. "I'm too impatient. When Felix wakes up, should I tell him how much I've missed him?" She laced her fingers together, whispering in prayer. "Wake up, my knight." She imagined Felix opening his eyes, looking at her in confusion. To warm the mood, "I just need to." But suddenly she groaned, gripping her hair in frustration, like a bolt of lightning splitting her head. "I'm going crazy," she shouted. Felix, meanwhile, still slept peacefully. Then Irene's eyes caught on something. An idea sparked. She clenched her jaw, determined. "No choice left. I'll just use this." She grabbed a bottle of crimson liquid, lifted it, and chugged with reckless resolve. Her brows furrowed as the strong alcohol burned down her throat. "Drink, just drink," she screamed inwardly, slamming the empty bottle down on the shelf. Behind her, Felix stirred awake. He sat up slowly, his eyes falling on her. Irene froze, sensing the weight of his gaze. She turned her head carefully, and there he was, staring straight at her. Neither spoke. She blushed, lowering her eyes. "You saw everything?" she stammered, breaking the silence. "Do you want to continue?" he asked bluntly. Her face burned. "Why did I say that?" She cursed herself inside. Felix rubbed his temples with a bitter smile. "I thought this was just a dream." His words startled her. He furrowed his brows, muttering with self-mockery. "I can't believe I'm still here." Suddenly, he squeezed his eyes shut as a sharp pain struck. "Ugh!" Felix clutched at his eye. "My eye? It hurts." "Did the demon cry?" he gasped. Irene panicked, fumbling for an excuse. I might have teased him until he cried." She gave an awkward smile, brushing it off. Felix turned to her with a serious expression. "Why?" Irene sat beside him gently and explained. "The demon absorbed Felix's emotions. So, he fell in love with me. But I rejected him without mercy." Felix held his forehead, looking troubled. "Love, huh?" he muttered with a bitter laugh. Irene, not understanding, just sat beside him and draped a cloak over his shoulders. But Felix only kept laughing to himself. "He took everything from me, every emotion, except love." He chuckled again, whispering, "And now he's even starting to feel love." Irene stared at him, more confused than ever. Felix suddenly asked her, "Why did you reject him?" Her brows furrowed as she gazed at him with pity. Felix went on, "He stole my feelings. That's why. He's even closer to the me I once was. And if it's like that, maybe it's less dangerous." Irene couldn't listen any longer. She set the cloak aside and snapped, "Are you being serious?" She suddenly jumped onto the bed, grabbing his hands and shoulders. "What makes you think that way?" she demanded. Felix looked at her startled, but Irene clasped the back of his hand and confessed softly, "Even if he's a little like you because of the emotions he stole, he's still a demon. Not Felix." Her firm words made tears well up in his eyes until they spilled over uncontrollably. Irene reached up, gently brushing the tears from his cheeks. "Are you sad?" she asked. He glanced at her hand, then answered, "I'd already forgotten what sadness felt like. It's just, I feel unbearably restless, as if something inside me is spilling out." "So, that's pain?" she asked hesitantly. Felix shook his head. "No, it's fear." Yet his tears wouldn't stop. With a trembling voice, he confessed, "It feels like my very existence is fading. Like in the end, I'll be nothing more than an empty shell." His form almost seemed to blur, like he was disappearing. Irene leaned her forehead against his, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Felix, thank you for being honest with me." She cupped his face in her hands. He lifted his tear-streaked eyes to meet hers, leaning into her touch. One of her hands pressed gently against his chest, as if grounding him. When his sobs finally eased, she smiled faintly. "I prepared something for this. Tilting her head playfully, she pulled out a small vial filled with a pure, radiant liquid. "Ta-da!" she said, presenting it. Felix instinctively reached out to take it. She urged him, "Here, take it." He studied the vial curiously. "What is this?" The glass shimmered with a glow so bright it made him gasp. "This is the first time I've seen a potion like this. Its refinement is incredible." Setting it down, he looked at her again. "You've been studying alchemy all this time?" Irene nodded, smiling sweetly. "Yes." He blinked, as though understanding something, then murmured, "I see." She only giggled. Hee. They sat there staring at each other until Felix finally asked, "Why?" Her face grew serious. "Why didn't you praise me?" Felix put the vial on the table. "Do I need to?" he asked. "Of course you do," she pouted, rolling onto the blanket and resting her head on his legs, smiling up at him. Felix hesitated, then reached out, running his fingers through her hair. "Come on," she urged. "Praise me." Her innocent look made his face flush. He quickly pulled his hand back, flustered. But then, leaning over her again, he gently patted her head. "You did well, Irene," he whispered. Lying there, she smiled happily, hugging his strong arm with both of hers. Then Felix asked softly, "So, what kind of potion is this?" She replied immediately, "I named it Felix." He repeated, startled, "Felix?" As his hand absently stroked her hair again, Irene closed her eyes in comfort and nodded. "The effect doesn't last long, and I can only make a small amount." She paused, then turned her face into his large palm, glancing up at him. "But if you drink it, you'll remember your memories and your feelings of your happiest moments." Felix looked at her, face flushed, eyes gentle. Irene spoke softly. "You said you were afraid of becoming an empty shell, didn't you?" She paused, then continued, "Then, come to me when you feel like you have nothing left. Please, take my hand." Her hand rested on his cheek as she gazed at him seductively. "I'll do everything I can to fill you, to make you feel whole again." Her expression made Felix break into a light sweat. He whispered, "You've become bolder." Exhaling, his other hand touched her shoulder. Irene quickly countered, "I'm only telling the truth." Felix turned her body and asked, "Do you have any balm?" Irene looked at him and honestly replied, "No." Felix intertwined his large hand with hers, gently scolding, "You're too careless. You'll end up hurting yourself." She added softly, "I brought healing medicine." Felix's face flushed even redder. He warned gently, sweat running down his forehead, "It will hurt." Irene's cheeks also burned red, but she answered with determination, "It's fine." She clutched at his shirt. Felix pressed her down, one hand gripping her waist as he warned again, "Even if you cry, I won't let go." His eyes were filled with desire. Irene smiled tenderly and said, "At least I'll be happier than crying alone." His hand still clasped hers. She asked, "Felix, aren't you going to drink that medicine?" Without even glancing at it, he replied, "MHM." He leaned down, closing the distance, brushing her hair back with his hand. In a low voice, "I think I already know what I'll see, even without drinking it." His gaze overflowed with affection. They drew closer, eyes filled with nothing but each other. In a silent, romantic room, they lay down beneath the radiant moonlight in the night sky. Walter's body lay fainted on the bed, shirt buttons undone. He stirred, groaned, then sat up groggily, rubbing his neck. When his eyes focused, he saw bottles scattered across the floor. Alarmed, he shouted, "What the hell is this mess?" The soul in control of the body was Lurie. He picked up a vial, sniffed it, and his face darkened in shock. This is an antidote." Looking down, he noticed even more bottles strewn around. Stammering in disbelief, "You had to drink this much?" Beside him, Irene lay bundled under the blanket. Lurie panicked, shaking her. "Irene, hey, did you die?" Awakened, she pushed the blanket aside, groaning irritably, "Ugh, I'm not dead. You're exaggerating." Lurie's hands trembled as he released her. She sat up, leaving him flustered and kneeling before her. "How many bottles did you drink?" Irene only wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, nestling in like a cocoon. Her pale face scrunched as she muttered, No matter how many I drink, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm not wounded, it's fine. Her nonchalant tone only made Lurie more frantic. He cried out, "But those are antidotes. Of course it matters. Look at you, you're clearly not fine at all." Tears welled up in his eyes as he choked. "I told you it was dangerous. I know my strength. Of course I know." Snuggled in her blanket, Irene rubbed her ear dismissively. "You're too noisy. Instead of nagging, just take me to a physician." Her words left Lurie startled. He stammered, "Physician? Are you injured somewhere?" Dropping to one knee, he reached out. "Let me carry you." Irene, exhausted, sighed. Still wrapped in the blanket, she shifted toward him. He scooped her up. In his arms, she whispered, "Last time I checked, the medicine didn't heal broken bones right away." His eyes widened. "You broke a bone? Which one?" Worried, he glanced over her frantically. In his arms, wrapped tight in the blanket, Irene winced and snapped. "Stop fussing so much," he shouted back. "Do I look like I don't care?" Her irritation grew. "Call it karma. If you're not going, I'll walk myself." Quickly, Lurie stepped off the bed, carrying her out. "I'm sorry. I know it's my fault. But please, let me worry about you." His tone was desperate. Irene mocked. "Oh, you know how to apologize? Save it for Felix." "I won't accept it." Resolute, she looked away. Hearing this, Lurie fell silent, head bowed as he walked. Suddenly, Irene added, "Though I suppose I also owe you an apology." He glanced at her in surprise. "Huh." Clutching the blanket, she smiled softly. "I'm sorry. Last night I went too far." He looked at her, stunned, while Irene kept speaking. "I used to think you had to die for Felix to return. But after seeing him, I believe I can find another way." She continued without noticing Lurie's red face as he stared at her. "Felix hasn't really changed much, so letting him meet Claudia should be fine." The door opened as her voice trailed off. "If you help me, I'll also try to help you separate from Felix's body without destroying you." Still carrying her, Lurie softly replied, "Thank you." Suddenly remembering something, he brightened, grinning widely. "By the way, do you feel comfortable?" he asked casually. Irene's face darkened in fury. "Hey, you lunatic. If you're trying to get yourself cursed, go ahead and keep talking." Her glare was sharp enough to kill, but Lurie shamelessly pressed on. "Sorry, but I still want to know. Were you satisfied with the technique I used?" Seeing his expectant expression, she lifted her head and asked dryly, "What is this, a customer satisfaction survey? Want me to give you stars?" She teased, but then added, as if it were important, "You misunderstood. I didn't use the medicine because I was injured." Hearing this, Lurie's face lit up, a proud smile tugging at his lips, his cheeks faintly red. He turned his head forward, still carrying her tightly. He ran barefoot, murmuring to himself, "I see." His hand clutched her firmly, while behind him, claw marks from the night before still bled faintly beneath his thin shirt. His injured ankle was hastily bandaged as he carried her away. Irene sat on the chair, still wrapped in a blanket, pajamas underneath. She lifted her leg to look at it and muttered to herself, "If Claudie sees this, she'll definitely make a fuss. If I say I fell down the stairs, will she even believe me?" Lurie, standing beside her with his arm propped up, shot back, "Say something more believable at least." Suddenly, Irene came up with an idea, raising her hand excitedly. "How about I say I sprained my ankle?" He sneered. "Yeah, right, like she'd believe that." Irene remembered Claudie's usual expression and said, "Oh, really? If it were her old self, she probably would have believed it." Lurie muttered softly, "Maybe it's just because she's too kind." The space fell silent. The two of them stared at each other until Irene finally broke the quiet. "What are you thinking?" Lurie hesitated before answering, then looked down at his own hands and whispered, I also want to have a body of my own." Irene tilted her head, smiling brightly with squinting eyes. "How about possessing a puppy instead?" He jolted and immediately refused. "What? No. But puppies are cute," she said with a grin, imagining him as a little black pup, feeding him, petting his head, taking him on walks and playing fetch. "If you became a puppy, I'd feed you, walk you, and play with you every day. You just need to be adorable." She pressed her fingers against her cheek, leaning happily into her hand. then peeked at him with one eye and asked, "Wouldn't that be fine?" Lurie turned his face away, lost in thought. Then he suddenly shook himself, yelling, "No, I still want to be human." She laughed softly. "Is that so? Well, if you want to possess a human body, maybe a teenager around 17 to 20 years old would suit you." Lurie waved his hands. "That's too young. I want a body that's tall, grown, and more handsome than Felix's." Irene clicked her tongue. So picky. But then he stopped, and she raised her brows, waiting. He smiled warmly, lacing his fingers together and resting them on his knees as he sat on the sofa. Slowly, he said, "Whatever the result may be, I just hope I won't lose this feeling that you're beautiful." Later, at the dining table, a cup of tea and a plate of sandwiches sat waiting. Elifia held up the teacup and said softly, "Claudia will be back soon." At those words, Irene slammed her fist on the table in panic. "In the morning? No way. I heard she wouldn't be back until tonight. You damn spirit." She spun around and pointed at Lurie, who sat beside her. "If she comes back this early, she'll run right into this demon." Lurie frowned at her finger in his face. "Stop pointing already, will you?" he grumbled, sipping his drink. Elifia stepped closer, calmly adding, "I only estimated her arrival. She's worried. That's why she wants to return quickly. What could I do to stop her?" Hearing that, Irene froze, dropping her fork. She stopped eating her dessert, her expression twisting in worry. If she lashes out at him, Felix's body can't take any injuries at all. At those words, Lurie lowered his cup, side-eyeing her. "So that's what you're worried about?" Irene leaned forward on the table, thinking hard. "Of course not just that. If the first person she sees is a demon instead of Benjamin, she'll be shocked. If things get too complicated, she won't recognize what's going on. I need to call someone." Both men glanced at her as she muttered desperately. Suddenly, her face lit up with hope. When Claudia finally returned home, she collapsed into a chair, stretching her arms back with a sigh. I'm exhausted." A familiar voice called her name. She tilted her head to the side, spotting Irene. Irene rushed over like an eager puppy, nuzzling into her shoulder. Claudia, indulgent as always, pulled her close. Then, as if catching the mood, Claudia turned into a fluffy bunny and hugged Irene back. "Rin, you missed me that much, huh?" she teased warmly. Irene chimed in, "Yeah, it's been so long. I was lonely without you." The two of them clung to each other on the couch. Suddenly, Claudia wrapped her arms around Irene's waist, looking at her tenderly. "If I knew you'd be like this, maybe I should have stayed away longer. But honestly, I don't think I could have endured that." She spoke as if contradicting herself, then quickly shifted her gaze to the side. Irene followed her eyes, puzzled. Claudia frowned and asked, "Why is that thing here?" Inside the mansion, Cedric crossed his arms with a strained smile. "Ha! What's with that attitude? I'm a Grand Duke, you know?" Claudia, clutching Irene close, darkened her voice. "I don't care who you are. You're intruding on my private time with Ren. And what are you staring at?" Cedric mumbled, bewildered. "What? I can't even take a look?" Meanwhile, Irene just sat there with a silly, sheepish grin. "Heh." Cedric scratched his head and spoke timidly. "What did I even do to make you hate me so much?" Then he shot a glare at Irene, signaling, "Hey, you're the one who called me here. Say something, will you?" But Claudia wasn't letting go, frowning as she snapped, "You think I don't see it? Always circling around my Rin like a hungry wolf waiting to pounce." Irene quickly clasped her hands and mouthed silently to Cedric. "Sorry," Cedric, still smirking, teased. "Why are you so on guard against me? I simply cherish Irene. Like one would a teacher who changed their life. That's all." Claudia shifted slightly away from Irene, retorting sharply, "Cherishing someone is the foundation of love. I've told you countless times. You and Irene don't suit each other in the slightest." Cedric sat upright, face scrunched. "Why do you keep stabbing at someone who doesn't even care about romance with you?" Then he turned, seeking sympathy. "You agree with me, don't you, Erica?" Erica propped her chin in her hand, narrowing her eyes in judgment. "Don't you dare casually call my name. And stop looking at Ren like that." Her voice darkened. "I can't stand your arrogant attitude. Fix it." Cedric threw up his hands in despair. "See? No one's ever on my side. Heaven help me." He turned to Irene. But seriously, why did you call me here? Irene hurried to answer, a bit awkward. I just wanted to invite everyone to lunch. Cedric narrowed his eyes, poking at her excuse. Lunch, huh? Then why drag me here at the crack of dawn? He widened his eyes, silently urging Irene. Spit out the truth already. Flustered, Irene stammered. Really? But her words trailed off endlessly. Claudia, still watching her, finally snapped. People can think about lunch early, sure. But why did you have to trouble my Irene for it? Her voice grew sharp, each word pressed like a knife. What exactly are you plotting with her? Cedric blinked in confusion. Huh? Who drags people out of bed before sunrise just for lunch? He didn't even get to finish before Erica cut in smoothly, sipping her tea with closed eyes. Why not? Run is the type who thinks of snacks even in the middle of a meal. Their banter left Cedric utterly defeated. He buried his face in his hands, muttering, I just want to log out of this world right now. Without sympathy, Erica lifted her teacup and said flatly, Then go. Irene, caught in the middle, felt painfully awkward. Suddenly, Claudia's voice chimed in innocently. Her hand darted, brushing Irene's skirt up slightly. Rin, why are you walking so strangely? Did you hurt your leg? Irene jolted, panicked, glancing at Claudia and shouting. No, I didn't. Unconvinced, Claudia tugged the skirt higher. Normally you like skirts just past the ankle. Where'd you even get a gown this long? Like a curtain, Irene squeaked, flustered. Claudia, not in front of everyone. But as the fabric lifted, Claudia froze. There, wrapped around Irene's leg, was a bandaged wound. Her eyes widened. She stepped forward, gripping Irene's shoulders and shoving her back. What is this? You're injured. Irene stuttered. Claudia pressed down on her, voice frantic. How could you get hurt like this? What were you doing? Pinned beneath her, Irene thought blankly. Ow, that hurts. Her shoulders strained under Claudia's grip. Blushing furiously, she mumbled, it's just a sprain. Claudia's denial was sharp and trembling. Don't you dare lie to me. Sprained? Then why the heavy bandages? Irene turned her face away, fumbling for an excuse. Ask Liam. I fell off a balcony. She pictured Liam standing above her as she tumbled, convincing herself of the lie. Claudia's voice cracked with worry, almost in tears. What were you even doing? To fall like that? Irene whispered shyly. Because you always call me an angel without wings. I just wanted to see if maybe I could fly. The room fell silent. No one knew what to say, except Cedric, who blurted without thinking. Irene, stop making things up. Confess, and you'll be shown leniency. Claudia's head whipped around, eyes narrowing at him. What do you mean by that? Her gaze turned predatory. You're hiding something. You pushed Irene into doing something reckless, didn't you? She pressed harder, voice cold as steel. Rin couldn't possibly have gone to that victory banquet on her own. Accused, Cedric flinched, stammering. It's not like that. I only asked her to confirm a rumor. They said the war hero was extraordinary, so I asked Irene to check. Claudia's tone was deadly. You mean Walter? That bloodthirsty butcher who kills without blinking? Cedric shrank back. It wasn't like that. But Claudia's furious voice cut him off. No matter how adorable Irene is, she's still just a normal girl, and you had the nerve to send her into danger without even telling me? Cedric's face went pale, like he'd been thrown into a nightmare. He stammered desperately. I thought he was a hero. Claudia pressed on, voice sharp. Killing one person makes you a murderer, but killing countless people earns you the title of hero? That title is utterly meaningless. Cedric faltered under her accusation, flustered, shouting back. Claudia, you were the one who said we can't judge anyone without meeting them first. But she rose to her feet and continued coldly. Yet the fact that man slaughtered so many is undeniable. Beside them, Irene sat up in alarm. Claudia's voice turned icy, every word cutting. And what if, after gaining his title, that man returns to the battlefield, catches feelings for my Irene? What then? Her chilling tone and fierce eyes made Irene tremble. She thought anxiously, this has gone too far. Claudia's expression hardened further. Ren, the injury you suffered at the victory banquet. Don't tell me it was that Walter who did this to your leg? Sensing the situation spiraling, Irene tugged at Claudia's sleeve and whispered softly, "Chloe." Claudia turned toward her, confused. Irene forced a weak smile and asked, "But what if it was me who slaughtered thousands? What would you do then?" Without hesitation, Claudia answered blindly, "Then it must have been their fault. You wouldn't do it unless you had to." Irene pressed further, voice trembling. "But what if those people had done nothing wrong?" Claudia looked at her, then sighed deeply. "I never intended to condemn this Walter for killing, but—" She sat back down, lowering her voice. "Whether he killed many or not, it doesn't matter to me." She paused, eyes softening. "What matters is that Irene might get hurt by being caught up with him." Turning to Irene, she clasped her hand. "To me, Rin, you are what matters most." She added gently, "Just like no expensive luxury can ever compare to the handkerchief you once gave me." Irene's heart was struck by the sincerity of those words. She whispered, "Cho." Claudia too spoke softly, "Ren." Irene forced a small, embarrassed smile. "Really? Thank you? But could you please stop using such ugly metaphors?" Footsteps echoed from outside, interrupting their exchange. Irene raised her voice. "You see, Claudia, I was going to tell you something I'd meant to keep hidden." The door opened, and the figure of Walter appeared. Irene continued, "Felix has returned." Claudia turned, stunned to see Felix. Irene added solemnly, "He's cursed by the demon. His consciousness only returns when the sun is high." Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Lucas sat at a table where a three-tiered house of cards had been built. He raised his brows in surprise. "Truly, I didn't know you had such a talent," he remarked. Benjamin, lounging with a cigarette, chuckled. "Whatever you think. It is so." Then, almost lazily, he crushed the ash of his cigarette against the card tower, knocking it down. The cards scattered across the table as he said, "Isn't it more fun to destroy what others painstakingly build in a moment?" Lucas glared. "You must delight in watching others collapse, don't you?" Benjamin laughed coldly. "If possible, one should try." He then picked up a stack of papers and pushed them toward the Emperor. "Now's not the time for card games. Read this." Lucas frowned, irritated, but took the papers. "Don't make that face. My mood is sour already." Benjamin only smiled faintly. The Emperor flipped through the first sheet. "Claudia Chamberlain," he read aloud, finding both information and a photograph. Next was Irene Amber, marked with a special insignia. Then Erica Dean. Finally, Felix Chamberlain. Lucas scowled. "These are all Claudia's close associates. Why investigate a man who's already dead?" Benjamin casually burned the papers with his cigarette, dismissing, "They're false information. No need to read further." Lucas yelped as the flames spread. "Hot! Damn you, you lunatic! At least warn me first." He hurled the burning stack away, enraged, and grabbed Benjamin by the collar, slamming him against the table. Cards flew everywhere. "You think my hands are made of paper?" he roared. But Benjamin remained calm, propping himself up with one hand. He slipped free of Lucas's grip and whispered smoothly, "I only did it because I feared you'd draw the wrong judgment from those lies." Before he could finish, Lucas's fist struck him, sending blood spraying. Benjamin staggered back, smirking through the crimson on his lips. "So, you believe me now?" He licked the blood slowly, grin widening. "Yes, those reports were fake. But whoever spread them knows well the power of rumor." Lucas crossed his arms, glowering. "And yet we've no proof either way." Benjamin nodded lightly. "True. The question is, how long until the truth surfaces?" The Emperor narrowed his eyes. "When did they find out?" Benjamin replied, "Until now, Celium's leader has always hidden their true identity behind a mask. I've never met them directly. But lately, I've heard whispers." He paused, smiling darkly, "that the one leading Celium is, in fact, a woman." He thought of the two who had shaken hands and said, "I figured this information was just something I bought for fun. But it seems we can be certain that woman listens closely to Irene Amber." He then affirmed, "Celium is already in Lady Amber's hands." Irene smiled brightly at him. Lucas, in a gloomy tone, said, "So that's it." He placed one hand on his hip, extended the other, and demanded, "Benjamin, you showed me this bought-for-fun information, only to nearly burn my hand with it, is that right?" Benjamin quickly changed his expression to one of cheerfulness. I only know that Chamberlain is completely dependent on Lady Amber. Who could have guessed she was the head of Soleil? If I had known earlier, I'd have kidnapped her and kept her by my side already. That lady is the first to ever make me constantly regret my own decisions. Lucas scowled, clenching his fist so hard it cracked. You're just dodging the point, aren't you? Benjamin raised his hand, smiling with clear amusement. His cheeks flushed. Anyone caught up with that girl would lose all reason, even a normal person. I can't help but wonder, would the same happen to me? Lucas replied darkly. Then go capture her. Handle that girl, and I'll forgive you for nearly burning my hand. Then he questioned again. But why do I feel like you're more interested in that girl than in Claudia? Have you changed your taste? Benjamin turned lazily toward Constantine with a mocking grin. Wouldn't she be more useful than that useless statue sitting there? Lucas also glanced at him. Constantine looked up at Benjamin with sharp eyes and said coldly, before you criticize others, maybe look at yourself. All you do is run your mouth. Have you ever actually accomplished anything? He pressed further, leaning forward with one hand on his knee. By the way, don't you think that Walter fellow is a bit strange? He stared at Walter's doll-like figure in front of him. Benjamin nodded in agreement. Yes, I also feel something off about him. Lucas frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Constantine continued. Don't you sense he's different from when we last met him at the celebration? They all turned their gaze toward Walter, discussing him. Lucas, now serious, also studied Walter intently, hand on his chin, but eventually just pointed upward and said, I don't know either. Benjamin sighed in exasperation. I really shouldn't expect the day His Majesty puts all his subtlety into anything other than card games. He smirked after his words. Lucas, still perplexed, asked, Aren't you all being too sensitive? What exactly is different? Benjamin explained with another sigh. It feels like he's lost the aura of malice he had before. Constantine lifted his cold eyes and added, Back then, I vaguely sensed some kind of magic power from him, which made me wonder if he was connected to sorcerers. But today, I feel nothing at all. Instead, I find myself questioning whether he's even truly a living being. Walter returned their gaze but remained silent. Lucas rubbed his chin, frowning again. Do you all really see it that way? At last, he closed his eyes and gave a foolish conclusion. But I can't feel anything at all. At that, both Benjamin and Constantine were left speechless, exchanging awkward smiles. Then Benjamin turned and walked toward Walter, saying, You're just getting in His Majesty's way. Go somewhere else and enjoy your favorite pastime, slaughter. There are plenty of young, lively people today after all. He added with amusement, but Walter only turned to look at him. Lucas exploded, shouting, You bunch of lunatics! After that, in the royal palace, Lucas sat upon the throne and gave orders to the false Walter. The doll obeyed, wielding a sword and killing without emotion under Lucas's command. The tale of the hero Walter, charging across battlefields, continued. He fought with 2 swords in hand, his body drenched in blood, always moving forward. Yet no one knew that Elifia had created the Walter doll and sent it into war. Felix, meanwhile, returned to his true self, much like Cinderella. Then came the scene of Felix meeting Claudia. She and Irene, seated in a wheelchair, embraced him tightly. Behind them, Hugo laid a hand on his son's shoulder, overcome with emotion. It was a tearful reunion. Irene thought to herself, peace must be drawing near. Later, in the library, Felix sat seriously with glasses on, reading. Suddenly, Irene peeked out from behind and asked what he was doing. Felix, startled, closed his book and turned to her. Their eyes met. He answered seriously, I'm reading. Irene leaned closer, peering over his shoulder. Startled, Felix fumbled and accidentally tore a page. Flustered, he murmured, Maybe the paper was a little too thin. Irene suddenly smiled at him and said, Very good. Felix looked at her, confused. Then she snatched the book from his hands and said, Give it to me. She sat herself on his lap, leaving Felix stunned, and opened the book. Hesitant, he asked, What are you doing? Irene calmly replied, I'll read it to you. Felix leaned closer to her ear and whispered, If you sit like this. Startled, Irene listened as he gently nibbled at her ear, making her blush. She glared at him in warning. You'll put yourself in danger. Felix wrapped his arms around her waist, making her flustered. Face red. She stammered, "Wait!" But he kissed her neck and murmured, "I'm rather curious about what comes next. Keep reading." Irene resumed, explaining, "The book speaks of creating a potion to separate the soul. The most important point is the flow of time. It says only divine power can intervene directly with a soul." Felix hugged her from behind, speaking rapidly as though swept up by excitement. Irene turned to look at him questioningly, the book still open in her hands as she flipped through the pages in haste. Suddenly, a page appeared that made her cry out, "Honestly, everyone knows that already. Why even show me this?" She spun around and smacked the book against his chest. Felix drooped his head sadly. "I thought maybe I could recall my past." She immediately felt guilty for scolding him and asked gently, "Did you remember anything?" Felix confessed quietly, "I couldn't merge with those old emotions and thoughts. But I still remember." She asked softly, "What were you thinking of then?" He answered earnestly, "Of selflessness." She fell silent. Felix concluded, "It's extremely difficult to find a potion that separates a demon's soul from a human's. Perhaps it would be better if both ceased to exist rather than clash. If divine power must intervene." Irene nestled against his chest, resting the book against his chin. "I had already predicted as much." A black and white vortex appeared before them. Felix continued encouraging her. "You'll succeed, Irene." She looked up at him. Both of their gazes fell on the vial of potion. She whispered, "My Felix is still as kind as ever." "Oh right. Have you tried the medicine I gave you?" Felix replied almost instantly, "If it's you, Irene, then I've already tried it." Her eyes lit up with excitement. She straightened up, clutching the book tightly. "And? How did it feel?" Felix hesitated, then lifted a lock of her hair and kissed it. Looking at her tenderly, he said, "Already, I feel a little dazed." Still holding her, he added playfully. Irene, meanwhile, held a small plate of sweets. Crumbs clung to her lips as she turned to face him. Felix, embarrassed, closed his eyes, blushing. "Maybe I just saw a cat." Irene tilted her head, puzzled. "A cat?" She echoed the word in confusion. Felix quickly changed the subject. "But tell me, how did you manage to create a potion like that the first time you saw it?" She answered honestly, "I failed several times, but after I added twilight peach blossom seeds, it finally worked." She pictured the herbs she had added into the vial, then concluded, "It wasn't easy. The leaves wouldn't do. It had to be the seeds." Felix repeated softly, "The twilight blossom, a flower that blooms only at night, embodying longing, waiting, and sorrow?" Irene nodded, then confessed, "While I was brewing it, I thought only of you, Felix. That's why it turned out so pure, so radiant." Suddenly, Felix said in a low voice, "I want to hold you so badly." Startled, Irene blushed crimson, raised the book beneath her chin, closed her eyes and stammered, "Then, just hold me." But Felix turned away. "If I did, your ribs would be screaming SOS." Irene's smile faltered. "Ah, I suppose you're right." Then she stepped forward instead, wrapping her arms tightly around him. "Then let me hold you." Felix's eyes widened, face flushed. He lowered his head and muttered, "At times like this, I really don't know what to do." She only smiled gently, took his wrist, and pressed his hand against her cheek. "All you have to do is tell me I'm beautiful. That's enough." Felix froze, then slowly, awkwardly, wrapped his arms around her in return. "You're beautiful." At that very moment, a mouse scurried past, making Irene jump. Felix held it up by the tail, the other hand resting on its head. "I found this in the laboratory. I was going to throw it away." "You mean, release it?" Irene asked. He shook his head. "No, better to kill it. This leg is broken. Even if I treat it, it won't last long. Prolonging its pain would only be crueler. It's kinder to let it die now." Irene's eyes widened. "What? Kill it? Why would you?" Felix looked down at the trembling creature. "Even if it lives, it won't be for long. Death now is mercy." She hesitated, then answered softly, "I respect your choice, but are you certain you won't regret it later?" He frowned, hand on his chin. "Regret? You mean, if I ever regain my emotions, I'll grieve killing this mouse?" He gave a short laugh. "Strange. Once long ago, I always struggled with choices like this. Irene gently pushed him aside, held up a vial marked, 1 drop kills all germs and infection, and whispered, "Then let me heal it." Felix reluctantly handed her the mouse. "It won't live long." "Even so," Irene said firmly, dropping the liquid on the wound, "if life exists, no matter how fleeting, it deserves to be honored." She bent over, gently tending to the tiny body, murmuring, "Felix once said we cannot pass judgment on the existence of others." Felix watched her in silence, then muttered, "I don't understand what you're saying. But if I think this way, then when I regain my emotions, I will surely be tormented by the souls of the countless people I've killed." Irene said nothing, only focused on healing. When she finally let go of the mouse, she asked quietly, "Then what do you think those emotions will feel like?" He bent down, staring at the mouse. "I don't know. Perhaps unbearable pain." She smiled faintly. "It's done. When it wakes, set it free." Felix whispered, as if to himself, "The sting of a blade cutting flesh. Maybe that's what it feels like to lose one's soul." Irene shook her head. "No, it's different." The mouse slept peacefully in a small box. Felix stared, lost in thought, his mind circling the choice between a life devoid of feeling or one heavy with regret. "If you had to choose," Irene asked gently, "which would you pick?" Felix did not hesitate. "The second. Better to feel regret than to live empty." He muttered under his breath, "I wonder if this is a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Irene repeated. "Yes. If you knew, you would scream and weep." She tilted her head. "But I don't even remember what I screamed about." Their words hung in the air, woven of light and shadow. Finally, Irene looked up and asked softly, "If it were you, you would bear all the suffering alone, wouldn't you?" Felix fell silent. Seeing his silence, she warned, "If you keep doing that, I'll scold you." He stared at her, then asked, "Then what will you do?" She pressed 2 fingers to her temple, eyes closed in thought, then answered with a small smile, "Whenever you're in pain, I'll chase after you and hold you tight. I imagine myself hugging you from behind until you smile again. Even if you try to show me only your strength, I won't leave you to suffer alone." Hearing her words, Felix blushed and whispered, "Then, scold me often." Her eyes sparkled. She held out her pinky. "Promise." For a moment he froze, then silently hooked his pinky with hers. "Strange. Feels like we've done this before." Irene only smiled. Just then, a knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Claudia stepped in, hands on her hips. "It's been so long since I came back. I made time just for you, Run. So, what are you two whispering about?" Her gaze landed on Felix, and her voice sharpened. "You're the one who slaughtered countless innocents, aren't you?" Felix lowered his head, unable to deny it. Irene softly whispered, "Claw." Claudia's tone was firm. "On the battlefield, you either kill or be killed. If you feel guilty for killing your enemies, you insult the honor of those who fought beside you." Images of blood-soaked fields flickered before them. Claudia continued, voice heavy, "My brother. He would always visit the families of the fallen, offering comfort and restitution. Even he could not erase that guilt." She stepped closer, and Felix instinctively moved to shield Irene. Claudia's eyes blazed, her hair rising with killing intent. "That's why we must sacrifice those 3 demons, and the devil who brought ruin." Irene, trembling, called out, "Claudia, calm down." Her words snapped Claudia back. She smoothed her hair behind her ear, smiling sweetly. "Oh, is that so?" Her aura softened, and with angelic grace she spread her arms. "After all, our Irene deserves love from me, not the clumsy kind that he offers. So please, step aside, won't you?" Felix stood calmly, unmoving. The more he raised his hand to shield Irene, the more Claudia grew annoyed, planting her hands on her hips. "Why are you blocking me from my own sister?" she demanded. From behind Felix, Irene tiptoed to peek forward, but Felix answered bluntly without hesitation, face unreadable. "Because I feel like it." Hearing that, Claudia stomped her foot, arms crossed in frustration. "You have time for Ren, but you never care about me?" Felix replied coldly, "I've never once asked you to care about me." Claudia's voice rose in fury. "Then I won't let you touch a single strand of Rin's hair." Irene tried to intervene, raising her hand, but the quarrel was too heated. Felix thought a moment, realizing she had a point, but Claudia's rage in front of him only deepened. Then suddenly he turned his head toward Irene. She blinked in surprise, while Claudia froze, eyes wide. Without warning, Felix strode forward and pulled Irene into his arms. She shrieked in shock. What are you doing?" Felix calmly took a lock of Irene's hair, lifted it to his lips, and kissed it, before casting a challenging glance at Claudia. "If you can stop me, then go ahead." Claudia exploded. "Are you crazy?" she screamed, her fury detonating like a bomb, smoke and rage filling the air. She flailed, stomping and yelling, "Why am I so unlucky the moment I come back? Rin is mine, not yours, you stupid brother." Meanwhile, Felix, unfazed, sighed. "So noisy. And besides, she's unharmed. Isn't she?" Claudia's screams grew louder. Irene, embarrassed, tried in vain to mediate. But in the end, Felix was the clear victor. Still holding Irene close, lips brushing her hair, Claudia stormed off, shouting over her shoulder, "Run is mine. That idiot brother of mine won't steal her away." Irene, still in Felix's arms, looked up at him with a wry smile. "What do we do now? Claudia's gone." Felix gazed at her tenderly, answering simply, "It'll be all right." Later, when Cedric heard what happened, his face contorted in disbelief. He pointed a trembling finger at Felix, who still stood there, calm and imposing. "You mean to tell me that Felix Chamberlain, the infamous dead man, is now Irene's lover?" Irene, quietly nibbling on a pastry, said nothing. Claudia, with her usual elegance, denied it smoothly. "Of course not." Erica, sitting beside her, chimed in, "Nonsense. That's not true." Cedric groaned, clutching his head. "They've started again. I just want to go home." Still confused, he looked at Claudia. "But if they are together, why aren't you objecting?" Claudia calmly lifted her teacup, answering in her refined manner, "If it's my brother, I could grant him leniency 100 times. I'd even allow him to meet Ren again, once every 10 years. The cup clicked against the saucer as she set it down, her face darkening. Cedric shivered. Then Claudia suddenly jabbed her finger toward Felix and shouted, "But I will never accept him like this. If he wants to stay with Irene, he must return to his true form." Felix fell silent, while Cedric glanced in the same direction, uneasily. Irene, however, continued munching her cake without a care. Erica's eyes narrowed, her tone sharp. "With eyes like a beast, he clearly has no self-control." Claudia added furiously, "Exactly. He looks like he only wants to devour my innocent Irene." The combined force of their words felt like blows against Felix, and Cedric's worldview seemed to crumble. "Innocent? Her?" Cedric muttered, aghast. At that moment, Irene suddenly gasped, cheeks smeared with cream. "Ah, I forgot to propose to Felix." Felix's eyes flicked toward her, while Cedric nearly collapsed, pale-faced. He yanked her down into her seat, hissing, "What nonsense are you spouting? Look at the mood right now." From across the table came Claudia's deceptively gentle voice, her smile serene but her aura blazing. "If marriage is what you want, then wait 30 years, until my brother regains his former self." Irene imagined it. The two of them in wedding clothes, gray-haired, wrinkled, smiling foolishly. But her fantasy was cut short when Felix suddenly grabbed Cedric's wrist, twisting his arm back with cold precision. "Don't touch her so casually." Crack. Cedric screamed in agony, face pale. My arm, my bones." He tried to protest, but Felix's icy glare silenced him. Irene quickly spoke up. "Felix, please don't do that." His voice was low, almost childlike. "I can't." She met his gaze firmly. "No." Only then did Felix release him, Cedric crumpling in pain, clutching his bruised arm. But Felix immediately slipped behind Irene, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Is this better?" he whispered. Irene smiled softly, placing her hand over his. "Yes, well done." Cedric, on the verge of tears, muttered bitterly, "I just want to go home." Erica tilted her head back, sighing. "As expected, he's nothing but a brute." Claudia slammed her fist down, raging. "To let my brother date Ren. 10 years is far too soon." Meanwhile, Cedric massaged his temples, trying to calm her. Claudia, relax. This isn't the time to argue about marriage. Irene tilted her head, deep in thought, while Felix loosened his embrace slightly to watch her. Then, all at once, Irene's eyes lit up. She jumped to her feet, slammed her palms on the table, and exclaimed, "Let's change our plans a little." That afternoon, at sunset in the imperial palace, Constantine frowned and spoke. "Because you have caused fear and unease, I will now focus on listening to you." Benjamin mocked him, making him scowl. "Well, it's such a pity you're only realizing this now," he sneered. Holding a cigarette in his hand, he smiled and glanced at Constantine. "Aren't you and I the same kind of people?" he remarked. Lucas sat on the table, one hand propped, the other resting lightly, watching the two of them. Then Benjamin turned to the emperor. "Given that we've spent quite a lot on the war, we must now establish a more concrete system," he suggested. Lucas raised his head, puzzled. "A system?" he asked. Benjamin, cigarette smoke curling around him, squinted his eyes with a sly smile and explained. "The mechanism has already been established to some extent. Since your Majesty doesn't quite understand, allow me to explain it in detail." Lucas fell silent, listening. Benjamin narrowed his eyes with a sinister grin, the cigarette burning steadily between his fingers. Lucas looked at him in confusion, unsure what to say. As if reading his thoughts, the emperor pulled his hand back the moment Benjamin flicked ash to the ground. Leaning carelessly on the armrest, he muttered, "This is exactly it." Benjamin jeered at Lucas. "Now, just the sight of a lit cigarette makes you tremble like your pants are about to fall, doesn't it?" The emperor bristled, snapping back. "Who's afraid of what?" His anger made Benjamin beam with delight, as though he had found some new amusement. He pointed the burning end of his cigarette toward Lucas. "Isn't that so?" Lucas turned his face away in irritation, glaring at him with rage. Whoever sent this devil here should drag him straight back to hell. But Benjamin only mocked further. "People like me? There are plenty. And even if I were sent to hell, I wouldn't be welcome there." He smirked, continuing his taunts. "After all, your Majesty is exactly the kind of emperor I always wished for." Lucas shot him a sharp, icy look but gave no reply. The emperor finally snapped, his eyes blazing. "You've been poking at me far too much. If you don't watch your tongue, I'll slice your throat open." Lucas's threat only made Benjamin sigh in mock pity. "Your Majesty is always so quick-tempered, so unpredictable. No one can ever guess what you really mean." Snuffing out his cigarette on the table, Benjamin remarked coldly, "You've become a tyrant, just as I predicted." He went on, voice dripping with scorn. "That's why everyone fears you. And in truth, you're foolish enough to let me take advantage of you so easily." With a smile, he added, "There, I've put out the cigarette. Can you calm down now? This is the essence of brutal rule. Control them this way, and it'll be easy to crush the people beneath you." His words planted a seed. Lucas quickly grasped the meaning, lifting his head. "You mean to force the people to obey and follow my will?" Benjamin nodded approvingly. "Exactly, your Majesty." Lucas pondered it, then admitted with a dark grin. "I suppose I am satisfied with that." Benjamin urged him on. "Then live that way, your Majesty. Keep showing this erratic cruelty, never ceasing in your tyranny." His mind drifted back to the memory of himself sitting on the imperial throne, leisurely gazing down at the starving masses as they knelt in trembling reverence before him. Benjamin suggested coldly, "Whether they succeed or fail, wipe them out anyway." Lucas's expression at that moment was like a wild beast. His bloodshot eyes glowed as he rested his chin on his hand, savoring it all with disturbing ease. Benjamin spread his arms lightly, offering another idea. "Your Majesty, what about improving your entertainment? Hold a swordsmanship tournament? Or invest in actors and playwrights for grand musicals?" Lucas stroked his chin, considering. "It would be fine if I simply increased the number of brothels near the slums." Benjamin opened a small box and chuckled. "Even better. Kill two birds with one stone." Lucas hesitated. "That will probably drive everyone insane." Benjamin tossed aside a letter as he spoke casually. "Of course, some measures won't always work." Just then, Constantine grabbed his hand and opened his palm. "What's this?" he asked. Benjamin replied without hesitation, "Food ration tickets." Constantine frowned, repeating, "Ration tickets?" Benjamin laid out his plan smoothly. "The people are already suffering from this long war. Isn't this exactly what they've been begging for?" Constantine seemed to understand, staring at the ticket in his hand. Benjamin leaned in further, adding, "Of course, nothing in this world is free. Only those who can swear loyalty to their God should receive them." A golden cross shimmered in Benjamin's words. Constantine, shocked, narrowed his eyes at him. "You mean to exploit the vows of the faithful?" Benjamin smirked. "You'll become the savior you always wanted to be. Why not? Or are you still shackled by those useless doctrines?" Constantine's face twisted at his words. Benjamin crossed his arms, smiling slyly. "Feeding them isn't enough to make them worship you. Start by making the temple as magnificent and splendid as possible. Humans are always enchanted by appearances." The other two fell silent as he continued arrogantly. "Worried about where the money will come from? Easy. Once the temple is built, sell indulgences to the believers. Isn't that right?" Constantine's brow furrowed. "Indulgences? You mean?" Benjamin cut him off, stepping closer. "Commit foolish acts, then beg forgiveness so you won't be sent to hell. Boring but profitable." Standing right before him, Benjamin placed both hands on Constantine's shoulders, leaning down to whisper, "Stop rambling, and focus on finishing the rest properly." He sneered with twisted delight. "You might even be better at this than me." He pointed at the ration tickets still in Constantine's grasp, taunting, "After all, you're already holding the power to feed the people." Furious, Constantine crushed the papers in his hand. Benjamin brushed off Constantine's shoulder with a smirk. "I have high expectations of you, Sir Constantine." Then he placed a hand on his chest, bowed mockingly to Lucas, who sat lounging at the table, and said, "Well then, I'll take my leave." The emperor waved him off, irritated. "If you're done, get lost already." Benjamin laughed wickedly. "Until next time, gentlemen." Lucas glared, unafraid, while Benjamin walked away, leaving Constantine clutching the crumpled ration tickets, lost in thought on the bench. Meanwhile, in a nearby town close to the capital, Martina rubbed her chin in deep thought. "Lately, that failure Benjamin," she muttered. Beside her, Irene listened quietly. Martina continued, "He pushed Lady Chamberlain aside and kept asking about you." He smirked slyly, touching his chin, his legs crossed, one hand resting on his knee. Irene widened her eyes, stunned. "Asking about me?" She wondered anxiously to herself. Could he be planning to use me? Martina confirmed, "Yes." At the radiant temple, Constantine walked beneath the glowing lights. He lifted his head, eyes closed, inhaled deeply, then exhaled with a long sigh before opening his eyes again. A voice called to him, "Sir Knight Constantine, may I ask, have you delivered my message to His Majesty?" Constantine kept walking, replying coldly, "I told him, yes, but it seems His Majesty has no interest in listening." The priest followed after him nervously. "Why not?" Constantine shot him a cold glance. "I will try again to persuade His Majesty at the next meeting." His expression alone made the priest tremble, terrified. He stammered, "You are already doing your best, Sir Knight." "It's all right." Constantine pressed further, voice sharp. "You think this is the best I can do?" Inside the temple, the priest shook violently, sweat dripping down his forehead. I wouldn't dare say so, my lord. I am already deeply grateful for your mercy." He spoke again, reminding, "If the temple's influence grows even greater, then my words will carry more weight with His Majesty." The priest stood there bewildered, asking, "What do you mean by that, my lord?" Constantine flicked his cloak and turned away, explaining coldly, "I mean you should strengthen the temple's position in every possible way." At this, the priest's face turned pale. He cried out in alarm, "But, Sir Knight," Constantine cut him off sharply, "I expect His Holiness to know his place, and to remember the words of the prophecy." He stepped closer, laying a hand on the priest's shoulder. The man flinched, stammering, "What do you mean, my lord?" Leaning down, Constantine whispered into his ear, "If you wish for peace, then remember what I've said." An invisible chain seemed to bind the priest to the temple, his body trembling as sweat dripped down his face. Constantine averted his gaze and added, "Think of the Grand Minister before you. You know well what happened to him." The threat hung heavy in the air. In his mind, Constantine recalled the moment he cut the minister down with his own sword. The priest looked at him in terror. Constantine spoke softly, almost mockingly. "I do not wish to go through such an incident ever again." The priest dropped to his knees, desperate. "Sir Knight, please save me. I misunderstood your words before." His face darkened with fear as he groveled. Constantine raised his sword in front of him, sneering. "Look at you, a high priest, unable to understand the will of a holy man, crying here like a fool. If I killed you now, it would hardly be unjust, would it?" He looked down on the man with eyes as if staring at an insect. The priest snapped back to the present, drenched in sweat, shivering in silence, not daring to utter another word. Finally, mustering what little courage he had, his voice shaking, he said, I will do my best, my lord." Constantine lowered his weapon, closed his eyes, and nodded with cold approval. "Good." The priest was still trembling violently, like a leaf in the wind. Then Constantine looked up at the grand hall and declared, "First, we should prepare to meet Decio." The terrified priest beside him said nothing, bowing deeply in obedience. In the royal palace, Lucas leaned his head against his hand, resting it on the armrest of the throne. Someone spoke up, "Why does your majesty look so grim?" Lucas turned his gaze toward the voice. "And you look full of energy. Life's been treating you well, Cedric." Cedric pointed at his own face. "Me? I guess so." He sprawled on a chair, reclining with his head tilted back against the armrest, looking relaxed. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, his fingers twitched. Lucas raised an eyebrow at the odd sight. Cedric shifted, planting both hands on the armrest of his chair, leaning in with a sly grin. "Recently, I've gotten my hands on a little toy. Quite fun, really. Would your majesty care to try it?" Lucas frowned, glaring with disdain. "I don't play with toys, unless you've got something better than that." Cedric, unbothered, shut his eyes and casually revealed the injection marks along his arm, still faintly bruised. "A bonus gift, courtesy of Duke Limburg. He's always bringing me the strangest, most fascinating things." Lucas clicked his tongue and sighed. "That man again." Cedric folded himself over the arm of his chair, legs swinging idly. "What? Has the Duke been bothering your majesty? I thought the two of you were rather close." Walter, standing like a statue in the corner, gave no reaction, but Lucas sighed heavily. "He's fine. Things are manageable." Cedric studied him in silence for a moment, eyes half closed, then suddenly sat upright. Grabbing a wine bottle from the table, he flashed a wide grin, snatched up 2 glasses and poured. "Nothing chases away worries like wine, your majesty." He staggered slightly with the glasses, grinning harmlessly. "Oh!" Lucas snapped irritably. "Don't walk around like that holding wine. You'll spill it." Cedric wobbled closer, thrusting a glass into Lucas's hand. "The throne's far away. If you don't take this, I will spill it. So, please accept it." Lucas reluctantly took 1 glass. He swirled the wine, muttering, "Why'd you pour so much?" Before he could drink, Cedric clinked his glass against Lucas's, beaming. "Oops. Guess I couldn't control myself." He still had the bottle in his other hand. Lucas lifted the glass, tasted it under Cedric's watchful gaze, then set it down. "The Duke has requested a circus to be built for the people. He claims they've suffered enough from the war." Cedric chuckled. "Ah, so that was his idea." He plopped onto the floor, drained his glass, and drank straight from the bottle with a crooked smile. "Though, hasn't the Duke gotten a little too full of himself lately? Hard to tell what he's really after, isn't it?" Lucas twirled his glass absently, muttering, "It's a decent idea, though. Entertainment is his specialty, after all. I'll allow it, for now." But he scowled, adding under his breath, "Still, it irritates me." Cedric tilted the bottle to his lips and laughed. "Oh? And why's that?" At that moment, he recalled his meeting with Irene. She had rested her chin in her hand, speaking thoughtfully. When someone is forced to obey an order, rebellion brews inside. That's called the Zexon effect. Even if they submit, they'll still feel cornered, stripped of their freedom. Cedric had blinked, puzzled. Zexon. Irene had explained more firmly, "Yes, when freedom is stolen, even the most loyal heart resents it. You of all people should know that, Cedric." He'd scratched his neck awkwardly. averting his eyes, then admitted, "You're not wrong." Her voice had hardened. A foolish king, bound from birth, can only make choices that drag him deeper into chains. Born noble yet living like a dog. Even his resistance is meaningless. She had painted the image clearly. Lucas on his throne, crown on his head, bound by blazing chains that wrapped tighter with every move. Her conclusion was chilling. All we need to do is offer choices drenched in honey, sweet enough to be mistaken for flowers. Those flowers will burn to ash, one by one. If you lay a trap disguised as freedom, he'll walk right into it. Back in the present, Cedric had just been staring at her, listening. She ended firmly, "There must be distance between those three. That's where you come in." He had chuckled nervously, brow furrowed, then murmured, "Sometimes, I really do feel lucky to have you by my side." Now, in the throne room, Cedric raised his voice. "Your Majesty." He glanced at Lucas, then tipped his wine glass, letting it spill freely onto the marble floor. "Even if it's just for show, how will you carry yourself at the circus?" Lucas stared at him in silence. Wine dripped steadily from Cedric's glass onto the ground. The Emperor pressed a hand to his forehead with a groan. "In the end, you still spilled it all." Cedric froze, startled, raising both hands in flustered apology. "Ah, sorry, my mistake." But Lucas suddenly hurled his own glass to the ground, shattering it. He smirked, amusement glinting in his eyes. "No matter, that's what the servants are for. Don't bother cleaning it yourself." Around Lucas's mind, a crown of black rose thorns began to take shape. He stepped down from the throne, muttering as he left, "I suppose there'll be something amusing to do after all." Behind him, Cedric raised a hand lazily in farewell, his head propped against the armrest of the throne. "Take care, Your Majesty," he said with a sly smile, wine still staining his shirt. The great doors slammed shut with a resounding echo. Cedric chuckled to himself. Elsewhere, the capital was abuzz with a name on everyone's lips. A young playwright, a rising star whose fame had shot up like a comet only 3 months ago. His scripts, praised as if enchanted, burned bright across every stage in the city. Dubbed the voice of the Funès troupe, beloved by the youth, his works of princes and princesses had already graced countless theaters, big and small. No newcomer had ever drawn such acclaim in so little time. Of course, rumors whispered of patrons behind him. Yet even so, his sheer talent could not be denied. His words seemed to shimmer with a kind of magic. And with every line he wrote, the money kept pouring in. At the palace, Lucas skimmed a report laid on his desk. "So this is the one everyone's talking about? First I've heard the name." He flipped through the pages, muttering as he read. "A play called A Summer Night's Banquet. Another titled Cold Cuts and Bread? I've never even attended these shows." Lucas frowned, reading aloud a peculiar line. "Oreo, why must you be Oreo? Cast off that name." He paused. "Oreo? Really? Discard that name? What sort of absurdity?" He shook his head, continuing. "Even Sirio sounds like a dish. The whole thing reads more like a dream than a play." A trembling official knelt before him. "Your Majesty, I too raised this concern." But the playwright insisted. He said unusual names are the last scrap of his conscience. Lucas narrowed his eyes. "Conscience? What nonsense do you mean by that?" The man stammered. I don't truly know, sire. He's eccentric." Lucas leaned back, lips curling faintly. "Geniuses always drown in their own worlds, don't they? Muttering things no one else can comprehend." He pictured a wild-eyed man raising his hands dramatically, speaking only to himself. The trembling official spoke again. "Still, Majesty, unusual names do spark attention. People talk about them. They draw crowds." Lucas tapped the papers thoughtfully. "Perhaps, but it won't last long." He shut his eyes, smirked, and propped his chin on one hand. Regardless, the plays themselves are impressive. 3 works released in just 3 months. Quite something. After a moment, he waved a hand. "Grant the Funès troupe imperial patronage." Their cold cuts and bread was surprisingly good. The official brightened instantly. "Indeed, Your Majesty. I thought so as well." Lucas stood, setting the reports aside. "I want to meet this man myself. At once, sire. I shall make arrangements." The doors slammed behind the official as he departed, leaving Lucas alone. His lips curved into a grin. "Interesting. Very interesting indeed. A red glint flickered in his eyes as his hand brushed across the playwright's scripts. Moments later, a servant entered. Your Majesty, the playwright has arrived. Lucas turned, smiling warmly. Already? Bring him in. A young man stepped inside, hand pressed to his chest in salute. My deepest gratitude for this honor, Your Majesty. He bowed, then lifted his head with a bright smile. My name is Mozzarella. Lucas blinked, baffled. That's your real name? The young man chuckled nervously. No, sire. A pen name. I no longer use my old one. Lucas let out a low laugh. So, I've fallen behind on the trends of the youth. Both of them glanced at the piano in the corner. Lucas clasped his hands behind his back, smiling gently. Very well then. Show me your talent. Somewhere, fingers danced lightly across the piano keys. Irene sat at the bench, filling the air with a soft, flowing melody. A familiar voice cut through, making her pause. So, you play piano too? Startled, she pulled her hands back, flustered. She turned, eyes flicking up at him. What about you, Felix? He stood behind her, head tilted slightly. I once learned a little, he admitted. He stepped closer, leaning casually against the edge of the piano. Irene glanced up at him, frowning at his vague answer. That's not very clear. Felix closed his eyes for a moment, his voice soft. It was never a great talent, but I enjoyed it. Her eyes widened, surprised, as if she'd stumbled upon a secret. So there is something you're not good at? He gave a small smile. Other than magic, I don't have any particular gift. Then, as if to steer away, he added, I heard you've composed a sonata recently. Flustered, she nodded. Well, yes, he continued. People are already talking about it. Even a stage name has been born. Irene pressed a hand to her chest, clearing her throat. B. Beethoven. Felix propped his chin in his palm. Curious. Why not use that name, then? She turned her gaze away, embarrassed. Let's just say, it's the last shred of conscience I've got. Felix studied her quietly. Hard to understand. She laughed awkwardly, brushing it off. Inwardly, though, she remembered the night she'd burned away all traces of her plagiarism, like it had never existed. Trying to change the subject, she asked, but why does Felix like the piano? His eyes flicked to her in surprise. He lowered his gaze. There's something gentle in the way the keys respond. Somehow, it comforts me. He brushed his fingertips lightly across the keys, voice softer now. As if the piano itself were consoling me. Irene froze, staring at him. Do you need comfort? She asked quietly, placing her hand over his. Felix hesitated. I'm not sure, he admitted. Silence fell between them. Irene's grip on his hand tightened. Lately I've been so busy with my own plans I could hardly see you, but a night without you feels unbearably lonely. I think I need comfort right now. Her voice wavered. Felix looked at her, stunned. He reached out, fingertips brushing her cheek, tilting her chin up. He leaned closer as if to kiss her lips, but at the last moment, shifted and pressed a soft kiss against her other cheek instead. Quiet chut. There. I've comforted you, he whispered with a faint smile, his eyes shining. Irene's face burned, hot as an erupting volcano. That's not what I meant by comfort, she stammered. I mean, not that it's bad, but still. Felix only chuckled, running his hand gently through her hair, gaze lingering on her with an almost aching tenderness. But he'll wake soon, he murmured. And this isn't the right time. She steadied herself, then forced a small smile. I see. So that's how it is. Patting the empty seat beside her, she ordered softly, sit here. Felix obeyed without hesitation. They sat side by side, the piano in front of them, eyes drifting toward the window. Silence wrapped around them, heavy but not uncomfortable. Then Felix spoke, his voice low. Irene. She turned toward him, only for his lashes to lower, words slipping out like a confession. I wish I could tear that demon out of me. Rip him to pieces if I could. Irene hesitated, searching his face. It isn't impossible, she whispered. If we can find a way to separate souls safely. Her voice trembled, carrying the weight of her heart. Even if the demon claims to love me, I will never return it. Never. But he shares half of your body, Felix. I can't escape him, unless we find a way. Her mind flicked back to Larry's tortured expression, clutching his chest as she tried to console him. If there comes a day you can't endure anymore, then shout. If you carry my love, it won't just tear him apart. It will let you do more than that. Doesn't that thought ease you, even a little? Felix stared at his reflection faintly mirrored on the glossy surface of the piano. His cheeks warmed, his lips curved into a bitter half-smile. I don't know. Irene sighed softly. Then it seems my words didn't help you at all. She tilted her head, eyes searching his. Then tell me, Felix, what should we do? He lifted his gaze, voice steady but dark. Destroy it all. Strip the demon of his memories. Let him vanish quietly. That would be kinder and simpler. Her eyes lit with a sudden clarity. Would it now? She leaned her head gently against his shoulder. Though I'll admit, seeing him cry after my harsh words did make me feel a little guilty. Felix said nothing, letting her voice fill the silence. When someone loses something precious, they feel grief. And when they show that grief, it means they're hurting. His hand slid down, covering hers where they rested on the keys. His voice repeated quietly, almost to himself, the expression of loss. She shifted closer, pressing against his chest, her face tilted toward his. And isn't music the perfect vessel for such feelings? You said yourself you like the piano. Then, shall we play something together? Felix stiffened, a faint blush creeping to his face. It could hurt you. Her eyes stayed fixed on the keys, her tone calm. Then just place your hands over mine. He exhaled softly, then let his palms rest gently atop hers. And so, with her fingers guiding the motion, 10 slender digits began to glide across the ivory keys. Notes rang out, intertwining, filling the silence with a fragile harmony. Felix's lips pressed together. He looked away, his heart too full for words. Music wrapped around them, their hands never stopping as they glided across the keys. The melody swelled, spilling into the silence like an endless stream. Felix's face flushed red. In a trembling whisper, he asked, "What piece is this?" Without pausing, Irene answered softly, "Tears and Solace." Her eyes stayed on the piano, her smile faint but serene. The notes kept weaving between them. Felix's hand closed gently over hers. She didn't stop. Her fingers pressed the keys, coaxing out the song. His palms grew damp, his breath uneven, sweat beading at his jaw. A drop slid down, fell onto the ivory with a soft plink. He gripped her hands tighter. "Irene." The music didn't falter, but his voice did, low, shaken. "This is a little too much for me." She halted, turning toward him. "Too much? Why?" His cheeks burned scarlet, chest rising and falling fast. He couldn't meet her eyes. "It's not a burden. I don't know what to do with myself like this. My feelings are too tangled." Their hands still rested together on the piano. Irene tilted her head, listening quietly, then offered gently, "Then just do what your heart wants." Felix's gaze darted away, refusing her eyes. His avoidance only deepened her confusion. They both turned toward the window, darkness pressing against the glass. Fingers slipped from the keys, and silence claimed the room once more. Felix muttered under his breath, almost as if reminding himself, "No, I shouldn't." Irene blinked, thoughts swirling. What is it that he really wants? A quiet resolve sparked within her. No matter what, I have to find a way to destroy that demon. Then her voice softened, almost playful. If that's the case, could you call me by my name?" "Rin." Felix glanced at her, flustered, but obeyed. "Rin." His face was still crimson as he turned away again, murmuring, "Though your words aren't always the best solution. My emotions, they're becoming stranger." She chuckled, tilting her head toward him. "Is that so?" Her smile bloomed like a flower. "Then may I say, you're actually kind of adorable like this?" The next morning, at the Emperor's palace, Lucas sat at his desk, holding a report in his hand. His face darkened. The contents of the report were the words of a blonde-haired man with his face obscured. "It is a great honor to be summoned by His Majesty, but I don't have the time to meet you. Please understand." Lucas's rage flared. His grip crushed the paper into a wrinkled mess as he ground his teeth, spitting out each word. "You dare treat me like this?" He turned his glare on Walter, who stood silently by. "Drag him here at once," he barked. Walter merely glanced at him, then averted his eyes without answering. Seeing Walter's expression, Lucas's fury only grew. He crushed the paper even tighter in his fist and shouted, "What do you think you're doing right now?" His eyes blazed as he snarled, "Are you deaf as well?" Then, with seething wrath, he hurled the crumpled paper at Walter's head. Walter looked down at it as it fell to the floor near his feet but remained silent. "Pick it up," Lucas commanded coldly, but Walter did not move. "I said, pick it up." Lucas's voice sharpened as his eyes narrowed on him. "You, obedient as some dog I've tamed, do you already think of biting your master?" He hissed, his voice dripping with venom. "So, your true nature can't be hidden after all." Suddenly, Cedric, who had been lounging with his legs thrown over the armrest of a chair, shot upright with alarm. "Ah, right!" he shouted, as if something had just struck him. Both pairs of eyes in the room turned to him, freezing him in place. "Cedric?" Lucas growled, then exploded. "I've allowed you to do as you please, but I will not tolerate this any longer." Recovering himself, Cedric waved a hand casually, his tone unervingly nonchalant. "Oh heavens! Please calm yourself, Your Majesty. I simply forgot. I've been so busy with my medicines. But then I suddenly remembered something important I wanted to tell you." Lucas pressed a hand to his head, his voice a hiss of contempt. "Lies!" But Cedric stroked his chin thoughtfully, continuing with infuriating calm. "If you'd only listen, it would be worth your while." The Emperor's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Cedric, hand still clutching his forehead. "If this is nonsense, I will not let you off. Hurry up and speak," he ordered. Cedric leaned on his hand, lips curling into a faint smile. "You won't regret it. I overheard something about shaking spear. In the black market." Lucas's eyes narrowed. The black market? He remembered the meeting with that man. The man had said he met someone in the theater circle, a person with a quiet passion for plays. Cedric listened as the man rambled on endlessly. "Shaking claimed he secretly gained strong backing," Cedric continued. Lucas cut him off sharply. "Oh? A sponsor? Ha! I am the king of the empire. Just who dares?" Through Cedric's story, the faint image of a wealthy, beautiful woman appeared. "If His Majesty knew who she was, you'd understand why Shaking chose that path," Cedric said. That woman had tossed money to Shaking without hesitation. Lucas concluded coldly, "So that's why he dares ignore me. He puts his faith in that patron." "A female sponsor," Cedric muttered with doubt. "I can't tell if he truly trusts her, or if he's simply being threatened." Lucas tapped his fingers against the table. "I see." Cedric, resting his chin on his hand, watched quietly. The king cast him a sidelong glance, still leaning on his hand. Then, "Who exactly is this fool?" "Oreo." "Oreo? Why Oreo?" On stage, a girl's trembling voice rang out, eyes glistening. "Oh, Cyril, I've finally found you, my beloved prince." The two of them were performing on a large stage. Not far away, a pair of binoculars followed the scene. "Perfect," the watcher thought, lowering the lens slowly. "I'd been trying to delay facing him for as long as possible. Yet fate forced me into this violent encounter." Looking across, the watcher saw a richly dressed man seated opposite. The new king sat there, his face twisted with fury, glaring at Cedric. "You troublesome brat," he growled. "Watch the play. Stop staring at me." Rin blinked. "Or maybe I made myself too handsome this time?" she thought nervously, touching her own face. A gentle voice beside her spoke. "Haven't you grown a bit too tall?" Claudia, sitting next to her, teased softly. Irene flushed in embarrassment. Maybe being shorter would have been better." She scratched her head awkwardly. "I thought if I looked completely different from my usual self, it'd be harder to recognize me." Hearing that, Claudia pouted. "So that's why you made Shaking Spear a man, huh?" Just for disguise. Exactly. Irene grinned. Though if I look like this, maybe even you would treat me like a stranger. Claudia snorted. True, I don't like this look. But you're still Irene. How could I ever treat you as a stranger? Her expression suddenly darkened. And if the king dares insult you, I'll smash his jaw. She clenched the binoculars so tightly they nearly cracked. Don't, Rin hissed. You'll ruin everything. Our plan will fall apart. Fine, Claudia muttered. I'll hold it in. On stage, a girl in a bright red dress, her hair braided, performed passionately. So you're shaking spear? The king asked. Meeting you is harder than reaching the heavens. The young man bowed gracefully. It is an honor to stand before the son of the empire. My name is Shaking Spear. Please forgive my discourtesy until now. Bowing deeply, he declared, Fortune has granted me blessings that may never come twice. My only wish is to repay those who believed in me. Of course, I also wish to express my gratitude for His Majesty's great attention. Are you pleased with my performance? Your Majesty sponsored me merely upon reading my script. I felt compelled to prove myself with real ability. Not bad, the king replied curtly. Irene sneered inwardly. Liar. He hasn't watched a single moment. He's been staring at me and Claudia the whole time. Claudia, however, smiled radiantly. The play was wonderful. The directing, the acting, the music. All of it was perfect. Irene forced a smile, whispering through her teeth. Careful, your expression is too friendly. Control your face. Startled, Claudia quickly looked away. Both then turned their eyes sharply toward the king, their expressions serious. They silently agreed. This man could actually be useful. Claudia rose gracefully. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good play, but something urgent came up. I'll take my leave. Oh, is that so? Then until next time. Shaking Spear bowed. Farewell. The king stood silently, watching her depart. Then Lucas asked coldly, So, that's why you've gained the Chamberlain's support? Yes, your majesty, Rin, disguised as Mosesella, replied. And nothing more between you and her? Of course not, Mosesella said, bewildered. The countess was busy, so her daughter came to inspect our troop. Nothing else. Lucas's eyes narrowed. You were with Claudia, and yet you claim you never noticed her? Mosesella waved his hands nervously. You misunderstand. I don't concern myself with women. Really? Lucas pressed. Claudia is a woman, is she not? You truly feel nothing. Yes, your majesty, Mosesella insisted. I have no such intentions. It would only trouble the count. He's focused on his work. Turning aside, he added awkwardly. Truth is, all I can think about right now is planning the next performance. He laughed slyly, his grin so unnerving that goosebumps ran down the king's spine. What a creep, Lucas thought. Good. Very good. Lucas muttered, then turned away. I'll be visiting here more often. The scene shifted. A broad back draped in a beautifully patterned robe. Long moss-green hair flowing smooth and glossy. Smack. Something struck him, and a playful voice startled him. Time to get to work, spirit boy. He clenched the vine that had just whipped him, turning back with clear irritation. What are you saying? If you're bored, go play with the maids or something. Just don't bother me. It was a handsome spirit, though his face carried that usual look of indifference. Irene pouted. What's with you? Don't tell me that kid's been clinging to you so much that you won't even let her celebrate the festival. But instead of looking amused, his expression darkened. Festival? What the hell is that supposed to be? He shot back, visibly annoyed. Irene flopped into a chair and said lightly, Well, Claudia told me to come supervise you. He responded without much care. Her curiosity sparked. So, you're creating Claudia right now, aren't you? Correct, he answered while weaving magic. His hands molded the spell, and within the glowing light appeared a beautiful Claudia with pure white hair. Irene sighed in disappointment. The quality's a little off, don't you think? I like it this way, he said flatly. She rested her cheek on her palm, groaning. Ugh. I miss Felix so much, hick. Elifia finally muttered. After I finish this, I'll make you a doll and swap it for you. Just wait a little. Hearing the exact answer she'd been hoping for, Irene's face instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling suspiciously. Why would you think of me like that? Not because of you. Claudia ordered it. Right? She drawled, chuckling. Supervision isn't necessary anyway. A contract master's command will always be carried out precisely. Irene smirked. I did tell you the secret to winning Claudia's heart. But you still can't pull it off, can you? The spirit froze. He turned his head sharply, his aura bristling with menace, face twisted with irritation. Damn swindler, that so-called secret was just you trying to one-up me from the start. He hadn't even finished growling when suddenly a voice called from outside. Milady! Wah, what is it? Irene leapt to her feet in alarm. The head of the house requests your presence, my lady. It's urgent. Without another word, Irene rushed toward the door. Take me there right away. She left behind the spirit, still simmering in frustration, alone with his sour mood. Lord Hugo asked in exasperation, Are you playing games with me? You're not Lord Hugo? She blurted out. That's right. So stop your little monologue already. All right then, she said quickly, placing her hand on his forehead out of habit. She rubbed gently, then frowned. No fever. But clearly I should call a doctor to check on you. At those words, Hugo's brow furrowed deeply, irritation clear on his face. His voice boomed. That's enough. Startled, Irene lowered her voice immediately. Forgive me, my lord. You just looked so different that The scene shifted swiftly to a tea table. So, Irene asked cautiously, why did you summon me here? With a heavy sigh, Hugo confessed. I have a troubling concern. It really did seem so. She answered softly. I see. The Duke held a teacup, sipping elegantly before setting it down with another weary sigh. I truly don't know how to deal with my son. Her heart jolted at his words. Memories of Felix surfaced. How shaken Hugo had been when he saw his son return in that state. She remembered the image clearly. Felix, rugged and worn, standing by her side. At the time, she thought Hugo had been overwhelmed with joy and relief at his son's return. But now, she realized it wasn't so simple. His face then had been strained, his lips pressed tight, his eyes glistening red. Of course, how could he have accepted it so easily? Even she, at times, found herself longing for the Felix of the past. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, I never thought you'd talk about this with me. His eyes grew red as he asked, voice strained, Then who else am I supposed to talk to? The air grew heavy, suffocating. I'm sorry, he said, covering his face in anguish. I truly don't know who else to turn to besides you, Lady Irene. She thought silently. Felix had to shoulder everything alone. Even in his darkest moments, his father wasn't there. Perhaps that guilt is what weighs on him now. The silence between them was laden with unspoken thoughts. She finally lifted her head and asked, My lord, do you realize that winter has already passed? Hugo blinked, then replied quietly, The snow has stopped falling, hasn't it? The flowers are about to bloom, she continued. Yes, he echoed softly. Spring is coming. The flowers that seemed withered in the winter's cold will sprout once more. They'll bring a new spring, because my son has returned. In her mind's eye, Irene pictured pure white blossoms trembling on their branches, like a promise of renewal. She affirmed gently, That's right. He nodded, his voice low. You're right. Together, their gazes drifted to the window, watching the garden. Then, my lord, she said cheerfully, you must welcome this new spring with all your heart. The Duke across from her simply stayed quiet, eyes on the flowers outside. Slowly, a tender smile formed on his face. His eyes narrowed, almost brimming with tears. You really do have a talent for sentimental words, don't you, young lady? Then praise me, she teased. Say I have a gift for words. Are you insane? He retorted flatly. You're far too harsh with a child, she countered playfully, suddenly pulling a silly face and imitating a baby's voice. Wah wah. Her absurd act left him completely at a loss for words. She waved her hand and chuckled. You're too cute, my lord. I forgot myself. No bad intentions, I swear. He let out a long sigh. Well, perhaps. You might truly be the one to fill the emptiness in my son's heart. She burst into giggles. Ah. So you're sulking because Felix never confessed his feelings to you? Is that it? Hugo gave her a sharp look before grumbling. The two of you really are a pair fated by the heavens. You should just live together already. Hearing that, she was stunned, her mouth falling open. Eh? Why are you kicking me out, my lord? He just sighed in frustration. Because I can't handle the two of you anymore. Oh my! She propped her hands on the table, eyes sparkling. Am I so cute that you simply can't stand me, my lord? She asked playfully, winking. But her antics only made Hugo shiver, cold sweat trickling down. The next moment, Irene was trembling, kneeling on the ground, clutching tightly at his clothes. She pleaded desperately, I'm sorry. Please, don't leave me. I just slipped and talked too much, that's all. Please don't feel guilty about Felix anymore. Just tell him you love him. What? The Duke froze, his body shaking as he turned back to her, horror plain on his face. It's not that hard, my lord, she whispered. He stopped, covered his face with his hand, and muttered, That's something I can't bear to do. Now let go of me. A flash of realization struck her like lightning. She stared at him wide-eyed. Wait, so that means you're giving me permission to marry Felix? Overjoyed, she tugged eagerly at his sleeve. Don't pull my clothes. You'll tear them. And I have not given permission, he barked. The two struggled back and forth with his coat until Hugo finally snapped. Go clean up and leave already. But then he spun back toward her, exhaled heavily, and said firmly, Call me father. His tone was serious. And with that, he turned and strode out of the room, leaving Irene sitting there, dazed. Father? She whispered, before her lips curled into a radiant smile. I did it. Her eyes sparkled like starlight as joy burst across her face like blooming flowers. The next scene shifted to a grand, resplendent palace under the night sky. In front of a certain chamber stood a lone guard, a pitiful figure, once hailed as a hero, now reduced to nothing more than a watchdog at the door. What a pathetic title. To think I'd end up like a chained dog, Felix thought bitterly. His eyes narrowed, serious. Is Keel trying to tear down anyone better than him, just to cover up his own inferiority? Foolish, utterly foolish. He sighed. You've come back again. A voice suddenly called out, drawing his attention. Felix turned, only to find Constantine standing there, his silver hair glinting faintly in the dim light. His Majesty has already gone out, Felix said flatly. Good, Constantine replied with unsettling calm. That makes this the perfect time. He approached slowly, step by step, until his breath brushed Felix's ear. I can sense a faint trace of magic in you, he whispered. So faint, in fact, that I cannot make out its true nature. And so I wonder, is that magic weak by nature? Or is it being hidden with deliberate care? His eyes glinted, sharp as blades. If it's the former, then it's of no real concern. But if it's the latter, then it means you're tied to demons. And that would make you an enemy marked for divine judgment. Chains clattered in Felix's mind's eye, a terrifying aura spilling from him like the echo of a battlefield. Constantine's tone hardened. There's one thing I'm certain of. If you were once merely Claudia's puppet, then now, you've become yourself. Felix's gaze was like ice, piercing straight into him. What is your relationship with her? Constantine pressed. Whether it's the first case or the second, do you have any proof to show otherwise? Felix's lips curled faintly. I don't need proof. What I say is what it is. The knight's face darkened, shadows pooling in his expression. How amusing. You speak as if you're the devil himself. Felix let out a low, mocking laugh. If I were a demon, you'd see it the moment you looked into a mirror. His eyes sharpened, cutting deep. So then, if you came here seeking me out, doesn't that mean you want something from me? The words struck home like a blade. Constantine's expression twisted, his composure cracking. Felix radiated a suffocating, killing intent, his words dripping with mockery. Instead of wasting your time trying to figure me out, why don't you just say what it is you want? Constantine, the silver-haired knight, leaned forward, his tone grave. So you admit it, then? That reaction of yours. It's as if you already knew what I was going to say. Felix tilted his head slightly, exhaling as if bored. You've seen me on the battlefield, haven't you? Then you should know. It's meaningless to expect me to act like some harmless commoner. In Lucas's eyes, a memory surfaced. Felix, drenched in blood, standing tall among the corpses, a sword in each hand, eyes cold as steel. Constantine's expression darkened. I'm not satisfied with that answer. Felix, still leaning against the wall, gave a thin smile. That's because half of what you've said is true, and half is not. Constantine's gaze sharpened. So you claim you have no ties to Claudia? I sacrificed more than you can imagine for her sake. Speak the truth. Are you going to insist that power you wield isn't borrowed from the spirits? Felix's eyes narrowed. I won't deny that it is Lady Chamberlain's power I inherited. But tell me, why do you judge only by the method? Constantine frowned. The method? Felix stepped closer, his voice low but cutting. Think carefully. Lady Chamberlain, who lost her kin to a demon. Do you truly believe she would hire someone who traffics with demons to seek vengeance? If revenge was all she wanted, she could have found a warlock. Or worse. So why me? For a moment, Constantine fell silent, hand resting on his chin as he considered. Felix pressed on. No one else knows of my magic. Do you really think I could have hidden it so perfectly? Constantine's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You mean to say you concealed it all this time? Felix chuckled darkly. If someone like you, who carries holy power, only now realizes what I am, then how would the Chamberlain family, who hold no divine blessing, ever have known? Tell me, then, could it be that you suspect I serve Duke Limborg? Felix's voice was sharp, laced with menace. I've already said I have nothing to do with the Chamberlains, so the answer should be obvious. You're smarter than anyone else here, aren't you? His eyes narrowed at Constantine. And if you're comparing me to His Majesty, then stop. I find it irritating. Very well. I understand, Constantine muttered, though his expression betrayed frustration. If the Duke truly wished to raise an inside man, he'd have to choose someone who resembled him. That's why they call them spies. But why hide it at all? His train of thought was cut short when Felix, calm yet piercing, asked suddenly, Tell me, Sir Knight, do you even realize where His Majesty is right now? He's with Lady Chamberlain. Constantine's face darkened instantly at those words. Felix continued with a mocking smile. To explain everything would take too long. But as you already know, His Majesty agreed to sponsor the Empire's artists at your suggestion. Did he not? Constantine frowned. What are you implying? That I could have foreseen this? Felix tilted his head. If you're so suspicious, why not see for yourself? The scene shifted to a quiet chamber. Inside, Lady Chamberlain sat across from Lucas as though locked in some idle conversation. A soft clink of porcelain accompanied her sigh. I honestly don't know why I even have to sit here, she murmured, closing her eyes in weary boredom. Shaking Spear scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Because you're someone who once showed me kindness. You trusted me, and you've supported a nobody like me all this time. Ahaha. He let out a nervous laugh. The royal family promised me a great opportunity, but before I make my decision, I wanted to hear your opinion, Lady Chamberlain. As he said this, his gaze flickered toward Lucas. And, of course, it was only thanks to His Highness for allowing me to invite you here. Lucas's expression was calm, but his eyes lingered on Chamberlain with a strangely tender warmth. Shaking Spear thought to himself, she's nothing more than a puppet of the spirits. Yet look at Lucas's face. He looks genuinely pleased. From her mannerisms to her words, everything mirrors the real her perfectly. Fake Claudia finally spoke, her tone even if I weren't here, it would hardly matter. If an artist discovered by my family were supported by the Emperor, I would be glad. More than glad, in fact. Shaking Spear flushed, rubbing his cheek. So, you're truly all right with it? Claudia admitted softly. Of course, I do have a selfish wish to keep you to myself. But more than that, I hope you'll be free to grow your talent and make a name for yourself. A quiet chuckle escaped Lucas's lips, his smile faint but sharp. Shaking Spear blinked in confusion. Your Highness, is something wrong? Lucas folded his hands together, his voice smooth. Well, I see it rather differently. Differently? In what way? Shaking Spear asked. The prince's gaze darkened, though his tone remained deceptively gentle. When an artist accepts the patronage of the Emperor, it is not freedom they receive. No. It is like watching a white bird, trapped in a gilded cage, singing only for me. That is what you would become, Lady Chamberlain. A bird in a cage, with a song meant for my ears alone. His words lingered in the air, heavy yet calm. Do you know why the servants of the palace are not allowed to express their talents freely or chase after fame? Because the moment they choose that path, they must never, ever accept the Emperor's hand. Her eyes narrowed, suspicion flashing as she asked sternly, Why are you telling me all this? He lifted the teacup slowly, taking a measured sip before replying. If you and I continue to meet, then you will be able to achieve your dream. And why would you do that for me? She pressed, her voice laced with doubt. Setting the cup back onto the table, his expression twisted into something darker, malicious, almost cruel. His voice dropped into a low, threatening murmur. Because if not, I will have Shaking Spear executed, charged with defiance and condemned for his sins. He leaned back with unnerving confidence, as though his words alone were an unshakable verdict. It has already been difficult enough, protecting Lady Amber who stands beside you, and yet you continue to do it, simply because you are far too kind-hearted. Her lips pressed into silence, deep in troubled thought. Then his gaze sharpened. So, what will your answer be? At that very moment, Shaking Spear sat frozen, silent tears slipping down his cheeks. His heart broke under the weight of it all. Why are you treating me like nothing more than a shield? The scene shifted quickly to a grand palace hall. Irene ran forward with a bright smile, throwing herself into Felix's arms. I missed you so much, she exclaimed, clinging tightly to him. He remained calm, raising one hand above her head. Her small fingers clutched at his broad back, and his steady hand gently caressed her hair. Yet, Irene's expression suddenly dimmed, her heart sinking. If only treatment is all it takes. Please, just once, hold me tightly as if you'll never let me go. But Felix's voice cut through her wish. No, I cannot. She blinked in surprise. Huh? Did I just say something out loud? His gaze softened as he continued. These days with Jen, I've come to realize something. I would rather allow my cat to be hurt somewhere far beyond my reach than to be the one who causes that wound with my own hands. Irene tilted her head, bewildered. A cat? He nodded, almost whispering. I can find a way, so please, just wait for me. Her face grew pale. What do you mean by that? I've told you before. I will not allow you to suffer alone, she said firmly, clutching at his clothes. Don't shoulder everything by yourself anymore. I know, he answered carefully. Now that you've merged with the demon, can't you be a little selfish? Just this once? She pleaded, hugging him tightly. Felix let out a faint, bitter laugh. So, my way of being selfish is to not act selfish at all. Her lips parted, startled. Huh? He went on, his voice heavy. Truth is, lately I haven't been well. Times I feel suffocated, in pain, and sometimes it feels like something inside me is urging me to use violence to destroy everything, as if those impulses numb every thought in my head. You've been angry? She asked in a panic. Something like that. Who made you feel that way? She demanded. His eyes locked onto hers, cold and unwavering. Her body stiffened under that piercing gaze. It's you. Her heart faltered, her body trembling. What? I don't want to live selfishly. I don't even think that way. But, may I ask you something? Her voice wavered. Why yes? A faint blush crept over his face as he looked away, almost embarrassed. Since a long time ago, you gave that demon a name, didn't you? Lurie. Irene froze, her eyes wide. What? Lurie? Why is that name coming up now? Her hands clenched as panic took over. Wait, how do you even know that? Can you read that monster's thoughts? Yes, he answered bluntly. Why? Does that matter so much to you? Caught off guard, she stammered. And no, it's nothing really. But he noticed her unease, his tone sharpening. Are you hiding something from me? Well, actually, Irene faltered, then forced a bright smile as she pointed and winked playfully. I only called him that because it's easier to say. Felix's face didn't change, but his voice dripped with sarcasm. Easier to say. I see. He turned his back to her. I understand now. Realizing the danger, Irene grabbed desperately at his cloak. Wait, please don't go. My angel, don't leave me, she begged. Felix stopped, glanced back at her, his expression unreadable. Do you have anything else you want to say to me? Her tears spilled in streams as she clung to him, her voice breaking, throat tightening. There's too much, so much I want to tell you. It's all stuck in my chest. She screamed, her voice echoing in the vast palace hall. Felix spoke softly to Irene. They say that when someone gives you a name meant only for you, it means the trust between the two is strong. He pouted, his voice tinged with jealousy. So it seems you trust him more than you trust me. The thought cut deep. To her, even Lurie's face meant more than mine. He won. I lost. Irene blinked in confusion, repeating, trust, a nickname? You're being silly. That's not it at all. She shook her head quickly, explaining, it just comes from his name, Loris. That's all. Felix's gaze remained doubtful. Really? Her wide, puppy-like eyes shone with determination. Really? It's not a nickname. But if you don't like it, I won't call him that anymore. I promise. She pressed on, afraid he might not believe her. Didn't I tell you already? I won't let the feelings that demon stole ever come between us again. Felix turned aside, covering his mouth as a quiet laugh slipped out. A faint blush colored his cheeks. I still remember that clearly. Irene puffed her cheeks, scolding. What's so funny? Why are you laughing? He faced her again, calm and direct. I don't want to hurt you, but sometimes the reckless things you do, they surprise me. She pouted, about to complain. You're changing the subject, a guy. Felix interrupted. Can I bite you? Her eyes widened. Now? Yes. I just suddenly feel like it. She touched her chin, puzzled, when a memory flashed back. Felix once mentioned seeing a cat. Her eyes widened as she pointed 2 fingers at herself, shouting, Wait! Don't tell me the cat you mentioned was me? Felix didn't deny it. His face flushed as he admitted softly, I like the sound of a cat crying. Her face burned red. Don't say that. Just then, a voice intruded. Ahem. Forgive me for interrupting. Irene nearly jumped out of her skin, like a startled kitten with its fur standing on end. Felix turned his head, composed, and replied, Father, what brings you here? Hugo crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes at them. Humph, I don't wish to intrude, but if not now, then. He cut himself short, turned on his heel and strode off. Both of you come. I have something to discuss. Felix and Irene exchanged a look before following. As she walked, Irene glanced up at him, asking in curiosity, But, how did you know I once called that demon Lurie? Felix avoided her eyes, his tone flat. Let's hear what father has to say first. And with that, he quickened his pace, leaving Irene behind in puzzlement. Inside a chamber stood a grand piano. Felix brushed a finger across its keys. Did you replace the keys, father? He glanced back, adding quietly, It's already been tuned. Behind him, Hugo cleared his throat. This instrument is not even 30 years old. Yet even without being played, it remains by our side for life. Felix pressed down a note, sighing. Father, you're always like this. Even when I was gone, you kept tuning it. Of course, Hugo replied at once. Felix turned, suspicious. But why? Well, Hugo began, but Felix suddenly spun around, eyes sharp. You still think of me, don't you? Hugo froze, caught off guard, stammering. That? Felix tilted his head slightly, calm but insistent. What is it that you're thinking? Will you tell me? Hugo blinked, utterly stunned. He leaned closer to Irene, whispering while stealing glances at Felix. Hey! This boy claiming to feel nothing. He's bluffing, isn't he? Irene shook her head quickly. No, he's serious. He's truly asking. Hugo stroked his beard, muttering. Doesn't look like it. Irene answered softly. What matters is to show him love. Hugo stiffened. Love? What are you saying? Irene smiled faintly, hinting. Go closer to him, my lord. Hugo's eyes widened, confused, while Felix, from a distance, looked over with growing suspicion, unable to hear. Hugo's hands trembled. That? I can't. Irene leaned in, whispering firmly at his ear. For a Felix who has lost his emotions, true affection is the only way through. Hugo frowned, whispering back. Isn't it because of that he ended up this way? Irene exhaled sharply, voice low. After Felix disappeared, you regretted never once saying to him, I love you, my son. If this is your last chance, will you waste it again? Hugo lowered his head, flustered. I don't know. That's why I couldn't bring myself to. Felix stood quietly, watching them whisper. Irene placed her hands on her hips, scolding. You know it's right, but still refuse? That's just foolish. Hugo faltered, raising his hands in defeat. Fine, I'll say it next time. Happy? But Irene only shook her head, whispering again. Why torture yourself when you already know you'll regret it? At that moment, Felix's voice rang out, sharp and disbelieving. Father! Both Hugo and Irene spun toward him in shock. The room fell silent. Felix's eyes narrowed at Irene. Just now. Did you call him father? Realizing Felix had overheard everything, both Hugo and Irene froze like children caught red-handed. Sharp ears, thick nerves. They both thought to themselves in embarrassment. Then Irene, brimming with excitement, turned to Hugo. Right? Father was the one who told me to call you that, wasn't it? Her eagerness overwhelmed him. Hugo blinked, flustered, looking away as if dodging her question. Irene, undeterred, pressed on cheerfully. Come to think of it, Father, you did have something you wanted to say to him, didn't you? That made Hugo jolt in shock, his voice cracking. Lady Irene. But she only pushed him forward with a bright smile. Well, what is it? I'm dying of curiosity. Hugo winced, sweating nervously. I already said everything before, didn't I? Irene urged him again. It's not too late even now. You talk too much, Hugo grumbled under his breath. Then, reluctantly, he lifted his eyes, only to find Felix towering in front of him, staring down in silence. Hugo's forehead broke into cold sweat. You've grown so much, he stammered. He quickly looked away, clearing his throat, face flushed crimson. Ahem. Olivia worries about you, you know? Felix remained silent, listening. Hugo, awkward and restless, added, You should meet her. Say a few words to her yourself. Behind the screen, Olivia couldn't help but let out a soft, affectionate sigh. How endearing. But in the room itself, the air had grown unnervingly quiet, almost suffocating. Hugo's face burned with shame, his thoughts spiraling. Why did I even say that? What do I do now, Irene? And then, shit! A sudden laugh broke the silence. Hugo blinked, stunned. Laughing? Why? But what he saw left him dumbfounded. Felix, grinning ear to ear, actually laughing aloud. The young man covered his mouth, but his voice spilled through, bright and clear. Father, you really haven't changed at all, have you? He kept smiling, almost amused with himself, before adding, Even though I didn't ask, it seems a lot has happened while I was away. His words left both Hugo and Irene frozen in place, speechless. Irene quickly replied, Of course, she said softly, gazing at him with tenderness. Felix leaned against the piano, gripping his own wrist, lowering his head with his eyes closed. I've met Mother a few times as well, though I never managed to say a single word to her. He continued, voice steady yet heavy. Claudia has grown. Stronger than before, too. The memory of his little sister, furious and reckless, holding Irene tightly in her arms, flashed across his mind. He sighed. And now, I find myself a little angry with my own weakness, for not being able to give her an answer immediately. Irene blinked in confusion. Huh? Meanwhile, Hugo, standing nearby, watched his son with quiet affection. Even if I promise to stay by your side for a lifetime, Felix murmured, recalling the image of two hands bound together by fate's thread. Only half of that time truly belongs to me. In his mind, he pictured an hourglass, its sand flowing away. His brows furrowed, his chest tightening at the thought. The other half of Irene's time might be seized by that demon. His voice grew bitter. Just imagining it makes my heart clench. Irene thought to herself, this is jealousy. She grew flustered, whispering his name. Felix. Beside them, Hugo sighed in defeat, feeling completely left out. I'll be going ahead. You two just stay here and talk about love. He turned and walked out, the door closing behind him. Both Felix and Irene instinctively glanced after him before silence reclaimed the room. Felix, Irene called softly. He looked back at her. She hesitated, face flushed. Do you want to try biting my cheek? Felix's face reddened as he stepped closer. I won't refuse, he whispered. His hand brushed gently against her cheek. A startled cry rang through the mansion. Ah! Ow ah! Felix chuckled softly. Does it hurt that much? Irene, embarrassed, stammered. No, not at all. Felix bit her cheek lightly, smiling in amusement, one hand entwined with hers, the other wrapping around her shoulder. Meanwhile, Lurie, inside Walter's body, sat with his eyes closed, stubborn. I cannot say it. From the side, Irene slammed her hand down, ordering, Speak, now. Lurie opened his eyes, but his voice remained firm. I cannot. Irene let out a frustrated sigh. Ha! So you really have met Felix, then? Turning his back to her, Lurie muttered, Think whatever you like. I cannot say more. Her fists clenched in anger. Damn bastard, she growled. But Lurie turned again, eyes glinting sharply as he spoke. I have something more important to tell you. As I predicted, the truth has been exposed. The two of them sat at a small tea table. Lurie leaned forward. Even divine power has its limits. We may be ahead of schedule now, but sooner or later, someone will notice. He spoke cautiously, but Irene remained silent, simply listening. Lurie's thoughts drifted back to Constantine's furious expression. He recounted, I did exactly as you said. Honestly, I doubted it would work, but unexpectedly, it did. His sharp gaze flickered. Love. Can it really be hidden away so easily? The more I learn about humans, the less I understand them. Irene replied as if stating the obvious. Of course you don't understand. Those are the emotions you stole from Felix. Irene pressed harder, her words leaving Lurie speechless, unable to come up with a single rebuttal. Ugh, so frustrating, she thought, her expression darkening. The air around them grew heavy as she fixed him with a sharp stare. But still, she began. What? Lurie cut in, his tone annoyingly casual. Irene widened her eyes like a pleading puppy, her gaze shining as she begged. Can't you please just tell me? Lurie turned his head away, arms crossed. His voice was firm. No, she pouted, eyes shimmering as if they might spill tears. Come on. Just once, please? But Lurie averted his gaze, shutting his eyes tightly. His reply was absolute. No, I can't. Still, Irene tried again, her voice coaxing, almost childlike. Really? There's nothing you can tell me? Not even a little. Finally, Lurie snapped, raising his voice. There's nothing. At all. As the sun set over Benjamin's palace, the man slammed his cards onto the table with a sharp crack. A twisted smile spread across his face. So, neither of you have anything to say to me? Really? He asked. Constantine and Lucas sat in silence, their hands still holding their cards, offering no reply. Benjamin threw his head back, laughing. Ha! Ha ha ha! His laughter grew harsher, more furious. Not a word? Even if you had 10 mouths between you, still not a single word. He leaned forward, voice suddenly turning into a sermon. The most important thing for us is balance. As long as this game is still in play. He gestured at the cards on the table. If you break that balance, if you act on selfish whims, do you not realize all three of us will perish together? In his mind's eye, he saw a massive wave crashing down toward him. Lucas, unfazed, glanced at his cards and muttered, Perish, huh? You think I care? It's been years since I had the chance to meet Claudia alone. Like hell I'm going to pass that up. Constantine remained focused on his own cards. The Chamberlain family. They've been paying respects for quite some time now, rather than praying. So now, saying they should only pray, it makes no sense. Benjamin's eyes flashed with anger. So it isn't jealousy, then? Constantine scoffed. I'm not that much of an idiot. Benjamin groaned, clutching his head. Ugh. This is driving me mad. He glared at Constantine, suspicion seeping into his voice. You're not hiding something from me, are you? Your eyes? They're doubting me. He raised a hand to his face. Constantine only gave him a sidelong glance and replied calmly. As the Duke says. Or is it you who's hiding something from me? Benjamin's voice grew cold. I don't know what nonsense you've been listening to, but I'm innocent. Constantine made no move to argue. He placed a card down. If you say so, then so be it. Benjamin bristled, as though pricked by thorns. You're misunderstanding me. I'll explain myself. His lips curved in a smile, his tone deceptively gentle. Come now, speak plainly. I'm listening. Constantine ignored him, laying down another card. You don't need to bother. Benjamin picked up a card with a scowl. What? Do you want me to punch a hole in your mouth? My mouth already has a hole. No need. Constantine retorted dryly. Benjamin narrowed his eyes, studying him. Then he smiled faintly, dangerously. Of course, that's just like him. Pretend to be the victim, then shoulder the world's suffering like some holy martyr. Blaming others, blaming the world itself. That's the nature of these so-called saints. Benjamin threw his head back, laughing savagely. Ha ha ha. At last, he declared, that's enough for tonight. Inside his own mansion, he lashed out, kicking a support beam so hard that the torches and fixtures came crashing down with a violent clatter. Seething in silence, he raged within himself. No beast fights for territory forever. I can't keep aligning myself with these fools. Damn it, I was an idiot to think I could keep them under control. His eyes widened, wild. Claudia. A pretty face but useless. What's so good about that girl anyway? The thought lingered. He pictured her, then fell silent, exhaling heavily. Ha! He muttered to himself, confused. What the hell am I even doing? Benjamin picked up a stack of papers, flipping until he found the page he was looking for. The title read, Shaking Pear. His eyes widened in shock. Irene's fiery expression flashed through his memory. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, cheeks flushing with strange excitement. Ha! Ha ha! How utterly absurd! With a stack of papers still in her hand, Irene suddenly heard cheers echoing across the academy courtyard that morning. Congratulations on graduating! She raised her voice, speaking proudly as the representative of the top students. Somebody in the crowd teased, always so dramatic. Wait, who's that? Your brother? He's talented, huh? Liam, dressed in his graduation gown and holding a bouquet, furrowed his brows awkwardly at her words. Pulling off his cap, he turned away. I told you not to talk to me for a whole year, he muttered. Startled, Irene pouted. I'm sorry. It's already been a whole month. But Liam shook his head firmly. 11 months left. As he began to walk away, Irene reached out, panicked. Wait, you really don't plan to see your sister for an entire year? His voice was quiet, but sharp. Do I look like the kind of person who says things without meaning them? She followed with guilty eyes, forcing a smile. I'm really sorry. Tell me, what can I do for you to forgive me? Liam's expression darkened. He turned back, serious. If you had told me what really happened at the palace that day, I wouldn't be this angry. He glared at her. Irene scratched her cheek, flustered. It wasn't anything that important, though. Liam fell silent, lips pressed tight. Then he turned away again, voice low. Seems we're not as close as I thought. Goodbye. Tears welled in Irene's eyes. She rushed after him. Wait, no. I can't just say it casually. Please, Liam. He strode ahead, ignoring her calls. She stumbled along, desperate. Liam, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Suddenly, he stopped, and she bumped right into his back. Ah, ouch. Irene yelped, rubbing her forehead. Why'd you stop like that? Did you change your mind? But Liam's eyes were sharp, fixed ahead, gleaming. That man over there. Who is he? He's been staring at you this whole time. Irene blinked, dazed, then looked forward, still holding her sore face. Huh? Who? That man. Benjamin. Liam's voice was tight. Benjamin stepped closer, a pleasant smile on his lips. Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Irene gasped. What? The Duke of Limburg? He approached, wearing a cloak draped casually around his shoulders, a box of mozzarella brand pastries in his hand. His smile was bright, almost too friendly. Since that day, this is the first time we've met again. Benjamin walked toward her. Irene whispered to Liam in disappointment. You only just noticed him? My eyesight's 2.3, Liam replied curtly, then muttered so only she could hear. But I could already feel it, the rudeness in his gaze. Rudeness? What gaze? Irene asked, confused. Liam opened his mouth to answer, but Benjamin cut in smoothly, stepping even closer. The young lady is still so small and delicate, he said warmly, making Irene flinch and stammer. Is that so? She muttered, flustered. Quickly regaining her composure, she straightened and replied, It's been a while, but you look so pale. You should really stop taking those medicines soon. I almost didn't recognize you. She watched him smiling brightly, feigning friendliness, and thought to herself. Yeah, right. No matter what he says, this guy's still the former male lead. No wonder he acts so smooth. Benjamin's eyes curved into crescents as he replied cheerfully, The young lady worries about me like this? How touching. You warm my heart, Irene. Irene instinctively stepped back, frowning. And what exactly are you doing here, Duke? Her eyes flicked to the pastry bag in his hand. It's not like we have the kind of relationship where you need to show up and greet me with sweets. Benjamin tilted his head, as if pondering. Well, having that kind of relationship wouldn't be so bad either. A chill ran down Irene's spine. She froze, unable to answer, before he suddenly burst into laughter. You're nervous? Ahaha. He covered his mouth, his eyes narrowing with delight. Adorable. Irene's brain short-circuited. What the hell? Her expression shattered, her face pale, goosebumps prickling her skin. Eek! She cried, stumbling back quickly. Alarmed, Liam stepped forward. What's wrong with you? Are you insane? Irene shouted, while Liam glared at Benjamin. My sister doesn't appreciate this behavior. Your Grace? Liam warned coldly, but Benjamin only chuckled, voice dripping with amusement. Hee, that frightened look. It's cute. Ignoring Liam's threat, he stepped forward, hand outstretched toward Irene. Besides, I have something to give you. This lunatic. Irene clenched her skirt, bracing herself. Fine. Let's use that move I tried on young Master Erasm more. She spun on her heel, aiming a sharp kick at him. But Benjamin leapt back easily, dodging. His grin widened. Oh-ho? What was that? Clicking her tongue, Irene scowled. My apologies. My leg just wouldn't stay still. Still smiling, Benjamin replied smoothly. Then next time, I suppose I'll have to keep those legs of yours in place. There won't be a next time, you mangy dog, Irene snapped. Ha! Benjamin blinked, stunned. I misspoke, she stammered, trying to cover her slip. Liam, utterly confused, glanced between them. Meanwhile, Benjamin kept his fake friendly smile plastered on, dodged her kick, made her tongue-tied, her body's practically screaming discomfort. Irene straightened and declared firmly, next time it'll be my fist, and it won't miss. We're leaving now. She tugged Liam along. Go, go, she hissed. All right, I get it, Liam muttered, annoyed. Stop shoving. Benjamin said nothing, simply watching their backs. Then, his voice followed after them. I know. Reconciliation isn't possible between us right now. Our relationship has strayed too far. His words made Irene falter. Benjamin continued, tone softer but with an edge. Of course, if the young lady won't agree, I'll just have to do things my way. He looked aside, then casually added, who would have thought Lady Amber possessed such an eye for the arts? Irene broke into a cold sweat, stiffening. She glanced back. Benjamin was already closing the distance, whispering as he reached from behind. You must be curious how much I've discovered, He leaned in dangerously close, his breath brushing her ear. I'll be sending you a letter soon. Sliding a pastry box into her hand, he murmured, I trust. You'll accept it. Liam suddenly spun around, fury blazing in his eyes, but Irene rushed to grab his arm. Liam, she whispered firmly, shaking her head. He clenched his jaw, face contorted with anger, but in the end he exhaled sharply. Fine, let's go. Irene pushed him forward, though Liam couldn't resist glaring back at Benjamin, who, in turn, only smiled at them. There are plenty of things you need to hear from your sister, the Duke murmured with amusement, lifting the mozzarella pastry bag in his hand. As they walked away, Irene glanced down at the bag she was holding. Should I just throw this away? She muttered. Seeing her hesitation, Liam snapped, throw it away. Now! He snatched the bag from her, his outburst startling her. Why are you suddenly yelling? She asked in confusion. Liam stared at her grimly. What if there's something strange inside? Irene blinked, then nodded reluctantly. Fair point. With a sigh, Liam waved down a boy nearby. Good timing. Hey, could you check this for me? The boy, apparently one of his friends from the academy, took the bag. Cheese pastries, huh? He muttered, inspecting it. After a pause, he closed his eyes and declared, no trace of magic on it. Good. Burn it, Liam ordered flatly. Huh. The boy hesitated but still snapped his fingers. Flames engulfed the bag, reducing it to ash. I mean, I get it, but you're treating it like it's cursed or something. What's wrong? Did the cheese go bad? I have my reasons, Liam replied curtly. Watching the flames flicker, Irene thought, this looks exactly like an exorcism. Hey sis, Liam suddenly called. She smiled brightly. I heard that guy once wanted you dead because you annoyed him. So why is he suddenly acting interested in you now? Irene's inner voice groaned. Oh no. Here it comes. She kept her perfect smile, walking without answering. But it's weird, isn't it? Liam kept babbling at her side. Wasn't he in love with Lady Chamberlain? Or maybe. Irene thought, just let him rant. Better than asking dangerous questions. They reached the carriage and she helped him up. Don't push me, I can get on my own, he complained, still muttering nonstop. Does this all have something to do with that day at the palace? What happened to the Duke anyway? Are you sure you'll be safe? Blah, blah, blah. Irene thought to herself, yes, keep talking, just follow my lead. It wasn't until Liam blinked and looked around that he realized. Wait, this is the Chamberlain estate. I wasn't planning to stay here. Why are we? He broke off as he saw Claudia sitting elegantly in the parlor, sipping tea with Felix. But, I just graduated. I can't even inherit my own household yet. Liam stammered. Then stay here for now, Claudia interrupted gently. Ha! Looking angelic, she raised her teacup and explained. The academy used to protect you. Now that you've graduated, that protection is gone. If something happened to you, Irene would be terribly worried. Irene smiled sweetly beside her. See? She's right. Liam sighed heavily. Forcing me into this feels a little much. He crossed his arms. I think I deserve an explanation. After listening to the whole story, Liam rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So basically, the reason you left without saying anything was to keep this person here. He glanced toward the man sitting beside Claudia. And that means, this is Felix Chamberlain, the one who was supposed to be dead? Irene beamed, pointing confidently as she explained. He's not actually dead. It was the demon's power that forced him to fake his death. Just imagine it. Liam. Swallowed whole and living inside a monster's stomach. Are you sure you're not just reciting some novel you read? Liam asked skeptically. He frowned, remembering that night. So that's why you were so gloomy back then. Still, even if that's true, you shouldn't have disappeared without saying a word. Her voice trembled as she admitted. Honestly, part of it was because I was drunk. Sorry. But she quickly brightened up again, pointing at him with a wink. Anyway, people say you've got to seize the moment in life, and when it comes to love, you've got to fight for it. Liam blushed at her sudden cheer, shutting his eyes as if refusing to look at her. Just then, Felix's calm voice cut through. Irene. Both of them turned. Felix stretched out his hand toward her. Come here. Yes, sir. Irene replied obediently, rushing forward, only to trip and stumble. Claudia caught her in her arms. Irene's cheeks flushed. Claudia. Their eyes met, and Claudia smiled softly. You're far too careless. Irene glanced back toward Felix with a mischievous look. See? You couldn't even catch me. Could you? Felix's expression darkened, glaring without a word. Sparks practically crackled in the air between them. Liam, watching the scene, stiffened. He wanted to intervene but stopped himself. Finally, he spoke with determination. Duke Chamberlain, I don't know what game you're trying to play with my sister, but I'm asking you both. Please protect her. Claudia, still holding Irene, tilted her head. Game? What do you mean? I think... Liam hesitated. He's planning to openly pursue my sister. Claudia's eyes widened in shock. What did you just say? Irene blinked, whipping her head toward him. Wait, are you saying that that guy likes me? Liam looked utterly exasperated. You were literally there. How are you this dense, sis? Hey, Irene protested, flustered. How could you possibly mistake his creepy grin and glowing perverted eyes as affection? He gave me goosebumps. I felt disgusting. Like I wanted to die. She shuddered at the memory, covering her mouth with one hand. But then again, he is one of the 3 male leads, so I guess it makes sense. She mumbled under her breath, staring off. Her thoughts spiraled. Wait a second. He's supposed to be the male lead, right? But why would the male lead suddenly pay attention to me? She asked herself, then looked at Liam. Irene. Isn't he just trying to use me to get closer to Claudia? Claudia was startled. Claudia. That man isn't stupid. He wouldn't waste his time on something so pointless. Irene. No, I don't think so. But before she could finish, Claudia cut her off. Claudia. It's obvious he likes you, Irene. Irene widened her eyes, furious. Irene, I'll kill him. She spat out each word through clenched teeth. Irene, calm down. He'll pay for it soon enough. Karma will catch up to him. Claudia quickly smiled. Claudia, Rin, you're right. Liam, speechless, could only sigh at the two of them. Finally, Felix spoke. Felix, so, she belongs to you? All eyes turned to him. Claudia casually answered. Claudia, of course. The two of them locked eyes, the air thick with hostility. Both silent, both unwilling to yield, until one of them did. She would belong to the other. Liam finally broke the heavy silence. Liam, wait. Karma. Killing? Can someone explain this properly to me? Irene blinked, only now realizing she hadn't fully explained things to him. Irene, you're right. I haven't had the chance to tell you everything yet. Will you listen to me this time? Liam fell quiet and nodded. All right. But first, he hesitated. Sister, can I talk to you alone? Irene nodded softly, waiting. Leaning against the wall, Liam lowered his head, his voice unsteady. Liam, when you first came to the Chamberlain household, things weren't like this. Irene stayed silent, listening carefully. His face was tense with worry. Are you really okay? Everyone is being pushed to their limits. I can't even tell what kind of grand schemes they're secretly weaving. Irene smiled faintly and explained. Irene said, there's a saying. Sometimes a person lives their whole life just for one day of happiness. Liam looked at her suspiciously. He said, and you can't find happiness now? In this moment, her voice trembled as she replied. Irene said, you're saying I should seek happiness now? But if the Duke of Lemberg is truly targeting me, just as you said, she paused before concluding, Irene, then the one in real danger right now is you. Her words shocked Liam. She had only wanted to protect everyone, not rush toward her own death. He stared at his hands in disappointment. Liam, I know that, but I can't compromise, sister. I'm terrified of seeing you hurt. His voice broke as he covered his face with both hands. Liam said, you know I only have you left, right? Irene's chest tightened at the sight of him. Irene said, Liam, she whispered, her heart aching. But Liam sank to the floor, drawing his knees up and burying his face, trembling. Irene tried to explain gently. A bird has to throw itself into the air if it ever wants to learn how to fly. Liam gave a weak laugh and nodded. You're right, sister. She offered him comfort. Come here. Let me give you a hug. But Liam, still sitting on the floor, shook his head. No, I'll pass. He lifted his face, exhaled heavily, then pushed himself up using his knees. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed his worry. If you've already made up your mind, then I'll stop trying to hold you back. I won't interfere anymore. And with that, Liam turned and walked away, leaving Irene standing behind him, reaching out instinctively before letting her hand fall back down. She lowered her face, her chest aching with sorrow. Later, at Martina's tavern. Guess you've been too busy, huh? Didn't think you'd forget what I looked like. A familiar voice teased. Irene pulled down her hood and smiled. Haha, Erica. I'm glad you came. The road must have tired you out. Let me order some tea for you. Erica greeted warmly. Martina frowned. Tea? What is this, a noble's tea party? Look at the time. Who drinks tea at night? Erica shot her a disapproving glance. And you stop drinking wine like it's water. It's disgraceful. Irene groaned under her breath. Please, don't lecture me about grace. How many years has it been? And you still haven't given up on that nonsense, my lady. The bartender quietly handed Irene a towel. Martina pointed at the seat beside her. Come sit here, Irene. Yes, right away. Irene answered obediently, moving over. The bartender chuckled. In that case, I'll prepare tea. Martina raised an eyebrow. What? My bartender's become a servant for a noble household now. You seem to enjoy that job too much. Why not just switch permanently? The man only smiled politely. Take care of yourself too, Lady Martina. Her temper flared. Ha, what's this? Planning a rebellion against me? She propped her chin on the table, glaring at him. Erica sighed beside her. Irene laughed softly. You two argue all the time, but honestly, you get along pretty well. Erica agreed. That's true. Martina smirked triumphantly. Of course, when it comes to drinking buddies, How could we not get along? Then Irene cleared her throat and got serious. Anyway, I came here because I have important news. Martina leaned in. What news? Irene's tone grew grave. The Duke of Lemberg. He knows everything now. Both Erica and Martina stared at her, eyes alight with anticipation. That's good, Martina finally murmured. Erica beamed. Then all we need to do now is wait. The bartender returned just then, carrying a teapot. Martina tapped her chin, thoughtful. What a pity. Such good news, and no wine to celebrate with. She closed her eyes dramatically and snapped. Well, bring out the champagne already. The poor bartender froze mid-step, holding the steaming teapot awkwardly. All eyes turned toward him. I prepared plenty of tea, he said weakly. But I suppose I'll have to start over now. Resigned, he set the teapot aside and went to fetch the champagne. At the Chamberlain estate, Felix sat slouched against the window frame, half asleep. His breathing was slow and steady, his eyes closed in rest. Felix, Irene called softly. There was no reply. She tilted her head and thought to herself, is he asleep? Step by step, she approached him. Felix leaned quietly against the window, and she raised her gaze to study his profile. Come to think of it, she mused. I've never seen him sleeping properly before, but he does sleep, after all. Curiosity tugged at her. Rising onto her toes, she leaned closer to catch a clearer look at him. At that close distance, her breath caught. Why does he look so much like an angel? Almost unconsciously, her hand reached out, fingertips brushing against his pale hair. I just want to touch him once. Suddenly, his eyes fluttered open, and he caught her wrist firmly. Rin, he murmured. Startled, she stammered. Ah, did I wake you? I'm sorry. Still half dreaming, Felix looked at her with heavy-lidded eyes. It's fine. She studied him with concern. Are you very tired? Instead of answering, he pressed her hand against his chest, then guided it upward until her palm rested against his cheek. He closed his eyes again, leaning into her touch. Just a little, he breathed. Under his beauty, Irene faltered, her heart racing. Do you want to sleep? She instantly shook her head. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant, do you want to sleep a little longer? Felix's lips curved faintly. That's not a bad idea. Still flustered, Irene tried to make sense of his words. What? But he shifted his gaze, eyes falling on the two swords propped against the window frame. One strapped across his back, the other at his hip. His voice grew more serious. Irene, can I do things my own way now? Her breath stilled. She clutched his arm gently, turning her face aside. Yes, I knew this day would come sooner or later. But, she whispered, you won't regret it, will you? Felix lowered his lashes, thoughtful. Then, in a soft tone, he replied, when that time comes, just scold me, Rin. She blinked, confused. Scold you? He smiled, a rare brightness in his expression. Yes, and when I'm in pain, when I'm suffering alone, come and hold me instead. His smile left her breathless, her cheeks burning crimson. Rin, you'll hold me, won't you? She froze, unsure how to answer, then finally whispered back, almost shyly. Of course, always. At the temple, Constantine's way of ruling was simple, yet mercilessly clear. He silenced the knowledgeable and the righteous within the clergy, branding them as heretics and sending them into exile or death. Food was distributed only to the uneducated poor, while knights and priests with striking appearances were chosen as public representatives, mere ornaments to elevate the temple's prestige. The simple-minded praised those priests for their dedication, while the true scholars had either fled abroad or been executed. The only ones left behind were dragged to the Inquisition chamber, a basement room where the faithful were broken, then reborn with renewed zeal. And despite the brutal oppression, the congregation grew unnaturally fast, their numbers swelling as donations poured in. With the excess wealth, Constantine accelerated his plan, selecting a new high priest and strengthening the temple's power without leaving the slightest error. With a swift strike, his sword pierced flesh. Blood splattered across the stone floor. No matter how rational one claims to be, Constantine's cold voice echoed in the hall. In the end, the nature of man is nothing more than that of a beast. He exhaled sharply, sneering. They don't even realize what they're fed, devouring it as if they were livestock fattened for slaughter. Please, Your Holiness, don't make another mistake. You shouldn't stay here. A trembling priest stammered in fear. Constantine turned his blade toward him. Are you saying I've gone too far? His eyes narrowed, icy and merciless. The sword cut through the air again, blood spraying across the altar. Have mercy. I've done everything exactly as you ordered. I did nothing else but obey. The high priest collapsed, his entire body shaking. Constantine's gaze was indifferent as he pressed the tip of his blade against the man's chest. I know. The priest's eyes widened. What? A twisted smile crept across Constantine's lips. I simply follow the principles I have set for myself. The priest broke into tears, his face contorted in despair. You, Constantine added coldly, are the perfect example of those principles. Weak, timid, indecisive, a creature better culled than kept. He raised his sword high. Sunlight streamed through the temple's stained windows, casting a sharp glow across his figure. A successor to me must be bold, cautious, and silent. His words fell like judgment. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the temple walls. Stone and dust flew everywhere. The high priest was thrown to the ground, coughing and choking. Through the smoke, heavy footsteps echoed. What is happening? The priest rasped, his voice shaking. Constantine narrowed his eyes, lifting his blade in anticipation. Out of the gaping hole in the wall, a cloaked man emerged, coughing from the dust. Damn it, Constantine. Even I couldn't sense your presence. His voice carried both fury and disbelief. The priest gasped in recognition, his voice breaking. Walter! Constantine's grip tightened on his sword, jaw clenched. So, it's him. Walter lunged forward, blades flashing. The clash of steel burst with raw magic, shaking the floor beneath Constantine's feet. He staggered, breath caught in his throat, forcing his gaze upward. Ugh! Who sent you? He snarled, parrying another strike as sparks showered around them. Walter's eyes narrowed. I owe you no answer. He swung both swords in a deadly arc. Constantine faltered, retreating step by step, unable to keep up. What is this power? His thoughts burned in panic. The Emperor's doing? Or that wretched Duke of Lumberg? He clenched his jaw, spitting the words like venom. Do not stand in my way. Walter leveled his blades. His voice was sharp as steel. Then defeat me first. Constantine's lips twisted into a cruel grin. Ha! A loyal dog, through and through. Walter tilted his head, pressing a sword against his own throat with mockery in his smile. Everything I witness here will be reported to His Majesty. That's what makes me such an adorable, loyal dog. Constantine barked a laugh. A knight, are you? I never imagined a filthy sellsword like you could wear that title. Walter's eyes flashed dangerously at the insult. Perhaps, he said coldly, but even a dog at the bottom can bare its fangs and bite its master. Constantine faltered, confusion flickering across his face. What are you implying? The blade remained poised against his chest. Walter's voice cut through the air. Tell me, Holy Knight, what exactly are you protecting now? Constantine's glare sharpened. Walter pointed one blade directly at him. I've heard you've never once tasted defeat, but it's defeat that gives people the illusion of safety. Constantine gripped his sword in both hands, raising its point toward his opponent. Walter smirked, arrogance blazing in his tone. Then allow me to bring you despair. His words dripped with confidence, his presence radiating killing intent. For an instant, Constantine's mind slipped into memory. He had been taken into the temple as a child, plucked from a filthy alley in the slums. They called him a rare jewel in the mud. Cold eyes, colder heart. That was all he had to offer. But even jewels have flaws, and his was fatal. Somewhere in a small village, a voice called out, Constantine. A beggar stretched out his hand, pleading. A priest rushed forward to help, turning to the boy beside him. Do you not feel pity for them, child? The boy's eyes were cold, unfeeling. He repeated the word flatly. Pity? Yes, the priest urged. Don't you see their suffering? Constantine's voice cut through like judgment itself. They are filth. The priest blinked, stunned. Filth? Constantine lifted his gaze to meet him. Priests cleanse what is impure and wicked. That's why you were granted divine power. Wasn't that what you taught me? The priest froze, unable to answer. Slowly, he closed his eyes, realization dawning. Perhaps the boy was not meant to serve as heir to the high priest. Perhaps he was better suited to another path. and so it was decided. From that day, Constantine was no longer groomed as the next high priest, but as a holy knight. He was given the sacred sword, a weapon that made his killings lawful, for the blade was said to embody divine judgment. Kneeling, half in prayer and half in defiance, he accepted the blessing. From then on, every crime he committed could be erased with one simple phrase, "I punish evil." The corpses piled high, yet they called him a hero, a savior, a knight of the temple. But behind that title lay mountains of innocent dead. "Constantine!" someone screamed. Blood flowed once again, staining the ground. The priest who had once raised him came running, horrified. "More innocents? How many must suffer for your sword?" The boy did not answer. He whispered instead, "Forgive me, I have sinned." The priest's hand cracked across his face. "I've told you countless times, this is inhumane, against everything we stand for." His voice trembled with grief. Constantine looked up at the statue of the god. "Forgive me, but isn't this the will of Deseo?" The priest raised his eyes to the same statue. "Deseo watches over us always." "Yes," Constantine murmured, but he had never once heard the god's voice. Only silence. So he obeyed the priest outwardly, while burying his true nature deep inside. Still, at times he felt as though he were drowning, reaching for light that slipped further from his grasp, until one day he realized he was already at the bottom of the abyss. There, in that darkness, only one light shone. Claudia. The purity of Claudia became his salvation, the only radiance in the ocean of blood that consumed him. She was the balance, the serenity, the untouchable virtue he had lost. A knight clad in silver, wielding the sacred sword, hailed as a holy warrior, but behind him stretched endless shadows. Black feathers sprouted from the carnage, born of every innocent cut down. In time, Constantine became the temple itself. His will declared to be the will of the god. Now, back in the present, his sword quivered under the weight of Walter's relentless assault. Each clash rang sharp, kung, 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 the sound of steel against steel echoing in the temple's halls. "To oppose me is heresy," Constantine roared, blocking strike after strike. But Walter's blades tore through his defense. One slash cut across his face, blood spilling down. Constantine staggered, eyes wide, disbelief twisting his features. "No, this isn't how it should be. Why do you stand against me?" His voice broke into a furious snarl. "All of this, all of it, should have been mine by right," he screamed, veins bulging in rage. "It is the natural order." Walter leapt, soaring above him. His blades caught the light as he descended like judgment itself. A final strike, aimed to end it. Inside the imperial palace, Walter delivered his report. "Your Majesty, during the mission, the vice-high priest himself bore witness to the incident." Lucas leaned back on the throne, eyes narrowing. "So, the knights of the temple truly are worthless. And what did you do with him?" he asked casually, sunlight spilling in through the window. Walter clasped his hands behind his back. "After ensuring the safety of the high priest, Lucas cut him off, resting his chin on one hand, smiling with a glint of amusement. "Well, go on." Walter bowed his head slightly and continued. "I had the holy knight locked in the interrogation chamber beneath the temple, where heretics are judged. Down in the dungeon, Constantine sat in silence. Lucas chuckled, his fingers still propping up his chin. Then, suddenly, he slammed a fist onto the table and broke into loud laughter. "Excellent. Well done." He praised Walter, delight flashing in his eyes. The commander of the Holy Knights, behaving like some wretched heretic himself. Oh, how convenient. Beside him sat Benjamin, silent, his expression darkening, along with other courtiers. Lucas stroked his chin, eyes narrowing further in amusement. "He practically handed us the excuse to execute him. Perfect. Almost too perfect to believe." Then, a voice rose from among the nobles. "Your Majesty, I've said it before. Knight Constantine was raised in the suffocating seclusion of the temple. His ability to judge the world around him has always been limited." Lucas and Benjamin both turned their gaze toward the speaker, Duke Dellin. "That, however," Dellin continued coolly, "is separate from his raw talent," Count de Sloyan added. "And what is talent worth if it drowns in complacency? Sooner or later, one loses their sharpness." Lucas arched a brow at him. So, Count, are you suggesting that your mere intuition led you to foresee Constantine would attempt to kill the high priest? The Count shook his head firmly. No, your majesty. Of course not. I only wish to advise caution. Knight Constantine has grown bolder by the day. Desloyan pressed on, his voice rising in flattery. But in truth, it was your majesty who foresaw the precise moment he would act. Truly wise, truly brilliant. Benjamin's face darkened further, his silence heavy. He cast a sidelong glance at the emperor, lips pressed tight. Lucas, on the other hand, burst into laughter again. Ha! Is that so? He basked in the praise, smirking. The courtier added, Yes, your majesty. Truly extraordinary. But what will you do now? Lifting his teacup with both hands, Lucas closed his eyes and murmured almost to himself, savoring the moment. Then he turned his head slightly toward Benjamin, his smile sharp. My judgment is already decided. He shall be brought to trial. Meanwhile, in a quiet tea room somewhere in the capital, Benjamin held his cup of tea. His hand trembled slightly, porcelain clinking against the saucer. He closed his eyes, leaning back with a heavy sigh. The emperor has finally gone mad. Hasn't he? He recalled the words he had once spoken to Constantine. I'll help you escape. From inside the dungeon, Constantine had looked up at him, smirking. I knew you'd say that. Benjamin had scowled, fury twisting his brows. But the knight had only spat out those infuriating words. Idiots. Every last one of them. I should just throw those two to the crocodiles. Or better, bring them back to the city and tear them apart myself. He set the cup down with a sharp clink. The thought lingered like a poison. Either way, I still want them dead. Just then, a voice broke his brooding. You seem troubled, my lord. Benjamin turned his head sharply. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, until his eyes fell on Irene. He let out a low whistle. Well, I sent a letter, but I didn't expect you to actually come. She shot him a sidelong glance, her tone biting. You threatened me, and now you're surprised I showed up? You really are testing my patience. I almost feel like hitting you already. Benjamin chuckled, half mocking, half genuine. You really are like a puppet, aren't you? But please sit. He smiled faintly as if amused by her presence. Irene pulled back her hood, letting her hair fall loose. How did you know it was me? She asked. There's no way someone as cautious as that person would come here directly, Benjamin replied smoothly. He rested his chin on one hand, his smile deepening. So, clever trick. But tell me, are you the real one, or just another puppet? She tilted her head, eyes sharp. Does it matter, or do you simply prefer the puppet? Benjamin laughed under his breath, self-mocking. Oh, how cruel. If it's Lady Amber, then of course it matters. Her expression hardened into one of disgust. Goosebumps pricked her skin. She didn't even bother to hide it from him. Benjamin only grinned wider, as if her revulsion confirmed what he already knew. So it is the real you. Irene gave a dismissive snort, then cut straight to the point. I still don't believe it. But tell me, does the Duke of Lumberg truly have feelings for me? Benjamin leaned his chin against his hand, studying her in silence. Then, after a pause, he murmured, Perhaps. Her brows furrowed. Truly? You actually have feelings for me? He didn't flinch. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. It's possible. Her face twisted in visible disgust. She raised a hand to her mouth, recoiling. Ugh, every time I see you, it feels like getting bitten by a dog. And now this? You've made it even worse. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Benjamin's eyes narrowed, and he spoke with dry amusement. You never bother to choose your words carefully with me, do you, Irene? Still covering her mouth, she shot him a mocking glance. And you, my lord, your attitude never changes. Once upon a time, it was always Claudia is the eternal love of my life. But now, seems like that flame has already gone cold. Hasn't it? Benjamin smiled faintly, his expression unreadable. Is that so? Irene's gaze hardened, her voice steady. I just didn't expect that the next person to be cursed would be me. She leaned forward slightly, her tone sharp as a blade. Tell me, your grace, if you no longer feel anything for Claudia, then why stoop to such disgraceful tricks? His reflection rippled faintly in the teacup before him. Benjamin's voice came soft, almost indulgent. You already know I have feelings for you, and yet, you refuse to exploit that. Why? His tone carried genuine curiosity, even a hint of amusement. If it were you, Lady Amber, I imagine you'd be quite skilled at using it to your advantage. Benjamin laced his fingers together on the table, tilting his head slightly. Don't you ever feel tired? Always treating others with sincerity? Even me. His eyes narrowed, voice low but deliberate. Even if it's just an act, if you pretended to be kind to me, you might find I'd bend to your will. You could control me, Irene. It was a dangerous lure, a velvet trap wrapped in honeyed words. He continued, his smile sharp as a blade hidden beneath silk. Use the feelings I have for you. Even if you suddenly turned cruel now, I wouldn't be able to resist you. Eventually, you'd let your guard down, and I'd be right there, beside you. His question hung in the air. Humans aren't so different from beasts, are they? We all have feelings. I'm no exception. Irene picked up her cup, lips curling with disdain. Feelings? From you? That's rich. Benjamin smiled innocently, eyes curving into crescents. If I felt nothing, then why would I be sitting here with you now? Irene gave a flat, disinterested sound, then fixed him with a steady glare. Even though I've shown nothing but disgust for you, you don't care. You even dare to tell me you have feelings? Do you hear how absurd that sounds? For a moment, his composure cracked into a wry chuckle. You really do understand me well. Irene's words struck like arrows. Even if you had my body, you'd never have my heart. If I refuse you now, would you go so far as to commit a crime? Her hand tightened on the table. Benjamin's eyes gleamed. His voice stayed calm, almost gentle. If you insist on being stubborn, then perhaps I'd have no choice. But instead of calling it a crime, why not call it a little physical persuasion? Irene traced the rim of her cup, watching the surface tremble with ripples. Her laugh was cold. You're still the same, romanticizing your sins and dressing them up as excuses. Her expression hardened. Let's be honest, Benjamin. The only reason I came here was to find out how much you actually know. Benjamin leaned back, intertwining his fingers, voice deliberately vague. Oh, I know quite a bit. Suspicion flashed across her eyes. So that's why you want me to cooperate with you? His lips curved into a smile. Exactly. But I'm generous. I can even grant you time, if you'd like. Irene, however, didn't hesitate. Even if you reported everything you know to His Majesty right now, it wouldn't matter to me. The corners of Benjamin's mouth twitched, surprise flickering in his eyes. You refuse just like that? Not even a hint of negotiation. Yes. Her tone was unwavering. Even if you tried to force me, even if, one day, I lost my mind and decided to use you, it wouldn't matter. She placed her hand firmly on her lap, her voice sharp, unyielding. Because no matter what happens, Benjamin, I will never give you my heart. Benjamin quickly regained his composure, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he denied her words. Nothing is ever certain. His hands remained pressed together on the table, fingers interlaced. But Irene's voice cut through his calm. No, I'm certain because you already have a rival. Benjamin arched a brow. Claudia? Irene closed her eyes, a blissful smile softening her face as if recalling a treasured memory. Oh, of course, your grace is formidable too. Yet in her heart, the image of Felix's radiant smile burned ever brighter. Her voice dropped into something tender, unwavering. But how could you possibly win against the man you killed? Benjamin froze, eyes widening in shock. Irene's expression only grew more serene, sunlight spilling through the window to illuminate her joy. The one I love is Felix's soul. No matter how long this life stretches on, I will carry his memory with me. Always. She rose gracefully, her words final. If you have nothing else to say, I'll be taking my leave. The scrape of her chair against the floor echoed in the silence, her poise unshaken as Benjamin sat there stunned. She turned, gathering her skirts, and left him behind. His gaze followed her retreating figure, fists tightening on the table until his knuckles turned white. For a heartbeat he was unmoored. But then, as the door closed, Benjamin leaned back, covering his mouth with his hand. His eyes narrowed with a dangerous gleam. How reckless! How thrilling! The next morning, inside a grand opera house. Your Majesty! The call came from behind, interrupting Lucas as he swirled the wine in his glass, enjoying the performance on stage. He turned, brow raised in mild surprise. You again? These chance encounters cling like leeches, don't they? The man bowed deeply, smiling with impeccable courtesy. Your Majesty, I've lost count of how many times it's been. It was Count Disloyal. Lucas regarded him with cool amusement. You really can't hide your little indulgences, can you? Sit if you wish. Count Disloyal laughed softly, slipping into the seat beside him. Ah, how generous you are, Your Majesty. Lucas could not stop praising the scenes and storyline of the play. This performance is nearly perfect. The relationships between the characters and the dialogue are well crafted, he remarked. The Count immediately chimed in with flattery. Ah, as expected of Your Majesty, truly insightful. Then, lowering his voice slightly, he added, lately, it seems the trend of basing plays on true events has become more and more popular, hasn't it? Lucas turned his gaze toward him, listening while keeping his eyes fixed on the stage. The closing act even touched upon the glory and honor of the Empire, Lucas commented. After a short pause, he continued, the war will drag on for quite some time. Through plays like these, at least the people can gradually vent their dissatisfaction. He exhaled softly, waving his hand. Count Disloyal looked startled. Is it truly safe to let things continue like this, Your Majesty? What if it spreads and turns into dangerous opposition? Lucas responded firmly, even if we suppress them with force, the people will only resist all the more. Everything eventually fades with time. The unrest will flare for a while, then subside again. The Count nodded as though enlightenment had struck him. Ah, so that's how it is. The Emperor gave a faint smile, eyes on the stage. As long as bread and circuses are provided properly, stability will remain. Let them have their freedom of speech. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. The Count agreed quickly, then added another layer of praise. It is not a bad thing at all that we can soothe the anger of the people this way. Lucas tilted his glass of wine, studying him. And how, in your opinion, should this be done? The Count leaned in, lowering his voice with deliberate weight. Now is the perfect time to remind the people that Your Majesty's authority remains unshaken. Lord Constantine is powerless, and even the temples are in chaos. If Your Majesty were to bestow your grace upon the temple, he raised his voice slightly, brimming with excitement. We could name the grand performance the Night of Heroes. It would surely become a most extravagant festival. Lucas listened, smiling faintly as he took a sip from his glass. But then the Count added, and above all, this would be the perfect opportunity to crush the power of Duke Limburg. How long does Your Majesty intend to keep him by your side? Lucas froze mid-sip. The Count pressed on. Surely you see that he has overstepped his bounds. If he merely offered advice as a subordinate, I would hold my tongue. But isn't he seizing the rights and responsibilities that rightfully belong to Your Majesty? To exploit Your Majesty's trust so shamelessly? What insolence! Lucas' expression turned frigid. He set down his glass with a sharp click. You overstep, Count. Your words are insolent. The Count immediately bowed. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive this servant's disrespect. Lucas closed his eyes, replying curtly, I will take your words under consideration. The Count smiled faintly, satisfied. Thank you, Your Majesty, for listening to your servant's counsel. But inwardly Lucas seethed. So, to him, if I were not emperor, I would be worthless? Rage clawed at his chest. He wanted nothing more than to kill that man. Later, in the emperor's study, Benjamin raised his hand toward him. Your Majesty, I have many things to report, but there is one urgent matter we must deal with first. Lucas narrowed his eyes. And what is that? The Celium district, Benjamin replied. I informed you before that the head of Celium's intelligence network sides with Chamberlain. Now I have confirmation. They took full control of the cultural industry years ago. Lucas froze in surprise. What did you just say? Benjamin continued his report calmly. Thanks to Irene Amber's subtle maneuvering. This began 4.5 years ago. Lucas, still writing something on parchment, paused to stroke his chin in thought. In any case, we must conduct a thorough inspection of every artistic sphere, he murmured. But in the back of his mind, Count Disloyal's words from earlier echoed relentlessly. Your Grace, the Duke has long overstepped his boundaries. Benjamin pressed on. We should also cut off funding for the artists immediately, Your Majesty. Again, the voice intruded in Lucas's mind. Isn't he stealing away the rights and responsibilities that should rest on your Majesty's shoulders? Lucas, distracted, failed to respond. Your Majesty? Are you listening to me? Benjamin called out, uneasy. The Emperor finally looked up, but even then, the biting words replayed once more in his head. What an insolent man, exploiting your Majesty's trust so shamelessly. Lucas stopped his pen mid-stroke. He slowly lifted his gaze toward Benjamin, eyes sharp and chilling. Benjamin met the stare equally unflinching. Then, unexpectedly, Lucas gave a faint smile. So, that's how it is. He spoke softly, but with authority. What you are doing will end here. That is enough. Lucas smirked faintly, twirling his pen between his fingers as he lowered his head back to his writing. Benjamin's heartbeat quickened. He looked at the Emperor with bewilderment, not understanding the sudden shift. Elsewhere, in a luxuriously adorned palace chamber, footsteps echoed. Duke Benjamin Limburg approached the grand door. As he pushed it open, a clack resounded, only for someone's hand to seize his cloak tightly from behind. Duke Limburg. The Duke turned, expression cold and indifferent, meeting the gaze of the second prince. Is there a problem? Limburg asked, his tone flat. The prince's trembling hands betrayed his fear as they clutched the Duke's cloak. His face had gone pale, beads of sweat dripping down as he panted heavily. I have something I must discuss with you. Please, give me a moment of your time. Duke Limburg gave a short cough before replying. Of course, your highness. The prince's voice quavered as he continued. That medicine you gave me last time, I've used it all. Limburg's lips curled faintly. Ah, so you found it useful. It seems the drug is quite effective, just in time to replace the Emperor. Duke Limburg held a crimson ring in his hand. Suddenly, with deliberate ambiguity, he muttered, Let's make sure, shall we? The ring flared. Fire erupted from it, casting sharp shadows across the chamber. The second prince's eyes widened in shock. Ah! He instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. Put it out. Limburg chuckled darkly. The room was far too dim. I only wished to bring some light. But the flames still flickered, searingly close. The prince cursed under his breath, shielding his eyes. Damn it! Put it out. It's burning right before me. The Duke's lips curved into a sly, taunting smile. As you wish. The flames died instantly, plunging the chamber back into gloom. The second prince, pale and hollow-eyed, shrank back trembling, his body shaking uncontrollably. His voice came out ragged and desperate. Duke Limburg, that medicine, it doesn't have side effects, does it? It feels like I'm dying. Limburg's tone carried a false politeness, his words cruelly unyielding. My apologies, but in this world, no medicine comes without side effects. The prince's breath quickened. Damn it! He lifted his head, eyes bloodshot, and rasped. Do you have any more? Limburg rummaged slowly inside his cloak. Then, with calculated leisure, he pulled out a small vial. The second prince's gaze locked hungrily onto it, his eyes wide and feverish. He suddenly lurched forward, hand outstretched, but Limburg was faster. He raised the vial high just out of reach. Now, behave yourself. You seem to enjoy testing my patience. The prince's face dripped with sweat, his chest heaving, eyes glaring up at the Duke with helpless rage. Then what must I do? The Duke's smile twisted into something darker, his voice dripping with conspiracy. Exactly that. Obey me, and you'll receive a fitting reward. He flicked the vial open. It slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the floor. From the shattered glass spilled a fine, white powder. Inside a resplendent palace chamber, Irene leaned forward, concern soft in her voice. Are you all right, your highness? The second prince lay slumped on a chaise, his expression weary and lifeless. All right? Ha! Feels more like I'm on the verge of dying. Smiling lightly, Irene produced a vial and held it out toward him. Here's the antidote. Drink up. The prince reached out weakly, taking the vial, and muttered, I don't even have the strength to drink anymore. Irene tilted her head, teasing gently. What would you do without me then? With effort, the prince poured the antidote into his mouth, swallowing before replying hoarsely. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be tangled in this mess in the first place, and then, my brother would be the one prying secrets out of me instead. Irene pouted slightly, I told you it was fine to just pretend. Why did you go through with it for real? The prince sat up, his face tense. I did pretend at first, but that terrifying duke, he caught on instantly. He's the ruler of the underworld. He's seen more addicts than sober men. Do you really think someone like him would be fooled so easily? Irene let out a small sigh, honest in her tone. I suspected you'd give in, so I came prepared with the antidote. The prince gave a laugh that was closer to a sob. Ha! Thank you for saving my life. But you were right. I wanted to burn brighter in life, even if it meant risking death. Hope can intoxicate a man more than any drug. A vision of a giant butterfly consumed by flames seemed to flicker across the palace walls, the air heavy with the scent of ruin. Hope? The prince murmured with a strange rapture. It's terrifyingly addictive. Irene smiled faintly. I'm glad it suited you. Tell me, how does it feel, returning to the poison you once swore off? The prince gripped the vial tightly, voice trembling. Every time I touch it, it feels like I'm one step away from the grave. Then, with bitterness, he added, and on top of that, he intends to make me emperor, just as you said. No puppet is easier to control than a man enslaved by his own addiction. Duke Limburg's shadow loomed in both their minds, the dark duke who sought to reduce the second prince to nothing more than a marionette in his grasp. Irene's lips curved into a bright, almost innocent smile. Well, everything is going just as I wanted. Now, at last, I can be by Felix's side again. The prince turned to her, disbelief flashing in his eyes. That's it? That's all you care about? Irene laughed brightly, her eyes shining. All this time, I've tried so hard, so that we could finally be happy together. Forever. The second prince blinked in confusion. Forever? Don't tell me you actually believe there's such a thing as eternal happiness. Irene tilted her head, smiling as though she had already found her answer. There is fleeting happiness. Even if it lasts only for a moment, I'd rather embrace it. Living as a short-lived insect, yet knowing joy, doesn't sound so bad, does it? Her words hung in the air like the faint echo of a song. A loud gulp broke the silence. What are you drinking? The emperor asked, frowning at the sound. Beside him, Walter held a flask of violet liquid in one hand, his reply calm and simple. Happiness. The emperor stared at him, speechless for a beat, then rubbed his temple in exasperation. People say you're from another world. Sometimes, I almost believe it. Like right now. He let out a sigh and pressed on. You're my knight. You've earned fame, lands, even a title, and yet you don't know a single prayer? How is that even possible? Walter tilted his head, as if the word itself was foreign. A prayer. The emperor gave a wry smile, half scolding, half amused. Yes, at the opening of the Night of Heroes, I'll stand before the entire empire and declare you as my sword. What, were you just planning to stand there in silence? Even mercenaries know at least one of the 1,000 prayers. You, raised in Lochcon, should at least know one. Walter remained still. The emperor gave a resigned chuckle. Forget it. I'll just have one written for you. All you need to do is memorize it. Walter nodded, but his gaze drifted toward the window. His voice was low, almost like a vow. Grant me the resolve to drink the last drop of suffering, and the courage to accept the cup itself. His sharp eyes gleamed, his fists clenched tight. There was once a child, born overflowing with mana. A stroke of fortune, that was all it was. Yet the Lochcon Empire named it the Dragon's Miracle, claiming it was a blessing from the divine dragon itself, so that the people would believe. A child like that was called a messenger of the gods, a vessel of destiny, bound to serve the empire. That was why the Mage Corps dragged away any child with magical talent, no matter their birth. Refusal meant only one thing: treason. That child was Felix Cloud. At 7 years old, he often gazed tenderly at his 3-year-old sister, Claudia, as she slept. He whispered, "Never let Claudia study magic. She doesn't need it. She has talent for spirits. But even if she never learns, she'll be fine." He left those words behind and was taken by the Mage Corps. When he returned, his body was thin and wasted, a magical implant buried in his shoulder. His mother rushed to him in horror. "What have they done to you, my son?" Felix smiled through the pain, as if to ease her worries. "It's nothing serious, mother. I'll be fine." Using healing magic he had just begun to learn, he erased his wounds and scars. Even in that pitiful state, Felix's only thought was to protect his family, to shield his little sister. No matter what he endured, he never lost his nature. Gentle, resolute, kind. In time, he rose to become the deputy minister of magic. But now, that life was nothing more than a shard of the past. A voice, sharp and mocking, rang inside Felix's head. Damn you! I never thought you'd abandon everything so easily, Felix. Felix let out a tired breath. Since I was 7, I've always been this way. Why are you surprised? The voice scoffed. Because you're still the same, that's why. Can't you tell? I've already devoured your emotions, your faith, your will. All mine now. Felix sat up, exhaling slowly. Feels like they're gone, yes? The voice pressed, almost taunting. Doesn't it hurt? It does, Felix admitted, his tone calm. Then why aren't you drowning in despair like you should be? Why aren't you tainted? Because, Felix replied, his eyes narrowing. There's still something I want to protect. The voice growled, furious. Damn it! How much longer must I be trapped here? When will I finally claim your soul and return to the demon realm? Felix didn't answer. Or, the voice hissed, why don't you give up already? Become desperate, shattered. Only then will I have free reign. Felix muttered. Do you want to search for the holy mirror with me right now? I hate you. The voice snapped, seething. We share that feeling then, Felix said dryly. The voice screamed inside him, its frustration boiling over. I can't stand this anymore. Felix's hand tightened around his sword hilt. The voice sneered. Pathetic. I'll grant you this much, you've got some skill with magic. But your swordsmanship? Hopeless. Felix grunted, dropped the blade onto the grass with a dull thud, and sat heavily down. What emperor would ever keep a bowman as his personal guard? He muttered. The voice shot back without hesitation. And what emperor would entrust his life to a swordsman as useless as you? Felix fell silent, lowering his head, lost in thought. My time is running out, isn't it? He drew a long breath. Your goal is to claim my soul entirely, isn't it? Not just your soul, the voice whispered, hungry. Your body too. That way, I can wield your strength, and together, we will win. Felix's lips twisted into something between a smile and a grimace. Then so be it. I'll borrow the demon's power to fight, and to seize victory. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, Irene rummaged through the cabinets. Her eyes widened in shock. The soul-separating elixir was missing. Her mind immediately leapt to Felix. Of course, he would do something reckless like this. She clenched her fists, biting her lip. For the first time, she realized just how stubborn he could be. Someone who would never simply obey. If you keep this up, she whispered, pulling out another vial, then don't expect me to just sit by and watch. With a sweep of her hands, she began gathering every last bottle she could find, her movements frantic, determined. Inside the grand palace, as Cedric was being searched thoroughly by the Duke's men, he tilted his head back, gazing out the window. There's a dragon flying in the sky, though it seems I'm the only one who can see it. Benjamin raised an eyebrow, turning to glance in the same direction. A dragon, you say? Humph. If there truly were one, it would save me some trouble. Trouble? Cedric asked, confused. Because, Benjamin said evenly, I need the knight Constantine. At the name, Cedric frowned. Sir Constantine? Why him? Benjamin caught the suspicion in Cedric's face and smiled knowingly. Your expression already answered my question. You're wondering what I'm plotting, aren't you? Cedric flinched, quickly denying it. Plotting? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I think that? But Benjamin clearly wasn't fooled. He let out a dismissive hum, neither agreeing nor denying, before Cedric muttered again. I always thought I'd live my whole life under the watch of my foolish elder brother. But thanks to him, I ended up with a position I never even dreamed of. Good for you, Benjamin replied dryly. Cedric exhaled and continued. But your Duke's men, they've gone overboard. Stripping me down wasn't enough, they even inspected my mouth. So, what's the plan? You'll have to tell me, otherwise how am I supposed to cooperate? Without the Duke's backing, I wouldn't survive anyway. So why keep secrets from me? Benjamin smirked faintly. Being cautious never hurt anyone. Then his grin widened, almost playful. But since I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you why. You've lived as though you have no regrets, even if you were to drop dead this very moment. Your body is deteriorating, isn't it? How can I be certain you won't drag me into death with you? Cedric stiffened at those words, his eyes narrowing. After a pause, he said quietly, "You're more careful than I thought. Even while you're in control, you're still anxious. So why bother bringing a useless man like me here?" Benjamin laughed. "Because you're not useless. You're quick to grasp the meaning behind people's words. That, at least, is valuable." He walked over, carrying a set of folded clothes and a pair of sandals. "Besides, I'm used to dealing with people who are far less ordinary." Handing Cedric the bundle, he added casually, "It's late, but forgive the lack of courtesy on my part." Cedric took the clothes, his expression showing faint disdain. "Even so, I'm still a Grand Duke. And this is how you receive me." He eyed the sandals suspiciously. "These aren't meant to stop me from escaping, are they?" Benjamin ignored the jab, instead producing a small pouch filled with white powder. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it onto the pile Cedric was holding. Cedric sighed heavily. "Wow, my thanks, I suppose." "No need for thanks," Benjamin replied smoothly, "because today, I plan to tell you everything." On the night of the ball, while Ambajah was still hurrying to the mansion, she ran with tears of regret streaming down her face. She had looked forward to this day for so long, yet here she was, arriving late. In the Night of Heroes, there was Walter. In Albazanger's imagination, Felix appeared like a romantic gentleman with tan skin and dazzling blue eyes, so breathtaking that she felt her heart race just from picturing him. Before, Albajah's heart had been set on his majesty, but she could never forget that night, the night she first laid eyes on Lord Walter. Out of breath, Anbara stopped to catch herself, her chest heaving, yet her face glowed with excitement. She thought she might not be able to speak with him, but she would seize this chance to at least get acquainted. And so, Albajah began to dream of a blissful romance between them. But just then, someone crashed hard into Albazanger, abruptly shattering her sweet daydreams. She cried out in pain and fell heavily to the ground. "Oops, my legs are too long, sorry about that," the other person exclaimed. Hearing such an excuse, Alba grew even more annoyed. "Really? I'm rushing like mad here, and he blames his long legs? What kind of apology is that?" The stranger continued. "I tried to dodge, but I'm still not used to this. Couldn't control my steps. What the heck? Where are your eyes looking when you walk?" Alba cursed inwardly, snapping her head around in anger. "You walk like a newborn fawn or something. Is that it?" she snapped, her voice dripping with fury. But in that instant, she froze. Her annoyed glare softened as her eyes sparkled. The person before her, though sitting awkwardly on the ground, looked so disarmingly adorable, like a clumsy young deer. His gentle smile and the way he scratched his head made her heart skip a beat. "I'm really sorry," he said, still smiling. When Alba offered to help him up, his grin grew even brighter. "No need, I'm fine. In fact, I think I should be the one helping you." That smile utterly bewitched Albazanger. She stared blankly at him for a moment, her heart screaming inside, "Oh my God! This must be fate." Then suddenly he extended his hand toward her, bent slightly, and smiled warmly. "Are you all right?" he asked. Of course Alba wasn't about to let the opportunity slip. She quickly placed her hand into his, lowering her gaze shyly. "I'm fine," she murmured. The man continued to smile brightly. "Thank goodness. Then I'll be on my way." Seeing that he was about to leave, Albazanger quickly caught his arm, holding him back as she hurriedly asked, "Wait, your name, what is it?" Before answering, the man leaned closer and said softly, "Can you keep it a secret? I can't let anyone know I'm here." Alba nodded without hesitation, her tone firm. "Of course, I'll carry your secret to the grave." Satisfied with her answer, the young man clasped her hand, looked straight at her, and introduced himself. "My name is Shakespeare." Before her stood a strikingly handsome man, radiating an aura that captivated her at once. Alba felt her cheeks flush, words catching in her throat. She stammered, about to introduce herself, but he cut in smoothly, "I already know. You are Lady Anbazanger. Though our meeting may not have been under the best of circumstances," he added with a graceful smile, "it is still an honor to make your acquaintance, my lady." With that, he gently raised her hand and brushed his lips across it. "May you have a wonderful evening." Then, with quick steps, he left, leaving Albazanger behind in a dreamy haze. After only a few minutes together, she was already swept away into imagining a blissful, romantic future between them. Meanwhile, the man who called himself Shaking Pear stopped at a secluded spot. He pulled out a vial and downed it in one gulp. The empty vial instantly turned into stone. It was a potion designed to erase one's very presence, making others perceive the drinker as nothing more than a rock. Shaking pear. Felix pressed a hand over his mouth as his stomach churned violently, as though a wild party were raging inside him. Damn it, they should have made this easier to drink. A troubling thought struck him. If I keep taking this, could I become addicted? After a while, Felix tugged his hood low over his head, exhaled heavily, and steadied himself. Endure it. What I'm about to do matters far more than whatever this poison does to me. For the potion to work, 2 conditions had to be met: a vessel to contain the soul, and a vast reserve of divine power. And so, the very fact that Felix had chosen to drink it meant only one thing. He was determined to be here, and he had come for Constantine. From a distance, Shaking Pear could already see the mansion. Above it loomed a massive black cloud, covering the entire sky. Thunder cracked and lightning flashed relentlessly, striking down with deafening roars. The sight left him shocked, almost terrified. Without thinking, he cursed aloud. Holy shit! Then he snarled Benjamin's name. What the hell is that bastard thinking? Without wasting another second, he darted forward, sprinting toward the storm-battered estate. Meanwhile, in the palace, the scene was the complete opposite. Peaceful, lit by the soft glow of countless lamps that made everything look absurdly romantic. Claudia Chamberlain, seated with a scroll in her hands, carefully unrolled it. It was a sworn oath of loyalty. She read it over, line by line, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper in disgust. It said, "We, your humble subjects, praise His Majesty the Emperor, the radiant light of the heavens. May you save us pitiful beings with your holy radiance. You are the only light that shines upon this land and scatters the encroaching darkness. May your dynasty endure until the end of the world. We pledge ourselves to serve you faithfully until the day these worthless lives come to an end." Claudia's lip curled. She crumpled the parchment in her fist, muttering coldly, "Garbage." Then she glanced sideways and deliberately said aloud, "I wonder who wrote this pathetic oath of loyalty. Utter nonsense." On the throne, the man calling himself Shaking Pear suddenly noticed her looking his way. Though her eyes were filled with obvious disdain, the emperor misread them entirely. He thought Claudia was finally opening her heart to him. Just shy, that was all. He even tilted his head and gave her a coy, suggestive look. The gesture only made Claudia's skin crawl. She snapped her head away in disgust, cursing under her breath. Is he insane? What a lunatic. The Spirit King, attuned to his master's will, quickly sensed Claudia's intent. "Shall I arm you now?" he asked. "Not yet. The time hasn't come," Claudia replied firmly. Her eyes flicked toward Felix. His face was cold, deadly serious, and filled with determination. She frowned in puzzlement. Why does he look so resolved? As if sensing her gaze, Felix suddenly felt someone watching him. He turned only to catch him looking straight at him. Felix instantly understood the silent message. He stepped down toward the gathering nobles. The air buzzed with anxious whispers. "So it's starting, isn't it? My heart's racing. This is thrilling." But then the ground suddenly quaked. Panic rippled through the crowd. Did the ground just shake? Lightning too. Did you smell that? Sulfur. Felix walked to the balcony, looking down on the restless throng. At that moment, someone shouted from the far side, "Damn it! Look over there." All eyes turned. What they saw made their blood run cold. A storm of lightning was raging closer, as if demons from the underworld themselves were clawing their way into the mortal realm. As for Shaking Pear, he was still running toward the mansion. Yet no matter how far he went, he never seemed to get closer. It was as though he'd been circling in the same place all along. The endless run made him dizzy. His vision blurred, his steps faltered. Closing his eyes tightly, he told himself, "I need to get out before the potion wears off. I'll just have to drink again if I must." But even as the thought formed, his body gave way. He toppled forward, slamming face first into the ground. The instant he hit, a shadow appeared behind him. A voice spoke, low and grim. "I've been looking for you all this time, so here you are." It was Benjamin. He approached slowly, each step deliberate, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Well, I didn't know I had such a guest coming all this way to visit me. Shouldn't I give you a proper welcome?" On the ground, the one calling himself Shaking Pear lay sprawled, struggling in vain to move. His body refused to obey. Benjamin closed the distance, his voice dropping into a chilling tone. But since I'm not yet finished with my preparations, why don't you rest for now? He reached out and ran his hand across shaking Pierre's head, a disturbingly gentle gesture. The touch smothered the last of his resistance. His consciousness faded, and his body went limp. Benjamin's lips curled into a satisfied grin. Yes, that's a good girl. And it's all thanks to you, Lady Amber. Which meant the one known as Shaking Pear was none other than Irene in disguise. Meanwhile, the palace had erupted into chaos. Soldiers shouted over each other. Cut down the traitors. Protect His Majesty. Archers loose. Dozens of bowmen drew their strings at once. At that moment, Felix Chamberlain's voice rang out, calm yet resolute. Claudia, the Emperor is yours. The Emperor's face drained of color, panic flashing in his eyes. But before he could even react, Claudia Chamberlain struck. With the hilt of her blade, she smashed him across the back of the neck. He collapsed unconscious at her feet. The Emperor's fall sent his archers into frenzy. They released volley after volley of arrows, raining death down upon Felix and his allies. But Felix would not allow it. His eyes narrowed. He raised his sword and, with a single decisive swing, slashed through the air. In an instant, every arrow dissolved into nothingness. Gasps and cries of horror spread through the archers and mages. Impossible! What kind of monster is he? The deputy head of the mage corps, trembling, could scarcely believe her eyes. No, it makes no sense. He infused mana into his blade and struck directly at the cores of the spells. Instantly, precisely. But every spell has a different core, different form, different location. Her mind reeled. There is only one person alive who could know the location of every single core. Felix Chamberlain, the Deputy Minister of Magic, Elisa, finally stepped forward. Her voice cut through the chaos. What is it that you traitors want? Claudia, seated calmly beside the unconscious Emperor, answered firmly. This is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. We must join forces. Elisa let out a sharp laugh. You expect me to side with rebels? Claudia's gaze hardened. Look at the situation, Elisa. The fiends outside are about to swallow the entire empire whole. Even with my pact with the Spirit King, I am still just human. Alone, I cannot hold them back. Elisa frowned, and for a moment, she couldn't deny the truth of those words. She fell silent, allowing Claudia to continue. The truth is, I only told the people that they were safe to calm them. What I stopped wasn't the demons themselves, only the death miasma they released. Unless we destroy the fiends, the same calamity that nearly wiped out the world 4,000 years ago will return. Sooner or later, this empire will fall. At that moment, a bloodied soldier staggered forward, sword trembling in his grip, pointing it at them. His face was cut and smeared with blood, but his voice rose in fury. Enough! You don't know your place. Fall to your knees and beg His Majesty's forgiveness. If the merciful Emperor wills it, perhaps your corpses will at least be buried in imperial soil. But make no mistake, you are nothing more than wretched traitors daring to demand terms. Claudia regarded him with cold disdain. And what do you intend to do? She drew the dagger at her side and pressed the blade against the throat of the unconscious Emperor. Her words cut like steel. As long as I hold His Majesty's life in my hands, you will have no choice but to listen. Think carefully. If the empire is destroyed without a trace, what worth does an emperor of a dead nation have? He would wander foreign lands, disgraced, humiliated, and powerless. You cling to loyalty even if it dooms us all. Admirable, but foolish. Her eyes narrowed. Even if you save him now, do you even know who summoned the demons? Or for what purpose? Can you be certain His Majesty would be safe even then? The soldier's bravado faltered. His sword shook, his voice breaking as he stared at the storm of lightning raging in the skies. Demons? What if it was the young lady who summoned them? Claudia snapped back instantly. Can you prove it? With a pact to the Spirit King, how could I possibly summon demons? Her words struck true, and Elisa's eyes flickered with doubt. The soldier stammered again. Then, the Knight Walter? Claudia's voice was steady, razor-sharp. According to the records, demons are bound to their summoner. If you doubt us, then watch him closely. It will become obvious. She rose, her gaze sweeping the chamber. One thing is certain, if you condemn us now, you will never be able to stop the fiends. And every single one of you here knows that truth better than anyone. Elisa was startled by what she heard. Thinking it over, she had to admit the words made sense. Almost in reluctant agreement, she asked, "So, what do you want?" Claudia smiled. "Simple. You only need to promise to stay put and do nothing until everything is over. Conveniently, we have a mage here. Let's seal it with an absolute oath." At those words, Elisa's face flickered with surprise. The absolute oath? Though it was indeed a kind of magic, it carried no true binding power. Most people merely believed that breaking it would bring a lifetime of misfortune. But in truth, that was nothing more than superstition. In reality, if one betrayed the vow, the spell would simply dissolve. Still, Elisa reluctantly began to recite the oath. While she was swearing, Claudia stepped closer to Felix and whispered, "Brother, you intended to kill them all, didn't you?" At first Felix seemed faintly surprised, but his expression remained calm, unchanged. He merely glanced at Claudia and gave a single reply, "Yes." Elsewhere, Irene, still in the guise of shaking pear, was chained at the wrists. She leaned her chin on her hand, sighing in boredom, and asked the man seated across from her, "Don't you have anything better to do?" Benjamin kept his gaze fixed on her, then gave a smile. "I am doing something. I'm watching." Irene sighed again. "You've been staring at me for an hour. What's so interesting about that? It's annoying. Go do something else." In truth, she only wanted him gone so she could think of a way to escape. Suddenly, Benjamin asked, "You can see the future, can't you?" The question made Irene freeze for an instant. She hurried to deny it. "What are you even saying? Don't tell me you actually believe that nonsense." Seeing her reaction, Benjamin chuckled. "Strange, isn't it? But if even demons can be summoned, then what else is impossible? You understand me, don't you, Lady Amber? You can do things that defy reason, almost as if you can see ahead in time. Naturally, I have to wonder." His sharp reasoning left Irene momentarily speechless, her tense expression betraying more than she wished. Benjamin's smile widened. "I knew it." Then, without warning, he said, "Irene Amber, stay by my side for the rest of your life." Irene nearly burst out calling him insane, but she knew she was at a disadvantage. She had to stay composed, had to be careful not to provoke him. "Stay calm. Stay gentle," she reminded herself. Putting on her sweetest smile, she replied, "Would you just die already? You won't even hear me out, will you?" Benjamin said, amused. Irene rubbed her temples, exasperated. "Offering you the chance to redeem yourself through death is the greatest kindness I could give you. If you obediently accept it, wouldn't that be best?" Before she could finish, Benjamin chuckled softly. Still so adorable. Watching his expression, Irene swore to herself, "I'd rather stay with a demon than spend another moment with this man." Benjamin rose to his feet, casually knocking over the chair he had been sitting on. He strode toward her and said, "Listen well, my lady. From the moment we're born, we must adapt to the law of the jungle. If you cling to some useless sense of righteousness to judge good and evil, you'll return to the earth sooner than you think." Then he mentioned a name that made her heart tighten. "Take your former lover, Felix, a man far too pure to survive in polluted waters. That's why he found his way to clear waters early. In heaven." Benjamin returned to the earlier subject. "You said I should use death to atone for my sins, didn't you? But there's one truth you've overlooked. Whether guilty of 10 crimes or none at all, the dead never return. Atonement is nothing more than a hollow illusion, just another way to console oneself. So why bother living against the laws of nature?" Irene listened, then retorted calmly, "That's just your way of thinking." Benjamin only chuckled. "Even if you say so, human nature doesn't change. Following instinct always feels better, and everyone lives like that. You know, you might be right about one thing, though. Perhaps I really will live a very long time." Her words had been biting, but he took them in stride. With the same unsettling composure, he leaned closer, his voice persuasive. "And you, Irene? You don't want your life to end so soon, do you? Then, come to me." He bent down, bringing his face close to hers, smiling as he whispered, "That way your soul will finally know peace." Still in the prison chamber, Benjamin straightened and moved to stand behind her, stroking his chin as if pondering something. "How did you manage to bring Walter to your side? If it's thanks to your abilities, that would make sense." He fell silent for a moment, then cast Irene a sharp glance, murmuring, "So, you really can see the future?" Irene, meanwhile, noticed the quiet outside and thought to herself, "It seems calm out there." Just then, Benjamin's demonic familiar appeared and reported, "That man Walter. He seems to be a mage." Benjamin's brows rose in surprise, but it was Irene who reacted with visible shock. "What?" she cried out. Her outburst made Benjamin narrow his eyes, studying her more closely. She grew so anxious she bit her nails, her mind spinning in panic. "He actually drank it. If he drank it, then he's headed to the temple to sever his soul completely. Damn it. He doesn't even know where I am." Benjamin's suspicion deepened. He turned back to the demon spirit. "Are you saying he can wield magic? But I can tell his body, his soul, they're a warrior's through and through. Yet you claim you sensed a demon's soul inside him." The spirit bowed slightly. "Yes, my lord. But more importantly, there's something strange about this Walter. At first, I faintly felt mana within him, so I wondered if he might be a mage. But now I sense nothing. In fact, I can't even be sure he's alive." At those words, Benjamin's grin widened. He finally understood. Felix Chamberlain is still alive. The thought made him burst into laughter. He clutched his face, chuckling madly, then turned to Irene. "Don't tell me. You saved him?" But when he finally looked her way, his laughter broke off. The space beside him was empty. Irene was gone. Only the 4 iron chains remained on the floor. At that moment, Irene had truly returned to her original body, just as Benjamin had guessed. She fled through the winding halls, thinking frantically, "Good thing the shackles were larger than me. Once the drug wore off, I managed to slip free." She ran for a while, then glanced around. The place was unfamiliar. Dark, oppressive, built entirely of stone with no windows. The structure was complicated, almost like a fortress. "If I can't find the exit, then at least they'll have a hard time finding me," she reasoned, ducking into a narrow corner. Best to hide for now. No sooner had she pressed herself behind the wall's shadow than Benjamin swept past like a phantom. Irene froze, clamping a hand over her mouth, horrified at how fast his steps were. Benjamin stopped just a few paces ahead, his voice cold. "There's only one way out. She hasn't escaped yet. Guard the gates well. Search every corner. If you fail to find her, none of you will live." In the previous chapter, Irene Amber had escaped Benjamin and stumbled into a place beyond belief, where she learned a shocking truth. Amber was actually a demon, the reason she had once been hailed as leader of the Magician's Guild. But when confronted with this revelation, Irene simply waved her hand and said, "I'm just an ordinary person." "Ordinary?" One of the magicians scoffed. He reached out a hand. "Then prove it. May I see your hand?" Without hesitation, Irene extended her palm. The man clasped it with both of his, closing his eyes as though trying to sense something. Moments later, he recoiled in alarm. "It's true. I can't feel a trace of mana at all." He glared at her. "You fraud." Irene shot back immediately. "I never said I wasn't ordinary. That's just what you assumed." The gathered magicians huddled together, whispering in agitation. Watching them from outside the circle, Irene sighed inwardly. "They're the strange ones. All I did was open a door, and they can detect mana just by touching someone? Must be very skilled magicians, then." One of them turned to her. "Hey you." She noticed a dark, heavy mark around his neck. Proof they had also been captured recently. That made her wonder. If they were caught, why didn't they try to escape sooner? The man asked bluntly, "How did a normal person like you get in here?" Irene shrugged. "Easy. I just walked in." Her casual reply made his eyes light up with admiration. "Incredible. That's impossible. This place is the site of the demon summoning ritual. Everything here belongs to the demon lord himself. No one can enter except him." "I have no idea what you're babbling about," Irene said flatly, exasperated. The man clicked his tongue in disappointment and turned back to his fellows, who resumed their anxious discussions. Irene, meanwhile, thought to herself, "So everything here is a sacrifice meant for the demon? That explains why no one's guarding this place, while other areas are heavily watched." At that moment, one of the magicians suddenly spoke up. "No one can enter this place without the demon lord's permission. That must be it. The demon granted you entry." Irene sighed. "Permission? Your so-called demon lord is off running errands for Benjamin. All I did was push a door open." Before she could finish, a woman rushed forward, grabbing Irene's face and shrieking. How did you get chosen by the demon lord? You didn't even perform the ritual, you didn't pay any price, and your eyes are still normal, untainted by death's miasma. Just what did you do? Irene scowled, clearly irritated. Hey lady, that's enough. Realizing her outburst, the woman quickly stepped back. Irene brushed it off and continued. From what I can tell, you people were being held here as sacrifices. But now, you're free from the demon's bindings. The self-proclaimed magicians fell silent for a moment, until the same woman suddenly screamed again, unable to contain her frenzy. I can't stand it. A mere human, chosen by the demon lord without a contract, standing right in front of me. I'm so jealous I could die. Irene blinked, dumbfounded. So that's it. They're here willingly. She hadn't expected their fanaticism to run this deep. Deciding not to press the matter further, Irene asked, Fine, but let me ask you something. Have any of you seen Cedric? The Grand Duke? Once the second prince. None of them answered directly, but one finally muttered, I overheard the Master of Carlos ordering him to be taken back to the royal palace. So he really was here, Irene thought grimly. But then why can't I reach him? She pressed further. Is he all right? At the mention of Cedric, the group stirred again, whispering to one another. Sounds like she actually knows the Grand Duke. Another man finally replied, His limbs are intact, but he made a pact with the demon lord. Irene froze. What price did he pay? Dreams. That answer made her flinch. The man explained. He summoned Lord Nebas, the jester demon of the underworld, ruler of dreams and illusions. Lord Nebas devours human dreams. Once a wish is granted, the contractor falls into eternal slumber. That's why most people who contract with him pass their titles to someone else immediately. Irene muttered bitterly, So Cedric has become the sleeping prince of the empire, and a demon like that, he might as well have been created for Benjamin's sake. Is there any way to wake him? She asked quickly. The man shook his head. No. He contracted with a great demon. That is what makes it binding. But remember, with demons, contracts are nothing but wordplay. If a loophole exists, it's up to the demon to exploit it. Irene groaned, clutching her head, covering her ears to shut out his endless rambling. Still, the word loophole made her stiffen suddenly. She snapped her head up. Listen, you magicians are free now. Why don't we escape together? But the group only sneered in unison. What? Why should we bother? Then Irene said softly with calculated calm, What if I give you the chance to meet the demon lord face to face? At that, their expressions shifted instantly. Every eye lit up, fanatical and eager. They all clamored at once. Take us with you. On the other side of the battlefield, a sharp whistle cut through the air. An arrow shot straight for Felix's head. Without even blinking, he simply lifted a hand and caught it between his fingers. Holding the lethal point so close his eyes could see the cold gleam of the steel, he remarked casually, Oh, you brought me an arrow to shoot back with? Then, almost carelessly, he flicked it away. The arrow sailed off into the trees, straight into the would-be assassin lurking there. With a strangled cry, the man tumbled from the branches, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Felix hadn't realized at first what he'd done, until the corpse rolled across the dirt and came to a stop against his boots. He jerked back, startled. Ugh, what the hell? Why is there a body rolling at my feet? Looking closer, he frowned. Wait a second. Isn't this guy a noble? One of the fools backing Benjamin. So, Benjamin's supporters had already begun to turn traitor. Still, Felix didn't dwell on it. He drew his sword, intent on moving forward. He had more pressing matters to attend to, but after only one step, he froze. The presence within him, this wasn't Felix Chamberlain anymore. No, the soul that stirred inside Walter's body was Larry's. So that's why everything felt strange. He realized now why he had taken that potion beforehand. Something was wrong. Not only could he no longer absorb souls, but even the ones he had already claimed were slipping away. Larry stood there, trembling. Those souls weren't even mine to begin with. But I gained them fairly through contracts. So why are they leaving me so easily? His jaw clenched tight, fury trembling through his teeth. Pure soul, an unshakable will, a faith like unbreakable stone. All those things were supposed to mend his fractured being. The chance of success had been so high. So why had fate betrayed him? Why was everything crumbling now? Damn it, everything's going his way. too smoothly, too easily. Even if feelings, even if faith all returned to their rightful owner, what does it matter? But in that moment, a memory pierced him. The image of her, Irene Amber, smiling. That fiery warmth. That unyielding gaze. Larry's chest convulsed. No, no, this is mine. Mine. His scream tore the air. Tears burst from his eyes uncontrollably as he fell to his knees, clutching his head in anguish. But it isn't mine. None of it was ever mine. That truth seared through him like a blade. If things continued this way, both souls, his and Felix's, would return to their rightful places. And when that separation was complete, when he awakened again inside a different vessel, no matter the outcome, it would end in despair. His hope shattered. His faith burned away. His emotions turned to rubble. And from the ruins, only one thing remained. Pure, consuming obsession. Felix's body slowly rose to its feet. He muttered under his breath, "Right, I just need to escape. Take Irene with me and it'll be fine." But this time, the one controlling the body wasn't Felix at all, it was Larry's. He drew the sword from its sheath, whispering with a twisted smile, "Why didn't I think of this earlier? If I wait until his soul returns to his body, and then devour both his soul and his flesh, then all his memories will belong to me. Isn't this the perfect answer?" Larry's chuckled darkly. "Felix, after all, you're nothing more than a human. When a demon sets foot in the human realm, he is bound by a restriction. He cannot wield his true power unless he borrows the form of a contract. That law was decreed by the gods themselves, after demons first clawed their way into the human world 4,000 years ago. But it also means that as long as the contract remains unbroken, the demon can still exploit his power. Larry's had found the loophole in his pact with Felix. Felix had promised to give Larry's a chance to find a new body once their souls were separated by the potion. But how careless! Felix had not thought to exclude his own body from that bargain. Larry sneered. "You've made so many mistakes, Felix. Thanks to you, I still have one last chance. Don't worry, I won't break the contract." Meanwhile, Irene was still shaken, recalling the journey just moments before. It had been utterly terrifying. Behind her, the fanatics devoted to their demon lord were disembarking from their flying carpets one after another. They all seemed perfectly accustomed to it, not the least bit dizzy. Irene, however, felt her head spinning, and hurriedly sought out a bush to throw up in. She had always thought flying carpets looked fun in stories, but in reality, once she experienced it herself, she realized the horrifying truth. If she let go of the fabric for even a second, she'd plummet to her death. Clutching her stomach, she tried to comfort herself. "At least it got me to the holy temple faster." On the other side, the cultists gathered, muttering in hushed, hostile tones. They split into 3 distinct moods: irritation, anger, and outright disgust. But in the end, they still had work to do. Irene's mind began to race. The enemy is the holy temple. Even if they're skilled, breaking through the barrier should be nearly impossible. But with things so rushed, if Felix... Her thoughts were cut short when one of the magicians suddenly approached her. "Lend me your hand for a moment." Startled, Irene quickly shook her head, babbling nervously, "I didn't do anything. I swear, I didn't." The man calmly repeated, "Your hand." Still trembling, she reluctantly held it out. In an instant, he fastened a glowing band around her wrist, sealed tight. It wouldn't come off no matter how she tugged at it. "What is this?" she asked, bewildered. "A token," he replied. Then he added a warning. "We'll help you get inside, but you must keep your promise." With that, he raised his hand and called the others. "Everyone, let's begin." The words had barely left his lips before dozens of magic circles lit up in front of Irene. Power surged, and beams of destructive energy hurled themselves straight at the holy temple. Boom! The explosion shook the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing into the sky. Irene froze, dumbfounded. So this was their method of helping me enter the temple? Not sneaking in, but blowing it to pieces. The cultists, delighted with their destruction, laughed and cheered triumphantly, as though they had just smashed open a toy chest. Seeing the scene, Irene grew suspicious and screamed inwardly, "These people are just using me to destroy the holy temple, aren't they?" Watching them laugh like maniacs, Irene suddenly felt a chill of fear. Why are they acting so crazy all of a sudden? Are they just too excited? She quietly slipped into a bush behind them, hiding. The cultists weren't just laughing wildly. They began shouting at the top of their lungs, "Terror strike!" Irene could only mutter to herself, feeling sorry for the poor temple priests who had to deal with lunatics like these. Suddenly, one of the fanatics turned and looked straight at her, his eyes silently saying, "Well, why aren't you going in yet?" At last, Irene understood they were drawing attention to themselves to create a path for her. Still creepy as hell. But sorry for the misunderstanding. Thanks. I'll make sure to recommend you all to the demon later. With that thought, she bolted forward. Luckily, the holy temple wasn't too crowded at the moment. Most priests were preoccupied outside, struggling against the rampaging demon. Meanwhile, in the Chamberlain family's sanctuary, citizens huddled in safety while voices buzzed. So this is a refuge for us commoners? Not exactly. The Chamberlains have been a renowned house for generations. That's right. They've built so many institutions. Monasteries, infirmaries, orphanages, countless buildings, each serving the people. The refugees couldn't help but murmur in confusion. The Chamberlains are rebelling. Yet they're protecting us? What on earth is happening? By logic, the Chamberlains should have been condemned for daring to rise against the emperor. But instead, the people were safe under their care. How strange. The empire's greatest heroes suddenly turned traitor. But maybe there's a reason behind all this? The streets are littered with pamphlets criticizing the royal family. Perhaps they're right. If the throne can't even defend its nation and its people, why should we keep supporting them? Why must we sacrifice our lives for a crown that can't protect us? What is the will of the gods, really? What is the glory and honor of the empire worth, if it only sends common folk to die? And so, many began to whisper that a so-called traitor who protected them was worth far more than an emperor who forced them into endless wars. Of course, not everyone thought this way. Just then, a sudden cry rang out. A man doubled over, clutching his chest, coughing violently. Concerned people rushed to his side. "Are you all right?" But before he could answer, he coughed up blood. His eyes rolled back white, foam spilling from his mouth, and on his neck a vivid crimson mark began to burn into existence. Within moments he collapsed, lifeless. Gasps and screams spread through the shelter. Then, from another corner, another scream, another collapse. Panic spread like wildfire. At last, someone noticed the strange sigil burned into the victim's skin and cried out in terror. "This is the work of the demon." The crowd turned from fear to rage. "Damn it! Weren't we told this place was safe?" At that moment, Claudia returned. The air was heavy with curses directed at her. It's her fault. This is divine punishment. Because she dared to rebel. Ignoring their words, Claudia rushed to the fallen man and knelt, pouring her power into him. Slowly, the demonic mark began to fade. His breathing steadied, and life returned to him. Seeing this, the accusers grew ashamed, their anger silenced. But Claudia was left pale and trembling. The healing had drained her strength, leaving her swaying on her feet. The Spirit King caught her just in time to keep her from collapsing. "It's all right," she insisted weakly. But the Spirit King's face was filled with pain. "You're pushing yourself too far, Claudia." Her brows furrowed, but her gaze remained steady. "If I don't push myself now, then when should I?" The Spirit King looked at her, and in that moment memories of his first master surged forth. The same determination, the same words. Seeing Claudia's back, he was reminded of the figure he had once sworn loyalty to, and his heart ached with bittersweet nostalgia. On the other side, Benjamin held a cigarette in his hand. His face no longer bore that perpetual grin it once had. Instead, he glared furiously at the dark shadow before him and demanded, "Why did you let her escape?" The demon's soul responded calmly, without a trace of concern. "At this point, I am no longer obligated to follow your orders. I have already fulfilled the terms of the pact that was transferred to you." Benjamin let out a weary sigh. No wonder he was so obedient before. But a demon is still a demon. His expression darkened, his voice carrying a quiet threat. "Nebas, I do not appreciate it when my plans are ruined. You call yourself a clown demon, don't you? Then this must just be another one of your pranks." Even as he spoke, Benjamin thought to himself, "If he were human, I'd have killed him long ago. And if I had the time, I would have replaced him with another demon. But right now I can do neither. I have no choice but to tolerate him." Clicking his tongue, Benjamin put his expression back under control and said evenly, "Then let me make you a proposal. I want to possess the soul of a demon within my body. and still be able to live. The clown demon, Nebas, tilted his head and asked, "And what price will you pay for that?" Benjamin clarified immediately, "I said a proposal, not a contract. In fact, it's quite an appealing offer for you, isn't it? Two bad demons can't use their full power in the human realm, unless a contract is formed." The demonic soul of Nebas replied flatly. Benjamin, unfazed, responded with indifference. "Is that all? Then I'll simply find another one. A desire can only be transferred once, after all." Seeing Nebas's reaction, Benjamin continued with cool composure. "You sound as though you really want to form a contract with me. What is it you desire?" He cast a dismissive glance at the demon soul drifting about and sneered. "Don't tell me it's something as trivial as a dream. Or perhaps my soul." Calmly, Benjamin pressed on. "Why would you even want a soul so corrupted it would be torn into 100 pieces and scattered across the pits of hell?" Hearing this, the demon soul Nebas let out a mocking laugh. "You truly are overconfident in yourself." On the other side, Irene had already reached the entrance of the temple. Before stepping inside, she stood outside, staring at the cracks splintering across its walls, her teeth chattering with worry as she whispered a prayer in her mind. "Oh mages, thank you for leading them astray, but please, don't bring the whole place down." She stepped carefully inside, one foot after another. Irene had passed through these halls before, so the paths were not the problem. What weighed on her was the fear of running into Benjamin. She told herself she had to move quickly, strike like lightning, leave no chance for surprises. But then, from behind her, a hand suddenly reached out. Irene sensed it instantly and jolted, spinning around and throwing a punch backward, shouting "Victory punch!" Yet her blow was effortlessly caught. When she looked properly, she realized the one behind her was Felix. At first, she mistook him for Felix indeed, but when she saw the eyes and the expression on that face, she immediately realized this was not Felix at all, but Lurie. Seeing him, Irene broke into a bright smile and said, "Thank goodness you're all right. And Felix too. He's safe, isn't he?" At her words, Lares froze slightly, his expression stiffening. Irene continued, "But wait. Why are you Lares now, and even with Walter's face? Do the two of you need more time to split your souls?" Lares' once cheerful expression turned grim. He looked at Irene and said, "You know, even though I've kept denying it, it seems I've failed after all." As he spoke, he let his sword fall to the ground with a metallic clang. Hearing this, Irene frowned, puzzled. "Failed? What do you mean?" Lurie explained, "If I wanted to become a perfect demon, I had to descend into the human world. But instead of becoming whole, I've only grown more fractured with each passing day. Ever since I met you, I feel as if I've completely broken. Besides, if I truly did become a perfect demon..." At this point, Lurie lowered his head, raised both hands to cover his face, and fell silent. Irene kept turning over that single word, failure. Worried, she pressed on, "Why do you think you've failed?" Lurie, Laraj's fragmented soul, still held his hands tightly over his face as he answered, "The demons I've seen in the underworld never behave like this. Which is why, even if I found a new body, it would be meaningless." Seeing how crushed he looked, Irene reached out as if to comfort him. "I don't know what a perfect demon is supposed to be, but at the very least, you would still have a body of your own." She gently took Lurie's hands from his face. To her shock, he was sobbing uncontrollably. "So, because I can't become a perfect demon, I'm doomed to wander inside a human body for the rest of my life?" Watching him cry like that, Irene tried to reassure him. "As long as you keep living, someday your chance will come. But if you give up, then everything ends in that instant." Suddenly, Lurie placed one trembling hand on Irene's shoulder, leaned close, and whispered, "I don't want to forget you." Then he collapsed against her shoulder, weeping. Irene held his shaking hand and murmured, "I won't forget you. I'll always remember that even a fragment of Laraj loved me." Her words warmed Lurie's heart. He smiled through his tears and said, "You really are sweet. In the end, you've made me love you, even though this memory too will fade after our talk." Shaking off the weight of the moment, Irene turned back toward her mission. "Come on then, cheer up, we still have to reach Constantine. Do you know what I've gone through to get here? Utter chaos." She rattled on, only to notice Lurie had stopped moving. She halted, turned back, and asked, "Why aren't you coming?" Lurie's voice cut through. What are you waiting for? What? That's my line. Irene protested, but Lurie stood rooted to the spot. Run, Irene. His sudden words froze her. What are you saying? You're coming with me, aren't you? He didn't answer her questions, just kept insisting. Hide anywhere you can. You're making no sense, she snapped. Finally, Lurie explained. I don't know how he was summoned here, but we can't win. Not even if Felix and I fought together. The miasma is too strong. On my way here, I saw how death had poisoned the very soil. For it to be that corrupted, only a high-ranking demon with a title and an army could manage it. Irene's eyes widened. You mean, the clown demon is really that powerful? Clown demon? Lurie echoed, startled. Irene relayed what she had overheard. The mages said Benjamin had summoned a jester demon called Nebas. Lurie frowned, confused. Nebas? He was a low-level demon. Since when did he gain a title and a legion? His expression darkened as realization dawned. So my master abandoned a failure like me, and chose the jester instead. Times change, I suppose. Bitterness flickered across his face, but then he dismissed it with a shake of his head. No matter who it is, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters now is this: you must escape. Irene froze, her unease showing on her face. Don't worry, Lurie reassured her. Go. I won't let your lover's soul be sacrificed. The implication hit Irene like lightning. Stunned, she asked, This is really the best way you can manage? I can't promise, Lurie said softly, but I'll try. You mean to disappear? Irene stepped toward him, her voice trembling. He only smiled and urged her. I told you to go. Why are you still here? The calm in his face terrified her even more. She rushed to him, crying out, What reckless idea are you entertaining? Do you think you're Felix? Just as she reached him, Lurie said suddenly, Then let's make a deal. His words made her stop short. I absolutely refuse to see you die, he continued. So I'll protect your love. In return, you must remember me. That's all I ask. Now go. Irene couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She buried her face, clutching his sleeve. If only I could walk away without looking back. You're stronger than you think, Lurie said, brushing his hand through her hair. Do you know something? Whether the world collapsed or not, I had already planned to seize this body and run away with you. She blinked in shock. But after meeting you, I changed my mind, he went on. I came all this way for you. He lifted a strand of her hair, kissed it, and whispered, So let me die for you. Irene slapped his hand sharply. You damnable demon. Lurie just laughed. You only realized that now? Before she could retort, a rushing noise filled the air. A wave of miasma hurtled toward her. Fortunately, Lurie was there. He pulled her tightly into his arms, shielding her, and shattered the attack before it could reach her. After the attack, Irene stared at the thick black energy rushing wildly before her eyes and asked, What is that? Lurie remained tense, shielding her with his body. Now you understand why I told you to run. You're human, you can't last long in this place. Protecting you here will only drag me down. He turned to face her, gripping her hands firmly. His eyes were serious. Irene, listen carefully. This is our last chance. The miasma will surge again soon. With this, you'll be able to endure a little longer. He clasped her wrist and sent his spiritual energy into her. Then he instructed, When I open the path, run straight ahead. Don't look back. This is my final request. Can you do it? Though unwilling to leave Lurie behind, Irene was powerless. She lowered her head and gave a reluctant nod. Laraj's fragment gathered all its strength, manifesting a radiant bow. He drew it and fired an arrow of light that split the darkness, carving a path forward for Irene. In that moment, his thoughts echoed. Perhaps you were right. Maybe I've only lived so that I could die. So I'll burn myself away for you. Please, step on the shattered fragments of me, as if they were fallen stars. Let them pierce your skin and sting, so you'll never forget me. Lurie's one wish was simple, that Irene would carry his memory forever. He released her, letting go of both his love and his hope. One last arrow flared, opening the way, just before Irene dashed out of the temple. She turned back once, eyes full of longing. He was still standing there, smiling at her. Goodbye, he said softly. Meanwhile, Benjamin arrived. He had witnessed their parting and found it amusing. What a laughable thing, he sneered. Sacrificing yourself just to be remembered? For a moment I thought you were young Master Chamberlain with that noble spirit. But no, you're just a shard of Laraj, aren't you? He advanced, grinning. Then again, it makes sense. After all, you were the demon of love. Lurie looked at him calmly. What? Did that disappoint you? Benjamin scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. I can give you one chance. If you want to survive, devour the master of that body. Consume Felix. Lurie smirked at him. Tell me, are you a man or a demon? Benjamin replied without hesitation. As you see, I am human, and I thought you were nothing but a parasite leeching off the strong. These little tricks, they're the antics of a low-class demon. Lurie bared his teeth in a grin. Then you weren't listening from the start, were you? I told her already, I'm nothing but a broken fragment. A failure. At first, Benjamin looked puzzled by Lurie's words, but he quickly dismissed it with a sigh and a click of his tongue. Forget it. I don't have much time to waste on chatter. You know what I'm here for, don't you? I have to capture her before she gets any further. The moment Irene's name left his lips, Lurie's demeanor changed at once. His brows knitted, his voice sharp with warning. Don't you dare lay a finger on Irene. I haven't told you yet, have I? Your opponent isn't me. It's him. Benjamin chuckled and pointed toward the dense demonic aura swirling nearby. Then he looked back at Lurie and sneered. Then I wish you both a delightful little game. After that, you can vanish for good. Lurie froze. He realized at last, the Benjamin standing before him wasn't real. It was only an illusion conjured by Nebas. He had fallen into the Jester Demon's trap. So that's it, Lurie thought grimly. If I want Irene to be safe, I have to bring him down. But Nebas was far trickier than expected. Lurie clenched his teeth. Just how strong is this clown? He had already suspected victory was impossible, but not that the odds were this crushing. Still, he had made his choice. The die was cast, there was no turning back now. He tightened his trembling hand into a fist, forcing himself forward. His voice rang out, steady but defiant. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Nebas? You've grown. The Jester Demon grinned, his form twisting until he revealed his true grotesque body. Yes, Nebas hissed, his smile stretching wide. It has been a long time. Irene was still forcing herself to run for her life, coughing violently as the miasma clawed at her lungs. Damn it! How can a demon's power be this overwhelming? She cursed inwardly. Her vision blurred. The haze was part poison, part weakness. Every step felt like it might be her last. She was on the edge of collapse, yet she refused to stop. People always said that even when the sky falls, there's always a crack to slip through. But here, now, everything seemed ruined, no escape, no way back. Doubt began to gnaw at her. Can I really not change this with my own strength? Am I only meant to keep running, praying for some miracle to save me? Her chest tightened, tears streaming down her face as despair whispered. Maybe this is punishment. Even though I defied the world's absolute laws, in the bloom of a withered flower, the story still drags itself back to its tragic fate. No matter how I struggle, is everything destined to end in sorrow? She had lost all sense of direction. The only thing left was to keep running forward into the darkness. That was when Benjamin caught up. His hand shot out, seizing her. Irene, half delirious, thought for a moment he was a hallucination. But his grip was real. Her mind clouded. He sneered. Seems you're not even lucid anymore. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. After all, I've already caught you. He yanked at her arm, trying to drag her away. Despite her weakness, Irene resisted, thrashing against him. Let go of me, she screamed, then bit down hard on his hand. Benjamin's patience snapped. With a vicious motion, he slapped her across the face. I enjoy the hunt, he spat. But once my prey is caught, I show no mercy. Don't bother playing innocent, it won't help you. When we're back at the manor, the first thing I'll deal with are those troublesome legs of yours. Don't worry. I'll let you have the medicine before I cut them. He hefted Irene onto his shoulder like a sack, a cigarette still dangling between his fingers. Taking a long drag, he exhaled smoke and jeered. Struggle all you want. If you want another beating, by all means, keep squirming. All of a sudden, Irene's mind cleared. The dizziness faded. Ironically, thanks to the blow Benjamin had struck her. So that's it. Because he's working with that Jester Demon, he isn't affected by the miasma at all. She steadied her breath. Calm down. I've come this far, I'm not going back to a cell. I can't give up and let fate drag me wherever it wants. Even if the ending is still tragedy, things have already changed. None of us gave up, we all tried to carve our own paths. Not even the original story, not even the so-called god of misfortune, can erase those choices. Even if we fail, at least we fought. As Benjamin carried her on his shoulder, Irene suddenly noticed something ahead. A dark, formless mass hovering in the air. She didn't know what it was, but one thing was certain. Benjamin couldn't see it. He marched on casually, never sparing it a glance. Earlier she had cursed that there was no crack to escape through. Yet here it was, a crack in reality itself. Could this be the work of that demon from before? Is it some kind of abyss, the so-called grave of demons? Or maybe it's tied to Benjamin's contract. Irene couldn't be sure. Still, one thing made sense. If Benjamin wanted her dead, he would have killed her long ago. The fact that he was dragging her back alive meant he had some purpose. Then better to risk this than to be hauled away in chains. A fierce thought blazed through her mind. If I die in there, at least I might see Lurie again. And apologize. Decision made. Irene stretched out her hand toward the black circle. The instant her fingers brushed it, a violent force seized her body and pulled her inside. It happened so fast that Benjamin staggered, caught off guard, unable to hold her back. As she slipped from his grasp, Irene glanced over her shoulder, lips curling into a defiant smile. Her voice rang out, steady and fearless. Even if it kills me, I'll never let you get what you want. On the other side, Lurie was locked in combat with Nebas when a strike pierced clean through his abdomen. The Jester Demon's attack had landed true, stabbing into him with brutal force. Lurie staggered, his hand instinctively clutching at his stomach, only to steady himself and mutter, "Stay calm. It isn't my body that's been hit, it's my soul." Nebas sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "You've become almost human." Grinding his teeth, Lurie shot back, "No need to remind me I'm a defective piece." But then something strange caught his attention. The fragment of soul that had been struck began peeling away from him, drifting toward Nebas as though pulled by some unseen current. A cold suspicion rose in Lurie's mind. This isn't just Nebas. His voice rang out, sharp and demanding. "Where is the one who forged the pact with you?" "This isn't the time for questions," Nebas snapped back. "Focus on me." With that, another surge of demonic energy lashed out at him. Lurie braced himself, weaving counterspells, but his eyes never left his opponent. The jester barely moved, yet each strike carried devastating force. It was too controlled, too efficient. As Lurie fought, a thought gnawed at him. This style, it feels familiar. Too familiar. It unsettled him further. Nebas should have been cackling, taunting, reveling in cruelty like the pathetic, low-tier demon he once was. But he wasn't. There was no manic laughter, no theatrics. Only cold, relentless precision. And that inconsistency made Lurie's doubts grow sharper. No matter how much power a demon gains, their instincts, their habits, those don't just vanish. So who? A sudden strike slipped through, grazing across Lurie's cheek. The sting, combined with all the doubts he had carried until now, solidified his suspicions. His judgment was correct. Nebas could never have been this strong. The demon before him was none other than Laraj himself. Just realizing it now? Laraj sneered. With a surge of dark energy, he shed the guise of Nebas, pulling off the mask. His long, flowing blue hair gleamed, eerily reminiscent of Elifia. "I only meant to test how far you'd come, but you've proven utterly disappointing." Now certain of the truth, Lurie narrowed his eyes. "Why are you here? And why pretend to be Nebas?" "I heard the summoning and decided to join," Laraj replied coldly. "Besides, Nebas no longer exists." Lurie's frown deepened. "No longer exists? What do you mean? And when humans summoned him, why was it you who answered?" Laraj's expression was calm, almost bored. "He grew arrogant, so I devoured him." Then his voice sharpened like a blade. "And I'll devour you as well. Return to me, restore my honor, and become once more the fragment you were meant to be." Cold sweat slid down Lurie's back. Laraj continued. "The summoner's price was clear, your death, and the destruction of the body you could never fully claim. I came with my bow to unmake this world. All that you are came from me. You have no right to resist." Lurie felt the certainty of death pressing on him, yet forced himself to ask one final question. "After you consume me, what then? Who will you target next?" Laraj instantly understood the true meaning. You're worried about the human girl you left behind. The words cut deep. Lurie flinched, guilt pricking his chest. Didn't you once say demons ruled the world, with humanity as their foundation? That demons cannot exist without humans. Correct, Laraj said, eyes narrowing. Which is why demons must draw close to them, observe them, study them. His gaze turned fierce. But I never commanded you to love a human, nor to be entangled in such fleeting emotions. She is only mortal. She will die before she sees 100 years, only to be reborn again, over and over, in endless cycles of futility. Laraj's words twisted like thorns in Lurie's heart. Memories of Irene's warm hand in his, her voice promising she would never forget him. They filled him with a bittersweet ache. Those memories, that warmth, he couldn't bear to lose them. He returned his gaze to Laraj, defiant. Sending me to the human world was your mistake. I've changed. My very nature has changed. I will not return to you. You have no right to take me back. And I will not die by your will. As he spoke, Lurie's power burst outward, raw and unyielding. Laraj only scoffed, contempt curling his lips. Such lofty ambition. And yet, all you can muster are a few incantations? Is this the extent of your rebellion? Lurie ignored Laraj's scorn and kept chanting, lips moving in steady rhythm. So the body you inhabit once belonged to a sorcerer, Laraj remarked coldly. You've resisted absorbing his emotions, yet you've managed to steal a few of his tricks. Lines of power etched themselves into the ground. A great circle of runes flared beneath Laraj's feet as Lurie's incantation reached its peak. A demon who lives only in the underworld, Lurie said through gritted teeth, could never understand what one cast into the human realm might discover or learn. Laraj's expression remained as flat and unshaken as stone. You still haven't grasped the truth, have you? 1,000 years, 1,000,000, 100,000,000, it wouldn't matter. You will never wound me. With those words, he struck. Blades of demonic energy rained from all directions, plunging into Lurie's soul and tearing into the mortal body he controlled. Laraj smirked as his assault continued. You can't even evade a single strike. How do you expect to win? I could absorb you here and now without even causing pain. Do you want me to? He gripped the spectral weapon lodged in Lurie's chest, twisting it cruelly. But Lurie only chuckled weakly, blood on his lips. No need, he rasped. You're no different from fragile humans, blind to their limits, yet still charging headlong into the impossible. And yet, even knowing it can't be done, they fight anyway. Laraj's eyes narrowed, and he thrust out his hand. A surge of crushing energy erupted, far more devastating than before, hammering down on Lurie. The temple, already groaning with cracks, finally gave way. The pillars collapsed, walls shattering in thunderous ruin. Amidst the falling debris, Lurie's body crashed to the ground, broken. Laraj strode forward and seized him by the head, wrenching his face upward. Any last words? Bow an arrow of mine? Through the haze of pain, Lurie's lips curled into a defiant smile. He raised a trembling hand, gripping Laraj's wrist. My name is Lurie, he whispered. I exist in this world as myself, not as a fragment of you. Laraj's patience finally snapped. With a scowl, he lashed out, sending Lurie sprawling to the side. Enough of this nonsense. Return to me at once. What a waste of time, he growled, turning his back to leave. But suddenly he froze. Silver chains burst forth, wrapping tightly around his body. His eyes widened. A self-sacrificial spell? A towering pillar of light then crashed down from above, striking Laraj directly. The impact severed all of his contracts, cutting off his tether to the mortal realm. The conduit that had fed him power from the underworld shattered, sealing his strength away entirely. Laraj turned back, glaring at Lurie with something almost like respect. To think you'd managed to bind me to this world, impressive. Perhaps only you would dare use that spell. For an insect, I'll admit, you've defeated me. He clicked his tongue as he glanced at Lurie, sprawled on the ground. For a moment it seemed Lurie had died, yet somehow his hand twitched faintly. Laraj bent, attempting to consume him, but pulled back with another hiss of annoyance. TCH. His soul is too fractured. Absorbing it won't even register. As Laraj withdrew, he noticed something strange. The body before him was shifting, dissolving back into its true owner. What remained was not a fragment, but a radiant, pure soul. So that was it, Laraj thought bitterly. That shard of me was tainted because it brushed too close to this one's emotions. Felix stirred. Slowly he opened his eyes. Tears spilled down his cheeks without warning, leaving him bewildered. Laraj narrowed his gaze. Why do you cry? Felix's voice trembled. These aren't my tears. Then they belong to Luri? Laraj mused aloud. Felix pushed himself upright, still unsteady, and staggered toward the demon. His fists clenched, his face twisted with pain. I've answered your question, Felix said, grabbing Laraj's collar with both hands. Now it's my turn to ask. Laraj, strangely calm, replied, Very well. What is it you wish to know? I've no reason to harm you now, so I will answer. Felix's eyes burned as he demanded through gritted teeth. Where is she? You're using quite a brutal method, Laraj said calmly, then cast a sidelong glance. The answer to your question. You'll probably find it there. Felix followed his gaze and turned. He saw Benjamin, staggering with a deep wound across his head. Benjamin panted heavily, confused. What's going on here? Felix's eyes turned cold as he looked straight at him. Not even in my nightmares did I think I'd see that face again. Earlier, when Benjamin had captured Irene, a strange rift had suddenly opened, and she slipped inside, escaping. The rift radiated with demonic miasma, and Benjamin had assumed it was Nebuz's doing. He cursed the jester demon for treachery and planned to hunt him down. But then the temple collapsed, nearly crushing him to death. To make matters worse, his pact ended abruptly, stripping him of his immunity to the miasma. Benjamin didn't know why the contract had broken, but if not for sheer luck, and running into Constantine, who had been freed when the prison crumbled, he would have suffocated long ago. Constantine had saved him first, then pressed him for answers. What are you doing here? Benjamin's instincts told him to retreat, but the chaos of events kept pulling him forward. So he pushed on until he arrived here. And when he did, he saw two figures, Felix Chamberlain, and another whose identity he could not place. The moment that stranger glanced up at him with those burning red eyes, Benjamin froze. A chill ran through him. Those eyes, the same as the demon who made the contract with me. At last, realization hit. It had all been a trap. He had been deceived from the very beginning. Cold sweat poured down his back. From behind, Constantine spoke grimly. The moment you thought you could use demons for your schemes, I knew this would come. That you've made it this far is already a miracle. Benjamin grit his teeth. Enough. I've seen enough. We shouldn't advance further. We retreat. You think they'll let us retreat? Constantine shot back. Even he now felt the danger. Felix was so powerful that even the air itself was being consumed, converted into mana for him to absorb. Both men realized the truth. Felix Chamberlain had become a monster they could not hope to face. Without lifting a finger, Felix bound them in place. Invisible chains snapped around Benjamin and Constantine, locking them where they stood. Benjamin cursed under his breath. I told you we should have fled. And now look, we're trapped together. But Felix only smirked. He had bound them, yes, but he had not unleashed his true power. It was almost mocking restraint. Laraj's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? You ask too many questions, Felix said, glancing at him. How they're dealt with is not mine alone to decide. Laraj tilted his head, intrigued. So, you would spare them? I'm not here to play God, Felix replied evenly. I have limits to what I'll tolerate. Once those limits are crossed, I no longer see my enemy as a life worth sparing. Wherever they go, they will never feel safe again. Then he turned back to Laraj. For now, I've no business with them, so they'll sit here quietly and wait. Is that answer enough for you, Laraj? Felix cut straight to the point, his voice sharp. Enough games. Where is Irene? Laraj smirked, lips curling into a sly grin. If I toy with you, it's only because I care. Better to ease your tension a little, don't you think? But Felix was done. His patience snapped as raw power flared from him, the air trembling under his will. His brow furrowed, and his voice rang out like thunder. This is your final warning, Laraj. Have you not played enough? I don't care where your schemes began, or what end you planned. The only reason your contract with the humans broke was because of the sacrifice of that fragment. In the ruins around them, two men stood locked in a cold, hostile glare. Felix Chamberlain and Laraj. Their gazes were knives, their silence heavy with calculations. Neither of us can unleash our full strength in the human world, Felix thought bitterly. But if Irene is harmed, I will not hold back. Even if it costs me my reason, I'll tear everything apart. Do not test me, Felix warned, his voice cutting like steel. Laraj wore a look of calm arrogance, lips curling faintly. He closed his eyes and spoke, his tone detached yet laced with disdain. If you punish them now, then it means I can never rest either. How arrogant you are. His face remained as indifferent as ever, but every word dripped with pride. In another corner of the ruins, two men silently observed the confrontation. Inside, Laraj's mind was turning. What is the best move now? With two candidates seeking contracts, all he needed was to forge a new pact to regain his strength. His eyes flicked toward Felix. Yes, that one understood it too. But with that furious expression, Felix would not hold out much longer. Laraj felt a growing curiosity. What would happen to him if something happened to her? Fragmented thoughts churned in his head. One of the men weighing his options muttered, God will not look kindly upon this, best to just stay and watch. Then he added to the other, as you said, my power has been sealed. Perhaps the girl has already been trapped in a rift between dimensions. Felix's eyes widened. A dimensional rift? Without another word, he unleashed his power, ripping open the fabric of space itself. A deafening crack split the air, followed by fragments of reality cascading down like shattered glass. Laraj arched a brow. So, you've already begun? I don't have time to waste, Felix answered sharply. He cast a glance at Laraj, then up toward the rift, which was already beginning to seal itself again. Laraj lowered his gaze to his hand, frustrated at having lost his connection to the human world. If I could infiltrate a mere mortal, that would be convenient, wouldn't it, Lurie? He turned toward Constantine and Benjamin, addressing them with an unsettling friendliness. Tell me, humans, do you know why demons can never leave the underworld? Stepping closer, his voice dripped with venom. Why is it that angels soar to heaven, basking in power and glory, while demons suffocate in the pit? Why does God impose impossible standards only upon demons? Why must the world be decided this way? His tone sharpened, anger flaring as he continued his rant. Are not both angels and demons children of God alike? Faith in chains, that is all. Among demons there is no such thing as betrayal, no exploitation, no trampling of one another, except for me. The beasts who believe treachery is the shortcut to power prove nothing but their own weakness. You climb too fast and in a moment you will fall. And you too, he sneered at them. You've proven that well enough. Laraj gave a cold laugh, placing his hand against Benjamin's face. Do you wish to make a contract? This time there will be no breaking it. Do it well. At first, Benjamin glared with arrogance. But in the next instant terror seized him. What are you saying? He shouted. Before blood spilled suddenly from his mouth, Laraj's voice, brimming with triumph, cut through the air. Well then, in his hand, Benjamin's heart still throbbed, beating desperately in the demon's grasp. Benjamin's plea came out in a strangled whisper, begging for his life. But mercy was not in Laraj's design. In a vast, alien dimension, Irene wandered in a daze, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Where am I now? A starless, murky sky stretched endlessly above her. She let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, At least I managed to escape that world. But then, ahead of her, a shadow emerged. At first glance, it looked like Felix. Yet as she drew closer, she realized it was not him. The figure resembled Lurie, though his form was different. Irene stepped forward cautiously, curiosity lighting her eyes. Wait, you're not Felix? Not even Walter. Her own realization startled her. She circled him, studying his every detail, the fall of his hair, the strange color of his eyes. If this isn't Felix and not Walter, then what? An illusion born of a demon? Laraj, inhabiting the familiar shape of Lurie, recalled that form with satisfaction. Smiling coldly, pleased with the vessel he had chosen, the demon greeted her. Well, a pleasure to meet you, wanderer from another dimension. Irene froze, stunned. How could you? Laraj's grin deepened, mocking. But Irene cut him off sharply. No, that doesn't matter right now. You're Laraj, aren't you? You're a real demon. He nodded. That's right. But, before he could finish, Irene leapt with sudden joy, as if she had found salvation. Then it's fine. You're here. You can help me. Her excitement was unstoppable, words tumbling out in a rush. You don't know what's happening outside this dimension, do you? Your fragment. It's in danger of being destroyed. Laraj, are you even listening to me? He gazed at her with vacant, indifferent eyes, yet inwardly felt something stir, something unusual. She, meanwhile, thought to herself, even after being cast into another dimension, I can't stop worrying about the fate of the world. This is what I've longed to face. Her heart trembled. And him, this demon who abandoned vengeance just to seek me out. We are alike, aren't we? Laraj crossed his arms, a faint smile curling on his lips. Strange, so very much alike. Are you even hearing me? Irene demanded, frowning. Are you listening to me at all? At last, Laraj spoke, his tone calm and merciless. I destroyed Lurie. You what? You haven't even entered the human world. How? Irene's voice cracked with disbelief. But Laraj explained coolly. From the beginning, it was not Nebas who was summoned into the human realm. It was me. I was the one who called you here. Cold sweat broke across Irene's skin. Laraj went on. This space. It is the domain I was granted for fulfilling a god's demand. It is the landscape of my consciousness. I exist outside and here at the same time. That is why. Then, almost lazily, he added, and fortunately for you, your beloved still lives unharmed. Irene asked doubtfully, really? What about Lurie? Were you planning to harm Lurie? Laraj looked at her in surprise. What are you saying? From the very beginning I entered the human world to absorb Lurie. And he gets angry over just that. He avoided answering because there was nothing else to call it. So you call it that? But still, you called it with so much affection, Irene added. Laraj panicked and said, it doesn't hurt that much. Yet, opposite to his chaotic feelings was the excitement he felt when she asked about Lurie. Lurie is safe, isn't he? Still, he tried to use his powers to check for her. Her eyes brimmed with expectation, but he only replied, you'll know once he's rescued. Irene stared at him, her mind in turmoil. Why did I end up inside this novel? Kim Hee-soo, who had entered Irene's body, couldn't stop wondering about it. If there really was a being above humans in this world, then surely there must be a reason that being brought someone like her, someone who already knew the story, here. Maybe she had some kind of mission. But time just went by without any kind of revelation. Instead, countless misfortunes struck like floodwaters. She had to struggle not to be sold off, and endure a debtor of a so-called father who had no right to be called a parent. She had no time to wallow in loneliness or homesickness. In that hopelessness, Irene stood up, her eyes fierce and strong. Whatever, just live first, figure it out later. Once she thought it through, she encouraged herself. That's how Irene learned to endure and decided to adapt. She reasoned, if this world has a god, and that god brought her here, then it was probably out of boredom, not because she was necessary. How could an ordinary person be expected to make a difference in this world? She must have fallen in here by pure chance. Yet, sometimes Irene feared she might suddenly return to her original world, because here she had already met so many precious people. But then, her eyes shone as she realized, someone who could recognize she came from another world had appeared. That someone was not even a god, but a demon who even made a deal with the gods. Wait, she thought, how can that demon make a deal with a god? When I transmigrated into a book without even knowing why. She fumed, imagining Laraj's smug face while striking a bargain with divinity. She wondered, aren't demons supposed to be the race abandoned by the dragon god, who hate the gods to death and corrupt humankind? Suddenly Laraj seemed to hear her thoughts, and said, you're right. She flinched and murmured, ah. Laraj continued, demons exist only to test and tempt humans, because humans are favored by the gods. His face was ice cold as he cracked his fingers to show his strength, then added, to the gods, demons exist for that purpose alone. He shrugged afterward. When Irene saw who had arrived, she panicked and tried to explain, because it was someone she had just mentioned. But before she could finish, he cut her off. No need for pity. We demons, our essence is human. Favoring humans is only natural. She suddenly asked, wait, essence of humans? What do you mean? He wanted her to understand, so he began. Where should I start? You know there are many dimensions in this world, right? She stammered, maybe, then asked, Then who is the god of your world? The god Deseo? Laraj replied, yes, this world could be called the consciousness realm of Deseo. In human terms, this world is like a work created by the god, something like a play or a novel. What? A novel? She gasped. Seeing her reaction, he smirked. Judging by your reaction, it seems this world is indeed a novel, isn't it? But she quickly protested. And no way. Failing to feign ignorance, she collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Even if I know, so what? Laraj looked indifferent. That's how it is. Out of curiosity, I called an outsider like you here. Even if you know, I can't do anything about it. She was stunned. Really? He went on. Although you see me here now, my true self exists out there. My existence in the consciousness realm is different. In the same way, there is a Deseo outside, distinct from the god Deseo we know. If this world is a novel, then the author is the true body of Deseo. You were brought here by the outer Deseo. The Deseo of this consciousness world only obeys the will of that true body. She looked bewildered, but stayed silent except for a faint. He continued, just like my outer self brought you into my consciousness world. She was even more shocked. Ha! Then burst out angrily. What? How does the author even know me? But he only answered coolly. There's no way of knowing. The god's demand was for me to obey its will. What I gained from the deal is this. Think about it, Laraj said. Rin's eyes widened. I don't know? How could I know? Then she fell silent as she suddenly remembered something. Wait, she recalled back in her original world. After finishing that novel The Flower Blooms on the Dead Branch, she had left a comment on the fan page. After reading it 20 times, I feel like I could make the heroine much happier. That thread had no interactions at all. So why did the author notice it? Tears streamed down Rin's face. She cried out even louder. Why treat a fan so cruelly? Laraj leaned down, staring intently at her, then tapped her forehead with his finger. But the outer Deseo knows nothing about the consciousness world. Rin, still grieving, shouted, Then why am I here? Laraj replied, Because you can make the heroine happier. That's why the god wanted you to. He poked Rin's cheek. She snapped irritably, Isn't this world the way it is because of him? Laraj's eyes flickered with confusion. Perhaps, as time passed, he grew fond of this world. Rin lifted her head, beaming. Just like you have feelings for Luri, right? Her bright smile made Laraj freeze for a moment. Slowly, he reached his hand toward her face, murmuring, The Deseo of the consciousness world told me this. He wants me to follow your will. Rin fell backward in shock, staring blankly at him. Laraj stood up, facing her. The god's request is for me to do as you wish. What I gained from the deal is this. It's nothing special, like getting a new toy. The purpose is to save Luri, isn't it? She asked. But he only said, Humph, this is my world. I can do whatever I want here as long as the god allows it. It seems even the god cannot abandon a demon willing to sacrifice himself to protect you. Laraj gazed intently at the fragments of Luri's soul in his hands and continued. If I had absorbed him, I could have revived him completely. But most of his soul has been shattered by the spell. I can only bring him back here. I had planned to use this chance to ask the god for something more useful. But this one, he only ever causes trouble. True to his word, the soul fragments gathered and formed a small, pitch-black Luri, tiny like a child, existing only within this dimension. He suddenly paused. Why are you smiling? Rin smiled to herself, thinking, Laraj truly is cold on the outside but warm within. Yet she didn't say that aloud. She only replied, Nothing. Looking at the little black child beside Laraj, she grinned. Lucky you. You wanted to be human, and now you have a human shape. Laraj crossed his arms, glanced at the dazed Luri and asked, Do you want to be human? Rin gave a goofy laugh. Oops, being human is like a ghost, right? Actually, he wanted to be a demon, didn't he? Little Luri, sweating and helpless, nodded in agreement. Laraj looked at him and answered, No, he definitely wants to be human. Because you are human. Rin couldn't process the touching moment. She stared blankly, cheeks flushed with embarrassment and speechless. She looked at Laraj and thought, I think I understand why Deseo chose Laraj among countless beings. Although Laraj's appearance was icy and handsome, and he always said, I don't want to do this, Rin thought at least he wouldn't abuse godlike power the way Benjamin would. Laraj was glancing at the small creature reborn from Luri's soul, and because he overheard Rin, he wondered, Benjamin? Rin suddenly leapt up and shouted that human name. How did that sinister human seal a contract with you? The man, still the same with the cold face, replied indifferently. That one. Then he curled his lips in rare satisfaction. I made a new contract with him to regain my power. His smugness grew more visible as he smiled broadly. Rin was stunned by the answer. What does that mean? Laraj recalled with satisfaction, holding Benjamin's heart in his hand. I carefully stabbed him but didn't let him die. Then I took his heart out, squeezed it gently, and offered a proposal. Naturally, he accepted the new contract immediately. The look in Laraj's eyes was truly demonic now, ruthless, while the heart thudded in his hand. Rin asked what was happening in the outside world. She wanted to know what on earth was going on. Yet he seemed to have already guessed the fear behind her question. You're afraid, aren't you? She thought to herself that she was far too small compared to this monster, and fell silent. Laraj said without looking at her, It's been a while since I regained my power, but nothing happened. His next sentence made her bewildered. Huh. He surprised her again by saying calmly, I didn't regain power to conquer the human realm. She was completely at a loss with the man before her. He used others' worry as his amusement. Then he fixed his gaze on the shadow appearing at his side for a while, and that shadow seemed frightened by his next complaint. I lost my power because that saboteur canceled my contract on his own. I only formed a new pact because I needed strength to return to the demon realm. And more importantly, I desperately wanted that one's soul. His expression grew even colder as he spoke. He's still alive, but I don't care whether he lives, not until he dies. She raised her hand and spoke carefully. But what do you need his soul for? Laraj's eyes lit up with a grin. I'm curious. How much must I torment him in purgatory before he repents? Souls like demon spirits are always interesting. Rin clutched her head in despair. He really is a whole different world. Laraj asked, So how do you want that one handled? Rin replied softly, I want to give the decision-making power to the Chamberlain brothers. Laraj glanced at her, put a hand to his mouth with amusement. Her lover said the same thing. Looks like you don't get a say. He stroked the child at his side. By now Luri had become more defined. His eyes were focused and cold. Laraj shrugged. Funny thing is, he remembers nothing in this form, so he won't bother you. Rin scowled. You always hold back saying everything, don't you? So annoying. She smiled. But still lucky you. Then she faltered a little. Since you helped me, I don't mean to rush you. She spoke each word cautiously, then bluntly asked, When do you plan to let me go? He, still stroking the soul child's head, looked slightly doubtful, but quickly gave her an answer. You cannot leave here. She burst into laughter, thinking he was joking, laughed again, and then his next words left her stunned. I am not joking. Rin shattered at that answer. She screamed in anger. Why? He answered. I only do as the Laraj of the outside world wills. Apparently my true body had no intention of bringing your lover here. He described the miserable truth as Laraj the two-horned sinister being explained the situation. Only those for whom a path is opened can enter. I only picked certain coordinates, he added. Rin cried a river. And what about the god's request that you follow my will? Laraj paused, loaded the information, and replied. The one requested was my outside world self. Rin went berserk. Cut the crap. What nonsense is that? Even as a demon you've got manners playing dirty like this. Isn't it time to end it? People say the wise know when to stop and walk away. Laraj watched her furious outburst in mild alarm and said, Oh. Rin kept raging. Oh? Go to hell. She cried and longed desperately to see Felix, but quickly composed herself. Calm down, think. She told herself if she punched that demon maybe he'd send her back. Her fists clenched, eyes full of resolve, and Laraj, as if reading her, said, You're about to do something ridiculous, aren't you? Rin exasperated. No other way. I'll use my fists to go back. The power of black belt taekwondo. She assumed the stance of a black belt fighter and began to perform a technique, as she once had in her old world. Laraj looked at her and remarked amusedly, You're ridiculous. Still she tightened her fists, took a run-up, and shouted, Hiya! Laraj was a little surprised by the small but genuine force she displayed. But just as she raised her fist and swung it into the air, a sharp crack rang out. The wall of space itself had fractured. Rin stared in shock at the glowing rift that opened before her. Laraj was just as astonished, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. I can't believe you broke through. Felix Chamberlain. Towering in the rift stood Felix Chamberlain, walking slowly toward them. He looked like a prince with his short platinum hair gleaming in the otherworldly light. Laraj looked at him and muttered, even if this world wasn't created by the prime god, it is still a dimension, and human magic should never be able to cross dimensions. His gaze narrowed on the figure approaching. Only a dragon could wield magic on that level. Rin watched the man she longed for approach, stunned, whispering, him a dragon? Felix. Laraj added, they existed in the ancient age. Looks like they're no longer just legend. Rin could hardly believe her eyes. She stammered, Felix? Is it really you? Felix reached her, laid a hand on her cheek, and answered softly, yes, it's me. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Her wide, sparkling eyes gazed at him as tears of joy fell. Why did you only come now? Felix gave a sheepish smile at her question. I came late, didn't I? I got a little lost on the way. I'm sorry, but... His eyes then locked on the wound across her face. Who did this to you? His voice trembled with pain. Rin faltered. This? She hesitated. But he had already pulled her tightly into his arms. Then he asked again, with eyes sharp as blades shifting toward Laraj. Was it him? Felix's gaze was cold, furious. The two men's eyes clashed like sparks, while the soul lingering in the shadows continued to watch. Laraj's thoughts turned inward. Felix has the strength of a dragon. He never made a pact with the gods, yet he follows Irene's every wish, even to the point of self-sacrifice. So the cost must have been deemed sufficient. More than that, because he helped Irene, a demon was destroyed to fuel the spell, but the gods overlooked it and allowed his resurrection. Granting dragon-level power to someone like him isn't too extravagant after all. Laraj smiled with smug satisfaction. His suspicions were confirmed. At first it was only a hunch, but now he was certain. Those whom she allows to remain by her side will one day obtain everything they desire. Of course, hardships and relentless trials will follow, but in the end they will be crowned with the brightest glory. As long as the true body of Deseo, the creator of this world, does not change its mind. Because Rin Amber's will remains unwavering, that will itself has become the eternal law of this world. While Felix was still pressing her. So who was it? Was it Benjamin? She only shook her head with a bright laugh, too overwhelmed with joy to even answer. Meanwhile, Laraj was lost in his own chain of thoughts. That girl is only human, yet she can bend this world at will. Truly fascinating. Luri will soon be reborn as a demon, and if I pass on to him the entirety of human intimacy and skill, then surely she'll be affected and changed, won't she? Rin turned her eyes back toward Laraj. At the same time Felix suddenly snapped at him. Laraj, what are you plotting? I told you, enough games. Laraj waved a hand dismissively. Nothing deep, but the two men glared at each other, sparks flying. Laraj smirked, his eyes locked on Felix, just as calculating as ever. Felix then declared, we're leaving. I hope today is the last time we ever meet. Rin glanced back timidly, raising a small hand to wave goodbye at Laraj. Once they had gone, his barrier stitched itself shut. Laraj exhaled slowly. It's over. Truly entertaining. He cast his eyes toward some unseen direction, and with a knowing smile murmured, isn't that right? Here we are, Irene, Felix said. She asked back, surprised. So soon? Just open your eyes slowly, he urged. When she opened them, she found herself beneath a great cherry blossom tree in full bloom. Petals cascaded down in the breeze, weaving a dreamlike world that belonged to only the two of them. Standing behind her, Felix smiled brightly. What do you think? He asked. Still dazed by the sight before her, she could only watch in wonder as the blossoms fell around them. Felix added cheerfully, they haven't even fully bloomed yet. Suddenly, Irene threw herself into his arms. The abrupt movement sent him tumbling down with a thud. Irene? What's wrong? Felix! She whispered his name. Her sudden embrace left him speechless, but after a moment he found his words. Are you hurt? You're not injured, are you? She answered with a radiant smile meant to comfort him. I'm fine, but his eyes lingered on the wound upon her face. You were struck? And you still say you're fine? Still smiling, she tried to ease his worry. Felix closed his eyes for a moment and muttered his suspicion. It was the Duke, wasn't it? If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go unpunished. His voice was heavy with self-blame. She comforted him with another smile, then teased, "Do you know something, Benjamin?" He gently stroked her hair. "What is it?" she said with a laugh. "I suddenly remembered. I had a grapefruit tart once and it was so bland. Strange, isn't it? I used to love them. Is that so?" he asked softly. "Even the colors of the sky had grown dull to me. I stopped gazing at it the way I used to. But since you returned as Walter, everything has become bright again." She told him happily of all she had gone through, and he listened, asking, "Truly? I feel the same." They lay together on the grass beneath the cherry tree, petals drifting down as if to celebrate their reunion. Felix's gaze was warm with happiness as he caressed the face he had longed for. He confessed how he had stopped playing with the palace cats when away from her, feeding them quickly and leaving at once, because seeing them reminded him of her, and he feared his power might accidentally harm them. His journey as Walter had been a lonely one. She laughed. "What part of me is like a cat, anyway?" Felix brushed her hair and whispered, "The way you cry." Irene instantly let out a loud meow in protest, scratching at his cheek in mock retaliation, her movements uncannily cat-like. Felix suddenly drew her close, their lips almost touching as he gazed deeply at her exquisite face. He asked softly, "Do you feel like anything is missing?" Her eyes went hazy, unfocused, unable to answer. He whispered, "I'm back now, Rin." Under the blooming cherry blossoms, their lips finally met in a passionate kiss that seemed endless. When at last they parted, Rin murmured, "Welcome home." And there, beneath the falling petals, they lay together, savoring the springtime of their love. At the Chamberlain family's castle, the people taking shelter there erupted in joy at the news. "Our savior, truly a miracle. Lady Claudia has defeated the demon. The ones cursed by the demon have awakened. Hooray for Lady Claudia." Cheers echoed through every hall of the castle. Ilifia, however, looked entirely uninterested in the celebration. The townsfolk whispered, "That's the elf king for you." Ilifia only gave a dismissive glance, muttering with scorn, "Shit, humans." Claudia herself was caught in an awkward dilemma, blushing hard at the crowd's endless praise. In another corner, Irene was watching everything through a magical orb, astonished by what she saw. "Huh? Claudia? Well, this isn't too bad actually. And she looks happy? Her cheeks are so red." Looking at her friend, Irene thought, who would have guessed that the heroine of The Flower Blooms on a Dead Branch is someone so easily flustered? She's gentle, yet shows no mercy to the rude, and always helps the powerless. Just look how the people welcome her. She remembered the demonic grin of Benjamin. If the demon hadn't followed the god's will, Benjamin might have gotten his way. Smiling warmly, Irene whispered to Claudia, "You didn't give up after all. You must have gone through so much. Since when did you become so strong? Is this what a parent's pride feels like?" Felix, sitting beside her, smiled. "Something like that, maybe." She blinked at him, and together they watched the scenes unfold in the floating orbs. Irene marveled, "So there's magic like this too?" Felix answered, "Ah, it's probably like sharing an animal's vision." "Probably? You don't sound very sure." He shrugged. "Let's just see how things turn out." They enjoyed watching together. Irene explained further. "Laraj said time flowed differently back there than here, so I kept worrying, but it looks fine." "Ah, I see Cedric. Not being able to contact him made Claudia and me worry so much." But the blonde young man seemed unharmed, simply fast asleep. "What? His demon contract broke, and he looks so relaxed now." Meanwhile, his older brother was anything but calm, eyes bulging as he shouted, "You insolent fools! Open the door now." Someone outside answered, "Didn't the god already tell his majesty?" He could not contain his fury behind the locked door. Then a lady entered slowly, bowing with feigned reverence. From outside came more voices. "It's dangerous out there, with rebels and demons roaming. The House of Dapellation will protect your majesty, so please remain calm." The king could only clench his fists and bow his head in frustration. Beyond the capital, newspapers and proclamations were being pasted up. "All right, stick them firmly. Good job," the overseer ordered. "Yes, sir," came the reply. Another of Irene's close friends covered her mouth, giggling proudly. That's my work done. Maybe I should head back and prepare for the victory banquet. Sparkling, she was already smug. In the romantic space elsewhere, Irene and Felix could see it too, and praised her. Martina never fails. Fast work? And drinking already. Irene sighed contentedly. The kingdom of Carlos will soon change. Felix looked at her in surprise. Why are you crying? She smiled so brightly her tears still clung to her lashes. Because everyone's safe. I'm just so happy. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Things will only get better from here. They gazed at each other tenderly. Yes, definitely. But Felix suddenly turned cold, staring at another orb. Over there, those two. Irene glanced at the image and gave a flat ah. In that sphere, the dimension containing Benjamin and Constantine was dark and foreboding. Constantine knelt in blood, though his body was unscathed, moaning in despair. No, impossible. Lies. The god would never abandon me. He stared at his palm in utter helplessness. Beside the bloodied pool was Benjamin, coughing fresh blood but still spitting curses. Damn it, useless trash. I need to get out of this stupid empire. Everything was going perfectly until that demon interfered. Summoned, only to block my way. Grinding his teeth, Benjamin clenched his fists and staggered away. At the shrine, Laraj sat cold and expressionless, lost in thought. 7 figures surrounded him, kneeling, right hand raised, left hand pointing downward, arranging a ritual circle. What a sacrifice, he mused. The maiden kneeling closest cried out in panic. No, how could you think that? We only wish to greet you, Lord Demon. It's our honor. Her heart was pounding as she shouted louder. Please, once again, accept us as your followers. Laraj folded his arms, skeptical. No, I'm pretty sure this is a sacrificial rite. Yet, under the fanatical eyes staring at him, he smirked. Fine then. Continue. The crowd erupted joyfully. We would be honored, Lord Demon. And so they performed acrobatic displays to prove their devotion. Laraj only exhaled. That'll do. They roared again in ecstasy. It's our greatest honor. In her own place, Irene watched the scene and muttered in disbelief. So it's real, huh? But honestly, these fanatics look like Laraj's fan club holding a meet and greet in L'Occitan. She imagined Laraj seated coldly at a signing table, muttering, What price will you pay? A devotee bowed reverently. With our lives. Irene just stood there, dumbfounded. Then she thought, Forget it, I kept my promise, so I won't worry anymore. She smiled brightly and let it go. But just as she returned to her story, a problem arose. She couldn't remove the green vine bracelet wrapped around her wrist. She tugged and tugged, but it wouldn't break. Frustrated, she shouted, Wait, didn't they say if I kept my promise it would slide off by itself? Scammers. Felix hurriedly bent down from behind her. What is this? He asked. She cried out, Felix, the mage put this on me as a pledge token. I kept my promise, but it still won't come off. She was about to sob. He tried to reassure her and attempted to pull it off, but it was useless. Felix examined it, frowning. Rin, are you sure the mage gave you this? She blinked, puzzled. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Felix stared at the vine coiled around her wrist, worry on his face. She asked, Is there something wrong? After studying it for a moment, he replied, I sense demonic magic suppressing the mage's enchantment. She froze. A demon? Laraj? She whispered suspiciously. Felix judged. It's pretty weak. Irene thought to herself. If it's weak, then it must be Lurie. I already sent him off, that fool. She remembered how Walter had grabbed her hand in panic. His fingers had closed around that vine. Maybe he left a bit of magic on it. She lowered her head and asked softly, I don't think it's anything bad. What do you think? Felix released the band and said, It's similar to... Before he could finish, the bracelet suddenly pulsed with a pure green energy. Felt like a charm, a lucky talisman. Her eyes widened. A charm? That guy. She recalled him looking at her when he gave up his soul, saying, May you be victorious forever. Farewell. Those words and his image flashed through her mind, and she blurted out, half embarrassed, He's so rude. Felix asked, What do you want me to do? Tears rolled down her cheeks. She closed her eyes, thought for a moment, then answered firmly, Rip it off for me. He replied gently. Okay. She told herself. Finally it's off. I shouldn't keep Laraj tied. He's reformed from the fragments. Now he'll start living as a complete demon. He should forget me and live a happy, eternal life. In another real dimension, the short-haired youth opened his dreamy eyes. This is? Lurie recalled Laraj placing a spell on him and saying, I'm sorry. Because of me, your world must begin anew. Lurie muttered, Laraj, then bowed his head, pondering this body. He inspected himself against the surface of the space like a mirror and noticed something off. Though he looked younger, this was indeed his body. Lurie sighed. Why couldn't I look cooler? He glanced aside to see Laraj approaching. All your choices were mine, right? Lurie curled up, miserable, thinking. The bow-shaped form should have been mine. Now I can't even appear in front of Irene. Why am I left to live at all? Laraj asked. How does it feel to become a perfect demon? Lurie, dejected. Not much different. Laraj continued. You've just been reborn, so for now you can only walk around. But soon you'll recover all your strength. Lurie remained hunched like a toad on the ground, indifferent. Is that so? Laraj folded his arms and turned his back coldly. I won't take this newborn chick back into my arms. I have nothing left to teach you. Fly wherever you wish. Lurie was stunned. You mean that? Laraj asked again. So what do you want to do? A little confused, Lurie answered. I'll stay here for a while. This place is nice to look at. Laraj smiled and replied, Suit yourself. Lurie, what about the human love you saw? How is it? At that, the newly reborn boy drooped his head, half crying, half smiling. Do you still have to ask? At last he rose slowly to his feet and said, It is demon and angel, heaven with hell. It is joy and wrath, happiness and torment, sorrow and pain. Inside the castle, the second prince still lay unconscious. Irene asked worriedly, It's been a whole day since then. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Erica replied, You said his contract with the demon was broken, right? The physician also said he's only sleeping, nothing's wrong. So just let him be, he'll wake up on his own. Irene blinked in surprise. Oh really? 6 people were watching him, yet he still slept peacefully. I think I know what to do, Martina suddenly announced. Erica gave her a doubtful look. Martina's solution was, in fairy tales, to wake the sleeping princess, you need a kiss of true love. Everyone broke out in a sweat. Wait, seriously? Martina burst out laughing. What? It's romantic and cute. And conveniently, Irene's true love is right here. She nudged Felix. Both Irene and Felix froze stiff at her words. Martina pressed further. Right, Irene? The light shove made Felix more worried about Irene's safety than anything. He caught her and asked, Rin, are you all right? Irene exploded, shouting, Martina! Martina egged them on. Come on, just do it already. A kiss of love. Felix really did want to kiss her, and here was the perfect chance. But doing it in front of a crowd? That wasn't easy. Even a dragon-blooded hero who had liberated a nation felt his face flush red, his heart pounding. Irene's heart raced just as fast. She thought nervously, Felix, you're actually going to? But just as they leaned closer, a furious voice cut through the air. Who allowed you two to flirt here? Cedric, unable to stomach this display of affection, shot upright, glaring. Seeing him, Irene cried out in relief, You're awake! Then she scrambled to pull out the assortment of potions she had prepared. Drink this. No, this one. Wait, maybe this one. The recovering Cedric sweated nervously, watching her. Irene, calm down. He picked up a beautiful blue vial, bewildered. What's this supposed to be? She answered, It's a stamina recovery potion. Well, if it's from you, I'll drink it. He downed it in one gulp and added politely, Thanks. But while he was still drinking, Irene suddenly asked, Do you intend to become emperor? The question made him choke. He coughed and spluttered until he could finally speak again. If I really have to answer, right now I have no intention of becoming emperor. Once things stabilize, I plan to travel the world. As the last remaining member of the royal family, I do have inheritance rights, but staying in the empire would only hold me back. Travel the world? Everyone in the room was astonished. Cedric nodded. That is my dream, Irene muttered in disbelief. To think that a moth who loves flying into fire would have such a dream. Then she added, "But isn't traveling like that dangerous?" "Maybe." "Ugh. I hate it." Erica and Martina groaned in unison. Martina declared she found ruling the underworld more interesting, while Erica said, "I'm happy with what I'm doing now." Irene laughed joyfully. "Wow, working with me really is this much fun, huh?" "Of course not," they chorused. Then suddenly, another voice rang out, "I'll do it." Everyone in the room froze in shock. Though the Night of Heroes festival was celebrated in splendor, its excitement lasted only briefly. After the Emperor announced the heroes one by one, the sky split apart and demons poured in, plunging the land into darkness. Rebellion broke out, and fear and chaos swept across the empire. Worse still, Claudia, Chamberlain, and the mercenary Walter openly rebelled. Yet their actions were strange. Despite being branded traitors, Claudia purified the corruption with elven power, giving people safe refuge and curing the sick of unknown illnesses. Walter, meanwhile, wiped out anything connected to demons. A furious noble shouted, pointing at the Chamberlain family, "Even if the empire was saved, they are still traitors." Many joined in to condemn them until the truth surfaced. Benjamin Lemberg, who had long stood at the crown prince's side and quietly seized real power, was revealed as the one who summoned the demon. His underground domain was raided, uncovering horrifying evidence, including ritual sites used for summoning. Worse, since the demon never leaves its summoner until the contract ends, the fiend clung to him still. The people quaked in terror. No one dared attack, fearing what might happen if he was provoked. Benjamin, chained in the dungeons, became an untouchable prisoner. But in that hopelessness, a stunning revelation spread like wildfire. Felix Chamberlain, the doomed genius mage, still lived. And the man beloved by the people as the embodiment of justice was the same Walter, once known as a ruthless killer, now accused of rebellion. This was the news carried through every corner of the empire. And today a great ceremony was held. The return of Felix. In the Chamberlain household, Irene asked him anxiously, "You'll truly be all right, won't you?" He smiled warmly to reassure her. "Trust me." At the gates of the royal palace, a vast crowd gathered, buzzing with voices. "Felix is alive. It's unbelievable. And he's also Walter. Did he die and come back? Look, it really is him. Sir Felix in the flesh." Felix emerged, clad in cloak and sword, radiating a godlike presence. Smiling, he thanked them for coming. "I am Walter, and I am also Felix Chamberlain." The whispers swelled, excitement building. "Then the deputy hierophant really betrayed us?" Off to the side, a group of white-robed devotees burst into tears. "We missed you so much." Their tearful eyes made Felix grimace inwardly. "Didn't I forbid them already?" He raised his voice. "Everyone, please stay calm until I've finished speaking." The white-cloaked flock nodded fervently, shouting, "Yes." Some wailed, "You don't know how much we've suffered. The High Hierophant forced all the work onto us, then fled abroad in the night after this rebellion broke out." Meanwhile, far away, Elisa grumbled while buried in her work. "Damn it! Doesn't he know how much chaos he's causing?" Yet she admitted to herself, compared to when she met him as Walter, Felix now seemed almost unreal. What's he planning to say? There must be a reason he told us to stay quiet. Felix's dazzling smile returned. "Have you heard the phrase dragon's miracle? It refers to those blessed by dragons, emissaries of the gods, carrying divine destiny to serve their people. From birth, I was one such miracle child. But 4 years ago, the god told me, my loyalty was misplaced. My mission was not to devote myself to the state, but to protect its people from threats. Those were the god's words. And because of them, I saved the empire from demons." He raised his hand, releasing a radiant spell. The crowd gasped as the holy light expanded. "This," Felix declared, "is the blessing magic granted to me, the magic of dragons. With this power, I serve as emissary of the gods and protector of the empire." He looked upon the people earnestly, but in his heart his thoughts lingered on Irene. His eyes softened with affection as he spoke his vow. "To devote my entire life as emissary of the gods, protector of the empire." With that, he conjured the image of a dragon before the crowd. Irene, watching from among them, flushed shyly under his gaze, while her eyes shone with joy. Felix then denounced the empire's 3 greatest villains. First, Lucas Dalrian L'Occitant, who prolonged war and ruled with cruelty. Second, Constantine, once leader of the Holy Knights, who betrayed and murdered as a false apostle of the gods. And lastly, Benjamin Lemberg, who summoned demons and plunged the empire into chaos. By divine will, I shall personally deliver judgment upon them. He clenched his fist, his resolve radiating. As holy champion, I will bring peace and eternal glory to the empire. As he spoke, Claudia Chamberlain strode proudly toward him, sword at her side. Felix dropped to one knee before her. I swear to always stand at your side and serve you. She froze at his words, stunned by his devotion. Below, the crowd erupted in cheers. Swelling with pride herself, Claudia drew her sword, raised it high, and declared, "As emperor, I, Claudia Chamberlain, honor your sacrifice and dedication." She pointed the blade skyward. "In the name of the god Deseo, I knight you protector of the empire. Punish evil with severity. Show mercy to the weak. Be noble to all. Let the people trust in your oath." Felix remained kneeling, receiving her blessing. Later, as they walked through the gardens, Irene frowned at him. "Since when did you get divine revelations? What even is dragon magic?" Felix chuckled. "You're surprised. Of course I am. How could something like this happen without you saying a word? It hurts me." But he answered softly, "Because my God is you, Irene. Your will is the will of the gods." Her anger faltered, leaving her helpless. "He really has a way of leaving me speechless." Felix smiled apologetically. "Everything I've said is from the heart." Sincerely, he explained, "When I wandered through the dimensional rift searching for Rin, my control over magic suddenly expanded. I felt as if I held a new universe in my hands. It was incredible." He gently took her hand. "Do you plan to tell everyone that you are the true emissary of the gods?" Flustered, she stammered. Then she laughed. "Probably not. People want a hero they can believe in. And me? I'd never dare stand before the masses." Felix gazed at her in awe. "Then, Rin, be a goddess for me alone." He kissed her hand. Irene froze, then smiled faintly, lifted his face, and kissed him on the lips. Felix quickly wrapped her in his arms, returning the kiss with passion. In the castle gardens, beneath the flowers, the two held each other, laughing in happiness. Far from the romance, in the forest, a Carlisle noble groveled before Benjamin. "No wonder you are the Duke of Lemberg. I truly revere you, my lord." Benjamin only cast him a cold glance, unmoved. The noble collapsed to his knees, pleading, "Please, save me. Why are you like this? I did everything you asked." From the shadows, Constantine appeared, sword in hand, voice thick with hatred. "So you were the one behind it all. Despicable. Do you know how completely my faith was shattered because of you?" Duke Lemberg answered coolly, "But you were the one who chose to obey." Lucas stormed forward, seizing Benjamin by the collar. "You ruined my plans again. Drop that damned obsession of yours already." But Benjamin didn't flare up. Instead, he smiled. "Your Majesty doesn't know how pathetic your plans are? If it wasn't me, someone else would have ruined them." Lucas was too enraged to speak. "One day, you will pay for your sins." Constantine, bloodied and collapsing, still managed to curse. "Your life will be filled with misfortune. In the end, you'll regret not dying when you had the chance." Benjamin paused a beat, then replied indifferently, "Even at death's door you cling to curses. But human curses mean nothing." He remembered the moment Laraj struck him during his dark ritual, blood spilling from his mouth and chest, agony forcing a scream from his throat. Laraj's cold face appeared. "Go on. Beg me to save you." These phantoms gnawed at Benjamin's mind until he woke again to reality. Chained in the dungeon. "Yes, this is how it is. I was caught. My plan had been flawless, and yet, I feel as if the gods deceived me." He laughed bitterly at himself, then doubted. "If this is just a dream, why would I dream of being blocked by a demon? That cursed Laraj, he ruined everything. For a demon to disrupt my design, it's absurd." The cell door creaked open. Irene appeared. "Having to see you like this really is tiresome. But I suppose this scene is familiar to you, isn't it?" She mocked him, and all he could manage was a muffled grunt. Irene smirked. "Best keep you gagged. If you opened your mouth, you'd spew nonsense that would send my blood pressure through the roof." He could only watch her, eyes narrowing, studying her face. She went on. I must be a saint to even bother listening to you at all. Benjamin's glare sharpened, but Irene now stood alongside Claudia and Felix. Claudia patted Irene's head, praising her. Rin's right. Irene sighed. At first I thought maybe you were a victim of divine will, that you had no choice. That perhaps your true nature was different. She looked disappointed. Benjamin remained silent, staring at her standing next to Felix. Irene added bitterly. That thought was so foolish. I feel guilty toward Claudia for ever thinking it. No, Felix interjected gently. There's nothing wrong with hoping human nature is good. The guilt lies with those who scorn kindness and exploit it. Claudia snapped, furious. Exactly. Because of scum like you, Rin lost her faith in people. How will you take responsibility, you vile wretch? Her anger shook the room. Her brother and Irene clasped hands, laughing nervously. Claudia, mind your words. You're queen now. Claudia turned back to Benjamin. Have you ever heard this saying? To test a man's character, give him power. You had it all, countless chances, but you cast them aside. This is simply your nature. Irene's voice rose, seething. And now, you don't even have death left to atone with. Benjamin trembled with rage. If you're curious about how things turned out, let me tell you, Irene continued. You loved meddling, didn't you? In the end, the Emperor's faction, the ones loyal to Lucas, collapsed. Cedric alone remains of the royal line, and even he openly supports Claudia. Power is already in her hands. As for the other great houses, you can guess who they are. The Emperor himself will be dragged to the guillotine, stoned along the way, then handed to Larage in hell. Constantine, once destined for the stake, has been stripped of his power and sold into slavery. Something even the temple approves of. Larage will take care of him too. Naturally, Larage treasures you most of all. Benjamin's face grew pale. And when you die, Irene added, you'll find yourself in the hell you always sought. Larage waits eagerly to tear you apart. Looking forward to it. Benjamin cursed, gnashing his teeth. That damned demon again. If it were anyone else, but Larage. Damn you, cursed fiend. Claudia taunted. Do you enjoy being the one made to suffer? Isn't that the kind of twisted love you always talked about? The people are too afraid to punish you, so I will in their place. She peeled off her glove and smiled coldly. And I'll repay Rin's debt too. Benjamin glared at her, but then a sound echoed through the dungeon. The tale of the final hero of the novel came to its grim end. On an ordinary day after all the upheaval, Irene was drowning in paperwork inside the palace. She muttered to herself as she worked. In truth, that whole grand show about Felix being the emissary of the gods wasn't really a lie. If it helps convince the people of Claudia's right to ascend the throne, if it gives them peace, then maybe it's not so wrong. And besides, thanks to that, everyone now enjoys the dragon's blessing. Claudia's happiness was always what I wanted, and the Chamberlain siblings, unlike the others, won't let power blind them. She sipped her tea, nibbled the last of a pastry, and sighed. Meanwhile, I'm stuck here drowning in all this work, going crazy. All because of that useless former emperor. The empire was vast enough, but he still had to wage war to make it bigger, and never bothered to govern it properly. Now we're left to clean up his mess. Irene grumbled endlessly, then leaned back in her chair, head tilted toward the ceiling, dazed. Out of sight, out of mind. Even though all three of us are busy, Felix is busier than anyone. He's the protector of the empire, carrying dragon power. Who would have guessed that meant endless work too? I know I can't see him right now, but I miss Felix so much. A hand touched her shoulder from behind. She turned, and there he was, Felix himself, leaning close, smiling softly. I miss you too, he whispered. She blinked in shock. When did you get here? Am I hallucinating? Did I finally lose it from overwork? She reached out, touching him nervously. He only chuckled, wrapped her in his arms, and lifted her off her feet. Not an illusion. Irene nestled into him, whispering, I missed you so much. His reply came just as tender. Me too. Their lips met in a long-delayed kiss of longing, a memory erased by duty now reignited. They tumbled toward the bedchamber, surrendering themselves completely to love. When dawn broke, sunlight spilled through the window. Perched outside, a cat stared at them intently, meowing. Irene stirred groggily. Ugh, insomnia then waking early, this is the result. What time is it? Well, At least I'm satisfied. But the meowing continued. And not just one cat. Several voices echoed outside. A chorus of meows seemed to call her. Wake up, human. She poked Felix in the side. Your fan club of cats is waiting. Sure enough, 5 cats were glaring in from outside, mewling for food. Felix remained stubbornly asleep. Irene snapped, puffed up, and let out a loud meow of her own to assert dominance. Then she yanked the blanket back. Startled, the cats scattered. She smirked in triumph. That's right, you furballs. Don't think you can take my diamond of sunlight just by looking cute. He's mine. Felix opened his eyes, amused by her outburst. She froze. Why are you looking at me like that? He laughed. Nothing. He pulled her back down, kissed her forehead, and asked gently, Did you sleep well? Of course. What about you? Better, because you were here. Though, maybe I tired you out. She giggled. Not at all. Actually, I feel pretty good. That word made him sweat nervously. They sat up together. Her stomach growled. Felix, I'm hungry. He grinned. Then let's eat. What do you want? Pancakes. With bacon. Done. He kissed her again, but she pushed him away, laughing. Hey, don't start when I'm starving. Fine, fine. You must be really hungry. You knew and still tried? She scolded, playful. He only scooped her up into his arms again. Then let's get breakfast. They left the room together, still laughing. Their strength replenished not only by food to come, but by each other. And so the story was gradually nearing its end. Let me tell you the rest. This was the land of the Chamberlains. After pushing the empire into chaos and defeating 3 great enemies, time finally passed into a new era. Everything was remade from the ground up. The first sovereign of the realm, Claudia Chamberlain, began her reign with sweeping reforms. From the very first day, she launched a purge, reshaping the palace on a massive scale. Useless nobles who had inherited titles through family name alone, senior officials caught in corruption. Every one of them was stripped of rank, title, and property. To fill those empty positions, she issued a proclamation to the entire nation. Any person with true talent will find the road to the royal court open, no matter their social standing. Corruption was rooted out, arrests made, and slowly the empire under House Chamberlain stabilized. Meanwhile, Irene enjoyed a quieter happiness of her own. She was about to go on a date with Felix. But elsewhere, she overheard a pair of palace maids whispering, Can I ask you something? Who exactly is Lady Irene Amber? You must be new, don't you know? She's Lord Felix's beloved, and a great figure in the world of alchemy and potions. Irene flushed red, listening secretly. Really? Why do they exalt me so much? One maid cried out in awe, She's amazing. The other chimed in, Everywhere she goes, she shines. His Majesty adores her, treats her like a precious pet. Ah, no, I mean like a treasured person. That's right, the first agreed. Their words weren't wrong, yet Irene's heart ached strangely as she listened. Then came another whisper. Actually, some say she's only pretending. Some even whisper she and Her Majesty Claudia are together. Irene froze, speechless. Moments later, Claudia herself appeared with a radiant smile. Choose, Irene. Choose? Choose what? Your fief. Any land you like. From today onward, it will be your kingdom. The kingdom of Irene. Irene nearly dropped her teacup. What? That's too much. Claudia waved her off. Nonsense. Wouldn't it be wonderful for you to have a land in your name? But Irene protested. Claudia, you've already given me too much. Think about it. You built the empire's largest theater just for me. You founded an entire potion research institute in my name. I don't need a kingdom called Irene. The only thing I need is you. Claudia was taken aback, cheeks flushing at such words. Yet she was still stubborn. No, I'll make a kingdom for you regardless. Then Irene remembered. Ah, I almost forgot. I have a date with Felix today. But Claudia caught her arm, pleading softly. You meet my brother every night already. Can't you give your days to me? Just for the daylight hours. Her eyes were earnest, almost begging. Irene faltered, then smiled faintly. How could I refuse? Of course I'll stay. Claudia's face lit with joy. Perfect. And don't forget, the hunting competition we promised each other today. Come on. Get ready. Outside the palace gates, a great crowd had gathered, men and women alike, waiting expectantly. At last, Irene finished preparing and stepped outside. A voice called from behind her. "Lady Amber." She turned. "Oh, hello." A young man hurried up, though she didn't recognize him at all. "Are you here to join the hunting tournament too?" he asked eagerly. No," Irene replied. "I'm not very fond of hunting." The young man gave an awkward laugh. Right. Of course someone like Lady Irene wouldn't enjoy that." "Wouldn't enjoy what?" she asked, already frowning. He stammered. "Someone as small and adorable as you. You're just like the little animals themselves." Annoyed by his foolish words, Irene bolted off. "Bye," she called. The poor man collapsed to his knees in despair. "I've failed." Running, Irene grumbled inwardly. "Ugh, what a weirdo. That was awful." Then another voice rang out. "Lady Amber." Irene sighed. "Who now?" This time it was a girl with striking red eyes. "Lady Red Light?" Irene asked. The girl beamed. "You remember me?" "Of course. How could I forget someone as beautiful as you?" The red-eyed girl flushed. "Even if you're just teasing, that makes me so happy." "I'm not teasing," Irene said with a genuine smile, though she admitted to herself. She really is beautiful. Then she asked kindly, "Did you manage to resolve the problem that troubled you before?" "Yes, thanks to you," the girl replied. "I only gave you honest advice." The rabbit-eyed lady lowered her gaze thoughtfully. "Even so, you were the one who made everything work out. That's why I came today. Lady Amber, would you have time after the hunt this morning?" Irene tilted her head. "Why?" Summoning her courage, Red Light seized Irene's hand. "Please allow me to repay you. Let me treat you to a meal." Her sincerity was plain, and Irene hesitated. I don't know." But after a pause, she smiled. "All right, around noon then." Just then, a man behind her spoke, his voice edged with discontent. "Rin." Irene turned. Felix. He leaned close, voice warm. "Thanks to someone forgetting our appointment, I had a bit of free time to come here." She gasped. "I'm sorry." Her guilty, adorable expression made him laugh. "It's fine." He slipped an arm around her waist, drawing her against him. "Anyway, I can only stay a little while. I'll have to leave soon." She looked up. "It's hard to see your face when you hold me this close." His voice darkened. "Busy or not, if you break a promise without a word, I'll sulk." Awkwardly, Red Light bowed out. "Excuse me. I suddenly remembered something urgent. I must go." And she hurried away. Left behind, Irene waved lamely. "She's gone already." Felix chuckled. Maybe she really did have business. He glanced after her. "Who was that?" "That was Lady Red Light," Irene explained, and began telling him the story. How she had once found the girl crying in the street. How she couldn't ignore someone so beautiful and sad. How she had offered comfort and advice. Felix sighed. Helpless. "I see." Irene puffed her chest proudly, hands on her hips. That's what I do. Anyway, when is Claudia arriving?" Felix looked uncomfortable. "Why do you ask?" "Claudia." Irene called into the air, and indeed Claudia soon appeared. Mounted on a white horse, hair tied neatly, bow in hand. "I heard my brother passed this way. Did he return through teleportation?" she asked. Irene hesitated. "Yes. He said he had time to stop by." Claudia laughed at Irene's awkwardness. "Don't worry." She raised her bow. "So, what should I try to bring down?" Irene tapped her chin. "As long as you don't get hurt. Maybe squirrels?" Claudia nearly fell off her horse. "What? I can't hunt our kind." "You can't eat them." "Kind? What do you mean?" Irene asked blankly. Claudia laughed, shouting as she rode off. "I'll bring back a wild boar. Wait for me." Irene cupped her hands and shouted after her. "Be careful." "Of course," Claudia called back, grinning. Hours later, Irene was sitting at a tea table with several young ladies, laughing together. But whispers reached her ears. "Have they returned? The atmosphere feels strange. They say Her Majesty hasn't come back yet. Could there have been an accident?" Just then, a palace maid entered, flustered. Irene rose. "What happened?" The maid stammered. Lady Amber, Her Majesty suffered internal injuries." Irene froze, then cried, "How badly?" The maid shook her head. "I don't know." At that moment, the Chamberlain steward strode in, hand on his chest in salute. "Not as grave as that." Her Majesty's leg is broken. She cannot move. We are preparing a stretcher to bring her back from the forest. Irene's face went pale, sweat beading on her brow. And that's not serious? She exclaimed. The steward's face darkened. We've already summoned a physician, my lady. Please, wait just a moment. But Irene's expression suddenly turned grave. Wait, how did Her Majesty get injured? Could it have been an assassination attempt during the hunt? Claudia, hurt and forced to wait alone, enduring pain in silence. Her thoughts hardened. No, show me the way. The steward blinked. And my lady? Take me to Her Majesty, Irene repeated firmly. I can heal her. Not long after, Irene arrived at Claudia's side. Claudia managed a wry smile. Dangerous place for you to come, isn't it? Irene gripped her shoulders anxiously. How did this happen? Was there danger out here? Blushing furiously, Claudia admitted. I only wanted to catch something to make you proud. I rushed too much, fell from my horse, and well, here I am. Irene sank to her knees in shock. Ah! Claudia fanned her burning cheeks. Truly, it's embarrassing. Then she shot a dark look at her subordinates. I told you not to let her come. Irene quickly waved her hands. It's not their fault. I insisted. I hate the thought of you hurting alone. It only makes the pain worse. Claudia stared at her, stunned, and oddly happy. After checking the injury, Irene let out a relieved smile. It's not too serious. From her pouch she drew a beautiful vial. Drink this, and your bone will heal completely. Claudia accepted it eyes wide. You had this with you? Irene tilted her chin proudly. Why else would I come to a hunting festival? I was worried something like this might happen. Claudia laughed softly. Without you, how could I go on? Truly, thank you. After drinking, Claudia stood, spun in a circle and laughed. No pain at all. I could run right now. She seized Irene in a hug and shouted, Irene, you're the best. Irene chuckled. Even the smallest pain, you mustn't hide it. Promise me you'll tell me, always. Claudia's eyes curved into happy crescents. Of course. Honestly, if it leads to moments like this, I wouldn't mind being hurt now and then. Irene scowled. Don't say things like that. Still holding each other, Irene's thoughts flickered uneasily. Strange. Claudia doesn't usually make careless mistakes. Coincidence? Too convenient. At that moment, rustling came from the brush. A bowstring snapped. Irene's heart lurched. An arrow. She turned only to gasp. That bear. Claudia's eyes narrowed. That arrow, isn't it? They both turned. Felix stood there, bow in hand, face shadowed. Felix, Irene whispered, but he said nothing. His expression was unreadable. The air felt frozen between them. Then, without a word, he turned his back and walked away. Claudia frowned. Leaving without a word? Odd. Irene pressed a hand to her chest. Yes, odd indeed. Later, Irene paced back and forth, hand under her chin. Nothing's wrong, yet everything feels wrong. If logic fails, only one path remains, total confrontation. She marched to Felix's door, flung it open, and shouted, Felix! But inside he was calmly reading a book. He looked up. Claudia's in council over state matters. No, that's not what Irene stammered, shaking her head. He turned another page. Then what is it? Sweating nervously, she said at last, Don't you think we need to talk? Felix snapped the book shut and stood. His gaze burned. At last, you've come to me. That's what I wanted. He set the book aside and strode toward her, voice low, possessive. Irene caught his face in her hands. Did I make you insecure, Felix? In the next instant, their lips met, fierce, desperate. The door burst open. Chancellor, urgent news. At today's council, Her Majesty declared she will not marry. The intruder froze, eyes bulging at the sight inside. Forgive me. I thought Lady Amber was outside. He fled in embarrassment. Irene composed herself enough to ask. So, Her Majesty announced she will not marry. Yes, my lady, the man stammered. Not marry, but wasn't that expected? Irene pressed. In the eyes of the court mage, what is she? She is the symbol of hope, the one who ushered in a new world, the man murmured. Then marriage isn't her obligation, Irene said firmly. The man bowed. Indeed, my lady, there's nothing wrong with her decision. But of course, rumors about you and Her Majesty. Felix's voice cut through, sharp. We're in the middle of something. Leave us. The man fled. Irene stood in silence, thoughts spinning. So the rumors between Claudia and me are fueling this. That explains why she would declare her vow so publicly, to dispel them. Otherwise, who would believe such absurd gossip? Felix's voice broke in, low and warm. Irene, you read every fear in me. How could you not know? He pressed her hand to his cheek, clasping the other tightly. Whose hand do you hold? Whose embrace is this? She blinked, realization dawning. He's jealous. Of Claudia? She smiled tenderly. You know the answer. It's you, Felix. Always you. Her finger brushed his lips. The only one I love is you. And with that, they ended the quarrel in the most ancient, powerful way, through a kiss that burned away all doubt. The scene shifted to a small family meeting. Claudia sat on her chair, hands folded neatly on her lap, eyes closed, her expression solemn like that of a grieving widow. Then, in a voice both calm and heavy, she declared, I will allow it. The two of you may marry. Across from her, Irene froze with her spoon still hovering over a slice of cream cake, while Felix beside her looked equally stunned. A beat later, Irene nearly shouted, What? Claudia sighed, pressing her hand against her forehead. I'm sorry, Irene, but if your happiness brings me happiness, then I have no other choice. I'm touched truly, Irene stammered. But why all of a sudden? Claudia's brows furrowed. Because too many marriage proposals keep arriving for you. Marriage? Proposals? Irene blinked in confusion. Of course. You are a noble lady, still unmarried and favored by the Empress, Claudia said firmly. It's only natural. Irene reluctantly nodded. I suppose that makes sense. Claudia's tone hardened. One conversation with you is enough for anyone to fall, because of your charm. Irene tilted her head in disbelief. Really? But Claudia pressed on, blushing despite herself. Among all men in this world, my brother is still the best choice. I have hated my own loneliness among the three of us. I was selfish trying to keep you to myself, but I cannot let my greed bind you both. If you lost true happiness because of me, I would regret it. Irene's heart tightened. Claudia. Her cheeks flushed even more, Claudia added. And if the two of you have a child, I want that child to be heir. Loving and gentle like you, Irene, but talented like my brother. Of course, the choice will be the child's. But even if you marry, you must still spend time with me. Her words trembled with sadness. Irene quickly forced a cheerful smile. Of course. Don't worry about that, Your Majesty. She turned toward Felix, only to find him staring at her, face burning red, completely speechless. The matter weighed heavily on Irene. Later that day, she retreated to the theater where her troupe gathered. Slumping into a chair, she muttered, What exactly is marriage, anyway? Her friends burst out laughing. Why so philosophical all of a sudden? An older gray-haired man mused. It means having another family to support you. Even if you go to war, you can leave knowing someone's behind you. Another added cynically, or it could mean betrayal, someone to stab you in the back. A woman in a crimson dress smiled softly. No, it's a new world. Meeting someone who was once a stranger, yet who understands, cares, and grows with you. But the old man snorted. A stranger is still a stranger. Growth is something you shoulder yourself. Why marry at all? Irene slumped deeper in her chair. Every time marriage comes up, I just want to run away. A short-haired man replied bluntly. Then maybe you're not sure of him. Don't say such things, the woman in red snapped, clapping a hand over his mouth before he could continue. She turned back to Irene, gentler now. People say even couples deeply in love still panic when marriage suddenly comes up. They call it premarital depression. Irene sighed. Everyone, thank you. You've worked hard. Let's stop here for today. When the troupe dispersed, she sat alone, clutching a piece of paper, her face shadowed. I thought it was just me imagining things. But no. Felix has been avoiding me. Did I hurt him? Has he been silently bearing it? Whenever someone else needs me, even Claudia, I always leave him behind. We've never even had a real date. He always gives and I always take. If we married like this with only one side sacrificing. She tightened her grip, eyes flashing with resolve. No, this won't do. Time to attack first. That night, her chamber was bathed in candlelight. On the table lay a bouquet and a VIP ticket to the Harvest Festival play. When Felix entered, he stopped short. Irene was asleep on the bed, clad in a crimson slip dress that glowed under the wavering light. He sank into a chair beside her, lifting the bouquet, staring at the ticket. His voice was barely above a whisper. So I've made her worry. I never wanted to bind her with marriage. I wanted love, not possession. But the truth is, I avoided her because I couldn't control my desire to claim her. I'm sorry, Irene. Sorry for what? Felix froze. Her eyes had opened. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. Oh, I fell asleep. When did you get back? Just now, he stammered. Really? Good. She smiled in relief. He frowned. Why? Without warning, Irene pushed him down onto the bed. His face flushed bright red. Wait, what are you? Grinning, she leaned close. At the Harvest Festival. I'll be your partner. Partner? I'm asking you on a date, Felix. Relief washed over him. So she didn't hear me earlier. I'll explain later. Then, be my companion, he said softly. Her eyes lit up. Good. Wait for me, Felix. That night, the crimson dress shone with all its brilliance beneath the romantic glow of candlelight. The day they went to see the play, as the actors were bowing to the audience and everyone stood up clapping, Irene turned to Felix and asked, How was the play? He smiled warmly. Talking with Irene was always gentle and soothing, which made him like her all the more. Irene then stretched out her hand toward him and said, Now that we've finished watching the play, shall we go on a date, mister? Felix blinked in surprise at her sudden gesture, but quickly took her hand, smiling brightly. I would be honored, my lady. Seeing this, Irene thought to herself, Good. Today I'll give it my all so Felix won't have any reason to worry about me. It might be difficult, but I also need to know what Felix actually likes. He's always busy caring about others, never about himself. Like a fool. He always just goes along with me. She remembered how he would say, anything is fine, and felt troubled. That's not how it should be. Just then Felix called her name, bringing her back to reality. Ah, did you call me? Sorry, she said. Felix asked again. So where shall we go now, Irene? Seeing him smile so brightly, she wondered why he looked so excited. First, let's eat, she said. Felix chuckled. And after that? Irene answered honestly. From now on, I want to find out what you really like. Felix blinked, puzzled. What do I like? Later, while they were eating together under the glow of a chandelier, Irene praised, Delicious, isn't it? Watching him quietly enjoying his food, she added with a helpless look, It's really good? He simply replied with one short word, Yes. Irene pressed further. So, do you actually like seafood? Her seriousness made Felix sweat a little. I don't dislike it. Irene frowned. Does that mean you like it? Felix grinned, flattering. As long as I eat with you, anything tastes good. Irene sighed. That's such a textbook answer. Fired up, she continued. Fine. I'll let you choose. Do you like prawns? Felix, sweating again, replied. They're delicious and filling too. Irene, expressionless, asked. So you do like them? Cornered, he mumbled. That's a tough question. But one thing's certain. Even if it were field rations, as long as I'm with you, everything tastes good. Irene deadpanned. Field rations? That's oddly specific. She quickly pulled out a notebook and pen, jotting things down. So, not field rations. Then what about hobbies? You read a lot of books, right? Books are just tools to gain knowledge, Felix replied. Then archery? You're a famous marksman. Or swordsmanship. You've even earned a title. That just came naturally, he said. And magic? That's talent too. There are reasons for that as well. But it's not exactly a hobby. Irene groaned, scratching out half the notes she had written. Felix then added, But lately, there is something. Her eyes lit up. What is it? I like going to the theater. Only because I'm a playwright, right? She shot back. Felix looked guilty and glanced aside, saying nothing. Resting her chin on her hand, Irene asked, You keep cats, don't you? He explained, I'm not sure. They're cute, but it's not like I loved them from the start. What does that even mean? She asked. He just smiled as if to brush it off. Irene suddenly exclaimed, Wait, does that mean the only thing you actually like in this world is me? Although gloomy inside, she stood up cheerfully. Anyway, Shall we go see some flowers? Felix blinked. Flowers? Yes, I found a place. She thought to herself, the only thing I can do is love him more. When they arrived at the garden, Felix was surprised. I didn't know there was a place like this near the capital. Do you remember? Irene asked. This is the flower you first said was beautiful. Startled, Felix asked. This one? Yes. Back then, the royal gardener said it symbolized strength and never giving in to hardship. I see. But that doesn't mean it's beautiful, Felix said. Huh? Then what is beautiful to you? He laughed. You really are silly. Her face turned red with anger. Who are you calling silly? Felix just took her hand and said, Let's keep walking. They strolled hand in hand among the flowers. Irene admired. The weather's perfect. Felix agreed. It is. Then she glanced at him. Felix, you're not really mad at me, are you? He stayed silent for a while, then lowered his head regretfully. I'm sorry. You're so adorable. I just wanted to keep looking at you. Irene placed her hand gently on his cheek. Don't be sorry. Then she pouted. Well, don't just stand there. Blushing, Felix raised his hand to her face, leaned closer, and whispered her name tenderly, Irene, before kissing her. They stayed like that for a long time until Irene murmured, Should we rest a bit in the palace? Felix could only reply, All right. After they grew tired, the two of them headed to a bustling street festival to eat skewers. As soon as they stepped down, Irene's voice rang out, inviting Felix, Please, come inside. Felix looked bewildered, a little flustered. Huh. She smiled brightly. I told you I'd be the one to take you out today. All you need to do is relax and follow me. Felix gave no reply, just let out a helpless Irene glanced at him and thought, he looks even more exhausted than I do. On the other side, Felix looked at her with a smile, and his head felt like it would burst. Too cute. I can't take it anymore. He called out, Irene. Hand in hand, they strolled along. Irene asked as they walked, Have you ever been to a festival like this before? Felix blinked. Festivals? I've only watched them from a distance. Never joined in directly? She pressed. He thought for a moment. I do remember going once with you. She stopped. Huh? When we went searching for the spirits. Ah, Chamberlain Island, right? Irene said, the memory dawning. Then her mind drifted back to that time. Just recalling it brought up other thoughts. I wonder if Lurie is still alive and well? When Laraj had swept all that trash away, he had mentioned Lurie. She remembered Laraj's words. Even if he's just a low-class demon with the power I gave him, if he can handle it properly, it won't be hard for him to become a higher one. That fool Lurie, he hasn't come looking for me at all. Maybe he doesn't plan to appear again. The sad he vanished, but maybe it's better this way. When those thoughts finally faded, Irene smiled and said cheerfully, Chamberlain Island was just a nightmare of masks, not a festival. Really? Felix asked. She explained lightly. That was more like reenacting fragments of ancient memories thousands of years old. Totally different from modern festivals. Like eating skewers on the street, playing games, watching fireworks. That's what a festival is. Besides, with events this big, I heard lots of astrologers from different lands come here. Then Irene beamed at Felix. Let's go get our fortunes told. Our romance. He chuckled at her enthusiasm. You sure know a lot about festivals. Of course. I've been to several already, she said proudly. Who with? Felix asked casually. She hesitated. Claudia. Hearing that, he smiled. Aha. Then I'll look forward to today. Irene's mood darkened. Yes. But soon her voice rose with excitement. Look! The balloon-popping dart game. Above each balloon is a prize. I've got my eye on that stuffed bunny. Seeing her so excited, Felix said fondly, Cute. I'll buy it for you. She waved her hand. You can't just buy it. The prize isn't just the bunny. It's the whole stand. Felix froze, then laughed. She sighed. That's what you meant? She grabbed a set of darts, fiery with determination. Doesn't matter. The harder it is to get, the more valuable it is. I'll show you. I'll hit it and take it home. Moments later, Irene was collapsed at the table, groaning in defeat. Why didn't I hit even one? Felix picked up the last dart, smiling gently. Then let me try. There's still one left. Suspicious? Irene asked. You think you can do it? He locked eyes with her. Even if I change the target, I think I can manage. He steadied himself. Threw the dart. Pop! The balloon burst. They both laughed in delight as the stall owner handed over the plush rabbit. Irene praised. Amazing! Felix admitted. I was nervous with the last one. But luckily, here's your bunny. Her face lit up. I love it. Thank you, Felix. Embarrassed, he muttered. Maybe I should have just bought the whole stand after all. Irene groaned. I told you that doesn't matter. Grabbing his hand, she declared. Come on. Let's try something else. We don't have much time. So let's play everything. All right? Felix grinned. They dashed off together, playing darts, ball toss, whack-a-mole. Soon Felix was carrying a bag stuffed with prizes. When Irene saw a cat-shaped toy land on Felix's head, she flared up, startling the other cat toys into scattering in fear. By the time they finished the games, Irene was starving. Her eyes locked onto roasted chicken and skewered meat. She bit into one eagerly and sighed with bliss. Good thing there's always skewers nearby. Turning, she asked, Felix, how is it? His face flushed red. Delicious. She frowned. Your face is red. He explained. I don't usually eat spicy food, but it's still good. She panicked. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I should have bought the plain ones. It's fine, he reassured, still chewing. I'm just not used to it. Back when I commanded troops, meals were just plain rations anyway. Honestly, I never complained, because I didn't want to trouble the cooks, but their methods weren't very efficient. Irene's sweat dropped. So he really doesn't care about food at all. She muttered. I see. Suddenly Felix raised his hand midair. Look, Irene. Startled, she asked. What? Do I have something on my face? He gently touched her lips. Your mouth. As his fingers brushed her, fireworks exploded above. Their eyes locked, soft and drowning. His hand slid to her cheek, and he leaned closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, a voice cut in. Well, well, such noble figures, here in a shabby place like this. Irene shoved Felix away. Who's there? A fortune-teller answered. I never imagined I'd meet such distinguished ones here. Felix frowned. When did he appear? The man went on. Surely you two are the representatives of this world? Irene and Felix exchanged bewildered looks. Why does something always interrupt at times like this? Inside the fortune-teller's tent, he said. As I thought. You came because you sensed misfortune, didn't you? Misfortune? Irene asked. Indeed. A great calamity nearly fell upon you. She thought scornfully, this sounds like the usual trickster's script. The old man continued. You haven't fully escaped the curse yet. What a fraud, Irene muttered inside. She sighed. Felix, let's leave. She turned toward him only to freeze. Seriously? More? Isn't divine favor supposed to be on our side? If this were a novel, the story should have gone through beginning, rise, crisis, climax, ending. By now it should be an epilogue. Why is it crisis after crisis? She pictured herself clutching a portrait of Felix, sobbing, so unfair. I just want to be happy to go on dates with Felix. Tears welled. Still, she asked aloud, this misfortune, what is it really? The fortune-teller stroked his beard. Visions come to me, but the future depends on choices. Can change. Yet one thing is certain. You are the center of this misfortune. Me? Irene pointed at herself. Irene Amber, enemy of the hero? Yes, but the blessing of this world leans toward you. No matter the events, peace and destiny have already been prepared for you and those around you. Humph, she sulked, then turned to Felix. You knew something, didn't you? Caught, he admitted. I sensed faint demonic power during the great hunt. What? Demons? She cried, panicked. He hurried to explain. Not summoned demons in the Empire. More like a failed summoning ritual. Usually, failure kills everyone involved. But sometimes, people gain fragments of demonic power. So what you mean, Irene said slowly, is that recently, someone gained demon power because of me? Felix's face tightened. No, absolutely not your fault. You only saw the aftermath. Could it be? Someone summoned demons because they liked me? Her thoughts raced. Déjà vu? She asked. You've already found out who it is, haven't you? He hesitated, then nodded. I plan to tell you tonight. Aha! Irene smacked his back furiously. You should have told me sooner. What's with keeping secrets? Felix tried to calm her. Irene, Don't look at me like that, she yelled. Even if you're handsome, it won't save you this time. He stammered. I didn't do anything. The fortune teller stood, putting on his hat. I'll leave you two to talk. I'll return in an hour. After he left, Irene sat with arms crossed. You're really good at apologizing, huh? Felix hung his head. I'm sorry, but this isn't just my burden. It's personal. Personal? She snapped. I thought you were avoiding me, but turns out you were chasing a culprit? No, Felix said quietly. I really was avoiding you. Why? He looked aside. I wondered if her aura was like yours. What nonsense. Irene grabbed his face between her hands. Just because you thought it doesn't mean it's true. Stop carrying this alone. She suddenly froze. Wait, did you just call me her instead of you? He blinked. Yes. She stood before him, hand outstretched. Then who is it? Felix stammered. The young lady of red light. Irene imagined that noblewoman, hands clasped, saying at least, Please allow me the honor of inviting you to dinner, my lady. Her heart sank. So anything really can happen. Her thoughts cut off abruptly. The scene shifted. Flames of the underworld roared and churned, swallowing everything. Someone was submerged within, screaming desperately, help! Please, save me! Out of the fiery lake, a hand broke the surface, trembling as it reached upward. Slowly, a face emerged. A white-haired man, gasping in agony. With a strangled gulp, he clawed at a stone and, with sudden exhilaration, cried out, Alive! I'm alive! This is solid ground. His face was scratched raw, streaked with tears and snot, when a voice sneered nearby, Well, look at him. He actually dared crawl out, clueless as he is. A boot suddenly struck him, kicking him back into the burning lake. Stunned, he let out a choked cry before his body was hurled across the inferno. His shrieks echoed, piercing, Too hot! I'm burning! Save me! The one who kicked him stood calmly at the shore, rubbing his ear in annoyance. So noisy. What's so miserable about this? What hardship is this supposed to be? His face twisted in disdain. Lurie curled his lip into a bitter smile. Because I have nowhere else to go. I'm stuck here. At his feet, a wretched soul clawed onto the edge of the land, clinging desperately. With cold authority, Lurie stamped his foot down on the spirit's face, crushing it back into the flames. The soul screamed. Lurie muttered darkly. What was it he said again? He recalled Laraj's words when he had handed him off. There are many things you can learn here. Stay for a while, assist the high-ranking demons. Build ties with them, it will do you good. Laraj had then turned to the demon beside him. Take care of Lurie, Amorius. The demon Amorius had welcomed him with open arms, smiling slyly. How adorable. Come here. Remembering it now, Lurie's face twisted with resentment. That's what he said. Wasn't it? He sold me off. Acting like a parent, but not even human parents could betray their child like that. What a joke. He stomped again on the spirit below, snarling, Damn it! How irritating! The tormented soul cursed back. Damn you, fiend! Lurie threw himself on the ground, drained, muttering, Noisy, annoying. He ignored the wails of the damned echoing from the burning lake. He was lost in thought when someone called his name. Startled, he looked up to see another white-haired man with horns upon his head. Amorius, Lurie muttered. The demon smiled. You don't look like a useless vagabond after all. Why are you calling me? Lurie asked warily, sitting up. Amorius chuckled. I think it's time you made a trip to the surface. What? Why should I go up there? Lurie frowned. Amorius's voice deepened. Why not? Laraj himself said you must go. Lurie glared. Nonsense. He never said that. Feigning boredom, Amorius covered his mouth with a yawn. I think it would be good for you. Lurie snapped. Are you even listening to me? Amorius explained lazily. I was enjoying my tea when a summoning circle suddenly appeared before me. I was so surprised I held my breath. Even though it was weak, some of my power flowed into it. So you should go and take it back. He puffed himself up with pride. Lurie muttered. So smug. Then stammered. No. I mean, why should I be the one to go? You won't. Amorius asked. Of course not. I'm not setting foot on the surface. Amorius covered his mouth, his expression shadowed. Strange. If it had anything to do with Irene Amber, you'd go at once. Wouldn't you? Lurie froze, his face tight with worry. Irene Amber. Amorius clasped his hands, smiling blissfully. Ah, so you already intend to go? No, Lurie tried to object, but Amorius ignored him, turning away with a casual wave. Take my power, reclaim it, and that's that. I'll leave it to you. He strode off, laughing. One less hassle for me, ha! Lurie watched his fading silhouette, stunned. Amorius. He just left everything behind. Alone, Lurie's face hardened. I hate this place. His eyes dimmed with sorrow. Irene, I thought you were living peacefully, but instead you're caught in something again? Her smiling face flashed in his memory. He shook his head. No, whatever happens to her has nothing to do with me. She'll manage without me. That boy will handle it himself. He looked down at his hand. Slowly, he clenched it tight, his expression resolute. All I need to do is reclaim my power. And return here. In the pitch-black cell, a shrill scream rang out. Because I love you, my lady. That's why I did it. Because I love you too much. The cries came from the imprisoned young lady of red light. Irene pressed a hand to her forehead. I don't understand how your love for me has anything to do with demons. The noblewoman wailed louder. Irene, you don't even care about me at all. Then why did you comfort me? Why did you treat me kindly? Irene let out a sharp, ha, before snapping. So now you're trying to blame me? Out of all the ways you could have tried to woo me, you chose demons. Through her tears, the noblewoman cried. But you told me I was the most beautiful in the world. Irene retorted. I said you were beautiful, yes, but I never said the most beautiful in the world. The girl clutched the iron bars in despair. What? Irene's voice cut sharp. Even if I gave in to you 100 times and said it was all my fault, using demons will never be justified. You know very well what disaster you brought upon the Empire. You won't escape execution. The noblewoman froze, then broke into sobs, screaming, My lady! Lady Amber! Irene turned away, placed her hat upon her head, and muttered to herself. I cannot let my heart weaken. She must know how to face her crimes. If Felix hadn't been there on the day of the hunt. Just imagining it sends shivers down my spine. Later, recounting the scene to Claudia, Irene listened as Claudia declared, See, I told you this would happen. That's why I told you to get married quickly. Everyone is watching you. Irene gave a hollow laugh. Marriage? A single sheet of paper would be enough right now. It's the busiest season. But I suppose even the paperwork wouldn't be so bad. Claudia shot to her feet, furious. What are you saying? We must hold a grand ceremony. One that everyone will remember forever. That's the whole point of this marriage. Irene blinked, dazed. Right? That's true. Claudia pressed her hands together, eyes shining. The wedding will be held at the great cathedral. If so, nothing like this will ever happen again. The great cathedral. Irene gasped. Yes, Claudia confirmed, but Irene's face fell. The great cathedral is reserved only for national weddings. If it isn't the emperor's own right, no other ceremony can be held there. Even a guardian's wedding would face fierce opposition. And my groom is only a nobleman. Claudia's eyes glittered. It doesn't matter. The emperor wills it. From where he had sat silently, Felix finally spoke. It will surely leave a deep impression on everyone. Exactly, Claudia said with a sharp nod. Felix added with quiet weight. Then I must prepare, so that no one can stain the day of our wedding. On that day, the mighty doors of the great cathedral swung open, pushed by 2 priestesses. From within emerged Felix Chamberlain, clad entirely in white, majestic and solemn. His face shone with happiness. Descending the steps, he caught sight of the carriage waiting at the front. He quickened his pace because inside sat his beloved, his bride. Around him, the whispers of the crowd swirled. Did you hear? As a wedding gift, the guardian offered the island of Gree. Not just Gree, an entire kingdom including it. What a rare devotion, to love a young lady that much. Felix ignored the murmurs. He opened the carriage door, and from within stepped a bride veiled in white, Irene Amber. His eyes softened, his voice gentle, careful of the steps. With all the reverence in his heart, he extended his hand. She placed hers in his, smiling tenderly. Clad in a gown of pure white, adorned with delicate jewels, Irene looked every bit an angel. Together they ascended, arm in arm, radiant with joy. But behind them came not blessings, but sneers and crude remarks. Gods, that dress is so thin. You can practically see through it. What a disgrace. That fox has always been seducing men. She's the guardian's wife and still can't dress properly. I heard they lived together before the wedding. She's not pure at all. While venomous whispers filled the hall, a new presence entered. A woman in a gown of elegance and authority. Martina. Her voice cut the air. Is that dress really worth such scorn? The crowd fell silent. Martina gave a mocking sigh. The royal designer only followed my exact orders. But her eyes narrowed, cold and dangerous. I also happen to keep records of the red light district, and of every man who visits it. The color drained from the faces of the two men who had spoken loudest. Sweat trickled down their temples. Martina's voice sharpened. Do you not think whoring is far baser than a wedding gown? Spending money on that kind of filth? She was interrupted by a familiar voice. Still bullying people, Martina? Her stern face melted into joy. Oh heavens! It's you! She exclaimed, rushing forward. It was Erica, resplendent in elegant attire. Seeing the men scurry away, Erica chided. You've been tormenting them again, haven't you? Martina sniffed. They insulted our Irene. What else was I supposed to do? She raised her voice deliberately, making sure the cowards could still hear. Erica's face hardened as her gaze cut toward the offenders. And their names? Their houses. Martina smirked. Of course I remember everyone. Erica thought for a moment, then smiled. Leave them be. Today is a day of joy. Fine if you say so. Martina relented, though her eyes still glittered with mischief. She looked Erica up and down and complained. But your dress. I bought it for you, and you didn't even wear it. Erica raised an eyebrow. Who else but you could pull off such a piece? How could I wear something like that? Martina pouted, trying to act cute, but Erica brushed her off. Come. If we linger, we'll be late for the ceremony. Inside the grand cathedral, Felix and Irene stood before the cross, gazing at each other with eyes brimming with love and happiness. The priest's solemn voice echoed through the vaulted chamber. Today, I proclaim that these two children of God shall begin an eternal life together, and we give thanks for his blessing. After the opening words, he turned to them. Now exchange your vows. Felix was the first to speak. His voice rang clear before God and all gathered. Before the Lord, I vow to love, honor, and remain by your side always, in prosperity and hardship, in health and in illness. Even should death come, I will forever love you and call you my wife. He pressed a hand to his chest as he swore. His sincerity was so raw that Irene froze, overwhelmed. Her heart surged, filled and warmed by his love. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Then it was her turn. With all her love, she declared, Before the Lord, I vow to love, honor, and remain by your side always. Even should death come, I will forever love you and call you my husband. She too pressed her hand to her chest. The eternal promise was sealed. Felix smiled tenderly, took her hand, and slid a diamond ring, crafted with exquisite care, onto her finger. Irene did the same, carefully placing the matching band onto his hand. Felix then lifted her ringed hand and kissed it gently. The priest raised his hand, praying, Make use of this moment, overflowing with blessing. Grant these two the wisdom to know your will for a happy marriage and family. Guardian of this land, protect them. Illuminate their path with your life and light. Radiance poured down into the cathedral like a sign of divine approval. Witnessed by God, the priest, and all those present, Felix and Irene were now truly husband and wife. Joy lit Irene's face. Felix's eyes shone with love as they smiled at one another, their happiness undeniable. Then something extraordinary happened. Irene raised her hand, and a miraculous light appeared warm against her skin. She gasped in delight. It's so warm. Is divine power really something we can use like this? Amazing! Felix chuckled. Do you like it? Her expression faltered. Wait, what? She spun toward the congregation, asking aloud, Is this the blessing of the high priests? From below, Claudia Chamberlain smiled knowingly, confirming her suspicion. But the entire cathedral was stunned. None could believe such a thing had happened. Irene herself stood frozen in shock, her mind blank. Felix leaned close, touched her cheek, and whispered, Irene, Focus on the right. She stammered. Wait, Felix. But his lips closed gently over hers. The chaos in her mind scattered. At that moment, she surrendered to everything. Whatever might come, being with Felix was enough. The ceremony ended in splendor. Later, in a private room, Irene's voice rang out sharply. Really? You didn't consult me at all? Claudia hunched her shoulders with a guilty look. I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Don't bother with that pitiful face, Irene scolded. But in truth, seeing Claudia like that, her anger melted. Irene sighed and explained softly. Blessings from the high priests are reserved only for imperial weddings. But it did work. Claudia's eyes glittered with faux innocence. But the ceremony was held in the great cathedral. Why not? That logic left Irene speechless. She could only sigh, eyes damp. Because of this blessing, everyone's attention will turn to me. I just wanted a quiet life. Claudia said quietly, You haven't given up that dream? You know it's impossible now. Impossible? No. Irene tried to argue but eventually gave in. Fine. I know you did it for me. I'll forgive you this time. A knock interrupted them. The door opened, and in walked Martina and Erica. May we join you? Martina asked. Irene lit up like a puppy seeing her favorite people. Martina, Erica, you're here. Martina's eyes narrowed at Irene's simple gown. Why did you change out of the wedding dress I designed especially for you? Sorry. Irene rubbed her head sheepishly. I had to change for greeting guests. Martina sighed, stepped closer, and suddenly slipped an arm around Irene's waist, fingers brushing through her hair. A pity. You should have been careful when changing. If you pull at the sleeve here, it slips right down. Claudia shrieked, scandalized. Martina, how dare you tease Irene right in front of me? Martina winked mischievously. Tease? Nonsense. I'm only helping. It could be useful after the ceremony, after all. Claudia turned crimson. What are you saying? Martina went on blithely. Think about it. The current trend is suffocating corsets and heavy gowns with no style. But my design, any man could slip it off easily, even without experience. Irene's face burned scarlet. She struggled out of Martina's arms, clapped a hand over her mouth, and stammered, Stop! That's enough. But Martina's eyes gleamed with wicked humor. Besides, you won't wear it again after tonight. Might as well tear it off. Irene's head spun, flustered beyond reason. Martina cooed, Congratulations on your wedding. Her smile teasing and predatory. Erica, exasperated, sighed. I suspected this from the moment you designed the gown. Claudia, horrified, cried, You really are a pervert, aren't you? Martina poked Irene's cheek playfully. Then call me an educated pervert. Claudia and Erica were struck dumb. Their silence spoke volumes. They exchanged a glance, nodded, then each grabbed Martina by the arms. Hey, where are you dragging me? Martina protested, twisting dramatically. Be quiet and come with us, Erica ordered firmly. Still, Martina called over her shoulder. Irene, we'll talk later. Left behind, Irene fanned her flushed face. Martina and that wedding gown. Maybe I should just change again. Stretching her arms, she thought, busy as it is, it's easier with so many helping hands. Well then, time to return to the celebration. Maybe I'll find Felix and spook him a little. Irene walked alone down the corridor on her way back to the celebration. As she walked, she gazed out the tall windows at the world beyond. Then something outside caught her attention. Below, in the courtyard, a young man was gripping another by the hair with one hand while choking a second man with the other. Startled, Irene whispered to herself, I've never seen him before, a student maybe? But the boy's shadowed, ominous expression made her uneasy. She swallowed nervously. Children these days are terrifying. Sensing eyes on him, Lurie glanced upward. The moment his gaze met hers, shock flooded his face. Standing behind the glass above was Irene. Irene, however, remained composed. She reasoned to herself, of course he'd be shocked. Getting caught assaulting nobles would make anyone panic. Her eyes fell on the unconscious men in his grip, their faces bruised and swollen. But those two are infamous wastrels, no wonder. Probably spoiled since childhood. And now they've turned to trash. He must have had a reason. Not wanting to get involved, she waved politely down at him, a silent signal. Do as you please. I won't interfere. Then she turned to continue on her way. In the garden below, Lurie froze, still holding the two nobles by the neck and hair. He stared up at Irene, unable to process what he was seeing. At last he released them, his own face burning red with confusion. What is this? He thought wildly. He couldn't look away from her, the image of her smiling lips and gentle eyes stirring memories. But her calm wave and casual departure cut deep. That was not the gaze of a woman who recognized him. It was the gaze of a stranger. And yet, a strange smile crept onto his lips. Could this be my chance? Could I pretend we never knew each other and start over? Could I meet her again for the first time? Could I still stand at her side? As the thought took root, a magic circle flared beneath his feet. He muttered in surprise, "This spell." But before he could finish, a gust of wind burst around him, forcing him to shield his face. When it faded, the circle had vanished. "Long time no see," came a voice. Lurie spun around, tense. Approaching him, still dressed in white ceremonial robes from the wedding, was Felix. Smiling, he called out, "Lurie." Lurie's expression hardened. He jabbed a finger at Felix, fury in his eyes. "Don't act familiar with me." Felix merely sighed at the outburst. Calmly, he said, "So you've moved ahead of schedule. I meant to greet each of you separately, though it's a little inconvenient. I only stored the excess in a temporary void, nothing more. I haven't done anything else to you." Lurie frowned, then snapped, "I only explained so you wouldn't misunderstand. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to reclaim the demon energy leaking into this world. That's all." Felix raised a hand. "No need to shout. I can hear you fine." Then, with a gentle smile, he asked, "Aren't you going to greet Irene?" At the sound of her name, Lurie stiffened. Felix pressed on, "This is your last chance." Grinding his teeth, Lurie spat, "Fool. That fragment became a true demon long ago. I've never been human like you. Your short lives are nothing but dreams. Why weigh them down with meaning?" He looked away, refusing to meet Felix's eyes. "So no, I won't greet her." Felix's smile faltered. Quietly, he asked, "Then, do you dream nightmares?" Lurie's shoulders twitched. He didn't answer. He simply turned his back. "I don't need to explain anything to you." Felix's voice followed softly. "I'm the same as you." But Lurie shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. "I'm not interested in your dreams. Live well in this fleeting life." With a careless wave, he left. Behind his nonchalance lingered a shadow of sorrow, but he didn't want anyone to see. Felix stood motionless, watching the lonely figure disappear, his own eyes clouded with regret. Then a voice cut through his thoughts. "Felix!" He turned. It was Irene, running to him with a bright smile. She reached him, flustered, waving her hands. "You're here? Nothing happened, right? I just saw a terrifying boy earlier. You weren't hurt, were you?" Felix gently reassured her. "No, I wasn't hurt." He forced a smile, glancing once more toward where Lurie had gone. "It was just an old acquaintance. We only talked for a bit." Relieved, Irene exhaled. "Really? I'm glad." Felix murmured. "He said he'd had a beautiful dream." Irene tilted her head. If he remembers me, he could have come to see me." Felix shook his head. "Not now. It's impossible." "Why not?" Irene pressed, confused. "Secret," Felix replied, unwilling to say more. Irene let it go. Instead, she squeezed his hand and whispered, "Then I hope he finds happiness. Not in dreams, but in life." Felix smiled at her words. "I hope so too." Their wedding bands gleamed on their joined hands, proof of their vow. Felix leaned closer, voice warm. "My wife." Irene froze, eyes wide, her cheeks blazing red. "And my wife." "Yes, my wife," Felix teased gently. Her heart stammered. "It's not that I dislike it. Then I'll only call you that when it's just the two of us," Felix whispered, leaning even closer. Face red as fire, Irene shoved him away. "Enough. We're late to greet the guests." Felix laughed softly. All right, let's go." "Yes?" she muttered, flustered, still glowing with happiness. But as they walked, Felix leaned in once more, chuckling. "My wife." Irene clenched her fists, muttering furiously inside. Cunning man. And so all ended in peace. Flowers bloomed on dead branches. Life was reborn by true love. And now, dear listeners, farewell. Thank you for waiting so long.